Chapter 101. The killing begins. Looking at his own recovery, Yuegwen's e-pression now only contains excitement and excitement. I'm fine. An excited voice sounded. He took one look at Long Fei and knew that this person was extraordinary. Net moment. Kneeling down on one knee, he cupped his hands and said excitedly, "Thank you, gang leader. I will be yours after Yuegwen." Long Fei smiled slightly and said, "That's not enough. You also need to swear by your Taoist heart." Yuegwen was stunned for a second and then suddenly inspiration came to his mind, and then he said loudly, "I Yuegwen swear with my Taoist heart. Join the Qinglong gang and I will never betray you. If you have any different intentions, you will be destroyed by heaven and earth and your soul will be scattered and you will never recover." Every word is very heavy, representing a huge sense of responsibility. The net moment, the sky in the dragon realm changed slightly. This time the Eye of Rules did not appear. The roar of thunder and a very distant and threatening sound entered the minds of Long Fei and Yuegwen. "The oath is fulfilled. If you violate it, you will be punished." Boom! Yuegwen trembled all over. With a fearful look on his face, this majesty, could the eyes that appeared in the Tiandu Empire have anything to do with this? Not bad. Long Fei's smile was particularly strong. Then these two guys, Zhang Mo and Qian Jun. Yuegwen looked at Long Fei and spoke slowly. "These two people have disappeared for a month or two. Wuhan Palace has never found them and they are very troubled." Long Fei said calmly, "You don't have to look for them. I have already killed those two guys." Yuegwen's pupils shrank dead. Suddenly he thought something was wrong with Qian Daoliu and asked, "I wonder if the gang leader has seen Qian Daoliu?" Long Fei said calmly, "Oh, he fought with me and lost, so he joined our Qinglong gang. The Qian Daoliu you met before is already a member of our Qinglong gang and now you two are the only ones in the Wuhan Palace. It's my person defeated." That was the legendary peerless Dulo. Yuegwen's e-pression changed with shock and he was even more in awe. He never thought that the legendary Qian Daoliu, the strongest in the sky, would lose to him with his help, and he was already a member of the Qinglong gang at that time. So Qian Daoliu's abnormal behavior before is now clear. At the same time he himself was very happy and fortunate. Long Fei pursed his lips but did not speak. Dulo knew what to do and took the initiative to answer. "Tisk Huhuguan, peerless Dulo has nothing to do with our help, and that guy Qian Daoliu is not peerless Dulo, but he is a peak pseudo-demigod. You have underestimated him. He should be able to reach the level of demigod soon." After hearing this, Yuegwen's e-pression became even more odd. His help is better than Bibidong, better than Qian Daoliu. This time he really came to the right place. Long Fei waved his hand and issued the order, "Take him to rest with Dulo, inheriting the methods of our gang. Tell him everything you know about our Qinglong gang." "Yes, gang leader." Dulo handed over his hand and glanced at Yuegwen and said, "Huhuguan, your opportunity has come. The realm that you have stayed in for a long time will be broken today." After hearing this, Yuegwen was very excited. "Come with me." After saying that, Dulo took Yuegwen and left directly. Long Fei continued fishing. There is still half a year left before the Soul Master Elite competition. The time set by the previous author was a bit short. Now it is extended and the previous time is simply ignored. Another month has passed and the ordinary life is very boring. Just today there was movement in the dragon realm compared to Yuegwen, who was practicing. A golden glazed light rushed out from the dragon world. The net moment, a man wearing golden clothes appeared in the sky. "It's the end of the month. Ha ha ha. I've made a breakthrough. I finally made a breakthrough." Yuegwen's voice suddenly sounded excited and excited. The net moment he flew directly towards Long Fei. Yuegwen quickly fell from the sky to Long Fei's side, knelt down on one knee, raised his hands and said excitedly, "Gang leader, thank you very much. Yuegwen will definitely remember the kindness of rebuilding and Yuegwen will defend the honor of the Qinglong gang to the death." Long Fei nodded yes. "With the help of resources such as dragon blood and immortal products, you have successfully broken through the shackles of level 95 and reached level 97, becoming a level 97 super Dulo. Although the two soul cores of Soul Saint and Soul Dulo are missing, but the resources of the Qinglong gang will be enough to make up for it in the future." "Yes, gang leader." Yuegwen nodded and he found that his martial soul Qirong Tianju seemed to have undergone some changes. "Is this the mutation of the martial soul mentioned by the old poison?" Then he took it out and showed it to Long Fei. After seeing it, Long Fei knew it and said, "This is the preliminary mutation of your Qintung Tianju with the help of these fairy herb and dragon blood. If you have time, make more. Soak up the dragon's blood and wait for it to completely mutate. But you can't do that now." While watching the fish swimming, Long Fei said, "Net, I will give you a task. Continue to go back to Wuhan Hall to be your elder. Without my order, just pretend that nothing happened. There are also you and the ghostly Wuhan. His soul fusion skills are pretty good. Find a time to kidnap him. Then you two can. It's time to reunite." After hearing this, Yuegwen was very excited. He also wanted to know what his martial soul would eventually mutate into. He was naturally overjoyed to hear that he could be with the the old ghost, but then he became confused. Gang leader, but how should I plane my current cultivation level after I return? I've already thought about this for you. As he said that, Long Fei raised his hand and a force of space entered Yu Guan's body. The net second something like a shackle directly locked his cultivation at level 95, and some memories appeared in my mind. Long Fei said lightly, this lock in the space realm can temporarily lock your cultivation level at level 95. When you want to unlock it, you can unlock it according to the method in your mind. As for your martial soul, there are only a few changes so far and you can't detect anything without looking carefully, and now that you have our gang's inherited bodybuilding attack, you can use it, so you can just run away if you can't stop it. Lightning flashed and ran away. No one in the Dulo world could catch up. Yueguan then raised his hands and nodded. Gang leader, I understand, then I will go back to Wuhan Hall to wait for your net order. Long Fei nodded. Go. My subordinates resign. After saying that, Yu Guan left the dragon realm and was teleported out. It's time to go to the killing city. Get the killing god realm first. There are still 5 months of elite competition. There is enough time, Long Fei said, and he had already come out of the dragon realm. Mission released: destroy the city of killing. Mission reward: chance to create a title Dulo with the absolute god of death domain at your fingertips. One cannot be used on yourself. Penalty: none. You can only choose to accept it or not. Right there. At this time the voice of the Long Law System brother sounded in Long Fei's mind. Long Fei grinned. I really miss it, so of course I will accept it. Needless to say, this reward is very awesome. I don't know who will be the lucky one in the future. Soon the mission was successfully accepted. After a long time, he is now a time traveler with a systematic mission. Chapter 102 Battle against the Black Armored Knight. Long Fei set off for the killing capital of Dulo world. The killing place net to the place where the killing capital is located. Here everything around you becomes different from outside. Even the outer areas are filled with an aura of incomparable murder and sin. At one place here the space suddenly became distorted. The net moment, a tall muscular young man wearing short-sleeved trousers walked out of the dark space fort. This person is none other than Long Fei. Looking at the scene in front of him and feeling the alternating changes in the surrounding scenes and atmosphere, Long Fei suddenly felt like he liked this place very much. The whole person took a deep breath and stretched heavily, feeling very comfortable, chanting loudly, comfortable. This is a world of crime and killing. Your nightmare is coming to the city of killing. Are you ready to receive the baptism of this gang leader? Tisk tisk tisk. Long Fei's eyes flashed with desire and coldness, and then he walked towards the only hotel ahead. Whoosh. At this moment many killing weapons attacked from both sides of the surrounding area. Long Fei's presence remained unchanged, and he was not surprised at all because he had already discovered the killer hidden around him. After all, this is no ordinary place. A little toy wants to hurt me too? Long Fei immediately sneered. Facing this assassination weapon, he didn't even bother to hide. Continue walking calmly. The net second. Bang bang bang. The attacking weapons hit Long Fei one after another. Haha, you are really nothing, you kid. Just die. Seeing that the assassination was successful, the 3 people hiding in the grass jumped out directly, holding huge sickles and AES in their hands, showing evil killing intent smile. Another innocent child died in their hands. What are you doing? At this moment an extremely calm voice remembered. The presence of the 3 people suddenly changed. What? Since it's okay? That's right. Those who can come here have some clues, but then you are dead. The man holding the huge scythe at the head was the leader of the team, and he took a step forward with the scythe on his shoulders. The 3 of them saw that Long Fei's body was unscathed. Not even a small scratch appeared. Now they narrowed their eyes and suddenly looked solemn, and from Long Fei the 3 of them could feel a very unpleasant aura. It's a powerful enemy, be careful. Zhao Cheng, the leader of the sickle man, said. The other men with the suddenly became alert, and murderous intent suddenly emerged from their bodies. Standard soul rings rose up from the 3 of them one after another. It turns out that the 3 of them are all Si-ring soul emperor level per. Since this place is not yet inside the killing ground, martial spirits can still be used normally. Long Fei was shocked and shouted, the 3 of you are actually Si-ring soul emperor level per. He trembled. It was very fitting for the performance of these 3 people. However, in the eyes of the 3 people, they really thought that Long Fei was scared. The corners of the 3 people's mouths curled up, full of pride and disdain. But the 3 of them never imagined that death was right in front of them. Boy, being able to withstand our lethal attacks with your body proves that you have a secret. Hand over this secret and I will leave you a complete corpse. Zhao Cheng dragged the sickle step by step towards Zhou Longfei approaches. Long Fei shrugged and said, if I cooperate with you, do you really think you are capable? The net moment his eyes turned cold, and so did his tone. No more playing, it's a waste of time. 3 soul emperor ants, go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure turned into an afterimage and disappeared from the place. A green light appeared in his hand, and his old friend Qinglong ancient sword was held held in his hand. He saw a horizontal blue sword appearing in the sky which was extremely dazzling. The net second he saw a linear cut appearing at the center of the waist of the three people's bodies. Trace no kin able flop. The three people looked horrified, but they were no longer alive. The three people who were still alive 1 second were left with only 3 half sections of corpses, the net second, and the fresh blood flowing from the corpse. The blood stained on the Qinglong ancient sword was quickly absorbed by the body of the ancient sword, becoming more sharp and sharp. Withdrawing the knife, Long Fei walked towards the hotel as if nothing had happened. This time no one came out to assassinate him, and he walked into the hotel smoothly. This hotel is also known as the Killing Hotel. There are people inside but not many. These people are murderous beings without blinking an eye. Long Fei sat down aside as if nothing had happened. The eyes of the people around him all fell on him. Although not everyone saw the scene that just happened outside the hotel, there were a few people who noticed the man in front of him. He was able to kill 3 such powerful soul emperors with one blow so easily. This young man was terrifying. They all chose not to take the initiative to provoke. Everyone who comes to the land of killing knows a rule. If you want to enter the land of killing, you must drink a glass of Bloody Mary. But I hate your dirty blood, so I won't drink it. A cold voice suddenly sounded from Long Fei's mouth. Just when everyone was showing contempt and ridicule, Long Fei stood up and moved at an extremely fast speed. His aura alone overwhelmed them all, and the murderous aura in them was also suppressed. The net moment the Qinglong ancient sword suddenly appeared in front of everyone like cutting tofu. A trace was cut out of the body of the 3 people outside. Plop plop. Huge amounts of blood spurted out. All the desperados in the seats were killed. In just such a moment, Long Fei's killing method was very decisive, and his plain figure made people extremely frightened. He turned around, looked at the male and female waiters with frightened faces on the front desk, and walked slowly over. The man and woman were so frightened that they trembled all over and pressed their backs against the wall. Don't kill us. The woman quickly begged for mercy. The men also followed. We are also acting under orders. Please let us go. Long Fei looked at them indifferently with a sarcastic look on his face. Acting on orders? I think you have killed a lot of people on your hands, so go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and slashed with his sword, and blood immediately burst out. The entire hotel has been eroded by the strong smell of blood. Suddenly the hotel became lifeless. Long Fei shook his left hand toward the ground. A terrifying force came out instantly and rushed underground. Loud bang! The entire Killing Hotel plotted and was enveloped in a huge force of destruction, which also affected areas outside the radius. The eternal killing place was destroyed by this place, and only Long Fei was left in the explosion. Now he looked at the scene in front of him, and there was a hidden cave in front of him. This is the entrance to the killing city. Enjoying the endless killing makes me extremely comfortable. Long Fei went down directly. When the body falls into it, there is a very long tunnel in front of it. When walking through it, a small square appears, and in front of it is an extremely huge door. At this moment a woman wearing dark clothes walked out. I am your novice guide. Your actions are really big. You dare to destroy the entire outer city of the killing land above. The king of killing will not let you go. When you enter the gate of killing, you will have no way back. Your soul skills will be lost here. It's useless. Are you sure you want to go in? Chapter 103 Killing Feast. The voice of the girl in black gauze went straight into Long Fei's ears, but Long Fei's presence was particularly calm. A way back? There is no way back here for me. I came here just to kill, so I will naturally consider all the consequences. Long Fei looked cold and did not feel any fear because of what the girl in black gauze said. Instead, he gave the other party a return to the horse and dig out. Very good, your courage is commendable. I hope you are not too proud and seeking your own death. The girl in black gauze held her head high and did not feel that Long Fei was terrible at all because he destroyed the killing place in the outer city above. There is no one she has ever met that would scare her except the king of slaughter she served. According to the rules of the killing city, if you want to enter the door behind me, you must complete the test of the black armored knight. The girl in black gauze said. I don't know when a knight in black armor appeared from the other side. The man flew towards the dragon. Then the girl in black gauze slowly retreated. The black gauze knight first saluted the black gauze girl and then looked at Long Fei. His face expressionless, and under the cover of black armor no expression could be seen except for his eyes, but for the old man, in terms of hands, these eyes are enough to study the changes in his expression. Long Fei looked at him and saw through this person's cultivation level at a glance. He is a level 69 soul emperor. Although he is a soul emperor, he is still more powerful than the 3 people Long Fei just dealt with. Those 3 people were only level 62 at most, and in terms of aura, etc., in many aspects this person is better than those 3 fools. Even the simplest murderous intent was enough to crush the 3 Han people. It was powerful, but for Long Fei it was not enough. In his eyes this thing was nothing. Boy, I will not be merciful. This is a life and death battle for you. The black armored knight's tone was particularly cold, like a ruthless killing machine that only kills enemies on the battlefield. Level 69. You underestimate me too much. You will regret it because he will die. Long Fei stopped looking at the black armored knight and turned his eyes to the girl in black gauze in the distance behind the black armored knight. There was no contempt or disdain, only indifference. Then come on. The girl in black gauze didn't care at all. He thought so anyway. Although the power Long Fei displayed above was very terrifying, it was different here because even if he did not enter the gate of the killing city, he would still be suppressed by the law. Long Fei's strength will be greatly reduced. At least that's what she thinks. In fact, the meager power of the law here was digested when it entered Long Fei's body. It's ridiculous. How could the dignified Long Fei be suppressed by this little law of the Dulo world? Hearing Long Fei's words, the black armored knight was furious. The feeling of being looked down upon by a little kid really made him extremely uncomfortable. The net second he roared, "You are looking for death." A dark black weapon used extremely cold and murderous intent. The single-headed spear appeared in his right hand and the SI standard soul rings on his body disappeared after appearing. He directly pulled the black flame spear and stabbed Long Fei. The speed was very fast, the blow was terrifying, and a black flame came out from the tip of the gun. This is the characteristic of his black flame gun. The flame on it is black flame. When the black flame is released, the lethality and destructive power of the entire gun will be even more amazing, taking it to a higher level. Faced with such a terrifying blow, Long Fei was very calm. The net moment a green light flashed across the sky in front of him. Immediately after, a dragon roar came out. The Qinglong ancient sword seemed to have self-awareness and struck directly at the head of the black flame spear. Bang! A crisp sound of collision sounded just for a moment, so strong the black armored knight was shocked and was knocked out. A great spin god in mid-air quickly emerged from the shock and the first soul ring on his body lit up instantly. The first soul skill, spear assault. As soon as the soul skill came out, his body formed a beautiful black line piercing the clouds in mid-air and once again charged towards Long Fei fiercely. Long Fei didn't move. The whole process was completed independently by the Qinglong ancient sword. With a rotation, the dragon's power emerged vigorously. The dragon roared and the power was even more terrifying. The terrifying killing energy from the knife came out instantly. The two instruments touched again. Bang! The black armored knight who faced him looked particularly struggling. Although the mask and black armor obscured his changing complexion, his eyes could still see the shock and incredible impression that continued to appear. Within a few seconds the black armored knight was knocked back again. This time the terrifying impact directly caused him to fall to the ground. After staggering, he quickly regained his balance with the black flame gun. "How is it possible? What kind of knife is your knife? Why is it so scary?" the black armored knight said in a frightened tone. "You must know that the person in front of you has not yet held a knife to fight with him." Even the face of the girl in black gauze watching the show changed at this moment, but she couldn't see it because of the black gauze. "I didn't expect that under the suppression of the law this man could still exert such terrifying power and be able to deal with a level 69 soul emperor so easily. It seems that it is indeed what he said. I underestimated him." "What happens, net? Just let me take a good look at your strength." The girl in black gauze murmured in surprise, narrowed her eyes and looked at the black armored knight. "A knife that's more than enough to kill you." Long Fei's voice was calm and cold. The black armored knight turned around and understood what the girl in black gauze meant. Seeing that Long Fei was very angry at his words again, he spoke in a cold and angry tone. "Boy, you are so arrogant. From now on I will use my full strength." After saying that, he stepped forward quickly towards Long Fei. Suddenly a purple soul ring on his body lit up and his figures appeared like after images, which had a disturbing eyeball effect. The net second Long Fei arrived. After flying, the black flame gun shot out. At the same time, a black soul ring appeared on the head of the black flame gun and a super terrifying power suddenly came out. The fifth soul skill. The black flames are destroyed. Boom! The net moment the terrifying black flames turned into the gun body and directly submerged Long Fei. The power of this move was very terrifying. The corners of the mouth of the black armored knight's mask were outlined and his eyes were shining brightly. He had won. Boom! Bang! The attack force penetrated directly like a shock wave and bombarded the door, leaving the door unscathed. As this offensive disappeared, the black armored knight suddenly felt something was wrong. It was too quiet, and looking at the scene before him, the black armored knight's eyes froze. Long Fei stood still unscathed. "Impossible!" The black armored knight screamed in fear and attacked again. The net second decisively using the SITH soul skill. Black flame dragon break. Long Fei slowly turned his head and looked at the attack coming from behind him. This time he raised his hand and grasped the Qinglong ancient sword instantly and then chopped it down naturally. Buzz! A deep echo came to mind and the black armored knight's attack was cut in half by Long Fei's Qinglong ancient sword as easily as cutting tofu. Then there was a bang explosion. Long Fei Fei's knife continued to chop down. Although the speed was not fast, it gave people the illusion that death was close at hand. The black armored knight condensed his head, and his face under the black armor had changed drastically. Quickly using the second defensive soul skill, the black flame spear in his hand turned into a stab, and a black flame energy shield appeared and instantly enveloped the whole body. I told you that you will die. You can't be dishonest when you come out to hang out. I will let you die if I say I will. Looking at this scene, Long Fei's cold yet demonic magnetic voice sounded, and a strange smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 104. The King of Killing. Long Fei's knife became even sharper. Suddenly the hand was lifted quickly and the beheading was quick and accurate. Stop. Seeing this scene, the woman in black gauze shrank her pupils and shouted quickly. But how could Long Fei listen to her? Just pretend you didn't hear it and just chop it down. Well, the head of the black armored knight was immediately severed and blood immediately poured out crazily. His head fell to the ground and his whole body fell to the ground with a plop. The girl in black gauze who originally wanted to stop her was too late. She could see that Long Fei really wanted to kill him. You actually killed him. The tone of the woman in black gauze obviously darkened. Long Fei Lacom turned to look at her and said in a somewhat sarcastic tone, he can kill me, why can't I kill him? Are you kidding me? Besides, this is a paradise for killing and there is nothing wrong with killing him. I told you a long time ago, you will regret it. You. The woman in black gauze clenched her fist and suddenly she had no words to refute Long Fei. Because what Long Fei said is right, this is a paradise for killing people. Weakness is the original sin. If he can kill him, he can naturally kill him. Long Fei was scornful and cold. Besides, why do I need a reason for killing someone? Why do I need to be plain to you? The arrogant character is really annoying. The woman in black gauze glanced at the corpse on the ground again, then turned around and walked to the front door. Long Fei was indifferent and looked at the scene in front of him indifferently. He saw the door gradually opening. After the door opened, the woman in black gauze turned around and said, if you pass the assessment, you are qualified to enter the killing city. The Qinglong ancient sword was retracted and Long Fei walked forward. Soon the two entered the city of killing and Long Fei officially entered the true paradise of killing. The door behind him also closed. Entering the city of killing, your soul skills will lose their effect after a while. You can only survive with your own strength and skills. The NET 24 hours will be your novice protection period. During this time I will be by your side and no one will take action against you. Once the time passes, life or death will have nothing to do with me. The cool voice of the woman in black gauze sounded in front of Long Fei, talking while walking. Long Fei listened to her words and looked at the so-called killing city here. It was full of crime and inhumane scenes everywhere. The dirty ground was filled with blood and garbage and stink. All the small streets there are also scenes of men and women playing sport. Here things that are rarely seen outside or even invisible appear. Long Fei said lightly, so they can't kill me but I can kill them? The woman in black gauze said, if you take the initiative during the protection period, then the protection period will end directly. Long Fei nodded. He only vaguely remembered the content of the original work. There was a fight ahead. Everyone noticed Long Fei approaching and wanted to make up his mind. However, the NET moment they saw the woman in black gauze beside Long Fei, they were immediately discouraged. Another newbie, he will die after the protection period ends. The woman in black gauze led Long Fei towards the front, paying no attention to these people. But at this moment Long Fei moved his hand and the Qinglong ancient sword suddenly shot out, killing dozens of people in front and around him in an instant. The sound of popping blood kept ringing and blood spurted out crazily. There were no screams because they were all dead. Seeing this scene, the woman in black gauze stopped in her track. Then I heard Long Fei say, you can go back, I'm going to start killing. What a madman. I didn't expect you to be so terrifying. I wish you good luck. After finishing speaking, the woman in black gauze turned and left. Long Fei looked at the dirty scenes in the alley and walked directly in. Several dirty women exuding sinful auras took the initiative to approach Long Fei. His face was extremely greedy. Little handsome boy, come in and play. A numb voice sounded and he stretched out his hand to touch Long Fei's body. Roll. Long Fei showed a look of disgust and raised his hand to strike with a knife. The woman's face changed in shock, but she couldn't avoid it, and the NET second poof. The blood of several women was spattered and they were thought to have been killed. When the rest of the people in the alley saw that someone was coming to cause trouble, they immediately became angry. These depraved people directly picked up their martial arts spirits and rushed towards Long Fei to kill him. Someone roared angrily, how dare you come to cause trouble, kill him. Looking at everything in front of him, Long Fei looked his left hand on the Qinglong ancient sword. After touching it, the NET second buzz. His figure quickly disappeared from the spot, turning into a bolt of lightning that instantly penetrated the crowd and reappeared behind the last person in the crowd. A line of cutting and differentiation visible to the naked eye appeared on everyone's body, which was the location where the lightning flashed just now. What? How is it possible? Thump thump. Everyone everyone was cut in half bleeding and died on the spot. Long Fei acted decisively ruthlessly and showed no mercy. After killing the person, the body of the ancient Qinglong sword stained with blood was absorbed again as before. Long Fei left here. He chose to continue killing. This time he was in a good mood, so he gave himself a well-matched plan. He didn't need others to provoke him. He automatically cruised and positioned himself to find targets, killing everyone he saw. Soon the sounds of screams and despair rang out in the killing city, and the ancient Qinglong sword in Long Fei's hand showed even more murderous intent. This is really a good place to brush monsters and refine sword. Long Fei stood in a pool of blood with a cold prescience. He looked at the ancient Qinglong sword in his hand and suddenly showed a ghostly smile. After killing so many people for so long, whether they were men, women or even she-males, they all died under his blade. There are corpses of sinful and fallen people all around. When these people come here, no one will punish them. Now Long Fei is here. Long Fei is the sanctioner and judge of this killing city. Moreover, his Qinglong ancient sword can become more powerful by continuously sucking the blood of living creatures. This is also a rare plug-in. Long Fei's crazy behavior here immediately attracted the attention of the Black Armored Knight team in the killing city. Moreover, in the center of the Slaughter City, the highest place in the Imperial Castle, it once again attracted the attention of the Slaughter King. In the Emperor's castle, a man with a bright red appearance and an enchanting appearance sat in the highest position, drinking a Bloody Mary in his hand and looking at the big screen in front of him. At the same time, the woman in black gauze net to her was also telling her everything she knew about Long Fei. This is not the first time that the King of Slaughter has paid attention to Long Fei. Ever since Long Fei destroyed the city of Slaughterland, he has been paying attention to this young man with such terrifying explosive power. Click. With a little force on her hand, she accidentally crushed the glass of Bloody Mary in her hand. Blood was flowing in his hands and a terrifying killing aura emitted from his body. His face was particularly gloomy and ugly. A cold light came out of his eyes and he said in a deep voice, "You are a very good young man. You are really very good. Not only did you destroy this king's city of killing, but you are still killing like this in this king's killing city. This is a sign of respect to you. I declare war." Chapter 105. On the ground, a large number of people were lying and all of them were dead. This scene made the rest of the people in the restaurant gasp. This is really scary. Fortunately, I didn't take the initiative to seek death. Long Fei picked up the new wine jar and drank from it as if nothing had happened and walked towards the shopkeeper. Facing the young man in front of him who was decisive and ruthless, the shopkeeper was very frightened. It was normal for people to kill at will in the killing city, but he was still frightened. "Uncle, what are your orders?" The shopkeeper sounded panicked. "Get a room. I want a place to live. Is there any problem?" Long Fei said indifferently. The shopkeeper quickly shook his head. No. What's the price?" Long Fei took a sip of wine and then threw it on the ground, breaking it with a bang. No need my treat." The shopkeeper hesitated, then quickly took out a room of cards and gave them to Long Fei with both hands. Long Fei took it and walked directly towards the room outside. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after sending away this murderous god. The room is not far from the pipe, just 5 meters to the side. The residence is separated from the pipe. When Long Fei took a step forward, suddenly several figures appeared. There were footsteps ahead. "That's him, get it for me." The source of the sound was 5 black armored knights with 7 standard soul rings rising from their bodies. They were all soul saint level masters. In the Slaughter City, everyone will be suppressed and things like soul rings cannot be released. However, the black armored knights are the King of Slaughter's army and receive preferential treatment from the King of Slaughter. These people can use soul rings and soul skills and more. The strength will be even stronger than outside the killing city. The remaining 4 soul saints took action decisively. The martial souls of these black armored knights were all related to gun. It's really standard. The black armored knight is doing business. All other irrelevant personnel should leave, otherwise they will be punished. Captain Soul Saint shouted coldly at the people watching the show around him, and the aura on his body plotted majestically. Everyone's prescience changed drastically and they didn't dare to stay for a long time and left immediately. Everybody is afraid of death. These black armored knights are not something they can mess with. As for that young man, he was really unlucky to be targeted by the black armored knight. Soon the remaining 4 black armored knights had surrounded Long Fei. The fierce and sharp murderous aura in his body is clearly revealed. "Boy, come with us, someone wants to see you." Captain Soul Saint stepped forward and said coldly, "It's ridiculous that 573 level soul saints are trying to catch me." Long Fei's contemptuous voice sounded, and the NET moment the 5 people became furious and 4 of them directly attacked Long Fei, seeking death. You bang. The NET second Long Fei's figure disappeared and the 4 weapons collided together. Gone. The 5 people's pupils shrank and suddenly the captain raised his head and his prescience changed, shouting, "Be careful, he's up there." As soon as he finished speaking, the disappeared figure of Long Fei reappeared in their center. center. With a force impact, the 5 people were rushed away and the surrounding formation was also broken. Then Long Fei's figure moved directly towards one of the Soul Saint. Rush! The E-Press Scion of the Soul Saint who was rushed into changed drastically and he quickly launched a soul skill attack. The first soul skill break. The terrifying power penetrated from the gun tip. Long Fei easily avoided it and kicked the man on the chest. Then he flipped up in the air with an uppercut kick. With a bang, the man's jaw received a huge force and with a scream his whole body flew backward. Long Fei landed gorgeously and was extremely light. Seeing this scene, seeing the young man in front of them saving a soul saint so easily, the E-Press Scions of the other black armored knights also changed with shock. Then Long Fei's body tilted slightly and disappeared. The NET moment. Be careful! Back to back! The black armored knight hurriedly roared and reacted quickly. The 4 people looked back to back. You call out, call out! Long Fei's extremely fast after images flew in front of their eyes, but they did not take action. Suddenly Long Fei appeared in front of a person and slapped him. Here, the 3rd soul skill defense. The man screamed and there was a loud bang. Long Fei's super strong palm force directly crushed his defense and hit his body. He suddenly sunk in and flew out with a big mouthful of spit. The people behind him were also affected and flew out together. Long Fei quickly eliminated the other 2 black armored knight. A decisive instant kill. Those who were hit were killed instantly without even using their martial soul avatars. The soul power of those who died was absorbed by Long Fei and became part of the soul power C in his body. After these killings, Long Fei's soul power C area became much larger. This city of killing is really a good place. Okay, now you're the only one left. Long Fei grinned, drawing a scary arc. You actually killed them all. Damn you bastard! Captain Soul Saint roared angrily. You can kill me, why can't I kill you? Brain is a good thing, but it's a pity that you don't have it. Long Fei smiled with a sarcastic smile. The true form of killing gun. Captain Soul Saint roared angrily and the 7th black 10,000-year soul ring on his body lit up. Suddenly a huge black shadow-like figure appeared holding a huge killing gun in his hand. Captain Soul Saint issued a terrifying aura all over his body. The murderous spirit continues to spread. His eyes turned slightly scarlet. I want you to pay with blood. The SITH soul skill killing spear flurry. The furious Captain Soul Saint was like an ejected cannonball rushing towards Long Fei at extremely fast speed. His killing spear slashed wildly and the spear blade filled with incomparable chills rushed towards Long Fei like a storm. It looks strong, but it's actually very weak. Looking at the attack in front of him, Long Fei judged. As soon as the Qinglong ancient sword came out, it pointed directly at it. Concentrate a little. Click. The sharp point of the blade was triggered by a blue light. Rumble. The NET second. Those terrifying offensive seemed to be isolated by a wall and plotted instantly. The Captain Hajia was also shocked. He fell into the explosion and the gun tip was already thrust towards Long Fei's knife tip. Ding. The E-Press Scion of the black armored soul saint changed in vain. Click. At this moment the fragments of his Wuhan killing gun started from the beginning and spread at an extremely fast speed until the entire killing gun shattered and plotted. No. Waha. The black armored soul saint's face showed despair and fear and he spurted out a large mouthful of blood when his martial soul was shattered and backfired. The martial spirit avatar on his body also directly used it for entertainment. For a second he returned to normal. His body fell and was submerged by the explosion. Whether he is dead or alive is unknown until his body hit the ground hard from the explosion. Apart from the serious injuries all over his body, he seemed to still be breathing. Long Fei walked over and slashed him with a knife, decisively killing him. Another burst of energy entered his soul power C area. Pentakill. It's a small matter. Of course Long Fei wouldn't care. He raised his head and looked somewhere. He took back the ancient Qinglong sword in his hand and walked towards his residence with a calm E-Press Scion. And in the killing palace this scene was going on. The king of killing was full of hostility and very angry. The king of slaughter said coldly, I didn't expect that even my black armored knight soul saint could not do anything to him. It seems that I underestimated him. Net he will participate in 100 killings. Then I will send powerful people to do his job. The opponent's strength is at least above the control level. The woman in black gauze net to her saw that the 5 soul saints she had arranged to go over were killed so easily and she felt very unhappy, so she nodded. I obey the great king of killing. Chapter 106. The king of slaughter appears. On the ground a large number of people were lying and all of them were dead. This scene made the rest of the people in the restaurant gasp. This is really scary. Fortunately it's not their take the initiative to seek death. Long Fei picked up the new wine jar and drank as if nothing had happened and walked towards the shopkeeper. Facing the young man in front of him who was decisive and ruthless, the shopkeeper was very frightened. It was normal for people to kill at will in the killing city, but he was still frightened. Uncle, what are your orders? The shopkeeper sounded panicked. Get a room. I want a place to live. Is there any problem? Long Fei said indifferently. The shopkeeper shopkeeper quickly shook his head. No, no, what's the price? Long Fei took a sip of wine and then threw it on the ground, breaking it with a bang. No, no need my treat. The shopkeeper hesitated, then quickly took out a room of cards and gave them to Long Fei with both hands. Long Fei took it and walked directly towards the room outside. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after sending this murderous god away. The room is not far from the pipe, just 5 meters to the side. The residence is separated from the pipe. When Long Fei took a step forward, suddenly several figures appeared. There were footsteps ahead. That's him, get it for me. The source of the sound was 5 black armored knights with 7 standard soul rings rising from their bodies. They were all soul saint level masters. In the slaughter city everyone will be suppressed and things like soul rings cannot be released. However, the black armored knights are the king of slaughter's army and receive preferential treatment from the king of slaughter. These people can use soul rings and soul skills and more. The strength will be even stronger than outside the killing city. The remaining 4 soul saints took action decisively. The martial souls of these black armored knights were all related to gun. It's really standard. The black armored knight is doing business. All other irrelevant personnel should leave, otherwise they will be punished. Captain Soul Saint shouted coldly at the people watching the show around him, and the aura on his body plotted majestically. Everyone's presence changed drastically and they didn't dare to stay for a long time and left immediately. Everybody is afraid of death. These black armored knights are not something they can mess with. As for that young man, he was really unlucky to be targeted by the black armored knight. Soon the remaining 4 black armored knights had surrounded Long Fei. The fierce and sharp murderous aura in his body is clearly revealed. Boy, come with us, someone wants to see you. Captain Soul Saint stepped forward and said coldly, it's ridiculous that 573 level soul saints are trying to catch me. Long Fei's contemptuous voice sounded. The net moment the 5 people were furious and 4 of them directly attacked Long Fei, seeking death. You bang. The net second Long Fei's figure disappeared and the 4 weapons collided together. Gone. The 5 people's pupils shrank and suddenly the captain raised his head and his presence changed, shouting, be careful, he's up there. As soon as he finished speaking, the disappeared figure of Long Fei reappeared in their center. With a force impact, the 5 people were rushed away and the surrounding formation was also broken. Then Long Fei's figure moved directly towards one of the soul saint. Rush. The presence of the soul saint who was rushed into changed drastically and he quickly launched a soul skill attack. The first soul skill break. The terrifying power penetrated from the gun tip. Long Fei easily avoided it and kicked the man on the chest. Then he flipped up in the air with an uppercut kick. With a bang, the man's jaw received a huge force and with a scream his whole body flew backward. Long Fei landed gorgeously and was extremely light. Seeing this scene, seeing the young man in front of them saving a soul saint so easily, the presence of the other black armored knights also changed with shock. Then Long Fei's body tilted slightly and disappeared. The net moment. Be careful. Back to back. The black armored knight hurriedly roared and reacted quickly. The 4 people looked back to back. You call out, call out. Long Fei's extremely fast after images flew before their eyes, but they did not take action. Suddenly Long Fei appeared in front of a person and slapped him. Here. The third soul skill defense. The man screamed and there was a loud bang. Long Fei's super strong palm force directly crushed his defense and hit his body. He suddenly sunk in and flew out with a big mouthful of spit. The people behind him were also affected and flew out together. Long Fei quickly eliminated the other 2 black armored knights. A decisive instant kill. Those who were hit were killed instantly without even using their martial soul avatars. The soul power of those who died was absorbed by Long Fei and became part of the soul power C in his body. After these killings, Long Fei's soul power C area became much larger. This city of killing is really a good place. Okay, you're the only one left now. Long Fei grinned, drawing a scary arc. You actually killed them all. Damn you bastard. Captain Soul Saint roared angrily. You can kill me, why can't I kill you? Brain is a good thing, but it's a pity that you don't have it. Long Fei smiled with a sarcastic smile. The true form of killing gun. Captain Soul Saint roared angrily and the 7th black 10,000-year soul ring on his body lit up. Suddenly a huge black shadow-like figure appeared holding a huge killing gun in his hand. Captain Soul Saint used a terrifying aura all over his body. The murderous spirit continues to spread. His eyes turned slightly scarlet. I want you to pay with blood. The SITH soul skill killing spear flurry. The furious Captain Soul Saint was like a cannon being ejected. Bullets extremely fast rushed towards Long Fei. The killing gun slashed wildly and the gun blade filled with incomparable killing were like a storm killing Long Fei. It looks strong but it's actually very weak. Looking at the attack in front of him, Long Fei judged. As soon as the Qinglong ancient sword came out, it pointed directly at it. Concentrate a little. Click. The sharp point of the blade was triggered by a blue light. Rumble. The net second those terrifying offensive seemed to be isolated by a wall and plotted instantly. The Captain Hajia was also shocked. He fell into into the E-plosion and the gun tip was already thrust towards Long Fei's knife tip. Ding! The E-press Zion of the black armored soul saint changed in vain. Click! At this moment the fragments of his Wuhan killing gun started from the beginning and spread at an extremely fast speed until the entire killing gun shattered and plotted. No! Waha! The black armored soul saint's face showed despair and fear and he spurted out a large mouthful of blood when his martial soul was shattered and backfired. The martial spirit avatar on his body also directly used it for entertainment. For a second he returned to normal. His body fell and was submerged by the E-plosion. Whether he is dead or alive is unknown until his body hit the ground hard from the E-plosion. Apart from the serious injuries all over his body, he seemed to still be breathing. Long Fei walked over and slashed him with a knife, decisively killing him. Another burst of energy entered his soul power C area. Pentakill. It's a small matter. Of course Long Fei wouldn't care. He raised his head and looked somewhere. He took back the ancient Qinglong sword in his hand and walked towards his residence with a calm E-press Zion. And in the killing palace this scene was going on. The king of killing was full of hostility and very angry. The king of slaughter said coldly, I didn't expect that even my black armored knight soul saint could not do anything to him. It seems that I underestimated him. Net he will participate in 100 killings. Then I will send powerful people to do his job. The opponent's strength is at least above the control level. The woman in black gauze net to her saw that the 5 soul saints she had arranged to go over were killed so easily and she felt very unhappy, so she nodded. I obey the great king of killing. Chapter 107 Fall Destruction. At night Long Fei was quite peaceful here. He fell asleep directly. Apart from the king of slaughter and the woman in black veil, he might be the third person to sleep so soundly in such a chaotic place. However, this tranquility was broken by a movement in the middle of the night. Not far from the residence there were sounds of fighting. It was very fierce and it was a group fight. The roaring sound was very loud and there was a rumbling sound of fighting. Moreover, as time went by, more and more degenerate joined them fighting madly. The scene was extremely bloody and limbs were severed. The scene was very chaotic. The screen changed. In the residence, Long Fei, who was sleeping and enjoying his sleep, opened his eyes in vain. His eyes were extremely cold, his face was furious and he was filled with murderous intent. What a bastard, it's so noisy at this late hour. Long Fei got up from the bed and with a sweep of his mental energy he instantly saw the source of the noisy noise. Now he is very angry and he will kill people when he is angry. The net moment the figure disappeared. Outside. Kill them for me. Fuck you, fuck me. You dare to hit me, I'll kill you. Boom boom boom. Bang bang bang. Roar. At this moment a terrifying dragon roar sounded like it was angry and suddenly all the fallen people in the audience were stunned. What's the sound? Their hands stopped and suddenly boom. A cyan terrifying power plotted in the center of the fallen ones and everyone was affected and flew up. Suddenly messy screams arose accompanied by many fallen people in the sky. The cyan energy light disappeared and a bald young man with his upper body naked stood in the center. The murderous aura was evident all over his body. What kind of person? What a strong aura. A fallen person got up from the ground, his eyes narrowed and he shouted, you like to fight, right? You like to fight in groups, right? You like to scream, right? Long Fei gritted his teeth and his angry voice seemed particularly cold. Then you all go to Medi. Long Fei's roar rose into the sky. Net moment. In the sky space tore open. The power of blood. Blue dragon splits the sky and rain. Rumble. The sky changed drastically and was covered by a terrifying cyan power, and then countless cyan energy bodies fell from the cracks in the sky like rain. Every cyan energy body carries an extremely terrifying power of annihilation. Run. Looking up, the E-press Zions of all the fallen changed drastically and they roared in fear. They all felt the terrifying power of these densely packed cyan energy bodies and they were absolutely dead after being hit. The scene became even more chaotic. The net second. A rumbling explosion scene appeared in this area. Countless screams and wailings, extremely tragic. They ran and defended, but the terrifying Qinglong splitting Tianyu ignored their defense and escape and directly bombed them to death. Qinglong split Tianyu is still bombarding with contacts as if there is an INE hostile supply housed. Soon there were originally screams of the fallen, but now there were only the explosions of the Qinglong split guy rain bombing and there were no screams anymore. Nearly 1,000 fallen people here were all killed. Long Fei took a deep breath and exhaled. It was like a dragon's breath still steaming. The net second. The azure dragon split the sky. Rain ended and the surrounding scene was horrific. There were huge depressions everywhere. There were no corpses, only a river of blood formed by the fusion of blood. There is an effect in the Qinglong split guy rain which can turn life into blood. However, this effect is not fast, but the amount of rain is large, so now those people have become blood. It finally quiet. Long Fei looked happy. He was woken up at night and he felt better after killing some fallen one. The quiet scene was eerily silent and the smell of blood emanating from the surroundings was extremely strong, and there was a stream of power in the blood blood that poured into the sea of soul power in Long Fei's body. A ray of light flashed from him. He clenched his fists, outlined his lips and muttered to himself, level 70 SI, another level up. Sure enough, I have more experience from killing the fallen. If I kill all the fallen in the killing city, I should be able to enter. It's level 80. Hopefully the number of people in killing city can be maintained until he reaches the 80 level control level. There are still 4 levels, but the higher the level, the greater the soul power required. Now he can only look forward to it. As he killed more and more degenerates, the murderous aura in him became even more terrifying. It is said that murderous intent can affect people's minds. In fact, what affects people's minds here is more caused by the Bloody Mary that these degenerates like to drink the most. Bloody Mary is the real culprit. From the time he came in until now, Long Fei hasn't had a drink. Even if he drank it, it wouldn't be a problem. He simply hated the smell of blood and didn't like to drink it. I can't sleep anymore, I'm not in the mood. Long Fei planned to go kill 100 people for fun. He went in that direction. The days passed day by day. Within a week, Long Fei's name had become a nightmare for all the fallen in the killing city. Everyone gave him a unified title, the Fallen Judge. In 1 week, Long Fei killed so many fallen people that the King of Slaughter couldn't bear it anymore and directly dispatched title Dulo Black Armor Knights and many Contra Black Armor Knights to form a team to strangle Long Fei. This time it was, there is no need to keep them alive, just kill them by any means. And the action has already begun. But Long Fei's combat power is extremely terrifying. The King of Slaughter greatly underestimated Long Fei, and the 10-man team composed of title Douluo and Contras sent by Long Fei had been massacred by Long Fei. Long Fei was carrying the ancient Qinglong sword and his whole body was filled with murderous aura. It was a very pure murderous aura without any other aura of dragon power met with it. Cold, indifferent, ruthless, looking at the prey in front of him cold-bloodedly. The only black armored knights left are trash like you. After saying that, he slashed at the fearful titled Dulo and Contra Black Armored Knight ahead. No, King of Slaughter, save me. When life and death are at stake, the fallen can't care so much. At this moment, the space in front of Long Fei twisted and a demon-like figure appeared. A terrifying force came out to confront Long Fei's ancient sword. The net moment, the look of the King of Slaughter changed drastically. So strong. Boom. It finally plotted. The King of Slaughter guarded the living black armored knight below, looked at Long Fei and said angrily, you are too presumptuous. A pair of huge bat wings grew out behind him. In an instant, the absolute killing aura caused by the killing god domain of the King of Killing swept across the entire killing city. In the killing city, except for Long Fei, all the fallen fell to their knees instantly with fearful expressions on their faces as if they had seen an emperor and bowed down in obeisance. I have to say, you really opened my eyes. You killed too many degenerates in the killing city and completely disrupted the order of the killing city. Originally I planned to kill you, but I love you. Talented man, I finally thought about giving you a chance. Now I give you 2 choices. One is to surrender to me, the other is to die. The cold voice of the killing king sounded and the killing god's domain instantly surrounded Long Fei. It has to be said that as the King of Slaughter, he has already played the SITH thief in the god of killing field. I have always controlled others and I don't like others to control me. I have always been the only one qualified to let people make choices. You are not qualified enough. Long Fei's face was cold, his eyes flashed with cold light and a cold and ruthless voice sounded. Holding the ancient green dragon sword in his hand, he pointed it at the King of Slaughter, who was already furious and murderous. He raised his forehead and said coldly, King of Slaughter, do you dare to make a bet with me? The King of Slaughter laughed angrily, ignorant brat, how do you want to bet? Long Fei said, fight with me and I will bet your killing city. If you lose, I will completely destroy it. If you win, I will let you do whatever you want. The Slaughter City is the lifeblood of the Slaughter King, and Long Fei's bet has undoubtedly touched his back, so he was very angry. Chapter 108 God Shura descends to earth. You will regret what you said today. The King of Slaughter was furious. The net second he took action, and a fierce and terrifying murderous aura rose into the sky. Long Fei held the Qinglong ancient sword and attacked. Bang bang bang. After several rounds of fierce confrontation, the terrifying power caused by the battle made the surrounding fallen fearful and uneasy. I didn't expect that this demon was so powerful and could be so comparable to the King of Slaughter. Long Fei didn't care about the safety of the fallen at all. The terrifying power directly tore the nearby fallen to death. The two fought fiercely and the killing city suffered unprecedented destruction, with more and more fallen people dying. Looking at this scene, the King of Slaughter wanted to stop, but Long Fei pursued him and wanted to chop him into pieces like a madman. Time passed little by little and the battle between the two sides continued, almost reaching a fever pitch. After several more rounds, the battle is almost over. At this moment the King of Slaughter was shocked and stunned. He was in a mess, his clothes were torn and his wounds were painful. He initially underestimated the young man in front of him, but behind him was his full strength, and Long Fei was holding the ancient Qinglong sword standing proudly in the sky with a calm expression. The net step is to get to know you, Long Fei said lightly. After saying that, Long Fei came out of the pupa with a surge of blood power. Suddenly a terrifying chaotic green dragon virtual entity approached him and the holy blue light enveloped his whole body. The power of blood, the azure dragon weapon. NET moment. Awesome power, the supreme power of the blue dragon. The whole body special effects are domineering. The NET second. Long Fei was completely dressed in a green dragon escalates armor. A red light flashed in the gorgeous goggles. The whole body is filled with cyan. As for the appearance, you can refer to the picture of the flame dragon armor, but it is much cooler and more handsome than it. With the power of a dragon king there is no power of a god king. This is it. The look of the King of Slaughter changed drastically again. The King of Slaughter claimed, you have been fighting with me for so long and you didn't use all your strength. I have had this power of blood for a long time, but I have never had the chance to use it, so book friends may have forgotten its instant. Today I will use this power of arms to give you a ride. As he spoke, Long Fei adapted to the weapon. It is more appropriate to describe the weapon as armor, Qinglong armor. This was the first time he had used this form. It was different from the full body blue dragon transformation. It was more powerful than the full body transformation. Now he felt a steady stream of terrifying power emerging. Moreover, this blue dragon armor also gives him special skills and power. After saying that, Long Fei rose higher into the sky again, and the terrifying power of the Chaos Azure Dragon instantly tore apart the King of Slaughters. Once again opened killing god domain. The King of Slaughter also used his strongest attack to attack Long Fei. Circular marks appeared in front of Long Fei and he rushed into them, transforming into a huge cyan chaotic dragon figure, breaking through the attack of the King of Slaughter, and the terrifying power directly penetrated the body of the King of Slaughter. Boom, bang, bang, bang. Ah, I am unwilling to give in. Just when he fell, the King of Slaughter suddenly looked startled and his whole person changed. I'm out. His voice was a little confused, but at this moment his body, which was severely injured, was turning into particles bit by bit. Tang Chen, Long Fei muttered as he looked at the killing king, who was having a quick time. Thank you for helping me out. Ah. After saying that, the entire body of the Slaughter King disappeared. Originally the Slaughter City also suffered unprecedented destruction during the battle between the two. Now with the death of the Slaughter King, the Slaughter City can no longer support it and the entire space gradually cracked. The King of Slaughter has fallen. The surviving fallen looked stunned. No. The girl in black gauze screamed in pain. Immediately afterwards the dragon flew and terrifying power suddenly swept through the entire killing city. All life, including the fallen, the black armored knights and others, were instantly annihilated in this terrifying force. As a result, the space of the killing city collapsed and the killing city ceased to exist. In the shattered space the rules also disappeared. All the power entered Long Fei's body and soul power C area. His divine power rushed straight up quickly, and coupled with the experience of killing in previous battles, he has now entered the 79th level of divine power and soul saint. Although I haven't entered the 80th level contra, there is still a place I haven't gone to. It won't be difficult once I get there. Long Fei felt a little regretful, but he came out quickly and his terrifying mental power swept across the entire space. Soon he found the independent space on Hell Road. Use the void field to peer into the void. The space field tears apart the space and a wormhole appears in front of you, leading to the road to hell. System, I have destroyed the city of killing. Why haven't you been rewarded yet? Long Fei asked as he walked through the wormhole. Hell Road also falls within the scope of the system mission Killing City. The system replied. Long Fei realized clearly in his heart that this was indeed the case. In fact, he also thought about it, but he still wanted to make sure. Then it'll be fine, Long Fei said calmly. Then his figure disappeared here. At the same moment, in the realm of God, the place where Shura God is located, God Shura suddenly frowned and his expression changed. Impossible. How could the city of killing be destroyed? God Shura looked incredulous. The killing capital of Dulo world was deliberately left here to test the people of Dulo world. If he could find a good seedling, he would pass on the divine throne. But now that something that has never happened has happened, now the killing city has lost contact with him and this possibility, there is only one way, and that is to be destroyed. This is absolutely impossible, but now he can't feel the existence of the Slaughter City and the Slaughter King. There are some things that he knows. It seems that there is indeed a problem in the lower realm of Dulo. That guy from Angel God is not wrong. Even one of my own realms has been shattered. God Shura's expression is very ugly. The killing place is gone, which means that the inheritance is broken. Yes, those in the killing city are the domain rules transformed by part of his power, including Hell Road. Only by passing the Hell Road can one obtain the inheritance of the killing god domain. Fortunately, he still left inheritances in other world, but there was no movement, so the chances of those inheritance places were too low. Originally his most promising place was the Dulo lower realm, but now it is gone. It seems that another meeting is about to be held. God Shura said, and then quickly went to notify the meeting. High speed. In the main hall of the Central Committee of the Divine Realm. After receiving the message from God Shura, those acquaintances also began to arrive. It's still the same people this time. The angel god is also there because he is also one of the censors, so he is qualified to hold the meeting. Soon the meeting began and God Shura told the story. After hearing this, the god finally realized the seriousness of the matter. First the angel god lost contact and the divine armor was broken. Now it's the turn of God Shura's killing capital realm to be shattered. Chapter 109. Fierce battle. The kind-hearted god said, the rules of your divine power are in the killing city. There should be something recorded. Can you get them out to see what happened? God Shura shook his head. That's true, but I have to go to Dulo's lower realm in person and go to the location of the slaughter city to check. However, I saw a strange figure from the memory of the slaughter king's final death. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pressed it. His divine power was injected into a blue ball in front of him and a picture was projected in front of the eyes of the gods in synchronization with his picture. This figure is very blurry and it seems that nothing can be seen. God Shura said, this is the only clue at the moment. If there is an outside world invading Douluo world in accordance with the rules of the god realm, in order to maintain the balance of the lower world, the god realm can go down and investigate. To be honest, he really wanted to know the ins and outs of this matter and who this person was. Is this the one who killed your king of slaughter? The evil god said. God Shura nodded. Not bad. The god of evil said, the only thing that can be determined now is that the Douluo world has been affected by a mysterious force, causing even the god realm to be unable to detect the changes in the lower realm. Secondly, the variables of the lower realm, inheritance of angel god and Shura god, the third mysterious figure with terrible power. According to the laws of the god realm, the god realm committee is now voting. Those who agree with the priest exploration of the lower realm will raise their hands and those who disagree will not raise their hands. The voting begins, said the kind-hearted god. Soon all the god and committee members of the god realm raised their hands and agreed. This time they all had the same idea. They must figure out what happened in the Dulo lower realm. All vote passed. Evil nodded and the god put down their hands. Evil looked at Shura and said, you are the judge of the divine realm. Although you and the angel god have encountered variables in the lower realm, your variables are greater and your priesthood is here. Let's go and find out what's going on. After you go down, you can't use power that exceeds Duluo's lower realm level. Unless the variables are huge, you'll have to follow divine laws. Yes, the evil god king. God Shura nodded in agreement. As one of the judges, he is most familiar with the laws of the divine world. Feel free to help me go to the Wuhan palace to have a look, the angel god said. Don't worry, you are also one of the censors. God Shura nodded. To lead to the lower realm of Dulo, two god kings need to input the power of the god kings at the same time to open the plane connection channel between the god world and the Dulo planet, and God Shura goes down through this channel. From now on everything depends on him, the god of evil said, and added, such changes have occurred in the Dulo world which is really annoying. Okay, let's let it go. On the Hell Road, Long Fei had already entered and now he was crushing through the levels. At this moment he was walking with a big snake in his hand. This thing is the legendary ancient beast, the 10-headed blazing sun snake. Now it is being carried by Long Fei like a grandson without any of the majestic appearance of the ancient beast. It was almost scared to death by Long Fei just now. Following me is better than being killed by that brat Tang San. If you join our Qinglong gang, I can give you the position of protector of the sect. Long Fei continued to move forward. Soon with Long Fei's strength the NET level was filled with random killings. After finishing the killing he directly destroyed the entire Hell Road. Immediately afterwards he went out to the outside world. At the same time the system in my mind also rang. The mission is completed and the rewards have been distributed. Now the host only needs to designate a living being to silently improve it in his heart, and he can become a titled Dulo with his own god of death domain, and the soul ring will also be automatically configured. The system said. In 2 weeks he finally cleared the level and obtained the killing god domain, and his divine power also successfully entered the 80th level contra. The second divine core can be condensed sometime. Long Fei could now feel the power of the killing god realm. It was indeed remarkable, but it seemed like that after promotion, can this creature continue to improve a cultivation? Long Fei asked. The system said yes. It humane, not bad. Do I still have 2 chances to win the lottery in the system? Long Fei nodded. System it 3 times. Does the host use it? Long Fei use. System thank you for the lucky draw too. There are 5 cigars in a pack. Long Fei said, is it so realistic? You haven't smoked for so long and you just give me this thing after 3 chances? Are you kidding me, system? After hearing this ordinary reward, Long Fei suddenly felt unhappy. I feel very unbalanced. Random lottery depends on luck, uncontrollable, the system voice sounded. Believe it or not, Long Fei murmured in his heart, and then take out the cigar. This cigar is still in an ordinary cigarette bow. This is too much. Wanja brand cigars are are written in 5 big characters on the cigarette bow. I am speechless. You can tell this is a fake at a glance. What's the use of this cigar? It's actually produced by the system, so it shouldn't be too bad. System 5 Wanja brand cigars. Smoking each one can repair the soul, enhance the soul and mental strength, recover injuries and improve to a level. You will feel refreshed, your legs will not be tired, your waist will not be sore, and you will be able to walk with strong energy. In addition to the level can only be upgraded by 1 level and cannot be repeated. All other functions can be repeated. The effect is okay. If at 5, can I upgrade it to 5 levels? Long Fei slapped his lips. The host will know after he draws it, the system said. Are you still pretending? Forget it, let's just explore. Long Fei picked up one and put it in his mouth and lit it. After taking a sip, I couldn't help but roll my eyes. My whole body was trembling. It was so exciting. Ha, it feels so good. Long Fei's face was rosy. His whole person had a completely new look. He was refreshed and his body seemed to be a different one. Immediately afterwards his divine power level increased by 1 level. He is now level 81. It's really improved. Long Fei quickly lit up the remaining 4 sticks and smoked each one. His divine power suddenly increased. Soon it was upgraded to level 85. This upgrade was as easy as taking a rocket ride. Now the cigar can no longer bring him an upgrade. After extinguishing the other 4 stick, Long Fei only smoked the first stick. He's gone. Leave this place of right and wrong. On the road, suddenly Long Fei felt something was wrong. Stopped and looked up at the sky. Someone has opened the plane passage. It seems that the guys from the God realm already know about it. Long Fei said, and the corners of his mouth curled up. This is not surprising. If such a big movement was not discovered by the guy from the God realm, Shura God it would be. It makes no sense. Once the plane channel is opened, it will definitely penetrate the secret masking technique he arranged, and he will definitely feel it when the time comes. I don't know which god came down. Come and have a look. Don't let the experience you send me go to waste. Long Fei showed an evil smile. Go directly towards that breakthrough point. At this moment God Shura is leading to the plane passage and entering the Dulo plane. His E-Pression condensed, and just now he seemed to feel some kind of broken power. When he stood proudly high in the sky and looked at Dulo world, at this moment the space in front of him was torn and twisted. In an instant God Shura's E-Pression changed. Chapter 110 Devour Title and Kill God. A tall bald young man appeared from the cave. The aura emanating from his body made his E-Pression look astonished. Divine power? Who are you? Why do you have divine power in your body, and you actually have my god of killing domain? God Shura saw through Long Fei at the first sight, and his tone was shocked. Long Fei looked at the Shura god and said, with such murderous aura on your body, you must be the Shura god in the god realm. I didn't expect that the god realm would let you come down. God Shura was shocked when he heard this. How do you know this god? I understand. The changes that have occurred in the killing city and Dulo world must be related to you. Shura god narrowed his eyes and his tone suddenly became lower. Suddenly he saw that the figure of the young man in front of him seemed to be somewhat similar to the after image of the scene. Long Fei nodded frankly. Well, I did it, but it's a pity that you came down. Then don't even think about returning to the god realm. Let me see how powerful Shura god is. After saying that, he hit the Shura god directly with all his strength, and the power caused a sonic boom. It can be imagined that this blow was terrifying. Seeking death. God Shura's eyes narrowed, feeling the insult, and he became angry. He didn't expect that the culprit was such an arrogant person. How dare a mere mortal dare to provoke a god? It was also a palm with divine power that hit him. Bang! The two divine powers collided, and from an absolutely high altitude terrifying power erupted and impacted in all directions. At the same time Long Fei used his current normal strength to launch a fierce battle with Shura god. The heavenly secret blinding technique once again deceived the secrets of Dulo world at the beginning of the battle. Above the god realm one cannot sense the fierce battle in Dulo world at this moment. On the other hand, the fierce collision between the two people in Dulo's lower realm caused the sky to change instantly. Roaring sounds continued to emanate from high in the sky, and the entire Dulo world seemed to be covered by layers of dark cloud. The sky was gloomy with thunder rolling faintly. The people below were also frightened by the sudden change, and the big forces such as Wuhan Palace also looked solemn. At this moment, absolutely high in the sky, the collision of skills between the two people also appeared, and the changes such as the dark clouds below were related to these magical moves or related to collision. Cracks appeared in the space around the two people fighting. Another palm collision. A scarlet divine power collided with a cyan divine power. Bang! A ball of energy in the middle plotted, and the two were forced to separate. After a fierce battle, God Shura looked extremely shocked and frightened. Now he has completely put away the contempt he had before because of the Azure Dragon mortal in front of him. This human being who has no inheritance of divine status can actually compete with him, the approver. It is truly unimaginable that God would beat him like this. And Long Fei was also very happy. It had been a long time since once he had met an opponent. He was invincible in the world. Sure enough, there was an opponent in the sky. However, this Shura god didn't seem to be as powerful as he thought. Was he too strong? And now he hasn't used the power of blood yet. He relies entirely on the strength of his physical body to fight head-on, and God Shura has already had a divine ring on his body. My strength has been limited, otherwise I wouldn't be in such a mess. I really didn't expect that there would be such a terrifying human being in the lower world. If I let him inherit my throne, then I can retire. God Shura looked amazed and said, boy, you gave me a big surprise. You are able to fight me like this with your physical body. You are very powerful and the strongest human being. I intend to pass on the title of God Shura to you. As long as you inherit what you did to destroy my killing city and Douluo lower realm, you can forget about it. What do you think? Now he is absolutely sure that this boy was the one responsible for the killing city, and the same happened with the angel god's envoy before. Hearing this, Long Fei looked uninterested. Your god position is too rubbish. I'm not interested. What I want is to create a new god world and be the master of it myself. Hearing Long Fei say that his status is rubbish, God Shura was immediately furious and sneered, are you really an arrogant human being creating a new world of God? Do you know how ridiculous this is? What the world of gods needs is not you. It can be given. Indeed, I'm not good enough now, but it won't be so in a few years, and your arrival has given me a new plan. Long Fei showed a mysterious smile, raised his hand and said again, besides, I am from the Soul B-side and I am destined to stand on the opposite side of your god realm. From now on we will only be enemies. No matter what level of god you are today, this is the place where you will fall. After saying that, Long Fei roared angrily. The power of Bloodline is transformed into King Long's whole body. The terrifying dragon power swept across and a green light rose into the sky. Long Fei instantly turned into a small green dragon and the terrifying power plotted all over his body. Then I'll leave you alone. After hearing this, God Shura looked at this scene again. His face suddenly darkened and the killing field suddenly appeared. This time he had real murderous intentions and dared to stand on the side of the soul beast. Again, such a terrible threat. Today he is bound to kill this terrifying instance that makes him afraid. The killing field is the evolved version of the killing god field, which is very powerful. The divine power of killing was condensed and the Shura divine sword came out dazzling in scarlet color, and the extremely huge divine power of killing crushed the sky, cut directly towards Long Fei. Shura judgment. There was a loud shout. Blue dragon arm. Long Fei directly used the power of blood again in his current state. The entire beast god entered the armor form and all the attributes of his body were greatly improved. God Shura, let me show you the power of chaos. Dragon god realm. The realm of void. Space field. Killing god realm. The power of element. Long Fei flew into the sky, and when the roar sounded, the whole person directly activated the field to superimpose the effects and punched out with earth-shaking power. The terrifying punch had already exceeded the power of 5 billion kilograms, and the entire space on this side instantly collapsed and became part of the power. One sword, one punch, direct confrontation. The current level of Long Fei's divine power is only level 85. It would be extremely difficult to deal with God Shura without using all his strength. Most gods would be crushed directly, but God Shura is different. Boom, bang. The endless terrifying impact plotted, and the two forces plotted and instantly distorted the void, pulling the two of them into another different space. Seeing this scene, God Shura's presence also changed drastically, and the terrifying attack of Long Fei in front of him directly shattered his Shura judgment. Impossible. It came directly towards him, and the net second he was overwhelmed by this huge fist in fear. The loud bang sounded again. Long Fei looked at the scene in front of him and did not move. With such a full punch, this Shura god would be seriously injured if he died. The explosion disappeared, but there was still a figure inside that belonged to God Shura. At this moment he was in a miserable state, and the God Shura costume appeared on his body. The original clothes were lost in the explosion. It is really a huge shame to look like this. Since you're not dead, I underestimated you. Long Fei narrowed his eyes and said, if God Shura hadn't been pretending, I would have been really in trouble this time. If my own divine power hadn't been limited, I wouldn't have been in such a mess. Human boy, god of death, you really underestimate God. If it's just an ordinary, it's true that no one was left behind by that blow, but God Shura, it's different. God Shura said with cold sweat pouring from his forehead. After saying that, the Shura divine sword appeared again, holding the sword tightly and slashing directly at Long Fei. Chapter 111. The war is about to break out. Although he was injured, he was still very fast. Long Fei did not dodge and was sent flying straight down in the net second. He fell to the ground and then flew up again. Seeing what happened so easily, God Shura was also angry. After the battle just now and resisting that move, his divine power is now consumed hugely. If it continues to be consumed even with the Shura divine armor, he may really fall here. He must return to the god realm to pass on this message. The two god kings. Let the god kings come down and deal with this damn human being. Although you are not dead, your current strength is not as good as before, which proves that you have very little divine power left. God Shura, please stop resisting. This is a different space and I control two complementary domains, void and space. Just because you want to escape now, you are just dreaming. Long Fei put down his hands, took hold of his right hand, and the Qinglong ancient sword appeared. After fighting for so long he was exhausted, but his body strength has reached the level of a god king. God Shura is only the supreme god and his divine power has been suppressed by some rules, so he cannot exert his true power, so he cannot give Long Fei. His physical body caused too much damage and he had the super abnormal plug-in called the resurrection field of all things, and his condition quickly returned to a peak. Dare I ask the Shura god at this moment what to do with him? How is it possible? After fighting for so long, how can you still have such strong divine energy? And what's going on with your physical body? It's so hard and terrifying. God Shura's eyes condensed and his expression suddenly changed, screamed, how much power does this monster have? What happened to the physical body? And he could feel that there was a nature-like realm in Long Fei that was quickly restoring itself. You guessed. Long Fei raised his hand and shook it. His eyes flashed with cold green light. With the power of blood, the green dragon split the sky and rain. Suddenly cyan energy fell rapidly from the sky like a downpour, and the power of the divine core was also among it, even more fierce. Shura god used his skills to resist but was still equipped by the drop god, and terrible power he plotted out. A force is melting his Shura divine armor. Taking this opportunity, Long Fei decisively drew his sword. All his power was concentrated on the tip of the sword and he came directly in front of God Shura in an instant. When God Shura reacted, bang hu, the Qinglong ancient sword directly penetrated the Shura divine armor in front of him and penetrated his divine body. Wow! A sharp pain spread throughout his body. The pain reduced his ability to resist the rain. He was quickly broken by the Qinglong sky-splitting rain, and the net second he was soaked by the rain. His body is melting and the pain is extremely severe. Long Fei struck out with his palm on the handle of the Qinglong ancient sword. The net moment the whole knife penetrated and flew out directly from behind the Shura god with blood, and his palm had already hit the Shura god's armor with a click, completely crushing it. God is in the bone. Then a terrifying suction force came out of the palm. The power of blood swallowed by the green dragon. After swallowing this god, he must have taken off directly. The body of God Shura was broken bit by bit. I will take you with me until I die. God Shura roared unwillingly and his body gradually grew bigger. He wants to blow himself up. A god self-destruct. Even Long Fei, who has the physical strength of the god king, has to eat a big pot. His face darkened and he shouted coldly, if you want to self-destruct, how can you do what you want? He took action, directly penetrated the heart of God Shura and squeezed it fiercely with his palm. Bang! God Shura's heart plotted. Large mouthfuls of blood came out of his mouth and he died instantly. Shura god died. He lost his resistance and was quickly absorbed by Long Fei and became part of his power. Long Fei himself was also lucky that God Shura could not exert all his power. Otherwise, even if he fought with a true supreme god with a divine status based on his current level and strength, it would still be difficult for him to win unless he used force. The true soul. However, Long Fei only dared to murder God Shura after he grasped the fact that the lower realm of gods was suppressed. Otherwise he will leave after a few moves. Congratulations to the host for killing a supreme god in the Dulo god realm for the first time. As a reward, Chaos Qinglong will receive a drop of his heart's blood. Azura God Throne 1. The reward has been distributed. Do you want to use your heart's blood? At this moment an unpected system sound sounded. Another hidden mission. Great. After absorbing God Shura, Long Fei's body was flooded with crazy power and his divine power level continued to rise. He immediately entered meditation practice, taking this opportunity to condense the second divine core, and the blood in Chaos Qinglong's heart came just in time. Time passed quickly. There was no concept of time in the different space and no one knew how long it had passed. The prototype of the second divine core in Long Fei's body had already taken shape. At this moment Shen Nian said the system integrate Chaos Qinglong's heart and blood into the prototype of the divine core. After receiving Long Fei's order, the system took action directly, and the net moment Chaos Qinglong's heart and soul was directly integrated into the second divine core. After that, continue to condense until it is completed. In the different space Long Fei has been meditating, and time in the outside world passes day by day. Although the change in the sky that day attracted much attention, the reason could not be found. They were not of a sufficient level to pry into the secret, so it came to an end. Time passed very quickly and it was suddenly the day of the continent-wide elite competition. Fierce battles are going on, elimination and selection are ongoing. At this moment in a different space, the Dragon Fei has already condensed and perfected the second divine core. After absorbing God Shura and with the help of the divine core, his divine power level was directly raised from from level 85 to level 93. After going through all kinds of hardships and spending so many years, Long Fei finally entered the realm of titled Dulo. Level 93, a divinely titled Dulo. My title will be called Killing God. Long Fei opened his eyes, soared into the different space and said calmly, God slaying Dulo Long Fei. After devouring the Shura God, he now has the ability of the Shura God but does not have his deity because Long Fei transformed it into his own level, so it is still too little to be promoted to level 93. It's time to go out and take a look. The situation on the mainland should also change. Long Fei tore apart the space and left here, appearing again in the sky. Smelling this breath is really so fresh, I haven't smelled it for a long time. Light a cigarette to calm down the shock. Smoking a cigar, his mental power had been raised to the divine realm at this moment and he scanned the entire Douluo continent in an instant. The target was quickly locked on. It turns out that the time has come for the continent-wide elite competition. Long Fei said that the spiritual power of the Supreme God realm can completely recall what happened before. After watching it over and over again, Long Fei was surprised to find that although he had broken some important elements of the plot, the 7 Shrek people seemed to have their own destiny and their cultivation levels had all risen to more than 30 levels, and Tang San had also entered at level 40. The 4th soul ring is also 10,000 years old. Is this the world's ability to correct itself? It's really scary, but now that I'm out everything has changed. Long Fei looked surprised. As in the plot, Tang San posed the clear sky hammer during the battle with Feng Xiaotian. Yu Xiaogang and the search for Bibi Dong are about twin martial souls, and the current plot development is the plot of the colleges going to Wuhan City for the finals. As in the original work, Bibi Dong arranged for Yu Guan and Gui Mei to lead several contras to rob and kill. At this moment in a large canyon the mountain collapsed and the college convoy was trapped here. The human soul Dulo from the Wuhan palace wore black clothes and concealed their identity and fought fiercely with the Tiandu Guard army. Various academy personnel also fought fiercely with the interceptor. In the Huangdo team, Yu Tianheng, Duguyan, Yelingling, Longting, Yupan and others were also among them. Their strength is terrifying and Bibi Dong also intends to eliminate them, so in addition to eradicating Shrek, this mission also includes the Royal Fighter team. These people are also the most terrifying beings among the students in the academy here. They form a team, have terrifying soul ring configurations and soul skill powers, and have all reached the level of the 50-level Soul King. Tian Shui, Shenfeng and other outstanding students from the academy were shocked and frightened when they saw it. With the cooperation of this team they successfully captured 2 contras. Soon everyone was moving towards Huangdo. Chapter 112 Tang San's Crisis. Yu Tianheng and others already knew about this raid because Yu Guan was a member of their gang. The news had been told to them early on. After discussions in the Dragon Realm and because Long Fei was not around, everyone finally decided, just act together in a play. Yu Tianheng spoke, who are you? You dare to attack our finals team led by Tiandu. Everyone looked solemn. Qin Ming also came out of seclusion. This time he was the one leading the team on Tiandu's side, and Shrek, who had some connection with him, also went to help. After continuous hard training in Longja, his cultivation level has now been upgraded to the 85th level 2 core soul Dulo level, and the mutation of his martial soul has also made him more powerful. At this moment he has already activated the mutated martial soul possession by the plotting flame wolf beast. The soul has not been used yet, so this can be regarded as one of his trump cards. The 8 soul rings on his body are 7 black and 1 red, a contra with 100,000-year soul ring. The soul ring level of this configuration is very terrifying. Moreover, his 70,000-year-old black soul ring has turned slightly red, indicating that his 7th soul ring is about to reach the 100,000-year level. In the original work, Qin Ming's talent cannot be used, but here he will completely rise after joining the Qinglong gang. Soon the war is about to break out. Qin Ming killed 5 soul Dulo in Wuhan Palace with just 1 person. Yes, it's a kill. An absolutely crushing kill. It's very scary. This is Qin Ming's first appearance and his performance is very impressive. Everyone in the academy was shocked when they saw this scene. Except for Yu Tianheng and others, everyone showed great admiration. It's too strong. What kind of monster leader is this? Feng Xiaotian and several other people from the Single Element Academy side. On the Wuhan Palace side, Yu Guan and Gui Mei have not yet appeared, and the people who have come out are all Contra and Soul Saint bastard. Qin Ming, he is Qin Ming, how can he be so powerful? On Shrek's side, Flanders and Zhao Wuji looked excited. Qin Ming is an outstanding graduate of Shrek, but he is definitely not that scary. Everyone in Shrek was shocked when they heard this. What, he is from Shrek? He is our senior. He is the leader of the Imperial fighting team, so to speak. They looked at each other. Flender pushed up his glasses and analyzed, and his martial spirit, the fire wolf, has also mutated. It seems that everything was done by an E-Pert. It would be very exciting fighting if Xiao Gang were here. This time Yu Xiao Gang did not follow him. He seemed to have something to do and returned later. At this moment 2 more soul saints came to attack here. Everyone be careful. Their conversation was immediately interrupted and they shouted. Flanders had already entered the fighting state and his martial soul avatar immediately came out to ensure that everything was safe and then flew up to collide with the enemy. And Zhao Wuji also started fighting with his martial soul avatar. Come, let's go over there. It's safe over there. Daimyo Bai gritted his teeth, and although he didn't want to admit it, he still pointed at the crowd at Yu Tianheng's side and said to the Shrek crowd, no matter how important it is to save one's life and survive, the team leader opposite is their senior. Although their overall strength has improved a lot now, ants are still weak in the eyes of these soul saints and soul Dulo, and they need support. Quick! Everyone in Shrek quickly moved towards Yu Tianheng. Soon people from various colleges gathered together. Now the surroundings are blocked and there is no way out. Everyone resisted the attack and Yelingling's martial spirit directly activated the recovery of everyone in the audience. The others were immediately shocked. This recovery speed was terrifying. If we really want to fight against the Royal Do team, we must first deal with this support, otherwise no one can defeat him. But looking back at the spirit ring that I was dealing with and the terrifying power, the idea of defeating the assistant immediately disappeared. This is so ridiculous. The disparity in strength is right in front of you, not to mention that the SI teammates you are dealing with are not vegetarians. It is difficult to get close to them. Yu Tianheng and others protected Yelingling. Netherworld also picked up his mutated martial soul Tianchen Netherworld sword and directly attacked a soul saint. The members of the Qinglong gang all have the infinite body forging technique and the lightning flash step. They can resist and dodge, and their attack power is very strong. The fight was not as embarrassing as imagined. The people in the Wuhan Palace were also frightened by these perverted monsters and did not dare to neglect them. They all used their Wuhan avatars to kill with the strongest blow just in case. Rumble! A huge attack, a terrifying force erupted and everyone was immediately dispersed. At this moment a raging flame burst out and swept across. The fourth soul skill, plotting flame wolf break. Ho ho ho! Qin Ming came over and struck out with a terrible blow, instantly sending the soul saint and soul Dulo who were surrounding Huang Do and other academy members flying out and hitting the mountain wall hard before falling to the ground in great pain. Long Tinger was not idle either. As soon as the Azure Light Holy Dragon came out and its soul skills came out, its terrifying explosive power killed a soul saint and seriously injured a contra. Wow! They were all dumbfounded. Are these really academies? Why is it different from what they imagined? Why is it so powerful? Everyone in Wuhan Hall vomited blood and received many rejections. Long Tinger is also the one with the strongest level and strength among the members of the Royal Do team. The soul power level has reached level 65, the super powerful attacking soul emperor, and the soul ring configuration is also terrible, 5 black and 1 red. Now it is only level 60 and it has been red for 100,000 years. After that, red will take the lead. Currently I am 19 years old, not 20 yet. Also belongs to the team of the younger generation. Long Tinger took action for the first time. Seeing her terrifying strength, everyone in the academy gasped. Where did these monsters come from? In an instant they no longer belong to the same world. They are too small. How is that possible? Since the SITH soul ring is 100,000 years old. Flanders and other college students shouted in horror. The remaining people in Wuhan Palace no longer dare to be careless and impulsive. They sent almost 20 people, but now there are less than 10 left. Moreover, all the soul saints are dead and several contras are also dead, all of whom were killed by Qin Ming. The contras who are not dead have also been severely damaged and their strength has been greatly reduced. Now there are only 5 contras left who can still fight. The 5 contra martial souls transformed into golden eagles and flew high into the air. The severely injured contra remained below, unable to fly, and faced the crisis of death. The 5 contras didn't dare to go and save him easily. How could this damn group of people be so powerful? Looking at Huangde team and others, their eyes were focused on the 2 perverts Qin Ming and Long Tinger, and with Flanders, Zhao Wuji and some leading teachers from other colleges, there are 5 soul saints and SI soul emperors. There is only 1 contra, but beating 5 of them seems to be enough. People from Wuhan Hall, go to hell! Qin Ming shouted coldly, jumped up and took the lead in attacking, interrupting the direct understanding of the 5 soul Dulo. Although the heavily injured contra below was still very injured, he was still killed by the cooperation of Yu Ming, Yu Tianheng and others. There are only 5 left now. If Bibi Dong knew about such a heavy loss, he would definitely be pissed to death. Wuhan Palace suffered heavy losses. Chapter 113 Domain emerges. Chen in fall. Qin Ming launched a terrifying attack, and just when he was about to hit the 5 contras, the expressions of the 5 contras changed with fright and they shouted, "Your Majesty, help me!" Unbridled. As soon as the voice came out, a male and female voice rang out from the sky. What followed was a golden weapon, and the titled Dulo's power rushed away instantly. Qin Ming's E-Press Zion changed, knowing that Yu Guan was about to take action and his attack was directly broken the net moment. He immediately backed away, showing fear. As the saying goes, when acting you must perform the whole set. As soon as the sharp weapon comes out, it will be accompanied by what came was a man of both genders wearing a golden teeth armor appeared in front of the 5 contras. The person coming is Yu Guan. Your Majesty, you are finally here. If you don't come, we are doomed. Seeing the appearance of Yuegwen, the 5 contras who had escaped the fate of life and death suddenly started to cry. A bunch of trash. You can deal with a few brats like this, 20 of them, only 5 of you are dead. You are really trash. What use do you need? You are a disgrace. Get out of here. Yu Guan looked angry and shouted coldly. When the last word fell, a vigorous force came out of his body and instantly knocked away the 5 ugly contras behind him who were being scolded. 9 soul rings appeared on Yu Guan's body, and the colors were the same as those of a normal titled Dulo. The reason for this was because he needed it now. When he no longer needed it, he could untie the space shackles set by Long Fei, and his true identity. Strength can be restored. 9 rings titled Dulo. Under the moon pass, everyone showed faces of shock and fear. However, the people on Huang Dou's side quickly dissipated these 2 colors. After all, there are already more titled Dulo in the Qinglong gang than you people can imagine. The 3rd soul skill, breath barrier. Yu Guan raised his right hand and a light orange light spread out. Soon the power formed a differentiation barrier and plotted directly below. Defend quickly. Seeing this terrifying power, some people hurriedly shouted loudly. Boom! In an instant everyone was scattered. Everyone who suffered the terrifying impact fell to the ground, and those soul saints were unable to resist and smashed against the wall. Qin Ming used his strength to protect Tiandu and others, but Yu Guan has also saved his strength. Otherwise, with the current Yu Guan, even Qin Ming, who has 2 cores, would be hard-pressed to withstand this blast. Although Yu Guan is shackled by space, the shackles are only on the outer surface and his power can still reach level 97. Yu Guan looked at the Shrek crowd. As for Xiao Wu, the soul beast, he simply ignored it because their Qinglong gang was from the side of the soul beast, and Xiao Wu was the soul beast incarnate for 100,000 years, so naturally he wouldn't to hurt her, and the gang leader has also met Shrek. How could he not discover Xiao Wu's true identity? Since he doesn't pose or get her, he naturally has his arrangements, and the Azure Bull Python in the gang is also related to. He said something. This rabbit was the one that escaped from the hunt with Bibi Dong that time. His eyes rested on Tang San, who was wearing blue clothes and had short hair, and he thought in his mind, Bibi Dong gave me the order to eradicate Tang San. It's your bad luck, kid. He turned out to be from the Haoshan sect. Tang Hao's son was originally, as long as you have hatred against me, Tang Hao, use your son to repay that blow that year. Yu Guan's mind flashed back to the scene many years ago when he and the former Pope Qian Sunji went after Tang Hao, and then there was the scene of being smashed away by Tang Hao with a hammer. Thinking of this, he felt uncomfortable all over. It was really what a shame. Thinking of this, the hair on his body stood up. His face was extremely gloomy and angry, and he rushed straight towards Tang San. Bang! Xiao San, Tang San, third brother, be careful. When everyone in Shrek saw that Yu Guan's target was Tang San, their E-Press Zions suddenly changed and they shouted. At this moment an aura of impact came out, rushing everyone except Tang San away. Tang San also felt a sense of crisis and was even more certain that these were people from Wuhan Palace because the teacher told him about the grudge between his father and Wuhan Palace. He is in a very dangerous situation now. Yu Guan floated 3 meters in front of him, and Xiao Wu in the crowd moved back in fear. After hiding in the crowd, although he was worried about Tang San going out now would only cause Tang San a greater drag. The other party must know her identity and will be dead by then, because Xiao Wu remembers clearly that Yu Guan was one of the murderers who killed his mother that time. Her body was filled with instinctive fear and trembling. Don't even think about hurting the mistress. As the boss Daimubai gritted his teeth and used his strongest strength to hit Yu Guan, the rest of the attacking martial souls including Ma Hongjun also attacked. Stop. Flanders and Zhao Wuji shrank their pupils. By doing so they undoubtedly hastened their death. It's a pity that it was too late after the voice came out. Tang San was very moved when he saw this scene. The voice came out, but it was of no use. Yu Guan snorted coldly, not caring about these attacks at all. With a wave of one hand the terrifying power swept out again, instantly breaking the attacks of several people. The power hit Daimubai and the others, and he quickly defended to resist a little. Some attacks but still flew out and hit the ground far away. Everyone looked painful. Qin Ming rushed here quickly. After all, these people are his juniors and teachers. Elder Yu, these people have something to do with me, please be gentle. Qin Ming immediately sent a message to Yu Guan, who naturally heard it. However, his E-Press Zion remained unmoved. He glanced at Daimubai and the others coldly and said calmly, "Ant is standing standing aside. My target today is him. Don't force me to kill you. After hearing Yu Guan's words, everyone's expressions changed again. Flanders and Xiao Wuji hurried over and said, Your Majesty, why are you so upset with a child? Although they had guessed something, they still spoke out. Everyone get lost. Yu Guan snorted coldly and the terrifying power came out again and directly hit Flanders. The two of them flew out and then moved directly towards Tang San. Tang San broke into cold sweat and quickly used Ghost Shadow to dodge. Bang! Yu Guan's attack landed on the ground. Tang San narrowly dodged it and almost died. Let's see how you run. Yu Guan waved his hand and the petals of the strange velvet giant chrysanthemum turned into many sharp blades and went straight towards Tang San. The speed was extremely fast and it was impossible for Tang San to dodge them all. Brother, no. Seeing this, Xiao Wu's eyes narrowed and she screamed, Mistress, third brother. Everyone in Shrek shouted. This time Tang San was in danger. Just when Tang San was about to think he was going to die, something unexpected happened. The fifth soul skill is powerful in all directions. As soon as the sound came out, a long sword emitting blue light fell directly from the sky and then scattered many sharp blades in Yuegwan. A terrifying aura erupted. Yu Guan moved back and when he squinted his eyes he saw a man with long white hair floating down from the sky and a man in blue clothes who was very handsome. This person is one of the protecting elders of Kaibao Glaze Pagoda, the 7 killing sword fighter Luo Chen-in. Chen-in. Yuegwan looked unhappy. Then he raised his head and saw an elegant man standing on the rock valley holding a pagoda in his hand. Ning Fengzi, are you the Kaibao Glaze sect going to get into this muddy water? Yu Guan ignored Ning Fengzi and looked at Chen Xin with a gloomy tone. Then Ning Fengzi, not knowing what the secret method was, came directly from the valley to Tang San. Chapter 114. The power of a snap of a finger. Ning Fengzi held the 7 treasures glazed pagoda with one hand and held a similar staff on the ground with the other hand. With long silver hair flowing lightly on both sides of his face, he spoke elegantly. Tang San is a friend of our Kaibao Glaze sect and my daughter is still in Shrek's team. Your actions are already dangerous, so we are only acting in self-defense. As he said that, he had already used the 7 treasures glazed pagoda to restore Tang San and others. Yuegwan suffered death. Chen Xin hated the people of Wuhan Palace very much. His face darkened and the net moment he summoned the 7 killing sword and rushed directly towards Yuegwan. The first soul skill, long sword attack. Humph, the person I am now is no longer the person I was before. Yu sneered in concern and started to take action, and the two of them immediately started to fight in the air. Bang bang. The two sides fought fiercely and terrible auras plotted. Everyone watched. This is the battle between titled Dulo. Both sides shook out. Long time no see, Yu Guan, you've become stronger again. Suspended in the sky, Chen Xin spoke in deep thought. After the simple encounter he could feel that the Yu Guan in front of him seemed not to be the one he knew before. The smell is even more terrifying than before. As a level 97 super Dulo, he is now on a par with Yu Guan. That's your old kendo, Chen-in. Yu Guan waved his hand and the strange velvet sky chrysanthemum floated in the net moment a bright light bloomed. The 5th soul skill, gathering of Han Ying. The skill is activated and the surrounding power is condensed on the strange antler sky chrysanthemum and then it goes out towards Chen Xin and plods directly. The 2nd soul skill, spirit sword protection. Chen Xin also moved with a loud bang. His defense resisted the attack and the net moment he launched his full force towards Yuegwan, revealing his murderous intent. The SITH soul skill, golden core flowing cloud. Yu Guan moved and this time the power of the soul core was injected into it, making it even more powerful. Countless beams of light with terrifying power shot toward Chen Xin. Chen Xin waved his sword and danced wildly, making a bang 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 sound as he continued to rush towards Yuegwan. Quickly came to Yu Guan and slashed down with one strike. Yu Guan's eyes narrowed and he quickly defended himself. His whole body flew out, his feet directly hit a rock wall and he ejected directly with a force. He threw the strange velvet babble chrysanthemum in his hand and his martial spirit was with a hint of dragon power. The net moment there was a roar and Chen Xin flew out. Taking this opportunity he directly lifted into the air. Then a black soul ring lit up, the 7 kills sword was raised and the net second the sky was filled with sword light. The SITH soul skill, 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Chen Xin gave the order and the swords around him rained down directly towards Yuegwan. The offensive is very fierce. The 3rd soul skill, breath barrier. Yuegwan defended quickly. Bang bang bang. The sound of one after another rain of swords hitting the barrier sounded. At this moment Yu Guan is even more rela-ed than the original anime. Seeing this scene, Chen Xin frowned and shouted, let the rain fall harder. The sword rain speeds up and becomes more powerful again. The SITH soul skill, golden rui flowing cloud. Yuegwan plotted the barrier. The terrifying explosion blew away a lot of sword rain. The net moment he launched the soul skill again and then used the lightning flash to dodge with leaps and bounds. His figure quickly left after images in the rain of swords. Boom! The soul skills of both sides collided and a loud noise broke out again. Yu Guan was extremely fast. He arrived in front of Chen Xin and then disappeared. Seeing Yu Guan's speed, everyone was shocked. What kind of magic is that? It's faster than my ghostly shadow. Tang San was shocked in his heart. Uncle Jian, be careful behind you. Ning Fengzi's presence changed drastically and he continued to provide assistance to Chen Xin. At this moment Yueguan also appeared behind Chen Xin and the power that had been condensed for a long time quickly punched Chen Xin's back spine with a punch on his right hand. Chen Xin felt extremely in danger of death, so he directly used his martial spirit avatar and the long sword to protect him. With a roar, the huge martial spirit really as soon as he stepped out he protected Chen Xin, but Yu Guan's punch also came out. Bang! Double-layered protection. Yu Guan's mouth was outlined and the power of the soul core in his body was turning crazily. Suddenly his power became even greater and the net moment he directly shook Chen Xin away. What? Chen Xin and others looked shocked. Chen Xin, you alone cannot defeat me. Your Kaibao Glaze sect should go back, Yu Guan said coldly. Chen Xin fell to the ground. I thought in my mind I didn't expect Yu Guan to become so strong. What's going on? If Lao Gu was here I could be more rela-ed. Suddenly right here another black figure appeared in the sky. The person who came out was a man with some ghostly aura. Yueguan, what are you doing taking so long to clean up these little reptiles? Go said coldly. Gui Mei moved directly towards Chen Xin. Chen Xin frowned and took action directly. After a few rounds Gui Mei was directly suppressed. Suddenly Gui Mei felt unhappy. At this time 3 more people appeared, namely the Dragon King, the Snake Woman and his granddaughter. The 2 people's fusion skills were used directly against Yu Guan. Yu Guan is no longer what it used to be. As soon as the martial soul avatar appeared it directly knocked away the fusion skills of the 2 people and then flew decisively towards the ghost. Old ghost, come here. Gui Mei felt the call of Yu Guan and knew that the martial soul fusion skill was coming. At this moment Chen Xion's presence changed drastically. No, we can't let them fuse together, otherwise everyone present will die. Knowledgeable people all know the fusion skills of Yueguan and Ghost. Chen Zindong used the accelerating soul skill to step on the 7 kills sword and fly towards Yueguan and the 2 of them quickly, which was bound to interrupt the contact between the 2. Ning Fengzi also activated the speed increase and Chen Xion's speed became even faster. Chen Xion is different from other Dulo. Even if Yu Guan wants to kill him now it is not easy. Moreover his true strength has not yet been released, so it cannot be opposed. On the other hand his strength has also been weakened, but the only difference is that Yu Guan has more lightning steps than the original and even the speed increase of Chen Xion and Ning Fengzi cannot catch up. At this moment he had already jumped in front of Gui Mei and Gui Mei was also surprised by his speed. After fighting together for so many years he didn't know Yu Guan had this ability, but now is not the time to care about this problem. Back-to-back hands clasped. A force surged out, then spread out. Martial soul fusion skill 2-pole static field. Oops. The presence of Chen Xin and others changed dramatically and their pupils condensed. The net moment a burst of energy flew out from Yueguan and the 2 of them and everything around them was banned. And Chen Xion's flying speed was also forcibly stopped. Everyone tried to move their bodies but they couldn't move. They are scared since the 2 of them really used their martial soul fusion skills. Damn it, I can't move my body. Chen Xion struggled but to no avail. The net moment Yu Guan rushed forward. He had to fight quickly, otherwise as time passed both of them would enter a very weak state. A palm, the strange antler blooming chrysanthemum appeared in his hand and turned into a huge sharp blade, and in the net second it plunged directly into Chen Xion's heart. Ah! Chen Xion screamed in pain. His heart was penetrated and a large stream of blood rushed out. Uncle Jian, Grandpa Jian. At this moment everyone was suddenly able to move, because the disadvantage of this bipolar stationary field is that it will be released when it hits someone. Sword Dao Chen Xin, after you fall the Kaibao Glaze sect will bear the wrath of my spirit hall. If you are to blame I blame you for meddling in your own business, Yu Guan said harshly, and the net moment he pinched Chen Xion's heart with his palm. With a smashing sound large amounts of blood spattered out again and the terrifying force directly impacted Chen Xion's body. His face turned pale and he grew old instantly. Large mouthfuls of blood spat out from his mouth and heart blood continued to splash around his heart. The sword bones inside were also broken. The limbs were unable to support themselves and fell naturally, and the entire sword body hit the ground hard. Until his death he never imagined that he would fall like this. Chapter 115 Death of Tang Hao. When Ning Fengzi and others saw this scene they rushed forward and took Chen Xion's body down. Chen Xion's heart heart was broken, her martial soul state was forcibly released and she no longer had the breath of life. Sword Dao Chen and died. No. Uncle Jian, Grandpa Jian. Ning Fengzi turned pale and shouted that she had lost her elegance in moving forward, while Ning Rongrong also started crying and yelling. Damn bastard, why did you kill Grandpa Jian? Ning Rongrong shouted in agony, hating Yu Guan to the core. Martial Spirit Hall, I the 7 treasure glazed tile sect have sworn hatred against you. Ning Fengzi yelled angrily. Kill them for me. Yueguan snorted coldly, shook off the blood in his hands and gave the order directly. Okay, that's it for now. However, at this moment the sky changed drastically, the space was distorted and a terrifying pressure came out, followed by a cold voice. Everyone was startled. Yu Guan's face suddenly became frightened and Huang Do, the others and Qin Ming below also raised their head and looked up. They all know that the leader of the gang is flying here. Then a ray of light fell directly into Jian Daoken in everyone's eyes on the heart. Then a figure flew through the twisted space. A tall young man with bald head and short sleeves and long trousers. He looked majestic. The person coming was none other than Long Fei. With a snap of his fingers the surrounding space was immediately shackles locked. No one can escape from here. Looking at the sudden changes around them, Gui Mei and others look panic. Who are you? Gui Mei pointed at Long Fei and shouted, I'm the one you can't afford to offend. Long Fei calmly suppressed him. It's ridiculous. The ghost laughed suddenly, then his face darkened and he performed his special skill directly towards Long Fei. Old ghost, stop it. Yu Guan's expression changed and he shouted hurriedly, fearing that Long Fei would cripple him. But it's too late. Everyone below frowned. Since this person is even afraid of Yueguan, who is he? Grandpa Jian. Father, look at Grandpa Jian. Ning Rongrong wiped her tears and suddenly found that the lifeless dust heart began to show signs of life and the sword bones in the heart were quickly repaired and the broken heart was also quickly repaired of growing. This Ning Fengzi was speechless at such a ridiculous scene with only shock on his face. The NET moment both of them were E-sighted and E-sighted. If this continues, Chen Xin will be resurrected. Then the two of them looked up and saw that the ghost had arrived in front of Long Fei and landed a move. Then he heard Yu Guan's voice entering his ears, but he didn't take it seriously. Long Fei's face was extremely calm and his eyes moved. An invisible force appeared in the dark and the ghostly attack was instantly amusing. This scene made everyone look shocked. The ghost was shocked. How is that possible? This is a lesson. Long Fei smiled lightly and in the blink of an eye a terrifying force hit directly in front of Gui Mei. Gui Mei showed a hug gesture and with a loud sound his whole body was rushed away by a terrifying and irresistible force. He went out and crashed into the stone valley. There was a loud rumble, strong winds flying around and the surrounding valley centered around the hole where he had plotted. Everyone couldn't believe that a simple blow from the man in front of them could have such terrifying power. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and the people below were sweating. Even Yu Guan was scared to death at this moment. Yu Guan immediately stepped forward to plead for mercy with a panic voice. Gang leader Gui Mei didn't mean to do it. I didn't know you had offended you. Please spare his life because I have been similar to the old ghost for many years. Yu Guan's posture and tone of voice were all heard by many people from Shrek Tian Shui Kamikaze Tian Huo Thunder and other colleges below. Gang leader, what's going on? Isn't Yueguan from Wuhan Palace? For a moment everyone couldn't figure out the north, south, east and west belonging to the Qinglong gang. I've met the gang leader. At this moment Qin Ming, Huang Do and others quickly acted. The sound was neat and loud to the sky. Don't worry, I promised you that I won't take his life, Long Fei said lightly. Yu Guan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, gang leader. Listen carefully, I am the leader of the Qinglong gang, Long Fei. I will kill the god with a title. After Long Fei finished speaking to Yueguan, he looked down at all the people who were still alive. His voice was not loud but it sounded like thunder. An extremely terrifying force spread out. Yu Guan's expression changed drastically and he became frightened. He had never known the cultivation level of the gang leader and even now he still doesn't know, but this terrifying power has surpassed everyone in Wuhan Hall. I've seen gods laying Dulo before you. The pressure came and everyone was extremely frightened. They quickly acted, not daring to be presumptuous, and blasted Ghost Dulo away with just a snap of their fingers. Such a powerful Yu Guan was like a younger brother. It can be seen that this person is really terrible. Long Fei's voice was extremely solemn. I announce that starting from today the Qinglong gang is officially born. Are you willing to join our Qinglong gang? Achieve the great cause of unifying the Dulo world. Join the Qinglong gang. Unify the Dulo world. After everyone heard this, the first impression was that this person was too arrogant. A Dulo world? How can this be? The expressions of everyone in the audience froze. They were trying to force them in. The current situation was very objective. If they didn't agree they might end up in a miserable situation. Especially Flanders and others, they are even more unwilling. After all, Shrek was established by them and they do not want to be controlled by others, but the current situation, they could only show a bitter smile. They couldn't harm Shrek's children because of their recklessness. I dare to ask what will happen if we are not willing to join? At this moment Duke Long stepped forward and asked. Long Fei said, you may have made a mistake. I am not discussing with you but informing you that the Qinglong gang will dominate the continent sooner or later. At that time there are only two choices, surrender and death. The Qinglong gang has everything you don't have. Technology is also something you can't imagine. Huang Do and the others have seen it, right? This is proof of the power of this Qinglong gang. I wonder if you here or even the entire Dulo world has the ability to be so evil. After hearing this, everyone once again looked at the evil soul rings on Huang Do and others. Make your choice early. I don't want to kill these good seedlings with my own hands. Long Fei said calmly. Ahem. At this moment a violent cough sounded. It came from the direction of Ning Fengzi and the source was the originally dead Chen. And Chen Xin slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were extremely touching, incredible and frightening. Uncle Jian, you finally woke up. Ning Fengzi kept listening to Long Fei's words but his heart was full of mad feelings. It was only now that I became completely e-sighted and e-sighted. Grandpa Jian. Ning Rongrong even threw her tears at Chen Xin. Rongrong, don't mess around. Your Grandpa Jian's injury is just right. Get up. Ning Fengzi shouted angrily. This was the first time he had been so angry and yelled at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong left quickly. Fengzi, don't blame Rongrong. Chen Xin's voice was weak. I heard everything he said. It seems that my resurrection has a lot to do with him. Chen Xin looked at Long Fei in the sky with complicated eyes. Now he is an emperor. As long as there are people, if you disobey him, Chen Xin can guarantee that that person will be killed on the spot. Chapter 116 Final. This then should we choose to join or? Ning Fengzi was shocked that he had thought of it before and then said, Fengzi, at the moment when I died I was thinking about what to do with the Kaibao Glaze sect in the future. Even with Lao Gu still around his strength, it was impossible for him to survive in the hands of Wuhan Palace alone. As the leader of the Seven Treasures Glaze sect, you know better than I do about the situation of our Seven Treasures Glaze sect. Besides, he saved me no matter what. He is kind to me. Our Seven Treasures Glaze sect needs a very strong backing and he is very suitable. Listening to Chen Xion's words, it was very quiet here. Although Chen Xion's voice was weak and not loud, it reached everyone's ears one after another. Their situations are actually very similar, not to mention that those people do not have the backing of powerful titled Douluo people, so the Spirit Hall will take action against them sooner or later. So they also need a very strong backing. Thinking of this, everyone raised their head and looked at Long Fei again, seeming to have made a choice. The corners of Long Fei's mouth curled up slightly, his e-pression calm. If I dare to ask, what is the relationship between the Qinglong gang and Wuhan Palace? At this moment Flanders asked. Long Fei put his hands behind his back with a hint of contempt on his face and replied calmly, Marshal Soul Hall is very powerful in front of all of you, but it is nothing in front of me. It won't be long before Wuhan Hall will join the Qinglong gang sooner or later, otherwise there is only death waiting for them, and joining the Qinglong gang is the best future. We choose to join. When Yu Tian'an from Thunder College saw Yu Tianhang's great achievements, he immediately took the lead. Very good, you have set an example. Long Fei nodded. Immediately afterwards those people also compromised and chose to join the Qinglong gang. Finally, under the guidance of Long Fei, the oath was completed. Tang San could only accept his fate. He was too weak now and couldn't make any resistance. However, the oath has been issued and it seems that the establishment of Tang clan needs to take a different direction. Perhaps an organization similar to the Tang sect can be rewarded in the Qinglong gang. Now that everyone is on their own, Long Fei untied the barrier and said, everything goes out normally. You guys from Wuhan Palace will end up in failure. Go back and wait for our orders. Yes. The 5 surviving soul Dulos from the Wuhan Palace and Yu Guan nodded in agreement. Yu Guan said, gang leader, this old ghost. He looked into the huge valley cave and even now the ghosts were still inside and had not come out. Could he really be dead? He's fine. You go back first. Then I'll play with him alone. Long Fei said. Yes, gang leader. Yu Guan nodded. He took the remaining 5 soul Dulos and headed directly towards the Wuhan Palace. The remaining people below also headed towards Wuhan City as usual. This time it was really thrilling. After everyone left, Long Fei came to the front of the valley and grabbed the ghost inside with a quick grab. The sleepy ghost looked frightened. What do you want to do? Submit to me, death. You choose one. No, you have no choice. Long Fei said. Reach out and grab his head. As long as the ghost says the wrong thing, his head will be at risk. Surrender. Surrender. I surrender. The ghost shouted hurriedly. Under the guidance of Long Fei, he swore an oath. Just like them, you go back first and wait for my order. After passing on the skills and footwork, Long Fei said to the ghost, it's the gang leader. Gui Mei sighed and left directly. Long Fei escaped into the void and reappeared in another direction. Come out, Tang Hao. Long Fei's voice sounded. Ahead, a figure soared into the sky, landed on the ground and flew towards Long Fei. This man held a clear sky hammer in his hand and 9 soul rings, 2 blue purple 4 black and 1 red emerged from his body. The murderous aura in his body surged. Tang Hao's voice was low. Who are you? He also saw something just now and Long Fei's strength really scared him. Don't give me such a bad look. Now I'll give you 2 choices, die or surrender, Long Fei said coldly. Seeking death. Tang Hao was furious. He wanted to test the strength of the mysterious man in front of him. Now was a good opportunity. He picked up the clear sky hammer and flew into the sky. The clear sky hammer directly grew in size and the ultimate domineering power in his body emerged crazily. Hit Long Fei down with 1 hammer. Long Fei's E-Press was calm and even more contemptuous. Raise a finger and hit it. Bang. What? At the scene before him, Tang Hao's eyes froze and his E-Press changed drastically. Long Fei took it with 1 finger. His blow. The clear sky hammer is nothing more than that. Let me tell you what absolute power is. After Long Fei said that, with a snap of his fingers the terrifying power directly blew away the clear sky hammer. Tang Hao's E-Press changed again. The NET moment Long Fei was stunned without any warning, appeared in front of him within a punch's distance. Press lightly on his abdomen. Click. Bang. Ah! The ribs in front of Tang Hao's body were broken and the clear sky hammer was released directly and his whole body formed a gorgeous straight line and hit directly downward. Rumble. Bang. The impact filled the sky with dust. Tang Hao was like a dead dog vomiting blood crazily. His face was hideous and pale and his whole body was in great pain. Long Fei put his hands behind his back and looked down from a high position. This is the real strength gap. How could he be so strong? Tang Hao was frightened and his tone was panic. The other party made him do this with just such a simple slap. What could he use to hit others? The 9 rings plotted. Big Sumuru hammer. A messy cloak. Tang Hao bit him, struggled to get up, recalled the clear sky hammer and held it firmly on the ground with his hands firmly on it. His face was gloomy to the lowest point and his other hand was tightly clenched on his abdomen. It hurt so much that he closed his eyes. Take a deep breath. Suddenly he jumped up and the 9 soul rings on his body plotted in an orderly manner. The clear sky hammer became even bigger than before. 9 rings plode. Big Sumuru hammer. The cloak is messed up. Die to me. Tang Hao's temperament was to refuse to admit defeat and forcefully move forward. He also knew that it would be better to fight for the end and maybe have a chance. A roar sounded and the terrifying power of the sky surged crazily on the great Sumuru hammer, forcefully flying towards Long Fei without any traces. The reserved ones were smashed over. Useless struggle, then I will make you lose completely. And despair. Long Fei curled his right hand and the terrifying power directly shattered the space. The space fragments turned into a whirlpool of his fist power and then blasted towards Tang Hao's hammer. I'm not that good for nothing, Qian Sunji. You want to defeat me with this trick? I have killed even gods, let alone a mere Tang Hao. Boom. Click. Bang. The moment the fist hit the hammer instantly shattered like tofu. The terrifying force of the punch shot into the sky and the great Sumuru hammer turned into countless fragments flying all over the sky. Impossible. Tang Hao was seriously injured and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The great Sumuru hammer in his hand collapsed. The last hammer handle of the clear sky hammer also shattered and the clear sky hammer was completely gone. Long Fei's face was indifferent and he punched directly towards his body. It penetrated his body instantly and his ribs, organs and blood flew out. Tang Hao's life force was annihilated. His eyes widened and he fell to the ground instantly. Layers of Lois were submerged. In the distance, Tang San, who was rushing to Wuhan City, suddenly felt his heart palpitation and felt very uncomfortable. Mistress, what's wrong with you? Daimyo Bai, who noticed this strange thing, stepped forward and asked with a frown. Everyone in Shrek also looked over. Tang San covered his heart and said, I don't know why, but my heart feels very uncomfortable, as if I have lost something very important. Maybe it's an illusion. Tang San took a deep breath, looked into the distance and said complicatedly. Everyone continued to move towards Wuhan City and soon they were right in front of them. Chapter 117. The power of one gland. The lowest layer spread. Tang Hao's body was lying there. Tisk tisk, this dead look. I don't know what Tang San would think if he saw it. Long Fei said, forget it, he can be considered a warrior. Let you experience the taste of resurrection from the dead. With a wave of his hand, the field of resurrection of all things went straight to Tang Hao. It has not been a minute since death and the soul has not completely dissipated. It is completely possible to resurrect from the dead, otherwise the earthly heart will be cold. A green light emitted from Tang Hao's body. All the injuries on his body improved quickly. The breath of life appeared faintly. The broken pieces of the clear sky hammer gradually merged and the 9 soul rings that were blown up on his body also recovered. When Tang Hao opened his eyes, his first illusion was that he had come to another world, but he woke up from this illusion when a figure of a person who killed him appeared in his eyes. His pupils were dilated, full of fear. Am I not dead? Tang Hao's voice was very weak. Long Fei said lightly, I killed you and pulled you back from hell. In the face of absolute strength, your domineering ultimate power is only a very small instant. Tang Hao said nothing with a complicated look on his face. The winner winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Feel free to kill or behead him. Tang Hao's voice was very calm. I won't save you if I want to kill you. Submit to me and join the Qinglong gang. I can resurrect your lover. Long Fei's simple word deeply touched Tang Hao's heart. Seriously? Tang Hao was startled and seemed to see hope. I don't even bother to lie to you. The 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor just snapped his fingers for a moment. Long Fei rubbed his fingers, looking at Tang Hao calmly. Now it depends on how you choose. Tang Hao quickly stood up, knelt on one knee and said solemnly, as long as you can resurrect Yin, I am willing to be yours. Very well, make an oath. A ray of light fell into Tang Hao's mind. Tang Hao started to read. The net moment the familiar sky changes appeared and Tang Hao was shocked. The spiritual power of the supreme god realm instantly covered the Dulo continent. The net second a twisted space hole appeared in front of Long Fei. He stretched out his hand and came out, and suddenly a blue-silver emperor plant appeared in front of his body. In the palm of your hand, Yin. Tang Hao's face changed in shock and he quickly shouted, help Lord, what do you want to do? Yin is everything to him, how could he not be an ES? Don't worry. Long Fei used the all things recovery domain on the blue-silver emperor. Because it is a plant, the recovery effect is stronger and faster. I saw that the blue-silver emperor grass, which was not big just now, is now very huge and has completely become a blue-silver emperor. Seeing this scene, Tang Hao was shocked, secretly happy. E-sighted and E-sighted. From the blue dragon blood pool a drop of dragon blood dripped into the core of the blue-silver emperor. The strong breath of life suddenly surged. Soon the huge blue-silver emperor turned into a ball of blue light, and the net moment a beautiful long-haired woman appeared in the sky. Yin. Tang Hao shouted, yes, this person is blue-silver emperor Yin, Tang San's mother. Yin excitedly walked down towards Tang Hao and the two hugged each other after seeing each other for a long time. That's right, it's really you Yin, you're resurrected. Great. It's all my fault that I was too weak and didn't protect you, so you were hunted down by those beasts from Wuhan Palace and forced you to sacrifice Tang Hao, he said excitedly, looking extremely ashamed. Yin said softly, how I don't blame you, they are too powerful. These are things in the past, I don't care about them. The two said this to each other. The net moment Yin bowed towards Long Fei and Tang Hao also knelt down to thank Long Fei. Soon the two also joined the Qinglong gang. Tang Hao, Qian Sunji is dead. Yu Guan Gui Mei and Qian Douluo are already members of our Qinglong gang. As for Bibi Dong, actually it's not easy for you to kill her. She is a twin martial soul and the inheritor of the Rakshasa god. She hides herself deeply. In a few years even Qian Douluo won't be her match, but now everything has been broken because of my appearance. Everyone in Wuhan Palace will die, not just in Wuhan Palace but also in the Tiandu Empire. Everyone in the Star Luo Empire and the kingdoms that belong to them will die. The two of them listened to Long Fei's words very seriously. I didn't expect that Bibi Dong would hide so deeply. The two looked at each other solemnly. I'll teach you the technique so you can practice well. Long Fei injected two rays of light into their minds. Immediately the Wuji body training technique and the lightning flash step were constantly evolving in their minds. Tang Hao, you don't need to pay attention to the Wuhan Palace. You and your wife will enter the Dragon Realm to practice. After that I have a big plan that needs you, titled Dulo level 2 Akyut. Long Fei said, as for the Wuhan Palace I will handle it myself. Yes, gang leader. After the two of them finished speaking they entered the Dragon World. This matter is over for now. On the other side, when everyone came to Wuhan City, everyone who should have been in the original work was here. Rest for a day. Then the game started. Although these people have joined the Qinglong gang, everything remains the same and the fight should continue. This time Bibi Dong has not come yet. In the palace of the Holy Spirit of Martial Art, the atmosphere was extremely gloomy. On the supreme throne Bibi Dong stood tall with a Zen staff, looking extremely ugly and angry. Bibi Dong's cold voice sounded. A group of waste were sent out and only 5 of them came back alive. Ghosts of Yuegwen, how did you lead the team? His Majesty the Pope, it is true that we underestimated the strength of the other party. Moreover, Kendo Chen Xin and others from the Kaibao Glay sect also came out. The situation has changed a bit. As for those who lost, then they are really useless. Yu Guan cupped his hands and said, the ghost said, His Majesty the Pope, now those people have arrived in Wuhan City and the selection for the finals has begun. Should we go out and have a look? Bibi Dong was gloomy with a cold and murderous look in his eyes. Now that things have come to this, they are lucky. As for the forces and people like the Kaibao Glay sect who dare to harm our good deeds, they will be destroyed sooner or later. When it came time to actually enter the finals, there were only 3 teams left. It's the same as the original work. Huangdo Shrek Wuhan Palace. Bibi Dong came out today. Behind her were Yu Guan Gui Mei and an old man. On her left are Yu Xiao Gang Lu Erlong Flanders and others. On the other side of her were Ning Fengzi and others. Everyone is here. Bibi Dong took a glance. What she didn't know was that these were basically people from the Qinglong gang, but she didn't know anything about them. In the first game, Huangdo defeated Shrek with a crushing victory. The terrifying soul ring configuration and mutated martial soul were completely opposed to the eyes of Bibi Dong and others. This is a person from Tiandu, and Bibi Dong has murderous thoughts in his heart. In the end it was Huang Do versus the 7 members of the Golden Generation of Martial Spirit. People of the Golden Generation have never seen anything as perverted as Huang Do. However, they still used their full strength. Yu Tianheng and others cooperated in an orderly manner and quickly used their own advantages to break through their lineup. In the end, the martial soul fusion technique from the martial soul team filled the whole place with red mist. After the fusion, it planned to defeat them one by one. However, he did not expect that Yu Tianheng and others did not give them any chance. The 7 people except Ye Lingling, the other SI people, directly launched the SI person martial soul fusion skill and instantly penetrated the martial soul team's fusion skill with absolutely terrifying power. The power of the fusion skills of Yu Tianheng's SI people is very terrifying, and the soul power consumption is also very huge, and Ye Lingling serves as an assistant for rapid recovery. Let this martial soul fusion skill be maintained forever. After the Wuhan team's fusion skills were defeated, they were instantly eliminated by the Emperor Do's fusion skills. This battle is all one-sided by Huang Do crush. No matter whether the Wuhan team is of Golden Generation or Soul King level, it only take less than 10 minutes from start to finish. Chapter 118 Thousands of path low out of the past. The truth. Soon Bibi Dong sullenly handed out rewards to the Royal Do team. At the same time, they were still asking and trying to win over. However, it was very embarrassing to be rejected directly. Suddenly she somehow discovered Xiao Wu's identity as a 100,000-year soul beast, and the net moment the scene from the original novel appeared. Bibi Dong wanted to capture Xiao Wu, but she eliminated Yu Guan and Gui Mei. Both of them knew that Xiao Wu was already a member of the Qinglong gang, so naturally they wouldn't really capture him for a show. And Yu Xiao gang and the other 3 also activated the Golden Triangle formation, transformed into a Golden Holy Dragon to fight against him. Bibi Dong personally attacked Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu is in danger. Tang San was extremely angry and tried his best to rescue, but unfortunately he was too weak now and couldn't do anything. If you want to kill her, you must step over my corpse. Tang San stood in front of Xiao Wu and shouted angrily, "Brother, no." Xiao Wu was extremely moved, but she didn't dare to move. "Then I'll kill you." Bibi Dong sneered contemptuously. The Zen staff in his hand headed towards Tang San's heart. Tang San's complexion changed drastically and cold sweat broke out on his forehead when he felt the desperate aura emanating from Bibi Dong's Zen staff. But he can't retreat, otherwise Xiao Wu will definitely die. But at this moment Bibi Dong's body was affected by an invisible force and her body was forced to stand still in mid-air, unable to move. "What's going on? Why can't you move?" His complexion changed in shock and his pupils shrank. Tang San, who had closed his eyes and waited for death, suddenly opened his eyes when he noticed something was wrong and was also shocked. The same goes for the people around you. What happened to Bibi Dong? Flanders and others were confused. The prescience of the Yueguan ghost changed. They looked at each other and said, "Here we come." "I'm sorry, Tang San is already a member of the Qinglong gang. Bibi Dong, you are not qualified to judge his life or death." A cold voice spread throughout Wuhan city. Everyone looked up and saw that the gang leader had indeed appeared. The old man shouted angrily, "How brave! Since you dare to call His Majesty the Pope by his name, no matter who you are, take it down for me." Although he didn't know what was going on, when he saw that the time had come, he was naturally the first to stand up and show off. Bibi Dong might give him some special rewards by then. After hearing this, Yu Guan, Gui Mei and others looked at the old man and the soldiers who were already attacking Long Fei with their weapons as if they were looking at fools. "Stop!" Bibi Dong's voice sounded, but it was still too late. Looking at the man who suddenly appeared in front of her, she always felt inexplicably familiar. Walking in the air, titled Dulo. When did such a monster appear on the mainland at such an age? How ignorant the world of the ignorant is. Long Fei's eyes exuded contempt and his words were sarcastic. Long Fei looked at the attacking soldiers with calm eyes. The soldiers were unable to move and stagnated in mid-air like Bibi Dong. While his prescience changed drastically, he felt that his body was filled with endless power and was rapidly pondaying. The net moment, their bodies grew larger and plotted instantly in fear. Several soldiers were still bodies 1 second, and the net second they had turned into bloody pools of blood and fell to the ground. See this scene. The old man lost his voice as if he had seen a ghost. What? Bibi Dong was also frightened. She had used all the strength in her body but still couldn't break free from this restraint on her body. What was the background of the young man in front of her? There is heaven outside the sky and there are people outside the world. Now she finally saw it, saw this terrifying instance that was no match for her even with all her strength. The scene in front of them also made everyone else present stunned and frightened. With a look, the soldier who was at least conscious suddenly plotted splatted into a pool of blood. This is too scary. Even Yu Guan Ghost Qin Ming and others took a breath when they saw this scene. The ghost was so frightened that cold sweat broke out on his back. He was really lucky before and was only bombarded in the rock valley. It's scary to think about it. This damn thing is just like killing someone for fun. Everyone looked at Long Fei with even more admiration, and Daimyo Bai Zhu Zuking and others saw hope. With such a terrifying instance they had joined with this backing, and they no longer needed to be afraid of the family's regulations. Unfortunately, the team representing the Star Luo Empire was not in the attack convoy, otherwise it would have joined the Qinglong gang, but there are still people watching here. They are all afraid of death. Long Fei looked at the old man with one look. The old man was so frightened that he quickly backed away. His legs suddenly became weak and he fell to the ground begging for mercy. Don't kill me. Sir, don't kill me. I was wrong, spare me alive. Damn it, how trembling his voice was. He was so cowardly that Bibi Dong wanted to kill him. Long Fei, wasn't it very majestic before? The old man, no, I don't dare. Please spare my life, sir. Long Fei outlined the arc of his mouth, raised his finger, and a beam of light shot out directly and penetrated the old man's heart. The old man's pupils were wide open, his face was pale and blood was gushing out from his heart. The net moment, with a plop he fell to his knees and fell to the ground dead. A force was devouring his life energy, and the net second his whole body. The body turned into particle energy and entered Long Fei's body. Now that he is level 93, the sea of soul power is even larger than before. If he kills ordinary soul masters, he would have to wait until the year of the monkey to reach level 100. Now he must kill God. God provide him with divine power. He can directly upgrade. So on the way here he deliberately opened a small hole for the heavenly secret blinding technique so that people in the God realm could sense the life of God Shura and go away. In this way those gods should still send priests down. By then these will be Long Fei's experience point. Everyone here listen up. Whether you knew it before or not, I am now the leader of the Qinglong gang, Long Fei, and I have been named the God Slayer. Do you know why I was given the title of killing God? Do many people think I am extremely arrogant? That's because not long ago I personally killed a god who came down from the God realm, his supreme god Shura. Long Fei's eyes swept across everyone here and finally landed on Bibi Dong again. Suddenly his eyes were scarlet red. A killing field came out and the huge and rich divine power of killing rose into the sky. A sign exclusive to God Shura appeared and a huge red sword came out from his hand. Shura divine sword. Others may not know it, but Bibi Dong, who inherits the Rakshasa god, knows it very well. At this moment Bibi Dong's body was trembling with fear. His voice was hoarse and unbelievable. Shura divine sword. Impossible, how could God Shura be defeated by you? Now the Shura divine sword is pointed at Bibi Dong's head. The sharp and terrifying Shura pressure makes her scalp numb and death is right in front of her. Now she realizes that she is so insignificant and helpless in the face of absolute power. At this moment a ray of holy light came out, and within the holy light stood an old man from the Dulo Hall of Wuhan Hall. This person is Qian Daoliu, who has been in seclusion until now. Ha ha ha, I finally reached the realm of demigod. Qian Daoliu's excited and laughing voice spread throughout the sky. A slight trace of dragon power appears on his body, and his angelic martial soul seems not to be so pure now. The angelic martial soul has more dragonish power, but it is even more powerful than when there was no dragon power. There are endless possibilities within the Qinglong gang. Chapter 119 Wilma Victory, Lord of the Plain. Qian Daoliu. I didn't expect this old guy to break through to the demigod realm. Feeling this supreme aura, Bibi Dong was now terrified. A huge martial spirit rose from Qian Daoliu's body. The previous seraphim now had more wings, reaching 12 wings, and the entire angel's body had a visual dragon-like feel. 12-winged holy dragon angel. 9 soul rings spread out from his body. Red. A total of 900,000-year-old soul rings. The terrifying power of holy light shook the sky. Such a terrifying configuration makes people tremble when they see it. 9 red 100,000-year-old soul rings. Everyone gasped and screamed in fear. This is too scary. Immediately people who didn't know were worried about whether Long Fei was the opponent this time. After all, he was too powerful. But what they don't know is that the scary old guy Qian Daoliu in front of them is already a member of the Qinglong gang. Bibi Dong still doesn't know even the other titled Dulo in Wuhan Palace except Yu Guan and Gui Mei don't know, and now all the titled Dulo in the Elder Hall and Worship Hall in Wuhan Palace have been killed by Qian Dao. The terrifying coercion emanating from Lu was so frightening that they immediately knelt down, trembling in fear and sweating like water. The terrifying pressure made it difficult for them to breathe and they almost suffocated to death. Greetings, the great salary. Congratulations on your great improvement in your salary. All the titled Dulo shouted in unison. I didn't expect that he would actually take that step. Golden Crocodile Dulo's voice trembled. After After Qianjun and Jiangmo disappeared, the power of Wuhan Palace also retreated. They all knew that these two people were in danger. All this may be related to Qian Daoliu, but no one dared to question them. What's more, now that Qian Daoliu is at such a level, Wuhan Palace will stand up again, and this time it can really unify the continent and become a Wuhan Empire. Jin Crocodile and others were very excited. Qian Daoliu, save me quickly and kill him. This person must not be left here, otherwise he will be the super enemy of Wuhan Palace. At this moment, Bibi Dong, who had been imprisoned for half a year and was still stagnant, saw it. Fire of hope. Although she hates him, she has no choice but to come out with thousands of streams, otherwise their Wuhan Palace will be in disaster. As soon as Bibi Dong's voice came out, Qian Daoliu's eyes saw Long Fei and then locked on the huge scarlet sword in Long Fei's hand. Taking a deep breath, unable to swallow it, he was shocked, since it is Shura Divine Sword. Long Fei's Shura Divine Sword was directly close to Bibi Dong's eyebrows. As long as Long Fei moved even slightly, Bibi Dong's head would fall to the ground on the spot. Bibi Dong trembled. The fear came from instinct. What the Rakshasa god fears is the Shura god. No, please don't hurt my teacher. At this moment, Hulina's voice rang out and she quickly ran to Bibi Dong's side and knelt in front of Long Fei. She raised her head and looked at Long Fei in the sky, terrified, and he insisted on asking for mercy. Naer. Her appearance in vain made Bibi Dong and everyone in the Wuhan team behind her look shocked. Naer, get out of here quickly, Bibi Dong said angrily. No, old man, master, don't leave you. Hulina shook her head and sounded sad. Qian Daoliu flew towards Long Fei. Everyone seemed to see hope. Bibi Dong wanted to say something else, but seeing this scene she knew there was hope. But the net second her E-Press Zion suddenly solidified. Qian Daoliu glanced at Bibi Dong coldly, then raised his hands to Long Fei and said, Qian Daoliu of the Qinglong gang has met the gang leader. What I have achieved today is all due to the gang leader. Qian Daoliu's voice came out. Everyone in Wuhan Hall was stunned. Impossible. How is it possible? The titled Douluo of Wuhan Palace lost his voice. How could it be? No wonder. No wonder. Jin Crocodile hesitated, recalling Qian Daoliu's unusual performance before in his mind. You, since you are one of his people, as the head priest of Wuhan Palace, you have betrayed Wuhan Palace. Bibi Dong looked stunned and then shouted with hatred. Everyone's eyes turned to Qian Daoliu. No one thought that Qian Daoliu was no longer from Wuhan Hall. We will follow the great salary to the death. The titled Dulo in the worship hall shouted in unison. They originally joined Wuhan Hall because of Qian Daoliu. Now that Qian Daoliu is not a member of Wuhan Hall, naturally they are not either. We also swear to follow the great salary to the death. The net second the titled Dulo in Dulo Hall also knelt down in unison. Now the strength of the enemy and ourselves is clear at a glance, not to mention them. Even if everyone in Wuhan Hall joins forces, they cannot be the opponent of Qian Daoliu, a strong man who has stepped into the demigod realm. Being an enemy is undoubtedly the most stupid behavior. They are very prescient. You guys. When Bibi Dong heard this, she was so angry that she let out a roar. She was so angry that she vomited blood and looked embarrassed. Teacher, no matter what, Naer will never betray the teacher. Hulina quickly comforted Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong was very relieved after hearing this. At least she still had someone to rely on. Qian Daoliu snorted coldly and said, you don't understand anything at all. I joined the Qinglong gang to revitalize the Wuhan Palace. The Qinglong gang is a force with unlimited potential. Even all the people in the Wuhan Palace combined are not opponent. What's more, the Qinglong gang has everything you can't imagine. Also, although I am a member of the Qinglong gang, I am also a big stipend of the Wuhan Palace. In the near future, the Wuhan Palace will still be the Wuhan Palace, but it's also a palace-level branch of the Qinglong gang. Everyone did not expect that this unknown Qinglong gang, who had never heard of it, had such a high status in Daigong's mouth. It seemed that this Qinglong gang was really a very terrifying instant. After saying that, he looked at Bibi Dong coldly. Bibi Dong, don't think that I don't know those things about you and your little thought. Rakshasa god, what a descendant of Rakshasa god. Qian Daoliu's words were like thunderbolts that went straight into Bibi Dong's body. Bibi Dong's eyes were wide open with an E-Press Zion of endless fear and panic that could not be concealed. Impossible. How did you know it was you? You told him. Bibi Dong finally looked at Long Fei and gritted his teeth. The secret he had hidden for so long, now that his biggest weapon has been exposed. The descendant of Rakshasa god. Everyone looked at Bibi Dong, but they didn't expect her to be so hidden. Don't blame me, Sun Daoliu. This is all caused by your damn son. Success or defeat, now you can kill or chop as you please. Remember, I didn't lose to you but to him. Bibi Dong looked bitter and gritted her teeth, hating Qian Daoliu and Long Fei to the core. Everything revenge is gone. Long Fei snorted, and the net moment of force made Bibi Dong feel uncomfortable. 9 soul rings came out from all over his body. The final 9th spirit ring is red for 100,000 years. At this moment, Xiao Wu's E-Press Zion changed when he saw this. That's mom's soul ring. Xiao Wu clenched her fist. The E-press scions of Tang San and others changed in shock. Gang leader, can you resurrect Xiao Wu's mother? Tang San looked at Long Fei with a look of anticipation on his face. Xiao Wu and everyone else also looked forward to it. Long Fei's voice was calm and it didn't sound like it was a difficult matter. Able. PS Dulo world is coming to an end soon and the second world will soon open. What world do you hope it will be? You can comment, the author will read it and maybe your world will be chosen. Chapter 120. Long Fei takes off. After saying that, he slashed down without mercy or warning. It was so sudden that Hu Lina had no time to stop him. Shura divine sword cut Bibi Dong in half like cutting tofu. His Majesty the Pope teacher Dong Seeing this scene, Hu Lina, the Wuhan team and others behind her screamed and stood up, accompanied by Yu Xiaogang. Xiaogang. The moment Bibi Dong's body fell to the ground, her eyes were fixed on Yu Xiaogang. Not far ahead, her face was desperate and pale. The life penetrated by the Shura divine sword was doomed to death. She still has a lot to say. His eyes magically closed and his body turned into particle energy and disappeared into Long Fei's body. Suddenly Long Fei made a hand gesture with his left hand, but there was no change. Yu Xiaogang got rid of Lu Erlong's hand and ran below Long Fei under the eyes of everyone. Looking at Bibi Dong disappearing, he felt helpless due to the complicated feeling of despair. I knelt down on my knees and cried bitterly. Yu Xiaogang, how about I send you down to be with her so that we can be reunited? There was a trace of coldness on the corner of Long Fei's mouth. Lu Erlong looked angry. Xiaogang, come back soon. Tang San was frightened. Teacher. Everyone in Shrek Master, even Flanders and others were panicking. At this time, I will fight with you. Hu Lina was so distraught that she shouted and rushed towards Long Fei. Naer, don't do it. Xia Yu and others shouted, running forward to stop her. Unfortunately it was too late. Looking for death, Long Fei was indifferent and slashed at Hu Lina with another knife. Looking at the scarlet sword eluding the aura of absolute death in front of her, Hu Lina was frightened. Tap tap tap. Xia Yu quickly ran forward and there was Yan. He jumped out suddenly and rolled to the other side after Hu Lina. At the same time, the martial spirits of the three people were also activated. Although they knew that this was powerless resistance, they had to do so. Seeing this scene, Long Fei was indifferent. In his opinion, these people are all in vain. Gang leader, I beg you to let the rest of the Wuhan Hall go. Qian Daolio looked at the dead Bibi Dong. Now he had no resentment. Those were the younger generation of the Wuhan Hall. After all, he was also a Wuhan. The people in the temple don't want to see them fall. I beg you, your majesty, the god of killing, to let Naer go. Naer only acted in such a way that offended you because of the pain of his teacher's death. I beg your majesty, to let my sister Mei Naer live. We guarantee Naer. I will never do such an impulsive thing again. Xia Yu and Yan knelt down and worshipped Long Fei. Okay, I'm not someone who kills innocent people indiscriminately, so spare her life and take your people back, Long Fei said lightly. The three of them immediately burst into laughter, thanked her profusely and left quickly with Hu Lina. Seeing this scene, Qian Daoliu also breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Xiaogang, I will send you down to be with Bibi Dong now. Long Fei shifted his target to Yu Xiaogang and quickly and slowly slashed down with the Shura divine sword in his hand. Yu Xiaogang's body was trembling and his face was pale. No, Lord have mercy. Flanders and others were frightened and ran forward quickly. Stop, he is my teacher. If you kill him, it is equivalent to killing your father. The hatred of killing your father is irreconcilable. Tang San came to Yu Xiaogang's side, his face furious, the most powerful hidden weapon in his hand, and Haoshan the hammer is also ready. Everyone's E-press scions changed drastically. Xiao San, no, go back. Yu Xiaogang turned to look at Tang San and immediately regretted it. No, once a teacher, always a father. Tang San gritted his teeth. Oh, as a member of the Qinglong gang you have sworn an oath. Do you really want to go against me? Long Fei looked at Tang San with a playful look on his face. If you insist on killing my teacher, then Tang San will only be offended, Tang San said angrily. Long Fei's Shura divine sword fell. No, Lu Erlong's martial soul came out and his martial soul's true form also came out and used his strongest move to directly attack the Shura divine sword. Second sister Flanders tried to stop her but failed. Too late. Suddenly the Shura holy sword turned and the sky changed drastically. With one thrust it penetrated directly through Yu Xiaogang's body, annihilating Lu Erlong's attack, and also penetrated her body. Two people died. Finally it turns into particle. Teacher, no. Tang San was furious and directly attacked Long Fei. Long Fei didn't move, watching closely, but a deep smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. At this moment there was a loud thunder and everyone below was shocked. Rumble. Those who violate the law shall be punished. A loud voice full of shock and antiquity sounded from the sky, and a bolt of thunder fell from the sky exceeding the speed of light and directly hit Tang San, who was attacking Long Fei. Thunder penetrated the body. Tang San's entire body froze, and the net moment his body body plotted into blood mist in front of everyone's eyes. All members of Shrek were distraught and wanted to take action against Long Fei. The host killed an important person in Dulo world, triggered a hidden mission and was rewarded with a memory erasure card, a divine power upgrade Parion's card, and the power of blood increased to 9%. God Realm Teleport Card 1. God Realm Center 1. As the system beeped, a card appeared in Long Fei's hand, which was the memory erasure card. Target all living beings in Dulo world. Erase the memory of the people I killed. After Long Fei muttered, the memory cleared and disappeared. The NET moment, the sky changed lightly. The people below suddenly froze, feeling as if they were in a daze. Everyone except Long Fei fell to the ground. The same is true for several titled Douluo, including Qian Daolio. At this moment the sky changed again. A figure appeared in the sky. The body exudes terrible power. I am the lord of the Douluo plane, Wilma Victory. You are not from the Douluo plane. Who are you? No matter who you are, the death of the son of destiny I have chosen is directly related to you. If you ruin my good deeds, I want you to die. As soon as the figure emerged, it was extremely angry and showed its murderous intent towards Long Fei. The power of the entire plane came out and blasted directly towards Long Fei. Long Fei frowned. This master of the plane is only a third-level god, so weak. Long Fei was disdainful and indifferent. Since you are the master of the plane, you should know that I killed Shura god. Do you think a mere third-level god can kill me? I am the master of the plane and can mobilize the power of the entire Dulo planet. No matter how strong you are, you will still perish. Die. Wilma Victory decisively launched the most terrifying blow towards Long Fei. The sky changed drastically with strong winds and thunder, and the power to destroy the heaven and earth flew straight beyond the dragon. Boom! In an instant the attack engulfed his entire body. After absorbing God Shura, the body in the realm of God King was promoted to the intermediate realm of God King. At this moment, facing such a terrifying plane attack, the Chaos Green Dragon appeared in virtual form on Long Fei's body, and the Chaos Green Dragon totem on his body appeared like a projection. The terrifying ancient chaotic blue dragon came out with pressure, and under the influence of Wuji longevity skill, it quickly absorbed this terrifying power that destroyed the sky and destroyed the ground. The power continuously tempered Long Fei's body, forming a golden glaze color pool. Long Fei's loud roar rose into the sky and reverberated across the sky. Wah! Wilma Victory screamed. Her Zion suddenly changed. What kind of monster is this? Since he can withstand the power of the plane physically and not die, he can also absorb the quenching chain. Wilma Victory was completely furious, since this damn bastard is taking advantage of it. Chapter 121. Unify the continent and the sea. Begin. Lord of the plane, suffer death. Long Fei Shura divine sword and Qinglong ancient sword flew into the air at the same time, directly launching the judgment technique. The fierce divine power of killing filled the two weapons, one red and one green, and the dragon roared into the sky. Plane defense. Wilma Victory shouted hurriedly. A screen like a plane embryo shrouded in front of him. The corners of Long Fei's mouth curled up in disdain. The NET moment, two weapons struck directly at the plane defense. Bang! Throughout the sky, clear sounds and sound waves appeared alternately, and the space vibrated and distorted. Under Wilma Victory's fearful gaze, the plane's defense cracked open like a spider web that completely collapsed with a bang. The NET second. No. Under the Shura divine sword and the Azure Dragon ancient sword, Wilma Victory stood up with a ferocious Zion and screamed. With one slash, it completely split into two pieces. The power of blood swallowed by the green dragon. The dragon flew to Wilma Victory in an instant, grabbed its head and swallowed it. This is a plane lord comparable to a third-level god. It absorbs power, and its divine power instantly turns into Long Fei's Parion's point. Divine power does not need to be transformed into divine power. Long Fei's 93-level divine power titled Dulo became a 90 SITH level divine power titled Dulo in one fell swoop. A third-level god has been upgraded by 3 levels. Although it is a little less, it is mainly comprehensive. Congratulations to the host for killing the master of the plane and obtaining plane embryo 1. By absorbing the plane embryo, you can become a third-level god and at the same time become the master of the plane of Dulo star with a single thought of life and death. After absorption, are there any restrictions? Long Fei asked after listening to the system's explanation. The system said this plane embryo comes from the system. There are no restrictions. You can upgrade and play with whatever you need. After the host absorbs the Dulo star plane embryo, it can absorb the entire Dulo star into your body. One of the hundreds of millions of cells in the Dulo star will be yours. When the time comes, you can travel back and forth with just a thought. You have absolute power to dominate, and you can also control time and everything on the Dulo star and host it. The stronger you are, the higher your level will be, and the level of the Dulo star will also increase. When the time comes, the Dulo star will have unimaginable benefit. I understand. Long Fei took a deep breath, knowing that he was about to take off. Should we absorb the plane embryo? Long Fei is planning to create a new divine realm. Now that he has the center of the divine realm, he has taken another step forward. Absorb it. Long Fei nodded and finally decided to improve his strength first. Now he has 2 god inheritance seats. After the new god world is established, he will put these 2 god inheritance seats into the new god boundary. On the plate in Long Fei's mouth, the surrounding space and time were imprisoned by a powerful and terrifying force. The system began to activate the plane embryo, and Long Fei was now wrapped in the milky yellow power of the plane. All the power of Dulo star was approaching him. Their new ruler is about to be born, and they, the most loyal ministers of the alternative life forms of Dulo star, are welcoming the new emperor. I don't know how much time has passed. The divine light bloomed on Long Fei's body when the milky yellow embryonic energy was completely integrated into Long Fei's body. After Long Fei finished absorbing it, the moment he opened his eyes, the color of the sky and the earth changed in one thought, and in another thought the surrounding sky returned to color. At this moment he can feel things that he couldn't feel before, and his current state is very mysterious, and light power emerges and becomes unparalleled. The power of the dragon is overwhelming and deafening. Long Fei's system used the divine power Eperian's card, successfully used. As soon as the system's voice came out, he suddenly felt refreshed and comfortable. Congratulations to the host for improving its overall strength by 3 levels. The moment the system voice sounded, system opened the long-lost character interface. Long Fei was looking forward to it. Character interface. Host Long Fei, age 14 years old. Kung Fu Wuji longevity. Kung Fu Si Tai level. Blood and cell development and activation 10%. The further you go, the harder it is to activate development. Comparison of physical strength. The peak of the great perfection. God King low martial world. The strongest explosive power 50 billion kilograms. In my book, the God King of the God realm only has 20 billion kilograms at most. Soul power and spiritual power. The peak of the great perfection. God King martial soul chaos azure dragon bloodline package bloodline tattoo phantom elemental divine power level 112 Lord of the plane 2nd level God. The Lord of the plane is not a god. Number of gods dragon god Shura god self god's position none. Not having a god position does not affect his level improvement. The division of gods levels will be given at the end below. Weapons Qinglong ancient sword Shura divine sword field dragon god realm void realm all things resurrection realm killing realm plane realm bloodline package talents development attribute increase lifespan increase orcism and evil spirits super healing invulnerability to all poisons super growth supreme dragon power 1% development right hand becomes a blue dragon 100% second development the left hand is transformed into a blue dragon 3% the blue dragon is transformed into its back 4% the blue dragon is transformed into a predecessor 5% the blue dragon is armed 6% the blue dragon is transformed into the whole body 100% 7th the blue dragon splits the sky and reigns 8% the green dragon swallows 9% the green dragon blesses 10% the dragon kingdom in the palm of your hand soul skill passive change chaos azure dragon pupil skill lightning flash step perfect 1 step 100,000 meters controllable distance only what is obtained from the system soul skills active 1 martial soul true body 2 everything is based on the skill name used by the host including those given by immortal product if I write them down one by one my brain will explode system warehouse dragon gods table 1 Shura gods table 1 gods hidden skin 100% copying mirror random space travel scroll 2 god realm center 1 god realm teleport card 1 chance to create a title in a snap 1 traversing the world currently Dulo continent the system interface is for reference only everything is mainly displayed by Long Fei but don't worry the distance will not change much Long Fei looked at the character interface that had not appeared in many chapters and then saw his achievements on the interface he was very happy now Long Fei said now I am at level 112 which is equivalent to the instance of a 2nd level god after I spend some time to deal with the affairs of Douluo world I will condense the remaining divine cores and go to God collect Eperians from the world when time resumes its movement again the people below have woken up I have long forgotten the instance of Tang San and others they are very confused now when I woke up a year had passed in other words the entire Douluo world has been stagnant for a year waiting for Long Fei to inherit the plane and in this year only one day has passed in the god realm as for why the gods haven't been sent down yet that's a matter for the god realm Long Fei the lord of the divine Dulo star plane is many times more powerful than the previous one in one thought the passage between Dulo star and the god realm was directly cut off now the god realm cannot send people down after he goes into seclusion he doesn't need to worry about God sent from the divine realm to cause trouble after he has finished condensing the remaining divine core and raised it a few levels he will personally go to the god realm to fight against the god at that time it will be the day when the old world of gods will be shattered and it will also be the day when the new world of gods will be born. Under Long Fei's instructions, those present who had not joined the Qinglong gang collectively swore an oath. Under the witness of the Eye of Rules, everyone joined the Qinglong gang. Then Long Fei pulled them all into the Dragon Realm and summoned everyone currently in the Qinglong gang. A very important meeting has begun that will change the structure of the entire Douluo world. The theme of the meeting is Douluo Star Modernization Reform. The levels of the gods in my fan book are divided into 100, 109 third level gods, 110, 119 second level gods, 120, 129 first level gods, 130, 139 supreme god, 140, 149 god king, 150 god emperor. God emperor is also the highest level at present. As for the classification and names of the levels, book lovers don't have to take advantage of them, just enjoy it. For gods with divine status, the third level god has 3 god rings, the second level god has 5 god rings, the first level god has 7 god rings, the supreme god has 9 god rings, and the god king has 10 divine ring. The divine emperor is a divine ring, and this divine ring is called the divine emperor's ring, and it is also the strongest. Douluo world is coming to an end and the second world will soon open. What world do you hope it will be? You can comment, the author will read it and maybe your world will be chosen. Chapter 122. Born the Disaster of the God. After the meeting, according to Long Fei's request, all the current titled Douluo of the Qinglong gang were born to promote the Great Reform. The first target is the Tiandu Empire. According to Long Fei's previous request, it must change its name, abolish the royal aristocratic system. The big tide soon stopped. Naturally, many people were unwilling, especially those in high positions, so there was a collective rebellion, but Dulo and others wiped them all out in an instant and killed all the people and families related to the reactionaries, related to the nobles and royal families, whether they were branches or direct branches. The great reform of the Tiandu Empire lasted for a whole week. Everyone from the empire to the kingdoms were afraid of being killed. Many kingdoms also elected new leaders. The leaders had to join the Qinglong gang. Everyone was obedient and accepted the abolition of the feudal system. Heavendo Empire update, it was named Tiandu Province and all subordinate kingdoms were renamed cities. After that, the original provinces, district, urban areas, etc. were also revised from high to low. The outer headquarters of the Qinglong gang is in Tiandu Province and it has begun to spread the new soul system, and the price is according to the price set by Long Fei. Tiandu Royal Academy has also been renamed Tiandu Academy. There are no requirements from the royal family and all personnel can join. Everyone in Tiandu Province gathered and swore to join the Qinglong gang. The titled Douluo of the Qinglong gang were distributed to various regions to help them develop. The name of the Qinglong gang also rose to prominence. On the other side, the Qinglong gang of the Star Luo Empire also directly intervened. Many titled Douluo from the Qinglong gang came and without saying a word grabbed the Star Luo Emperor and beheaded him in public. Kill all the powerful beings such as the Great Sect, the big forces and the high-ranking members of the royal family and nobles of the Star Luo Empire. The means are fast and unstoppable, forcing reforms. The Qinglong gang's methods were cruel and they quickly took over the entire Star Luo Empire and renamed it the Star Luo Province. The remaining subordinate kingdoms were just like those of Tiandu, killing those who deserved them without mercy and establishing new leaders. The Qinglong gang established Dai Mubai as a high-ranking official in Xingluo Province and completely abolished various absurd feudal systems such as the royal family and aristocracy. Another week has passed. There is no such thing as an empire in Douluo continent now, and civilians have begun to receive many welfare policies and be cultivated. The happiest people about this great reform are the ordinary people who have been suppressed to death. Once the Qinglong gang comes out, even a loser can become a soul master. The name of the Qinglong gang has spread to everyone like gospel. Regarding this sudden big reform, except for the Kaibao Glay sect and some other personnel who had already joined and reformed in this operation, all the sects were frightened. The Haoshan sect, which had been in seclusion for a long time, was also shocked by the general situation outside. Time flies and another 5 years have passed. Now the largest force in the mainland has been completely unified by the Long Fei Qinglong gang. In 5 years, under the terrifying power of Long Fei, the Tiandu Province Plate and the Star Luo Province Plate were easily merged together. After the merger, one name will be unified Huaia. The merger of the two continental plates made the whole of China extremely huge. At least half of Douluo planet was occupied. The rest is the sea. When the entire Douluo planet is unified, when Long Fei ascends to the god realm and fights with the gods, a new god realm will also be born. 5 years later, Long Fei's strength has also increased to level 125, which is equivalent to that of a first level god, but he is much more terrifying than a first level god. Now Long Fei can easily kill the god king of the god realm. In 5 years with the help of many talents from the Qinglong gang, the new system has become very mature. Within China on the current continent, technology and soul masters coexist and a new body has naturally formed. Within the dragon realm with Long Fei's strength, the number of people that the dragon realm can hold has reached a terrifying number. Long Fei the supreme being looked at the people of the Qinglong gang below. Now the number of members of the Qinglong gang has reached hundreds of millions. There are 1,000 titled Dulo who have reached level 90 or above. There are tens of thousands of soul Dulo and the numbers below are as numerous as dog. Among the titled Dulo there are fully 100 who are at the demigod level. The number of peerless Dulo has even reached 300. The number of super Dulo has reached 300. There are also 300 ordinary titled Dulo. This lineup is very scary. We the Qinglong gang have unified the continental plate. Net we will march into the sea. Long Fei's voice was calm but majestic. This time we must fight quickly. After the sea area is unified you all need to be stationed. As for the rules you all know them. Yes, gang leader. Everyone in the Qinglong gang shouted loudly deafeningly. The entire dragon world and the sky were shaking. Soon everyone set off. Long Fei left the dragon world and looked at the fully developed China. He was very moved and sighed. I didn't expect that another 5 years would pass. This time flies so fast. Thinking back, 18 years have passed since he came to this world. 18 years have passed. I didn't expect to have done such great things in 18 years. In a flash of thought Long Fei went back to those places full of nostalgia and looked at them all. Poseidon Island. Facing the sudden arrival of so many strong men, even Bosai and other strong men could not defend themselves. Bosai, you should surrender. I don't want to see you fall. After all, I have always loved you deeply. This is the world of the Qinglong gang. You just lead the entire Poseidon Island and all the surrounding islands to join the Qinglong gang. As for the disconnection between you and Poseidon, it was all our fault. The passage between Dulo Star and the God realm has been completely destroyed by the gang leader. God is it's impossible to come down. Even if you come down it will be a dead end. Qiandaoliu said now he is infinitely close to the god. As long as Long Fei's plan succeed he can become the god of the new god world. Then he will be a real god. High in the sky there are many titled Dulo everywhere and even a mentally retarded person can understand the situation on Poseidon Island. No chance of winning. After hearing this Bosai I naturally understood the current situation. The first goal of the Qinglong gang is to occupy Poseidon Island. The second goal is the real sea area. The strongest soul beast in the sea area is called the deep sea demonic whale king. Tell the truth, Bosai himself was scared. What on earth is this Qinglong gang? Since they have unified the mainland even she has heard of China's name. Bosai's eyes were confused and sad and he said I didn't expect that since there are such terrifying instances in this world as long as you don't harm everything on Poseidon Island. Bosai I am willing to lead all the islands centered on Poseidon Island to join Qinglong. Help. Otherwise even if you die in battle, even if there is no Poseidon, we will still make you lose a piece of skin even if we self-destruct. The other titled Dulo members of the Poseidon priest also experienced the power of the titled Dulo of the Qinglong gang and were completely crushed. However, none of these people made a killing move, so no one died in the current war, only minor injuries. This is natural. Our Qinglong gang has always been about harmony. As long as all of you join the Qinglong gang you will not only get huge and unimaginable resources but also be conducive to the rapid development of your Poseidon Island. Smile. We will not threaten anyone. This is all freedom. Yuegwen nodded. Don't threaten anyone. What do you call this lineup if it's not a threat? If you don't join you will be destroyed, right? Bosai sneered. Yes, Qiandaoliu nodded. Bosai, we have been similar for so many years. You don't understand the Qinglong gang now, but I can explain it to you in detail. Then you will naturally understand the Qinglong gang's domineering method. After saying that, Qiandaoliu asked about the Qinglong gang. He briefly talked to Bosai about eradicating the mainland's royal family and nobles and helping common people develop. The reason why these people are so patient is that they naturally understand that Poseidon Island is not an enemy, so they also waited patiently. It seems the Qinglong gang is really different from what we thought. After hearing this, Bosai and others had complicated expressions on their faces. Then he sighed and nodded. Okay, let's give up resistance. Bosai, I am willing to lead the people of Poseidon Island to join the Qinglong gang. Everyone in the Qinglong gang laughed and yelled at each other. We are such a good family. Why do we need to fight and kill? It's still comfortable to practice. Very good. Net I will guide you to take an oath. After taking the oath you will officially become members of the Qinglong gang. Qiandaoliu's smile became even brighter. Soon all the sea soul masters belonging to Poseidon Island swore to join the Qinglong gang. Net they go to get the second goal. This unified sea area seems to be much simpler than they appear. Chapter 123 The prosperous age of the heaven. As time passed, the entire Dulo planet was unified by the Qinglong Gang and all overseas islands were merged with the Chinese continent by Long Fei to become one of the Chinese continent. As for the sea area under the power of Long Fei's absolute plane, some continents that had sunk into the CREFLO. This time there was no merger but just letting it go and sending people over for development. After everything was planed, Long Fei went into seclusion directly. At the same time the system's voice sounded. The host unifies Dulo star and triggers the hidden mission. The current status is completed. Reward Chaos Azure Dragon Heart Blood 5 God Realm Base 1 and 20 Random God Position. The warehouse has been distributed. After hearing this, Long Fei realized that the title came just in time. After entering seclusion he began to condense the remaining 5 soul cores, adding just 5 drops of his heart's blood to it. Within the body surging power surged out like huge waves of sea water. The different space is illuminated by supreme blue light. As time went by, one divine core after another was born in the place where it belonged in Long Fei's body. When he was born his divine power level had reached level 130, which was equivalent to the powerful instance of the Supreme God. In addition to not having the divine inheritance and divine ring, his strength has surpassed that of the God King and reached the realm of the God Emperor. Long Fei sighed deeply. The whole person already possesses indescribable power. Along with his strength as the master of the plane, the entire Douluo planet has also benefited a lot. There have also been very big upgrade. For example, the limited cultivation level will not prevent others from reaching level 100 because they do not have a god status. Now that all the demigods of the Qinglong Gang have reached level 100, they are equivalent to level 3 god, but they do not have divine rings or divine titles. But they can create their own god, but they are very confused how to create their own. Maybe the gang leader knows, but the gang leader is in retreat. But the moment they felt the unprecedented terrifying power appear, everyone understood that Long Fei had come out of seclusion. Congratulations to the host who has not inherited a divine throne and has been promoted to level 130. Reward self-created divine throne within the dragon realm. At the conference, Long Fei passed on this self-created method of divine status to everyone. Anyone who has reached the peerless Dulo can refer to it. Instead of rushing to the god realm, Long Fei changed his attention. He led the entire Dulo star to gather strength and converted it into a steady stream of divine power. Take out the god realm base and god realm center. Add these divine powers to the me. The effect of the realm of recovery of all things has also arrived. Everyone who was originally tired completely recovered in this field. Continuous infusion of divine power. The center of the divine world is integrated into the base of the divine realm. Under the terrifying divine power, it gradually turned into a huge island floating high in the sky. Then it merged directly into Dulo star suspended high. Feeling this violent fluctuation, the gods in the original god realm secretly thought that something bad was going on, and something they were worried about seemed to be coming. Soon, under the orders of the 2 god kings, all the gods in the god world gathered together. Opposite them in the distance, a behemoth representing the supreme blue dragon appeared, holding an island half the size of their divine realm. This terrifying divine power, know who is it? Since he created a new island of the god based on the energy of Dulo star, the prescience of evil and kind changed drastically. At this moment a tall Saiyan figure was suspended in the new god realm. Give them a very terrible sense of oppression. He did it. At this moment all the gods reacted. Today I use the power of the entire Dulo star to create the new eternal Huaia city in the god realm. I create my own deity Qinglong. I proclaim myself the Qing Emperor and am the supreme master of the eternal Huaia city. From now on the inheritance of all the gods in Dulo star will be opened. Regardless of spirit, beast and humans, all creatures in Dulo star can become god. A voice full of supreme majesty sounded from Long Fei's mouth. The moment Long Fei's voice fell, the gods in the original god realm were full of hostility and murderous intent. This is blatantly opposing them. The net moment, hundreds of green lights below filled up and smoothly connected to eternal China city. These people are all members of the Qinglong Gang who have understood the self-created divine position method and completed the self-created divine position on their own. Seeing this ridiculous scene, everyone in the god realm was dumbfounded. When did it become so easy to become a god? Subsequently, the names of the self-created gods rang out in the eternal China city. Here there are Gu Yuan addition and many other ferocious beasts, as well as Qiandao Liu Haoshan Bo Sai and many other original humans. Becoming a god has been their dream for many years. The day has finally arrived. This is the taste of God. Everyone looked eager. Divine rings appeared one after another behind everyone, with at least 5 beginnings and at most 7. As soon as these people came up, they jumped over the 3rd level god and directly reached the 2nd level and 1st level god. The gods obey and destroy the enemies. The evil god shouted, leading the gods in the god realm to launch a divine attack directly towards eternal China city. Go and complete the tasks I have assigned you. These gods, I can handle them all by myself. Looking at the murderous gods, Long Fei narrowed narrowed his eyes and his dragon body shook. A terrifying and domineering power aura spread out. Yes, Qing Emperor. Facing so many gods, the gods looked solemn, but Long Fei's presence made them feel at ease. After saying that, they went directly to do what Long Fei had told them before. Today I will kill you gods to welcome the birth of my new divine realm. Long Fei soared into the sky. Supreme blue light enveloped his body and he instantly entered the blue dragon armor state. The Shura divine sword and the azure dragon ancient sword suddenly appeared with terrifying killing power. Shura divine sword. Damn it, God Shura has really fallen. The god of destruction's pupils shrank. He didn't expect that God Shura was destroyed in the lower world. Destroy him, the evil god shouted angrily, and the power of the evil god king merged with the god. In a huge ball of light all the gods were fused into it. A kind of secret method of the divine world. Integrate all the divine power and become the strongest level. The power of the god die. Because Long Fei's power threatened the two evil god kings or even exceeded them, they didn't dare to be careless when they came out and directly used the strongest move. This move never appeared before, even when fighting the dragon god. Long Fei opened his big hands. Now he was using the Qinglong arms in the state of Qinglong's full body. His body was extremely huge. On his right hands a ball of light with mysterious supreme dragon power came out and spread directly in all directions. The power of blood, the dragon kingdom in the palm of your hand. Suddenly the surrounding space came to a standstill. What? The powers of the gods were shocked. At this moment above the endless sky an extremely huge cyan dragon roared and flew down towards it. Divine skill. Chaos Azure Dragon's world destroying roar. Long Fei's body blended into it and a loud voice shook the sky. The terrifying power instantly penetrated the power of the god. Devour it. No, impossible. How could there be such a heaven-defying power in this world? The sounds of fear from the power of the gods sounded. I am not willing to give in. The attack of the power of the gods was instantly wiped out by the world-destroying roar of the Chaos Blue Dragon. The net second the green dragon swallowed the sword and swallowed the entire power of the god forcefully. Powerful gravity, terrifying power and mysterious suppression. The power of the gods was severely damaged and they were forced to disband. One after another the gods were swallowed up by the green dragon. At the same time Long Fei also devoured the 12 original gods and goddesses, and screams came from the gods one after another. The gods have fallen. Long Fei's divine power was rising rapidly, costing his life and rising like no money. The number of divine rings on his body increased, finally reaching 10. The divine power has not stagnated yet, it is still soaring upward, infinitely close to the realm of the God Emperor. Boom! The terrifying supreme power made the entire Dulo world tremble, and all the heavens and realms in the Dulo world were also trembling. As his strength increased crazily, the limitations of Dulo Star were also broken. Dulo Star is several times bigger. As Long Fei absorbed the power of the god and turned into a ball of light, new gods from the Qinglong gang of Dulo Star were continuously used in Eternal China City. Their eyes looked at the mass in front of them in shock, which was bigger than the sun, a ball of dazzling light. Chapter 124 New World. I don't know how many years have passed. Long Fei's light bloomed and broke through the silkworms. Behind him an extremely dazzling divine ring appeared. 10-1 he finally reached the highest level in the Dulo world, the God Emperor, and behind him is the God Emperor ring. At this moment he is the supreme master of this universe. You can easily modify and formulate rules, and you can even create world. In a flash of thought the original divine realm turned into many particles and merged into the Eternal China City. The gods inside were shocked by this sudden scene. The Emperor is out of seclusion. The most powerful gods in Eternal China City all looked up, their voices trembling. The Eternal Sky City has also grown and expanded over the years and is more than twice the size of what it was before. With the integration of the old god realm, the Eternal Sky City has become bigger again. A new world realm has been perfectly formed, and time here has undergone tremendous changes. One day in Eternal Sky City is equal to 10 years in Dulo Star. The ratio of this time is very scary. The Eternal Sky City now belongs entirely to the Ascension area outside Dulo Star. In one thought Long Fei turned the Eternal Sky City into the only divine realm in this cosmic plane and the only place for all the lower realms to ascend. To put it simply, Eternal Sky City has become the Ascension center of all planes in this universe, and everyone who ascends must join the Qinglong gang, otherwise they will be destroyed. In recent years Eternal Sky City has also officially accepted ascendants from other planets, and with the development of technology, spaceships and other warships can also go out into the universe. The science and technology in Eternal Sky City are the most advanced. On this day Long Fei came to the Eternal Sky City. Looking at the Qinglong gang, the god realm he had built with his own hands, he felt extremely proud. The gods below raised their heads one after another. Some ascendants from other planes had seen the portrait of Long Fei Kingdi in the Eternal Sky City, and there were many giant statues of Long Fei in the Dulo Star Star and the Eternal Sky City. All of a sudden the newcomers all recognized this young man who was absolutely high in the sky. He was their gang leader and the Supreme Master of Eternal Sky City, Qing Emperor Long Fei. "I'll wait and see the Qing Emperor." All the gods shouted in unison, extremely respectful. "Congratulations to the host for achieving the realm of the Supreme Ruler of the Douluo universe, the God Emperor. Reward: the host can incorporate all the planes of the Douluo universe including the Eternal Sky City into cells and become part of the body. The rules can be changed in a single thought, reversing life and death." Listening to the sound of the system, Long Fei looked unmoved. Looking down, he said, "How long has it been since I was in seclusion?" Gu Yuina, Long Tinger and Ya Lingling are the mistresses of Eternal Sky City. When Long Fei is in seclusion, they are in charge of the order here. However, they are all members of the Qinglong gang. Except for the usual competitions, they are held in the prescribed places. Apart from that, there was no act of sabotage. It was very relaxed. Not to mention there were many elders of the Eternal Sky City of the Ming Dynasty who were constantly developing technology and many systems of technology on weekdays. The three of them flew up and looked at Long Fei, their eyes full of longing, and then said softly, 10 years have passed since you retreated to Eternal Sky City, and 328,000 have passed in Dulo Star. 1500 years. There are 365 days in a year in the God realm, and so is the Dulo Star. 1 day in the God realm, 10 years in the Dulo Star. 1 year in the God realm, 3,150 years in the Dulo Star. 10 years in the God realm, 328,500 years in Dulo Star. Long Fei's body suddenly shook. "I didn't expect that so many years have passed." Long Fei said, "I still owe you a wedding. It's time to hold it. I want all the heavens and planes to know about this wedding." "Okay, we'll listen to your arrangement." The three girls nodded. They had been looking forward to this day for a long time, and it was finally here. In one thought, the thought of Long Fei, God Emperor, spread throughout the Douluo universe and all the heavens and planet. "I am the leader of the Qinglong gang, the ruler of Eternal Sky City, Qing Emperor Long Fei. This emperor will hold a wedding in 10 days. At that time all the planets and planes in the sky will receive my supreme blessing. From today until 10 days later, the time on all planetary planes will be synchronized with the Eternal Sky City. 10 days later it's back to normal. When the wedding is held, the Eternal Sky City will open an island on the same plane in the heavens. Even ordinary creatures can come to the Eternal Sky City to attend the wedding and enjoy the supreme opportunity." All living creatures in the heavens heard a strange and supreme voice. As soon as the sound came out, all the creatures in the planes of the heavens boiled. Due to the time difference, this was a small matter for Long Fei. In other words, it was really just a bug. In the past 10 days, a supreme green dragon's light soars into the sky and reaches the sky. "We wish the Emperor and his wife endless life. May you always be safe and healthy." In the Eternal Sky City, the gods knelt down and worshipped in unison. All the members of the Qinglong gang in Dulo Star also had burning eyes and shouted one after another. Long Fei arrived at Dulo Star. At this moment, Dulo Star, which had passed for 328,500 years, had completely changed its appearance. It's all full of super high-tech with high-rise buildings, robots, rockets, spaceships and everything else flying across the sky. And those soul masters, now they don't need to be called soul masters. They can practice even if they don't need a martial soul. The human body gets the development of huge potential, removes the restrictions of the soul ring, allowing one's own power to be unleashed to a greater extent. In addition, everything that people need in life, such as food and planting, has been improved unparalleledly. People no longer need to worry about the lack of food and other sources of cultivation. The structure of Dulo Star has also completely changed. The benefits are even more superior. There are joint agencies such as government. Although there are many distribution categories, they all have a common force called the Qinglong gang. A huge blue dragon appeared in the sky. In the center of the city, the statue of Long Fei was huge, and the tallest building represents the supreme instant, the current Dulo Star. Any person's strength is extremely superior. In one thought, Long Fei learned that the population on Dulo planet had increased horribly, and as he, the master of the plane, became stronger, Dulo Star also expanded into an extremely huge planet, and all the land masks and ocean masks were waiting for a huge increase. Today's titled Dulo are really worthless since there are 500 million of them. There are 300 million super Dulo and there are 200 million peerless Dulo. As for the hundreds of quasi-demigods, pseudo-demigods, etc., those with a level of cultivation above 100 million are even more frightening. Now there are really as many as dog and worthless. Long Fei was also extremely shocked. The current global population of Dulo planet has exceeded 10 billion. This terrifying lineup is all from the Qinglong gang. Qinglong gang, tens of billions of gang members. This is not a boast, I really have tens of billions of followers. Long Fei played in Dulo Star for 5 days and then he returned to Eternal Sky City due to sudden changes, only to see a black hole like worry appear above Sky City. Turbulent turbulent flow of time and space. Long Fei narrowed his eyes. Gang leader, it's not good we encountered time and space turbulence, Yushin said. Little things. Long Fei didn't care at all and stretched out his hand to squeeze. The whole person entered the black hole directly. When he traveled through it, he suddenly discovered that something different seemed to exist in the turbulence of time and space. There is another area here, and this area has strange rules, but it gave Long Fei a surprise. This place can be used as a training ground. Long Fei emerged from the turbulence of time and space in an instant, directly controlled the turbulence of time and space in his hands, forcibly modified the rules inside, and then handed it over to Eternal Sky City and ordered it to be a new place of experience from now on. In this way, the poor time and space turbulence was turned into a tool man. Soon another 5 days passed. This day is Long Fei's wedding. As soon as the power of blood comes out, the blue dragon's blessing spreads across all the heavens. A huge green dragon carried the sedan chair. Many mythical beasts gathered together, and the gospel was shocking. All the creatures in the world also saw this scene that spanned centuries when they entered the Eternal Sky City to give gift. I am Long Fei, the Qing Emperor, and I am now marrying Long Ting Yuina and Ya Lingling. Witness the heaven. A year has passed since the supreme wedding, and everything has recovered. After enjoying the blessing of Long Fei, all the beings in the world soon had geniuses ascending to the Eternal Sky City. This year Long Fei and his 3 wives traveled all over the heavens. On this very day, Long Fei used the system's rewards to directly absorb the entire Dulo heavenly plane into his body and became a member of the original Dulo star cell. This cell contains the heavenly universe plane of one world. At this time in the Eternal Sky City, Long Fei appeared with a thought, told the god some things, and then left the shopkeeper. In the Eternal Sky City, the system voice rang out from Long Fei's noble room. Congratulations to the host Dulo world for completing his merit. The host can choose to use the plane lottery coupons to travel to other plane. You still have 2 unused coupons. Yes, my merits have finally been fulfilled. Net, I have to go to the new world to Eparian. Long Fei sighed, having played what should be played and done what should be done. Net, let's get down to business. Use the plane lottery ticket 1. Used successfully. The plane is drawn as whether to time travel. Yes. Long Fei disappeared. Chapter 125. 125. Queen Medusa. The endless desert. The sand dunes are wandering and deserted, but it just so happened that in a place where even ghosts might not come back, there was a large valley passage. 3 demons with humanoid upper bodies and snake tails on their lower bodies were passing through. Brother, there's not even a soul in this desert, so what kind of patrols are needed? That's right, you should go back to sleep in such a hot weather. The 2 male snake men beside them started to complain. The leading male snake man frowned and stopped talking nonsense. Hurry up and finish this circle and go back early. The 3 snake men continued to move forward. Suddenly there was a change in the surrounding space, and the space began to vibrate. Upon discovering something strange, the movement of the 3 snakes suddenly stopped. Be careful, the leader of the snake shouted. What's going on? The 2 snake men beside him were at a loss. This was the first time for the 3 of them to see this situation, and the net second they all took out their sword and became alert. A strange aura swirled from underneath him like a snake. The aura on his body changed, and suddenly they became extraordinarily powerful. At this moment a space crack appeared in front of them. This is a space rift. The leading snake's pupils shrank. The net second a figure walked out of the crack in space. He is a young man, but he gives people a great sense of oppression. This is the new world, Dochi continent. The young man looked in front of him and murmured. The voice of the system sounded. The host has successfully arrived at the Dochi continent. The Dochi continent where the host is currently located is the original world. It is more powerful than the projected Dochi continent, and the plane level is above the mid-level martial arts level. Long Fei's pupils shrank, and then the corners of his mouth curled up. Since this is the origin Dochi continent, this is interesting. Is it the advanced divine power of Dulo or the advanced fighting spirit here? Long Fei asked. Fighting Chi. The Dulo world where the host is located belongs to low martial art. Divine power is a power system that is more advanced than soul power, but is not a real divine power. Of course, the host can also choose to retain the divine power or convert the divine power into fighting Chi, the system said. Long Fei looked at his eyebrows. The second plan system, the transformation of divine power, starts now. Let's get started. Long Fei nodded. Soon Long Fei felt an indescribable mysterious feeling. System interface. Character interface. Host Long Fei. Age 30 years old. According to Dulo star, it is more than this age. Kung Fu Wuji longevity. Kung Fu 90 levels. Blood and cell development and activation 15%. Comparison of physical strength 1 star. Dozun. This is the original Dochi continent, and the world's level of martial arts is above average. The strongest explosive power 200 billion kilograms achievable by 1 star. Dozun. Soul power and mental power 1 star. Dozun. Martial soul chaos Azure dragon bloodline package bloodline tattoo fan momentum. Fighting spirit level 9 star fighting emperor. The world level is high and the low level is converted to the high level, so that's it. It's not fun to be too strong and the low level does not affect the skills he possesses. My own divine position Qinglong. Weapon Qinglong. Ancient sword. Sword of the god. Field dragon. God realm. Void realm. Resurrection realm of all things. Killing realm. Plane realm. Divine emperor realm. Bloodline package. Talents developed. Eternal youth. Attribute increase lifespan. Increase evil and evil orcism. Super healing. Invulnerability to poisons. Super growth. Supreme dragon power. 1% development. Right hand transforms into a blue dragon. 2% development. The left hand becomes the blue dragon. 3% the blue dragon becomes the back of the torso. 4% the blue dragon becomes the predecessor. 5% the blue dragon becomes armed. 6% the blue dragon becomes the whole body. 7% the blue dragon splits the sky and reigns. 8% the green dragon swallows. 9% the green dragon blessings. 10% the dragon kingdom in the palm of the hand. 11% skills transformation chaos green dragon eyes lightning flash step martial spirit true body nirvana system warehouse divine Tibetan skin 100% copying mirror random space travel scroll 1 god realm teleportation card 1 chance to create a band account 1 the world of cells in the body Douluo heavenly plane. The system interface is for reference only. Everything is displayed by Long Fei. Long Fei clenched his fist. It's a familiar formula again. I didn't expect that since the Douluo god emperor realm only has the 9-star Douluo emperor cultivation here. It seems that this origin Dochi continent is indeed terrifyingly high. The god emperor is the supreme ruler of the entire Douluo heavenly plane. Since he was just a 9-star fighting emperor, Long Fei really couldn't accept it. Very disappointed, but thinking about the level of this original Dochi continent, I immediately felt relieved. Then what would my cultivation level be if I were in another projection Dochi continent? Long Fei asked, curiously feeling itchy in his heart. The answer from the 1-star fighting emperor system immediately made Long Fei's heart palpitate. Long Fei pinched his heart with a painful look on his face. Oh my god, there is such a difference. The gap is really too big. Even if I can bear it, it will be uncomfortable. I didn't expect that the difference between myself and Dodi was only a distance between projection and origin. I'm asking you, human being, who are you? At this moment an angry voice sounded. Long Fei suddenly came back to his senses and looked at the 3 people in front of him. The upper body is human and the lower body is snake tail. It seems that these people are members of the snake tribe. The desert land in front of us must be the Tagore Desert in the Jiama Empire. Long Fei smiled softly. 3 snake brothers, don't be impatient. I didn't see the 3 of you just now, but now I have seen you. No, you are not human either. Long Fei could see through the cultivation levels of the 3 of them at a glance. The leader was a 1-star fighting master and the remaining 2 were 5-star fighting masters. Long Fei's words made the 3 of them furious because they felt the humiliation in his words. I suspect that you are here to harm the humans of the snake tribe. Suffer death. The leading male snake man shouted angrily, rushed away with a strong fighting spirit and slashed at Long Fei with a big knife. The other 2 snake men also moved out. Long Fei was calm and composed. The net moment a terrifying fighting spirit burst out from his body. Wah! The fighting spirit plotted and the 3 of them were thrown away, hitting the wall of the valley hard and painfully. Boom! The 3 of them look horrified. This terrifying fighting spirit, I can only feel it in Queen Medusa. He is actually a powerful fighting emperor. The powerful fighting emperor is so terrifying. The 3 of them were frightened. He shouted, his whole body trembling. The previous anger was gone, only endless fear. Long Fei's Do Huang pressure directly suppressed the 3 of them lying on the ground, unable to get up. The 3 of them sucked in a breath of cold air, sweat dripping down their back. In front of the powerful Do Huang, the 3 of them are like ants. A slight snort from the opponent can cause them to implode and die. The 3 of them were completely frightened and did not dare to move. With just a thought, Long Fei stepped directly into the air and stood up. The abilities he had in the Dulo world can also be used here as usual. This is a very good performance. It can be used in the space field, void field and other field. Only by reaching the level of Do Zun can he control the power of space, and now he can control the power of Do Emperor. It can be said that in addition to changing the bloodline of the whole family, he now has the abilities of all the levels here, and he also has the abilities that are not available in the levels here. This is his biggest advantage after ascending from the Dulo world. Tread walk in the air. Duzong. The 3 of them screamed and their fear became even more intense. Cold sweat lingered on my forehead. Lord Duzong, I have no intention of doing so. Please don't argue with ants like us. The leader of the snake man said, trembling. Take me to your tribe of snake people. I have something to do with your Queen Medusa. Long Fei put his hands behind his back, raised his forehead slightly and spoke in a cold tone. Yes, yes, yes. Chapter 126 Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. The host side mission starts. Absorb all the strange fires on the strange fire list. Current progress 0 023 Task Reward Temporarily Unknown. Do you want to receive it? On the way to the Snake Tribe, the system voice in Long Fei's mind sounded again. This time it's a mission, not bad. Get it whispered. The purpose of his trip to the Snake Land this time was to see the rumored majesty of Queen Medusa. If the strange fire was there, he would take it by the way. Long Fei's spiritual mind scan revealed that the level of the origin Dochi continent was high and his mental power was also suppressed, but it was still very simple to sweep through most of the Tagore desert. I have to say that this desert is really big and it would really be a disaster for ordinary people to come in. In his spiritual thoughts, Long Fei immediately found the Snake Tribe. Under his spiritual thoughts, it was very obvious. In the deepest hall of the Snake Tribe, Queen Medusa suddenly felt something was wrong. She raised her head and saw that there seemed to be a force peering at her tribe just now. Who dares to spy on our snake people? Queen Medusa looked cold and full of killing intent. On the other side, Long Fei withdrew his spiritual thoughts and was slightly surprised as expected of the origin Dochi continent. My spying was actually discovered. Looking at the three snakes leading the way below, he raised his hand and pointed it at the three people. A terrifying force directly imprisoned the three snakes, and the net moment their bodies gradually turned into particles. The three snakes looked panicked. They knew what to do, but they still took action against them. Become my power. Long Fei directly swallowed the three snakes. After shaking his hand, he found that the power was much stronger, but it did not upgrade him. It seems that absorbing strange fire is the fastest way to improve your cultivation. Whether this is the original Dochi continent or the projection Dochi continent, the most fundamental thing is the alien fire. Since the original Dochi continent, these alien fires will definitely be more powerful. Grab the space in front of you. The space was torn apart in an instant, but with his current cultivation he couldn't go as far as Dulo world. After all, it is also suppressed by the rules of this original world. Unless Breakthrough Do Emperor forcibly breaks these rules, he will always be suppressed. In the advanced world, blessings and misfortunes depend on each other. Long Fei side then entered the space crack tunnel and directly crossed the space to the Snake Tribe. Snake Tribe. High in the sky ahead, space cracks appeared. Long Fei floated out from inside. Looking at the huge building in front of him, the densely packed snake guard and snake people, Long Fei pursed his lips. With the appearance of Long Fei, the direct pressure from the Chaos Azure Dragon was naturally released. The perspective of a true dragon seeing an insect. The snake people below trembled. When they looked up, they looked at Long Fei's figure as if they were seeing a huge dragon instead of a human being. Who is he? Walking in the air? A strong man from Duzong. The faces of the Snake Tribe all changed with shock and fear. Go and rule the queen and the elders. A powerful enemy is coming. The leader of the guard captain shouted, and the order was quickly carried out. The other snakemen quickly dispersed and hid. The three Do Wang level warriors spread out their Do Chi wings and soared into the sky, arriving below Long Fei. The closer you get, the more you can feel the heavy pressure of blood. The three people cupped their hands with respectful presence, and the leader Shen Yin said, I don't know who you are, the strong master of the Do Zone. What do you want from the Snake Tribe? I'm not interested in you. I'm here just to see Queen Medusa, Long Fei said calmly. After hearing this, the three people's faces darkened, feeling extremely humiliated, but they had to endure it because they couldn't beat him. The other party is a Do Zone. Your Excellency. The leader of the man spoke but was interrupted by a voice at this moment. You all stand down. The female voice was extremely cold. The net moment a red figure flew directly from the Snake Tribe palace and landed in the sky, looking at Long Fei at the same level. My queen. Seeing this figure below, everyone in the Snake Tribe worshipped him one after another. The three fighting kings fell quickly. It depends on their queen. If there really was a fight, their queen would not necessarily lose. After all, Medusa is the most powerful instance in the eyes of the snake people. Queen Medusa wears red clothes with a long bright red tail on her lower body, a humanoid upper body with her navel and waist posed, a red veil on her face and neatly styled hair. Her tone was cold and she felt something was wrong. A strong human Duzong. No, you are not a Duzong, you are just a 9-star Duhuang. Why can you walk in the air? This is something that can only be done in the Duzong realm. Ability. Long Fei didn't pay attention to Medusa's word but said to himself, I, the leader of the Qinglong gang Long Fei, have long heard that Queen Medusa of the Snake Tribe is unparalleled in beauty, and today I came here to see it, and it is true. Human, are you looking down on me? Medusa was furious with murderous intent. Originally I thought you were a Dozong and I needed to be a little more wary of you, but now you are just a 9-star Do Emperor, and how dare you do this to me? Presumptuous in front of me. As for the Qinglong gang leader you mentioned, he is just a rising star. It's normal to stay in the great desert of the Gamma Empire and not hear about it. It's like a frog in a well who only sees the sky map in front of you. Long Fei's voice was extremely calm. I am indeed not a Dozong, but the strength of my 9-star Do Emperor is different from that of other 9-star Do Emperors. Beside Queen Medusa, you are only the peak 9-star Do Emperor. Really? It's not certain who will suffer in a fight. Human, you have completely angered me. Medusa already hated humans and had wanted to kill Long Fei for a long time. Now that Long Fei said this, she became even more angry and murderous. Her temper was already not good. Seeking death, Medusa shouted angrily, and a terrifying fighting spirit energy emerged from her body, turning into a huge offensive and attacking Long Fei. Looking at the huge offensive in front of me, Long Fei was calm and composed, and the net moment he was penetrated with a bang. Medusa sneered, "What an arrogant human being you have to know that her attacks are poisonous, just in case she directly used her killing move. This kind of poison is the most poisonous and it will quickly turn into blood as soon as it is touched." But the net second, Medusa's proud face suddenly solidified. Long Fei, who was attacked, walked away from the attack unscathed. Long Fei waved his hand and said, "Queen Medusa, your move is very poisonous, but you met me. I am immune to all poisons including energy attack." As he said that, he grinned and revealed a picture of very bad mouth shape. Medusa's pupils shrank and she was shocked. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Immediately afterwards she used her fighting skills to turn into a sharp red hand knife blade, quickly rushed towards Long Fei and struck down. Terrifying fighting spirit, absolute killing intent. The power that burst out was very powerful. "If you want to play, then I will play with you and see how strong the peak Do Huang is." Long Fei summoned the ancient Qinglong sword that he had not seen for a long time and rushed forward to fight. Bang bang! Soon a battle between high-level fighting emperors began in the sky. The snake people below all raised their head and looked up. Chapter 127. The Yunlin succumbed. After several rounds of confrontation, Medusa did not gain much advantage. From the beginning to the end, Long Fei did not use the dragon's pressure but simply had a fighting spirit. A red bow appeared in Medusa's hand, which was very beautiful. The net moment arrows were condensed and shot towards the place above where Long Fei passed through. The arrow plotted the air, forming sound wave. Faced with such an arrow, Long Fei twisted his body slightly and dodged, then slashed out all the long arrows and shattered them into pieces. Continuing to charge towards Medusa, the knife-wielding hand waved again. Cyan light emanates from the Qinglong ancient sword. The extremely sharp power made Medusa react instinctively in danger. The knife was very fast and it came to Medusa in an instant and chopped it down. She had no time to escape, so she had no choice but to follow through. At the same time, her complexion changed drastically and the huge force of the knife directly crushed her and fell to the bottom. Medusa gritted her teeth and a terrifying amount of fighting energy erupted from her body and then plotted. When the roaring explosion in the air blew her away, the red gauze on her face was also blown away. At this second the surroundings became quiet and suddenly her pupils shrank. Above the explosion, a huge blue dragon crashed directly towards her. Phew! Medusa's entire body was hit directly under the snake human city wall and was submerged, and an explosion also sounded at the same time. Boom! My lady queen! The face of the snake man below changed greatly and he roared angrily. Halfway towards that direction, the three fighting kings flew into the sky again. Facing Long Fei, he still felt extremely frightened. Gritting his teeth, he held them straight. Accompanied by four elders from the Duhuang realm, everyone's presence were gloomy and solemn, and they were frightened and angry at the same time. "Your excellency has gone too far," an elder said gloomily. "I wanted to take action, but I still endured it." The crowd dispersed and were surrounded by Long Fei. "Quickly squeeze the hand in your hand." Formation. Long Fei was very familiar with this scene. He glanced out of the corner of his mouth and his figure turned into an afterimage and disappeared from the place. "Everyone be careful." At this moment everyone's presence changed drastically and they felt the crisis. "Be vigilant, be defensive, because someone could be surprised at any moment." And Long Fei appeared again, his huge dragon knife whirling green light directly sending everyone flying and sending them down to accompany Queen Medusa. Long Fei said leisurely, "You snake people are just annoying and you kill people at every turn. If I weren't strong enough here, I would be bullied by you." Rumble. Several more people were sent down to make a big noise. "Medusa, the main reason I came here is to cooperate with you and discuss business. Don't pretend to be dead down there, and if you attack me again, I don't mind destroying your entire snake race." Long Fei, he clenched his fist, looked down from a high position and spoke indifferently. "How dare you?" Medusa was furious. With a roar, terrifying fighting spirit energy came out. Her figure flew up again, staring at Long Fei with an extremely cold look. At this moment she was injured badly and the clothes on her body had many tears. You can see the injuries. She was a little embarrassed and quickly took a pill to restore her injuries. "If you dare to kill me, the snake people, I swear that I will pull you down even if I blow myself up," Medusa said angrily. The snake people below were very moved after hearing this. The fighting energy in Medusa surged crazily. Long Fei snorted coldly and a dragon's power came out of his body. Medusa suddenly let out a dull sound and fear suddenly appeared in her blood. This was instinctive fear. The contempt of the superior for the inferior. Medusa's body softened and she lost strength instantly. The wings behind her disappeared and she fell directly below. How could it be? Who are you? This absolute pressure from the bloodline. Her pupils were constricted, her face was pale, her voice oozed fear and her weak body was trembling from time to time. Medusa, I want the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. This is a transformation Eli IR. Just treat it as a deal. Long Fei said, taking out a bottle of Eli IR and throwing it at Medusa's side. In front of you. You know he can kill Medusa and then destroy the snake people to get it himself. There is no need to do this. But well, the snake people naturally have their own ideas. Now that his eyes have come to the Dochi continent, whether it is the origin or the projection, you can't leave everything to Xiaoyan alone, right? He has played with dragons but he has not played with snakes yet. Looking at the Eli IR in the bottle in front of her, Medusa gritted her teeth. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you if I advance to Duzong? If I were worried I wouldn't give it to you. Even if you advance to Duzong, you're still a one-star Duzong. It's not enough to deal with me. Long Fei said in an arrogant tone. You are too arrogant. Medusa said, I made this deal, don't regret it when the time comes. Medusa took the bottle and glared at Long Fei. Follow me. Long Fei put away his pressure and smiled lightly. Medusa felt much better and her fighting energy turned into wings and flew directly towards the palace. Long Fei also followed and no one dared to stop him. Deep inside the palace, through the corridor, Long Fei took a few glances and saw that the walls of these corridors were carved with portraits of snake people. He didn't care either. Soon we came to the big room at the end. As soon as he entered the door, he saw blue flames suspended in the air. Long Fei stepped forward and looked at the flaming lotus in front of him. This is the Qinglian Earth Core Fire that ranks 19th on the list of strange fires. It's really eye-catching. This kind of strange high temperature really makes people like it. There is a large pond behind Qinglian Earth Core Fire which exudes extremely low cold air. Bingling cold spring water is used as a cooling aid, but I don't need it. Long Fei directly grabbed Qinglian's heart fire with one hand. Medusa's pupils shrank. Direct contact with your hands? This guy is really looking for death. Even she didn't dare to do this. The temperature of Qinglian's inner fire was extremely high and she had spent a lot of time to bring it back. Even now she is hesitant to fight against this fierce flame and enter the Duzong realm. But now that she has the transformation pill, she will naturally not choose to take this risk. After all, that method is a narrow escape. If she died, the entire snake tribe would be in chaos. When powerful enemies attack, the snake people will be in great danger, so she is very worried. What surprised her again was that the burning of Qinglian's core fire didn't seem to cause much harm to Long Fei. System, should I swallow it directly with the green dragon or directly swallow the refining like in the original work? Long Fei asked in his heart. If the host wants to be stimulated, just eat it. If it doesn't want to be stimulated, just swallow it. The system responded. Long Fei complained, but he didn't even give an answer. If you swallow it, it will directly become your power, but it will not have the special effect of casting fire. The humanized voice of the system sounded again. Long Fei nodded. In that case, I'd better eat it. How can he show off without fire special effect? None of this is in line with his rules for doing things. Soon a force spread out from him, forming a barrier instantly. Then he directly swallowed Qinglian's inner fire. Seeing this scene, Medusa's heart was pounding. She was so ruthless that she swallowed Qinglian alive. The barrier on Long Fei's body was very strong and even she might not be able to break it. No, with his current cultivation level, if he successfully refines the Qinglian Earth Core Fire, he will surely enter the realm of Dozone. I must follow him, Medusa said, quickly setting up a formation in the entire palace. Then he found a place to swallow the Eli IR, crossed his legs in mid-air and began to absorb and refine it. Chapter 128. Everyone is afraid. The scorching energy of Qinglian's Earth Core Fire continued to impact, burning Long Fei's body. This is still as hot as he has felt in so many years, but fortunately with his current system, although Qinglian's inner fire is violent, it can't hurt his body at all. At most it would just make hot sweat flow from his forehead and quickly evaporate. Wuji Chang Sheng Gong continuously absorbs this energy to refine and quench the physical body. Long Fei used space blockade to directly isolate the Qinglian Earth Core Fire from his body and used long power to absolutely suppress it. The quiet energy of Qinglian's Earth Core Fire gradually drained away little by little, completely providing huge energy to Long Fei's body. On the other side, Medusa also changed after eating the transformation pill. She was wrapped in a ball of energy. It looks like a huge silkworm egg, but what happens inside is unknown. As time goes by, little by little, Long Fei has completely refined the Qinglian Earth Core Fire. The moment he woke up, a huge force directly changed qualitatively. He was promoted from 9-star Do Huang to 2-star Do Sec, a whole 3 levels. It's not too much, but it's still quite small. But think about it, this is the original Do Chi continent and everything is of such high standards. Suddenly I felt much more at ease. Is this what it feels like to be in the 2-star 2-star Duzong. It's really different. Long Fei looked relieved, and when he moved his hand a blue flame suddenly appeared in his palm. Dochi continent is the most valuable and attractive product of this world. At least I am that person. In addition to this, there are the women of Dochi continent are also good. Long Fei stared straight at the green tea in his hand. Lian Dizin said his eyes fell on the ball of silkworm eggs not far ahead, and he revealed a meaningful smile. Suddenly at this moment there was a commotion outside the snake tribe. Long Fei swept his mind and suddenly found several strange figures appearing outside the snake people. All of them are humans in the Duhuang realm. According to the plot, are they coming? Yunlin sect. Long Fei's mouth curled up slightly. He glanced at the silkworm egg that had not moved yet and decisively chose to go out and meet these Yunlin sect members for a while. People. When Long Fei broke a hole in Medusa's formation and went out, he repaired it. At this time the snake people from the snake tribe quickly came over to report. Seeing Long Fei coming out, they immediately retreated in fear. Your queen is going through the most important level, don't disturb her, Long Fei said lightly. But there are people from the Yunlin sect coming outside who insist on seeing our queen. Of them came, including powerful Do Huang warriors. We are no match, not to mention that the elders were seriously injured by you and have not yet recovered. At present we can only delay. The other party hasn't started fighting yet, but it looked like it will soon. The snake man spoke timidly. Long Fei waved his hand. Okay, leave this matter to me. This is a favor that your queen owes me. After saying that, Long Fei's after image appeared with a hiss and disappeared in the net second, leaving only a few scattered thunderbolts which were quickly amused. Only the confused snake man was left. Outside, Idan King Furukawa hoped to meet Queen Medusa, the leader of the snake people. We have something to ask for. Furukawa ignored the snake guard in front of him and the voice sounded again. There were 5 other people accompanying him. One of them is a mysterious man in black and the other 4 are all men, and their cultivation levels are all at the level of high-level fighting kings. People's fighting spirit turned into wings and ascended to the sky. At this moment a black shadow flashed in front of them. A breath of power instantly knocked back everyone present. The prescience of the SI members of the Yunlin sect changed drastically. Walking through the air, a strong man from the Do sect. The eyes of the SI people were focused and there were screams of surprise. When did a strong Duzong person appear in the snake tribe, and he was a male human being? Could it be those hidden old guys from the snake tribe? The mysterious man in black was solemn and thought to himself. He was a little embarrassed when he heard that others were taking advantage of him to fight against the sect, but now he is a true 2-star fighting sect and can hold his head high. Yun Shuo Machin Guyi. Long Fei looked at the people in front of him. After scanning through them, he immediately had the names of 4 people in his mind. As for the names of the other 2 people, he had forgotten them, but it seemed that they were not from the Yunlin sect. The cultivation of these 2 people is second only to Yun, a 1-star Do Emperor and a 2-star Do Emperor, while Yun is a 3-star Do Emperor. As for the remaining 3 people, they are all high-level fighting kings. The cultivation level of the SI people was immediately seen by him. What's the purpose of the Yunlin sect people coming here? Long Fei asked knowingly. Such a young master of Duzong. The SI people's first impression of Long Fei was even more shocking. I am a SITH grade alchemist of the Yunlin sect. Furukawa. I wonder who you are, from the snake tribe? Furukawa handed over his hand. His tone was not as arrogant as before, but he still had an arrogant look from the bottom of his heart, and in his opinion the person in front of him, hearing that he is a SITH grade alchemist, will definitely give him face. With his head held high and his chest held high, the SI stars of the alchemist badge on his left chest were shining brightly. Long Fei said calmly, I am Long Fei, the leader of the Qinglong gang, and the snake tribe has been recruited by me to become a member of our gang. Who do you think I am among them? The Qinglong gang? The SI of them looked at each other. They had never heard of this force in the Jiama Empire, and it's also a force headed by a young Duzong. Could it be that it was just established by someone from outside the Jiama Empire? Yes, they really guessed it right. On Dochi continent it is really equivalent to just establishing it. Anyway, your Excellency Duzong, we have taken the liberty to come here to ask for help. Yun dressed in black said, if they really want to fight, even if the SI of them join forces, it will be difficult to defeat a Duzong. But no one wants to be an enemy until that point, otherwise they will definitely be the ones to suffer. The appearance of Long Fei is really a big change. In one thought, Long Fei discovered a person hiding not far away. This person is very young. It seems to be Xiao Yan, and the energy of that soul body is Yaokan Nasai. Dozone. Yao Chen's prescience changed lightly. I didn't expect that the snake tribe would have a strong man of the Duzong level sitting in charge. Yao Chen murmured. In the past his forces would naturally regard Duzong as an ant, but that's not the case now. A strong man at the Duzong level? What should master do now? With this change it will become more difficult to obtain the Qinglian earth core fire. Xiao Yan's prescience changed drastically and he gritted his teeth and refused to give in. His fists clenched, and Medusa hasn't appeared yet. It seems. Yao Chen looked at the palace in the snake tribe and narrowed his eyes. Now it is very likely that the inner fire of Qinglian has begun to be swallowed up. Such variables are also it's unpected for me. If it doesn't work, I can only give up on Qinglian's heart fire. When Xiao Yan heard this, he became even more unwilling and said, "No master, we have worked so hard to get to this point, and the materials used to absorb the Qinglian earth core fire have been prepared. I am not willing to let all our previous efforts go to waste. I'm sure there is a way. If these two groups of people can fight, we may be able to sneak in while they are not prepared. Medusa must be in a weak state after being absorbed. When the time comes, teacher, if you possess me and I use my full strength, I may not be able to kill it." While listening, Yaoken in the soul body stroked his long beard and nodded. "This idea is not impossible. Let's see again." As he said that, he also sighed. "The other side. You are here for it, right?" Long Fei said. As he said that, as soon as he held his hand, Qinglian's earth core fire came out. The strong flames and terrifying high temperature shocked everyone. "Strange fire. Qinglian earth core fire. But it's a pity it has been absorbed and refined by me, and now it is my thing. You can go back and forth wherever you want," Long Fei said, waving his hand to drive it away. Chapter 129. Medusa is scary. This everyone's prescience froze. The rest of the people don't necessarily need the alien fire, but King Alchemist Furukawa is a SITH grade alchemist. The strange fire is very important to him, not to mention that King Alchemist is also half of the Yunlin sect. "Your Excellency, I am a SITH grade alchemist who is in great need of strange fire. I wonder if you can give up my love. I am willing to pay an extremely generous reward." Even though he knew that this possibility was very small and could be very dangerous, Furukawa still be brave and give it a try. As soon as Furukawa said this, the other 5 people around him became worried and looked at Long Fei, fearing that the other party would kill Furukawa instantly in anger, and then their Yunlin sect would suffer heavy losses. Asking a person who has absorbed the alien fire for the alien fire, isn't this asking for death? Ha ha ha. After hearing this, Long Fei burst into laughter. Looking at Furukawa, he laughed mockingly. "Dan King Furukawa, you are not stupid. You dare to ask this question? I am a genuine Duzong. You are asking for death by asking this question." Anger appeared on Long Fei's face, and the coercion of the 2-star Duzong came over him instantly. In addition, he was originally a thief who played with coercion. As a result, everyone's prescience changed drastically, as they were instantly suppressed and they lost the ability to fly. Fell to the ground. Flop. What a terrifying pressure. This is the pressure of a strong Duzong man. Everyone had cold sweat streaming down their foreheads, gasping for air and trembling all over. Yun supported it with one hand. Her feet were weakening and she was shocked and thought in her heart, how could this happen? Even if the opponent is a Duzong, it is impossible for me to lose the ability to resist in such an instant. After all, I am also a 3-star Duhuang. This Duzong, the pressure is too abnormal. He has a dragon power. Could it have something to do with it? No matter what, this is the true strength of others. As Pected, the powerful Duzong is so terrifying. Also, Furukawa, in this world you are not the only alchemist who refines irs, and I am also an alchemist, Long Fei said coldly, and as he raised his hand, the Qinglian earth heart fire instantly condensed a crystal of incomparable purity. The high Ir was then thrown directly in front of Furukawa like a worthless thing. Furukawa looked at the scene in front of him and then looked at the Ir on the ground. Everyone's prescience changed again. Instant Ir condensation. How is this possible? This is something that only a very high-level alchemist can do, and I have witnessed it with my own eyes here today. Yun and others struggled hard with more cold sweat on their forehead and bodies, and their fear became stronger. They whispered, at the Duzong level and such a terrifying alchemist level, our Yunlin sect cannot afford to offend them. No, the entire Juma Empire combined cannot afford to offend such a being. Furukawa, who was severely slapped in the face, realized the seriousness of the matter and quickly admitted his mistake. Your Excellency Duzong, I apologize to you for my stupid behavior just now. Furukawa is willing to pay compensation. Please don't embarrass me, friends. It's all because of my recklessness. Sure enough, there is a world outside the world and there are people outside the world. This time the proud Furukawa was slapped hard by reality, which was very painful. Now I just hope that the other party will not kill them. I didn't expect that the other party was not only a Duzong but also an alchemist of such a high level. It's true that people should not be judged by their appearance. Looking at this scene from a distance, Yao Chen frowned and sighed. Such an achievement at such a young age is really a child born to refine medicine. Can't you, teacher Ningden, also do it at this moment? Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows. Yao Chen was well informed and shook his head. No, this is different. The Ir that my master can instantly condense is only the 4th grade pill and below, but the pill he just made has reached the 7th grade transformation pill, and the purity is very high, and I can smell the light fragrance happens here. The power behind this kind of evildoer is very scary. Maybe the Qinglong gang he just mentioned is the hidden world family, so his attainments in refining medicine are higher than yours, teacher. Xiao Yan was shocked. Yao Chen frowned. Although he didn't want to admit it, he still nodded with difficulty. Yes. Yao Chen comforted. We can't afford to offend this kind of person, and King Lian's inner fire has been absorbed by him and has an owner. We can only give up and choose other strange fires. Don't worry, the world is big. Strange fires, there is still a lot of fire. Xiao Yan looked disappointed, turned around and leaned on the sand dune and said witheringly, but the burning Jew requires absorbing strange fire to improve. We have spent so much time and now this opportunity is gone, so how can the burning Jew be improved? Drag it down. Yao Chen said it doesn't have to be strange fire. Animal fire is also possible. Although the power and temperature of animal fire are not as good as strange fire, but according to the current situation, in order not to fall behind the progress, I plan to find a new one for you. Beast fire. Xiao Yan raised his hand and shook it and a purple flame appeared. This was the beast fire from the purple-winged Lion King. Sighed, it seems like this can happen. Let's go. Hurry up. Now that the outcome has been decided, Yao Yan does not intend to waste time here. Okay, let's go. Yaoken nodded. Boom. At this moment an explosion sounded, causing Xiao Yan to stop and look back. The Yunlin sect snake tribe and others from the snake tribe were also attracted by the scene in front of them. At this moment Long Fei had let go of the pressure and the SI of them felt better. Looking at the beam of light striking out in front of them, everyone felt an unpleasant thought. It seems that she is about to transform. Could it be that even after taking the transformation pill, this woman Medusa cannot escape the fate of turning into a colorful sky-swallowing python? Long Fei turned back and frowned, thinking to himself, the palace of the snake people was plotted by the terrifying energy and everyone in the snake people fled. Even Yun Lanzong and others retreated one after another. No, it seems that Medusa has advanced to the Duzong. Not good. Medusa from the snake tribe has become a Duzong, and now there is another such a terrifying Duzong human. We can't stay here anymore. Yun Lanzong and others looked at each other and Yun said in a low voice, such big variables are no longer within their control. In that strong light a broken silkworm eggshell appeared on the ground, and in mid-air a delicate beauty with long legs, big breasts and long hair volleyed in the light that was gradually amusing. This person is really a Medusa who took the transformation pill and became a human and advanced into the one-star Do sect realm. Long Fei's Chaos Azure Dragon eyes transformed and he could immediately see through the evolved Medusa's entire body. That active bloodline exudes a ferocious python power. Long Fei thought in his heart, it seems that she has successfully evolved into a colorful sky-swallowing python. She didn't become a little snake because of me, but that's okay. On the other side, Yun Lanzong and others planned to leave directly. Yao Chen said, this is Medusa from the snake tribe who has advanced. She is also a Dozone. Hide quickly. There may be a big battle in a while. Watching strong men fight at close range is a very good experience for you. Xiao Yan suddenly lay down. He is also eager. Although the strange fire is gone, it is not too bad to be able to see a fight at the Duzong level. The battle of the truly strong is above the sky. You people in the Yunlin sect really think that my king's snake tribe can come and leave at will? Medusa looked at the people of the Yunlin sect below with a cold prescience. In the net second she launched an attack directly towards them. Now that she has the strength, no one can stop her. As long as she solves the problem of the Yunlin sect, man, when the time comes she can easily capture the entire Jiuma Empire and the snake tribe will have a new rare land. Such a good opportunity is here, so naturally I won't let it go. Served in one pot. Chapter 130. Death. Medusa was extremely fast and flew in front of the SI people and launched an attack. The prescience of the SI people changed drastically and they quickly displayed their fighting skills and were forced to resist. Everyone quickly flew back to high altitude. Medusa quickly blasted away the three Dozong first. Yun Suo and others were directly blasted 100 meters away and were hit hard on the ground. They looked ferocious and frightened. They covered their chest and vomited blood. Dozong struck with a blow. It was really terrifying. Even the resistance of the three of them was instantly broken and they were injured in such a miserable state. Really, if I had known better I wouldn't have been involved in this muddy water. Now only Yun and the other two are left and the three of them are all low-level Do Huang. The three of them were being chased madly by Medusa with her sword and they had no time to care about Yun Shuo and the others. Yun Suo and the other two took the Ir from Guhi and ate it. The three of them sat down cross-legged and worked on their fighting chi skills to recover quickly. Dragon flying in the air watched this scene without making any move to stop it. Yun Yun's three fighting kings are much more durable than Yun Suo's three fighting kings. The three of them are very fast but they cooperate in an orderly manner. The extreme wind kill. Yun swiped the long sword in her hand and attacked Medusa directly. As soon as she hit the sword, a beam of light light shot out from the sword. Seeing this, Medusa gathered fighting energy in her hands and ducked sideways. She raised her hand and struck down Yun Yun's attack, causing brilliant explosions of fireworks to scatter in mid-air. Mysterious level fighting skill Tiger Roaring Fist. At the same time, 1-star Do Huang Chen Han used his foot fighting skills to get close to Medusa's left side, punched out, and his fighting spirit turned into a giant golden tiger head and roared out. Mysterious level fighting skills Coiled Snake Spear Duel. The other 2-star Do Huang motion was not far behind. He was waving the spear in his hand and the terrifying power absorbed the surrounding fighting energy. A gas statue was formed like a giant snake entwined at the same time, heading towards Medusa. The wind is at a peak, the setting sun is shining brightly. Although she failed the first time, Yun Yun decisively used her fighting skills again. Feng Ziji's ultimate move quickly triggered a riot of energy all over the body. A swing of the long sword attracted the sunlight in the sky to converge on the long sword general. In an instant the sword's light rose like a blazing sun. When the energy reached a peak state, it reached its peak again. It skyrocketed and plotted with a roar, forming streaks of extremely sharp sword energy all over the sky and shooting towards Medusa. Facing 3 such powerful attacks, even Medusa, who had become a 1-star Do Zong, turned serious. She didn't dare to be careless anymore, otherwise she would definitely suffer. The 3 Do Emperors struck with all their strength. She still knew how terrifying the power was. Half of it depended on the strength of the dual skills and the other half depended on the strength of the wielder. Medusa spread her hands and suddenly a bright red energy riot spread and the energy in the sky gathered on her body. The energy fighting spirit quickly turned into an extremely huge colorful python. This is the colorful sky swallowing python. As soon as the colorful sky swallowing python came out, it shot up to the sky with a fierce and cold roar. With a swinging movement, it instantly formed a fighting energy fighting skill and then directly blasted away the 3 attacks. There was a loud rumble and another huge explosion of fireworks bloomed in the sky. The dust dissipated and a huge 7-colored python was seen protecting Medusa, standing tall against the sky, and the power of the python was surging like a tide. There are also 4 defensive shields made of fighting energy around Medusa's body. What this? The prescience of the 3 people changed drastically and their pupils narrowed. Is this her true form? No, this isn't Medusa. Has she evolved? Motion looked frightened, holding the spear tightly, but Medusa was not injured. This phantom fighting skill is too terrifying. Does this mean that this is the power of Duzong? Duhuang Duzong. Although there is a 1-word difference, the crushing at this level is too much. And Yun Yun slowly lowered her sword in her hand, frowning, panting and saying nothing. The continuous fighting and releasing of fighting skills consumed a huge amount. The more powerful the consumption. It was like running water without money. At this moment her forehead was covered with sweat. The delicate cheeks under the black veil turned white. Not only her but also Chen Han and Motion. If they continue to fight, there will be only one outcome before them, and that is death. The difference in strength is before our eyes. You 3 should not struggle fearlessly. Just die in the hands of this king. Medusa looked directly at the 3 of them with cold eyes, her bright red lips pursed cold and filled with contempt. A voice of disdain came from her mouth. The moment she used her fighting skills, she held 2 long swords in her hands and the fighting spirit energy of 7 colors of light enveloped the 2 swords. She leaned forward lightly, her steps were a little in the sky and her whole body suddenly plotted, leaving a wave of air ripple. The first target is Chen Han. The shadow of the colorful sky swallowing python phantom on her body is also driven one after another, and her power is even stronger. The speed was extremely fast. In an instant it was like a ray of light flashed by. When Chen Han reacted, he decisively defended himself with fighting skills, but he was still directly chopped away. The powerful impact penetrated both arms and caused his bones to be directly damaged. It shattered, and the impact of energy was still impacting and spreading until his internal organ. The extremely painful bone-crushing pain made him scream violently, spurting out blood from his mouth, and the moment it was like a falling star bombarding the ground. There was a loud roar and dust flying. Seeing this, Yun Yun and Mo Tian's prescience changed dramatically and they shouted in unison, Chen Han. Damn it! Motion gritted his teeth and wanted to rescue Chen Han to see what was going on, but Medusa had already appeared in front of her and kicked him so hard that he lost all strength and fell sideways. As the phantom shadow of the colorful sky swallowing python on Medusa directly penetrated Ferris' body, even if he used a gun to defend himself, it had no effect. The spear in his hand could not withstand the terrible power and instantly plotted into pieces. Immediately afterwards, the terrifying power rushed straight inside and outside Motion's body. Medusa stabbed his sword and penetrated his body. There was a pop and blood and screams appeared at the same time. Bound by the extreme wind, Yun Yun looked at her comrades one by one. She gritted her teeth and formed seals with her hands to activate the fighting spirit energy. The surrounding air gathered again, turning into attacks as thin as steel wires and heading directly towards towards Medusa to kill her. His hands, feet and body were restrained. At the same time his body flashed and he quickly came to Fanfiction and rescued him. At this moment her companion was paler and she was working harder. Then she formed a SI-sided weathering barrier to trap Medusa inside. At the same time a palm with sky-high cloud fell towards the sand dune pit below. Chen Han's dying body appeared. She quickly lifted it up. Chen Han's footwork was like the wind moving towards Gusuke quickly across the river. Run! Yun hurriedly shouted to the three Furukawa who were recovering. The three of them in Furukawa didn't dare to stop. Their fighting energy turned into wings and quickly followed. It's just a trivial trick, but you still want to trap me? Medusa shouted loudly. Energy rioted and with a roar the restraints on her body and the surrounding weather barriers shattered instantly. Yun had no intention of trapping Medusa at all. She also knew that the gap in strength could not be trapped. She just used this to delay a little time, quickly rescued Chen Han and Motion and then retreated with everyone. Medusa looked at the SI people fleeing and snorted coldly. Want to escape? The NET moment she chased after them. Extremely fast and very light body. Chen Han and Motion who were rescued by Yun vomited blood and were bleeding. They were dying and looked extremely pale. A strange aura emanated from both of them. Furukawa's face changed drastically and he said no, the two of them were poisoned by Medusa's poison and even I have no antidote for such injuries. They can't stand it anymore. They are dead and Medusa's poison, it will make them melt. Master, let go. Just as Furukawa said, the bodies of Chen Han and Motion are being melted by the poison and they seem to have no life left. Yun gritted her teeth, naturally not wanting these two people to die. She had found these two people and her death was closely related to her and she would blame herself extremely. But just now, as soon as Yunshuo turned around, he felt the terrifying aura of Medusa approaching quickly and also felt the figure. His face suddenly changed with shock and he shouted, no, Medusa is chasing me. Master, these two people are not here. The breath of life has died and it is just a burden. We can only give up on protecting ourselves. Fighting skills, colorful python curling wave. At this moment Medusa, who was chasing after her, launched her fighting skills and the seven-colored sky swallowing python on her body was extremely terrifying and she started to kill the SI of them. SI people are in danger. Chapter 131. Ending. The terrifying snake-like attack made the four members of the Yunlin sect look frightened. Yun, who was fighting with her heart, finally gritted her teeth and gave up on the bodies of Motion and Chen Han. After all, the poison has changed them beyond recognition and they have died long ago. Even the corpses cannot be preserved. The three Yunshuo people quickly used their defensive fighting skills to block the front and at the same time they quickly flew towards the sky to avoid this terrifying attack. Yun did not dare to neglect the pill to restore fighting spirit and formed a seal. Suddenly waves of energy were absorbed from the sky and absorbed into her sword. The sword was raised upward and the energy became more intense. The NET moment, a beam of light bloomed from the sword. The energy shot downwards very quickly. The extreme wind kill. Boom. The two sides changed fighting skills again and the huge explosion formed an energy magnetic field. Seeing the scene in front of them, the four of them turned around and ran away. But at this moment Medusa flew out of the explosion with a fighting spirit energy protecting her. Her NET goal is to kill Yunsuo and other three fighting kings, thinking they are closest to her. Everyone's prescience changed drastically in an instant and Yunsuo and the other three looked horrified. From this distance they can't escape, the only way is to fight. When they were almost recovered they immediately picked up their long sword and used fighting skills to greet him and the fighting spirit armors on their bodies also came out. The three of them faced each other directly. Yuan saw the three fighting kings resisting and Medusa's beautiful lips showed disdain. Yun also quickly came to the rescue, but Medusa's speed was too fast. After all, this was Duzong's speed. In the blink of an eye the sword in her hand was raised and passed by. The fighting spirit swordsmanship transformed by the terrifying power of Duzong directly shattered the attacks of the three people. It also shattered the fighting spirit armors on the three people. A sharp sword light shuttled out and passed through the three people. Medusa's figure from in front of the three people. More people appeared behind them like a flash. The three of them looked horrified, seeing blood splattering in front of their eyes and a sharp tearing pain on their bodies. The NET moment, their pupils shrank and a large mouthful of blood spurted out from their mouth. Three people were cut in half. Medusa's sword was extremely poisonous and soon the poisonous air spread from the injured parts of the three of them, quickly spreading and infecting their entire bodies. After taking a breath the three of them fell to the ground with their eyes turning white. Three plops sounded and three strong warriors from the Yunlin sect fell. Sith Great Alchemist Alchemy King Furukawa has fallen. First Elder, Second Elder Furukawa. No. Seeing this, Yun's face turned pale and grief-stricken and she screamed in an instant. These three people are very important to the Yunlin sect. With the death of the three of them the Yunlin sect's strength has declined to an unprecedented extent. Yun is is furious and the Dochi energy fluctuations all over his body are violent and violent. Medusa, I'm going to kill you. Angry and heartbroken, Yun frantically mobilized the fighting energy in her body to condense into light on her head. The net moment it was attached to the long sword and it plotted at an extremely fast speed. In the past his speed increased to the extreme. In an instant he came in front of Medusa and took her head in anger. The Yunlin sect and you share the sworn hatred. When she was furious, Yun stabbed him with a sword. Medusa looked coldly and the energy in her body also rioted. Energy even more powerful than Yun suddenly rushed out, formed a beam of light and shot directly. Bang! With a loud roar, Yun faced him with his sword. After struggling for a few seconds with great difficulty, he was knocked away. Medusa shot towards Yun and the sharp sword in her hand went straight to Yun's heart. At this moment of death, Yun felt powerless, smiling miserably. This is the strength of the Duzong. I'm sorry, master. I'm sorry to the Yunlin sect. As she spoke, tears flashed down her cheek. She could not avoid or escape from this. The only way out was death. Suddenly Medusa's pupils shrank and a very fast figure appeared on the other side, directly taking away Yun in front of her. Medusa stagnated and her attack failed. The first reaction was the fast speed and the second reaction was that he took action anyway. Turn around and look at the other side. Long Fei held Yun in his arms with one hand, pulled away her black veil and claimed, it's so beautiful. Yun was startled. When she reacted, her face was already posed. She blushed when she heard Long Fei's word, but the net moment she thought of something, she became furious, thinking that Long Fei had said that Medusa was someone he helped. So this damn bastard didn't come out to save him just now, and now he comes out to do this again. Let me go. Yun struggled. She was disgusted by being held by her enemy like this. Long Fei was very strong and had no intention of letting go of Yun. Yun's constant struggle was in vain. Don't be angry, you Yunlin sect people may not necessarily die. Long Fei naturally knew that Yun's anger originated from the Yunlin sect people being killed. He said softly, showing a deep smile, what do you mean? He may not die? Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? He is so dead. You told me that he may not die. Yun became angry and scolded Long Fei. Long Fei looked at his hands and thought to himself, I wonder if the realm of resurrection of all things here can be as awesome as the world of Dulo. The realm of recovery of all things open. Long Fei thought, and a burst of energy suddenly emerged from his body. The injured Yun was stunned for a moment. Under this inapplicable energy she felt very gentle and peaceful with an air of instant intuition. Immediately afterwards the dead bodies except for Chen Han Motion and Furukawa, the other two Yunshuo, came to life and their severed bodies slowly regenerated. Medusa and Yun were shocked when they saw this scene. How is this possible? The two claimed. Long Fei frowned. Only 2 people were resurrected. It seemed that my domain was not as powerful as Dulo world. When he looked up he realized that the level of this original world was too high. It was great to be able to resurrect 2 people. Never mind, I can only resurrect 2 people. It's a pity for the other 3. I can't do anything for them. Long Fei shook his head. The net moment the bodies of Chen Han Motion and Furukawa had been turned into venom by the poison. Look at it a bit, this is their fate. If they don't have the strength they have to show off. Long Fei said, then why didn't you come out to stop it before and only come now? Yun gritted her teeth and said angrily, their life or death has nothing to do with me. I only saved you because. Long Fei hadn't finished speaking yet. Medusa's cold voice rang out, Long Fei, do you really want to save this woman and go against me? The terrifying coercion of the colorful sky-swallowing python came out and Yun's face instantly turned pale. Long Fei's voice was calm. Medusa, don't think that just because you evolved into a colorful sky-swallowing python you can act arrogantly in front of me. Speaking of which, you still owe me a favor. If it hadn't been for my appearance your snake people might not have encountered you. Something you want to think about. Medusa laughed coldly and pointed her sword at Long Fei. Very good, I will return this favor to you. I will not kill this woman and the 2 people you resurrected. But now you and I have entered the Duzong level. I want to see if you are stronger or I am better. No, aren't you one of our own? Yun was confused. Long Fei had said before that the snake tribe had been included in the Qinglong gang. Medusa said angrily, fart. When did we the snake people agree to join your unknown green dragon gang? Looking at how shameless Long Fei is, Long Fei didn't care that Medusa was angry and said calmly, you have no choice, you can only join because my Qinglong gang can bring you things you can't imagine. What? Medusa narrowed her eyes. You won't know until you join. Long Fei said, boy, do you think this king is so easy to fool? But if you can defeat me and give us snake people a perfect rare land, I can also lead the snake people to reluctantly join your unknown Qinglong gang. Otherwise today will be the day of your death. Medusa said and instantly transformed into a colorful sky-swallowing python. Because she knew how terrifying Long Fei was and entering Duzong now would only make it even more terrifying. She would not be careless and would go all out to see the terrifying glowing colorful light in the net moment. Blooming the poison surges into the sky among the colorful colors. Blast directly towards Long Fei. Yun Yun's face turned pale. She would definitely be dead if this move happened. She just hoped that the person in front of her was not bragging, otherwise she would die. Chapter 132. The first batch of Dochi continent. Long Fei raised his hand and pressed forward, and terrifying power came out, causing the surrounding space and air to vibrate. Medusa's attack was held back by him. The terrifying impact of the colorful sky-swallowing python kept hitting. Long Fei maintained this posture very easily. The net moment another burst of energy came out of his hand. The colorful sky-swallowing python was directly knocked out, and his sharp eyes revealed an incredible look. With a look on his face, he flew toward the sky, roared angrily, and unfolded the colorful scales all over his body, and then streaks of bright red fighting spirit turned into attack and fell towards Long Fei. Long Fei held Yun Yun with one hand and flew towards the attack in front of him. With the strength of his body, he raised his fist and struck forcefully. After smashing the attacks, a burst of energy protected Yun Yun. The fragrance emanating from her body was very charming. Long Fei's nose twitched slightly and his smile became even bigger. Protecting her and breaking through these attacks, the colorful sky-swallowing python's completion changed drastically. The grudge energy riot jumped up again and launched an indiscriminate group attack. The sharp bright red energy bodies fell very fast like a meteor shower whizzing. The voice sounded extremely terrifying. Every energy body is filled with extremely hot temperature. Long Fei was not panicked at all. Although the attack performed by Medusa, the colorful sky-devouring python looked scary. As long as he listened carefully and watched quietly, he could find that it was actually very easy to dodge. He quickly jumped step by step, leaving only an after-image of thunder disappeared in mid-air, and all the attacks of the colorful sky-swallowing python were shot down on the sand dune rocks below, and wherever they passed they plotted collapsed and filled the sky with dust. Yun Suo and Mo Cheng, who were stunned after being resurrected below, had not yet reacted. However, when they saw the fierce battle taking place high in the sky and saw the big snake Medusa, they were trembling with fear. It seems our gang leader is up there. This Long Fei Duzong is so strong. Yun Suo and Mo Cheng were shocked, yelling to themselves, and quickly found a place to hide. At the same moment, Yao Yan and Yao Chen, who were hiding far away, secretly watched the entire process from beginning to end as if they were watching a movie. Xiao Yan stared at the sky intently. His neck was sore and he sighed. Just now it was the battle between Do Wang and Do Zong, and now it is the battle between double Do Zong. It is really exciting. This mysterious leader of the Qinglong gang, Long Fei, is really terrifying. This speed and this powerful body cannot be achieved simply through cultivation. Yao Chen stroked his beard and nodded solemnly. Yes, it is very difficult to cultivate such speed and powerful body. Although I did not capture the strange fire today, I can show you this duel between strong men. A very good Iparian. The two of them watched. At this moment, the disappearance of Long Fei in the sky made the colorful sky-swallowing python Medusa feel a super crisis. When she turned around, there was no one. She looked at the sky around her and saw Long Fei's figure missing. He seemed to have disappeared. At this moment, Long Fei appeared and hit the seven-colored sky-swallowing python on the back with a very fast punch. A burst of bone-breaking pain spread through the python's body and a hoarse scream roared out of the python's body. It came out and suddenly stopped. Long Fei grabbed its tail with one hand and then spun it wildly in the sky. The sky was full of flowers dazzled, and the colorful sky-swallowing python was extremely uncomfortable. The net moment, it was thrown out at an extremely fast speed like a falling star, smashing the entire huge rock valley below. There was a loud rumble and dust was flying all over the sky again. A ball penetrated the rock valley and flew far away and hit the ground hard. The colorful sky-swallowing python also disappeared and returned to the human form of Medusa. Medusa felt dizzy. Her surroundings were tilted and her clothes were in a mess. It was in tatters and the white and tender skin was scarred. How could he be so strong? Medusa showed a look of despair. We are all newly promoted to the Duzong realm. Why is there such a huge gap? Her body was trembling and she struggled to get up. She gritted her teeth and leaned forward with one hand to hold herself up. The pain caused by her body and the dizziness and discomfort caused by her head made her stand up step by step. Her body staggered as she stood up, as if a simple push could make her lie on the ground again. Above the sky, Long Fei held the stunned Yun Yun, looked down at the defeated Medusa below and said calmly, for me cultivation is just a realm and I am invincible at the same realm. What a loud tone! Medusa snorted in displeasure. Long Fei didn't bother to pay attention to her. Reasoning with a woman was the stupidest behavior. Only a fool would do it. Langran said, Medusa, you should abide by your agreement. If you lose, lead your tribe to join my Qinglong gang, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. Medusa clenched her fist. The winner and loser had already been determined. She had no use in holding on, and the opponent did not use all her strength and she was defeated easily. As you can imagine, imagine Long Fei. He took a deep breath and looked directly at Long Fei. I keep what I say, but you must also do what you promised me. The desert is not suitable for us snake people. We snake people hate the desert. Long Fei nodded. Medusa, don't worry, as long as you join Long Fei will do what I say and will create an area that is very suitable for your snake people to survive. Medusa, okay, it's a deal. Long Fei nodded. It's a deal. This battle has come to an end. I really can't let you go. You smell so good. Are you interested in joining our Qinglong gang? Long Fei teased Yun Yun in his arms. You prodigal, let me go. Yun Yun's face was crimson and angry and she quickly struggled to get away. Surprisingly, Long Fei let go of his hand this time and Yun Yun's fighting spirit turned into wings and soared over the sky. Gritting his teeth, he looked at Medusa with hatred. I will remember the revenge of the people who died in Yunlin sect, and I will definitely seek revenge from you in the future. After saying that, Yun Yun glared at Long Fei. And you, the prodigal son, you are not a good person. Then he left directly and Yun Suo and Mo Cheng quickly followed. This time the three of them left. Xiao Yan and Xiao Yan, who were in the distance, were also surprised when they heard back that woman looked familiar. Isn't she the Yun Zi I met in that mountain range? Since she is from the Yunlin sect, Xiao Yan said. His face suddenly showed a complicated look. Nalan Yan round Yunlin sect. His fists were clenched, but he touched his chest again. The body armor Yun Zi left behind is now very annoying to him. Yao Chen said calmly, disciple, it's time for us to leave. The future will be known in the future. It's better to seize the time to improve your cultivation, otherwise you will return to the 3-year agreement soon. After all, this was also a huge misunderstanding caused by him absorbing Xiao Yan's fighting spirit. To be honest, he felt very guilty, but now that he was Xiao Yan's teacher, he could quickly improve his cultivation. This can be considered a kind of compensation. There's nothing left to see, let's go. This time Xiao Yan really planned to leave. Then the two left the place. Every move of Long Fei is quietly changing the plot of Dochi continent. Long Fei and Medusa came to the snake tribe. There are a total of 5 elders in the snake people. They are all fighting emperors but at low stages. On the way to the tribe, Medusa introduced the current situation in the snake people to Long Fei. Long Fei walked beside him and listened to Medusa's detailed explanation and nodded secretly. Sure enough, the original world was different and everything was higher than what he knew. Everyone in the snake tribe was surprised to see Medusa walking side by side with this person, especially those elders. When they recalled how powerful Long Fei was, they immediately shuddered. They were like ants, unable to resist the terrifying attack, and Medusa took Long Fei to the highest place of the snake people. All the people of the snake tribe are gathered here. Even the 5 elders are here. With the help of the leader of the dragon gang, I successfully entered the Douzong and my bloodline evolved into a 7-colored guy-swallowing python. Medusa's words made the snake people in the clan excited and excited. The snake people finally have a strong man in the Douzong realm. Although I had just watched the battle, it still couldn't diminish the passion in my heart. Chapter 133. Join Xingqian and gather together. Medusa said, Net, I will announce something related to our snake people's rare earth. I will lead you to join the Longfei Qinglong gang. He will provide us with training resources and rare earth. As soon as Medusa's word came out, everyone below them stopped talking and looked at each other. Queen, think twice. A Duhuang elder frowned and persuaded. The snake people actually don't like this. Yeah, think twice. The snake people below also reconsidered. Medusa's face suddenly turned cold and she shouted angrily, how presumptuous. I am the queen of the snake tribe. Will my decision harm you? I announce that the snake tribe will join the Qinglong gang starting from today. No matter how interested you are, those who are killed will be killed without mercy. As the cold voice came out, Medusa's 1-star Douzong fighting spirit suddenly bloomed. The prescience of the 5 elders and the snake people below all changed drastically. They had difficulty breathing and were sweating profusely. No one dared to speak out anymore. Objected. Very good, please put a drop of your blood into this skin. At this moment Long Fei saw that the time had come and said as he waved his hand, an ancient parchment-like scroll appeared in front of each snake tribe member's thing. This is Shenzang skin, which has been mass-produced by Long Fei, and the effect is exactly the same. Even Medusa has a skin in front of her body. Medusa frowned, but she still scratched her finger and let out a drop of blood into Shenzang's skin. This scene was considered an ample. When the snake people saw what Medusa had done, they naturally didn't dare to say anything and they all accepted their fate obediently. The 2 strong men of the Douzong are actually pretty good. At least the snake people have been protected by the strong men of Douzong, and they can also have rare land and training resources. One after another, beams of light shot out from Shenzang's skin and shot straight into the sky. Everyone watched this magical scene, and then the Shenzangpi disappeared in front of them. One of the advantages of these mass-produced Shenzang skins is that they will be integrated into the rules after use. These people will not have any betrayal, otherwise they will be killed. Long Fei said, very good, now we are all on our own. Let me announce something. Long Long Fei, the leader of the Qinglong gang, is also your gang leader. From today on, all snake tribes can receive Eli IRS and cultivation resources include the sex-inherited technique, and as long as the snake man reaches the 1-star Duhuang realm, you can apply for a transformation pill for free to transform. As for the rest of the eternal training resources, you will wait until you move to the new Shi Island Nu. As soon as the news came out, everyone in the snake tribe became excited. Then Long Fei threw 5 bottles containing transformation pills at the 5 snake tribe elders and then shot out rays of light into the minds of each snake. This is the inherited skill of the Qinglong gang. Long Fei said calmly, this is the transformation pill. The 5 of you should find a place to retreat and take it. I will discuss the NET matter with Medusa and she will be in charge of your snake people's affairs. The 5 Duhuang elders held their own bottles carefully in their hands with burning eyes. The transformation pill, it's really the transformation pill, it's great, haha. Thank you gang leader for the gift. The 5 Duhuang elders laughed with great excitement. Then they all left to practice in seclusion. Looking at this scene, everyone in the snake tribe was excited and wanted to practice quickly. This Eli IR will be very helpful to you and our inherited skills will make it easy for you to practice. Immediately afterwards, many pills were thrown out and fell into the hands of the snake people one by one for each snake people. Long Fei waved his hand. We are all disbanded. I will notify you to gather wherever we move to. Yes, gang leader. After saying this, the snake people left one after another. Medusa was curious. Why do I feel that Eli IRS are not valuable to you? You can give me such precious transformation Eli IRS at your request. How many pills do you have? Long Fei curled his lips and smiled softly. You can't even imagine how many there are. Just kidding, I already mastered the refining methods of Eli IRS in the world when I was in Dulo world. These things have already been super mass produced in Dulo world and the price is not expensive, and he can completely communicate with the Dulo world cells in his body to directly obtain everything inside. Except for cultivation and strange fire, he now lacks nothing. This Medusa was in disbelief and then sighed. Joining your Qinglong gang this time is really the right choice. So where is your headquarters? Long Fei rubbed his chin and frowned. Headquarters? Grandma, the headquarters is not in Dochi continent but in Dulo world. But you can also set up a Dochi continent headquarters. Long Fei asked curiously, system, can I bring people from Dochi continent into the world of Dulo continent? The voice of the system rang in his mind. Due to the rules of this world currently, the host cannot bring the creatures from Dochi continent into the cell world inside your body unless you reach the strongest level in this world and break the rules of this world. When the time comes, Dulo world and Dochi continent will naturally form a passage to go there. Long Fei was very unhappy when he heard the E-Pression behind him and complained in his heart, it's another rule, damn, it's so annoying. Then can I also absorb the Dochi continent into one of my cells? Long Fei asked curiously. Yes, but the entire Dochi continent plane world must be unified, that is, this planet does not include the rest. The system's answer made Long Fei feel relieved. Long Fei, then can I pull Dulo's people out? The system said this is not possible at the moment, just fulfill one of the above conditions. Well, we can only start with the strange fires first. There are still 22 kinds of strange fires left. Long Fei sighed. It's really annoying that this doesn't work and that doesn't work. If you can come over, bring the people over there to spawn some monsters and upgrade them. I don't have a headquarters in this world and I don't plan to set up a headquarters. At least for now, I already have a suitable location for the branch. Medusa was stunned by Long Fei's words. Since this guy doesn't have a headquarters, a person calls himself. She felt that she had been deceived. In fact, from a certain perspective, Long Fei really deceived her. Where? Medusa asked curiously. The Yunlin sect of the Jiama Empire will later be renamed the Qinglong sect as a branch of the Qinglong gang. Long Fei nodded with a smile. Naturally, he would not let go of such a good ready-made location. Medusa said leisurely, haha, you really know how to find trouble. You know clearly that the woman is the Yunlin sect, so why don't you take the initiative to find trouble? Long Fei dropped his smile and said impressively, they should be lucky, my decision has undoubtedly saved them. Medusa frowned after hearing this. She didn't understand the meaning of Long Fei's words and she didn't want to ask. This man seems to be interested in that Yunlin sect woman. Sure enough, men are all the same whether they are old or young. Medusa shook her head and said, it's up to you, I don't care about any of this. I only care about the rare land of our snake people. So where is our rare land and when will we move? Long Fei looked in the direction of the human gathering place in the Jiama Empire and showed a deep charming smile. Don't you already have a clear choice? The Jiama Empire does not have a single Do sect and is a world where strength is respected. Just go and get it. If the royal family of the Gamma Empire doesn't agree, you can just kill him without mercy. If anything happens, I will protect you. Good. Medusa didn't show any pretense and nodded directly. Net, the Jiama Empire will undergo great changes. Chapter 100 134 Ice Emperor Hai Badong. The person in the Jiama Empire that Long Fei fears the most is Sooner from the ancient tribe. After all, behind her is the entire ancient tribe, which is very powerful. Now he is by no means the opponent of the other family, but Ling Ying, a little fighting emperor, can be destroyed as soon as he wants. After making the plan, Long Fei gave Medusa a soul guide which contained many cultivation resources. It's enough for the entire snake tribe to practice, and it's more than enough. Jiama Empire Yunlin sect. Yun and the others quickly returned to the sect. This time it was really unfortunate. Alchemy King Gu He had fallen, and the Yunlin sect and even the entire Jiama Empire had lost a SITH great alchemist. Yun stopped and ordered Yun Suo and Mo Cheng, don't spread the news about the fall of Gu He beforehand. I will personally go to the Jiama Empire. Such changes may cause the Jiama Empire to change. We must be prepared. We know the sect leader, the mysterious Dozone young man who appeared from the snake people this time, has already joined the snake people. If it is really detrimental to the Jiama Empire and the Yunlin sect, it will be difficult to resist unless the old sect master comes out of seclusion. Yun Shuo looked solemn and nodded. No matter how serious this matter was, they were not fooled. One Duzong is enough, but now there are two at once. If the Jiama Empire and Yunlin sect work together, they can defeat one of them, but who will stop the other one? Mo Cheng sighed. It would be great if the Ice Emperor Dong of the Jiama Empire was still there. At least he would have a powerful helper force. It's hard to say. I'm leaving first. After Yun finished speaking, she changed her direction and flew directly towards the royal family of the Jiama Empire. Yun Suo and Mo Cheng looked at each other and then returned to the sect. Jiama Empire royal family. The senior officials in the palace were very surprised by Yun's sudden arrival. I thought a man in a linen robe was coming over. This man was none other than Jia Xingtian, the guardian of the royal family of the Jiama Empire, a strong man at the peak of the Duhuang realm. He frowned. Although the Jiama Empire was not friendly towards the Yunlin sect, Jia Xingtian felt that something bad had happened to Yun's sudden visit. Jia Xingtian's voice was deep. Sect Master Yun, what's the reason for your sudden visit to the royal family of the Jiama Empire? Yun looked extremely serious. Jia Lao, I have something to say when I come here this time. This matter is related to the life and death of Yunlan sect and the Jiama Empire. As soon as Yun's voice came out, Jia Yingtian's prescience suddenly changed, and he secretly thought in his heart that something had indeed happened, otherwise why would Yun visit inexplicably? Sect Master Yun, please come in. Jia Xingtian turned around and took Yun in to sit down and talk. As Yun walked, she said, my dear, I want to contact the remaining Do Wangs and Do Huang Perts in the Jiama Empire for discussion. I think we are facing Medusa from the snake tribe. She has reached the Duzong realm. As soon as these words came out, Jia Xingtian's prescience changed drastically. His pupils were condensed, showing a look of fear, and his tone was deep and startled. What? Medusa Nasai advanced to the Duzong? When did this happen? Just now we and Furukawa went to obtain the strange fire. Yun briefly told the story. Medusa Nasu didn't expect to get to that point. It's really difficult to deal with her. However, if we gather all the Duwang and Duhuang warriors in the Gama Empire, we may not be able to defeat her. This time we must completely defeat her. Obliterate. The two of them had already arrived in a palace. Jia Xingtian's brows had tightened into a vertical one shape. His tone was extremely solemn, and murderous intent flashed through his cold eyes. It would be fine if it was just Medusa, but there is another Duzong, and with the help of this Duzong. Yun's words were interrupted by Jia Xingtian, who did not mention the second half. The second half of what she said was enough to scare Jia Xingtian to death. Two fighting sect. Jia Xingtian stared at the sky and took a breath of air. If Medusa was alone and now there are two people, it would be really terrible. But they still have a beast that protect the country, but facing two Dozong is really difficult. Damn Medusa, since she killed Furukawa. Jia Xingtian's eyes widened with murderous intent and anger rising to the sky. Furukawa was the second SITH grade person in the Gama Empire beside Fama, alchemist, and he was younger than Fama, and his future was limitless. I didn't expect that he would die in the hands of Medusa. This alone is enough for the entire Jiama Empire to directly launch a war of genocide against the snake people. This is the end of the family. We have no choice. Please face the net thing calmly. Yun persuaded her. She was also very sad about Furukawa's death, not to mention Chen Han and Mo Cheng. She was sad and uncomfortable, the extent to which only she herself understands. It seems that this Qinglong gang is from here, or it is not from the territory of the Garma Empire but from other places. It seems that the Garma Empire may change this time. I will immediately order to gather the other strong men of the Garma Empire. Isn't your teacher out of seclusion yet? After calming down, Jia Xingtian looked very heavy and asked again. Yun shook her head. Master has been in seclusion for too long and there is no news. This time only we can fight. If it doesn't work, I will force forcefully wake him up. Yun continued, and Medusa seems to be very concerned about the affairs of Shi'idi. If it doesn't work, the Jima Empire can give them Shi'idi to delay before making other plan. Click click. Jia Xingtian clenched his fist, making a sound of bone friction. Jia Xingtian said angrily in a deep voice, this still needs to be decided by your majesty personally. The snake people have gone too far to bully others. They killed the people of our Jima Empire. We the Jima Empire are sworn in with them, as well as Long Fei from the Qinglong gang. Then he sighed, it's a pity that Nalan Ji was seriously poisoned and is now lying in bed unable to fight. Unless he finds an alchemist with multiple fire attribute, he is really in danger. Calculating this, there are only a few powerful people in the Jima Empire. Jia Xingtian, no matter, I will gather the remaining strong men in the Jima Empire first. Yun, then I will wait for your news here. This time Yunlan sect and the Jima Empire stand on a united front. Jia Xingtian took a deep look at Yun and nodded okay. Jia Xingtian was very fast. After issuing the order, the few fighting kings and Fa Ma Do Huang who still east in the Jima Empire quickly gathered towards the palace. All of a sudden the powerful men who could be found in the Jima Empire and were still at their peak were quickly gathered in the hall. Nalan Ji, the fighting king of the Nalan family, should have been there, but it was a pity that he couldn't come. In the main hall, even the emperor of the Jima Empire is here at this moment. Several powerful fighting kings from the Jima Empire royal family are also here, including several elder fighting kings from the Yunlan sect who were just contacted by Yun to discuss the conclusion together. All of a sudden 10 people gathered here. Among them was Ye, the successor princess of the empire. Bullying Ning Zhen, everyone began to criticize him. Let's talk about it. When everyone heard that Furukawa had fallen into the hands of Medusa, the entire hall was filled with anger and murderous intent. The hatred for Medusa became even stronger. Then everyone began to discuss how to make decisions and plans against Medusa and the other two Dozone. Chapter 135. Restore Youth. The meeting has ended and everyone has gone back to prepare. These days have passed by in a flash, but nothing much has changed. Everything is so normal and calm. The Medusa snake tribe is shrouded in a barrier and the snake tribe inside is training neatly. But Long Fei finally made a difference today. His figure appeared in front of a store in the Tagore desert. Looking at the wooden building in front of me, the corner of my mouth curled up. Then he walked forward, pushed the door open and walked in. This movement made the old man inside raise his eyebrows but did not raise his head to look. The net second he continued to do his own thing with his head down. Long Fei walked in. The aura was very huge. The old man looked up with a moved expression. I saw the young man in front of me looking from side to side. Long Fei's first impression here was that it was shabby and had a strong smell of old age. Long Fei entered the topic decisively, looked at the old man with a calm expression and said, hello, Ice Emperor Hebo Donghai, one of the top 10 powerful men in the Jima Empire. Click. As soon as Long Fei finished speaking, the old man's pupils shrank and the cold and murderous intent arose in his eyes. The pen in his hand was shattered and an extremely cold air came out of his body. Hai Badong said with an extremely cold voice, who are you, kid? I have disappeared for many years. How do you know my name? After saying that, he slammed the table and the thick fighting energy of ice spread directly, closing the door behind Long Fei. If you don't make it clear today, you will stay here forever. Hai Badong's cold, ruthless and murderous voice went straight into Long Fei's ears. Long Fei was not surprised or even scared that Hai Badong would react like this. Instead, he was very indifferent. I, the leader of the Qinglong gang Long Fei, have come to recruit you as a member of my gang. I know everything about you, Hai Badong, Long Fei said with a meaningful smile, and his eyes revealed a treacherous charm. Hai Badong came out with a cold light and the energy fluctuations of ice fighting energy on his body became more and more intense. He snorted coldly. Incorporate? What a big statement. The Qinglong gang, a small gang I have never heard of before, dares to incorporate me. Who do you think you are? Thing. Long Fei smiled faintly. Old Ebi has been in this desert area for many years. He has not heard about the outside world and naturally does not know about the existence of this giant dragon of our Qinglong gang. In other words, old Ebi, you are like a frog at the bottom of a well, ignorant seeking death. Hai Badong was furious. Long Fei's words had deeply touched him, humiliated him and completely caused him to implode. The powerful murderous aura spread in an instant and the cold fighting spirit of ice turned into a huge number of hard ice cones. Kill towards Long Fei. You call out. Faced with such an attack, Long Fei stood there motionless with a leisurely expression. Looking at the ice cone flying in front of him, his eyes moved. Suddenly the surrounding space vibrated and then a burst of energy came out and directly shattered many of Hai Badong's ice cone fighting skills with a bang. What? Seeing this scene, the cold-faced Hai Badong was shocked. I don't believe it. The fighting skill turned into an ice spear and he jumped up suddenly and the terrifying and thick fighting energy swept away. The energy on the head of the ice ice spear gathered into a point and shot out towards Long Fei as fierce as an ice dragon roaring. Boom! The dilapidated room plotted and Long Fei's figure moved out accompanied by Hai Badong. At this moment Long Fei caught Hai Badong's gun with one finger. Hai Badong was shocked and quickly increased his power and swung the gun to attack fiercely. However, his attack seemed to have been seen through by Long Fei long ago. Long Fei could easily block every blow with one finger. Hai Badong used his strength again and struck out. Long Fei smiled and put his finger directly on Hai Badong's ice spear. The net second with a click his ice spear was broken open by one finger and then crushed and kept moving towards him. Danger so strong. Hai Badong, who had rich combat experience, shed cold sweat on his forehead. He threw away the ice spear and turned over in mid-air, landing far away on the ground. Hai Badong's face sank with a look of horror on his face and he said, "Who are you, kid? How could there be a person like you in the Jiama Empire? I can understand that you are old and have poor memory or understanding. I will say it again, I am the leader of the Qinglong gang who is here to recruit you." With that said, Long Fei slowly went deep into the sky and stared at Hai Badong below, who looked shocked and frightened from the perspective of an absolute superior walking in the air, a strong master of Duzong. Hai Badong took a breath of cold air and the cold sweat on his forehead became more intense. Hai Badong took a deep breath, slowly calmed himself down and said, "I didn't expect you to be able to reach this point at such an age. Although my strength is limited, I also want to try the legendary Duzong strongman. It's awesome." After saying these words, his flames of war burned again and the energy of ice fighting energy became more intense. He was eager for a fight even though he knew he was no match. The little meeting just now has already produced result, but he is not willing to give in. Hai Badong's eager look and crazy fighting spirit said, "After so many years, although my body is already old, I am no longer as good as before. Years have passed, but my fighting spirit has never grown old." Seeing this scene, Long Fei smiled, then threw a pill from his hand and floated it in mid-air in front of Hai Badong. Hai Badong was stunned. This is an Eli IR. With this color and this look, could it be a SITH grade Po or Eli IR? At this point his Prezion was extremely shocked. Long Fei said, "Yes, this is the SITH grade Po or Dan that you have always longed for. Now it is in front of you. With your current strength sealed by Medusa, you will not be able to exert the power you had at your peak. If you want to fight with me, you can subdue him and regain your strength. If you want, you can have a good fight with me." He paused for half a second and then said, "But I have a bet. If you lose, you can join our Qinglong gang and become a member of the gang. If I lose this Eden, I will give you a free game to break the seal. It's an opportunity." Your tone and confidence are really annoying, but I agreed to the bet you mentioned. I am looking forward to fighting a real Duzong. As he said that, Hai Badong had already picked up the broken weapon. Erden held it in his hand and threw it directly into his mouth and swallowed it. "Dulo, swallow it in one gulp and it will melt in your mouth." The surrounding energy instantly gathered and headed towards his body. Then it turned into a violent explosion of energy and the shackles of the seal in Hai Badong's body were completely broken and his strength increased crazily. This, how is it possible? Although Po Erden can lift the seal according to the year he was sealed, he shouldn't have returned to his peak so quickly. Opening his eyes, Hai Badong was shocked. That's right, his current strength has completely returned to that of a 5-star fighting emperor. This is his peak cultivation level. Hai Badong was shocked again, "And I'm actually recovering from my hidden injuries." Long Fei said calmly, "This Po Erden was made by our sect, so of course it cannot be compared with the other rubbish Po Erden you know. In fact, the truth is that Po Erden can only break the seal to quickly restore his peak cultivation level, while Hai Badong can only recover from hidden injuries because he thinks Long Fei has used the skills of the field of resurrection of all things on him. There is no need for him to explain this as long as he makes the other party think that his Eli IR is awesome." Chapter 136. War begins. A minute passed and Hai Badong completely restored his peak cultivation and strength. "This feeling is just nostalgia. I haven't had it for so many years." Hai Badong stared at the power emanating from his body and laughed. As an elder, Hai Badong directly addressed him, "Long Fei, no matter how this battle ends, you are kind to me. As long as you use me, I will agree." Long Fei didn't care and chuckled, "Okay, then let's get started." Hai Badong's Prezion changed and he became serious. The 5-star Do Huang power on his body suddenly plotted. He flicked his right hand fiercely and an ice spear that was even more brilliant than before came out. The net second he stepped on it, the entire body plotted and stabbed towards Long Fei. Fighting skills ice breaking. With a whoosh, a cold air cutting sound sounded and countless energy was aroused around the sky to bless the ice spear. The ice spear became even more dazzling. The net moment the ice spear was thrown out violently, forming a gorgeous meteor beam, and came to Long Fei. "In front of you." Immediately after Hai Badong appeared behind him, the two wings of ice disappeared at an extremely fast speed. The net moment the position of the ice spear also also appeared and the handle of the ice spear appeared in his hand and the power output became even more powerful. In order to make the whole old boy feel worthy, the ancient Qinglong sword in Long Fei's hand instantly appeared and he directly attacked him. Nail, bang, ah, one move. As the Qinglong ancient sword burst out with a burst of green light, Hai Badong's attack, no matter how impressive it was directly knocked down and he screamed. He relied on his ice wings to hold on and did not fall to the ground. Looking at Long Fei, his heart was even more disturbed. So strong, how could he be so strong? Is there such a huge difference in strength between a 5-star fighting emperor and a fighting sect? Hai Badong did not believe that he could not hurt Long Fei and continued to take off. Xian Bing Long Xiang, the ice spear in his hand, pointed straight into the sky and energy suddenly gathered around him. The net moment, long dragons made of ice appeared behind him and then attacked Long Fei at full speed. Ho ho ho! The dragon's roar sounded high in the sky. Seeing this scene, Long Fei suddenly became amused. What's wrong with it? You just used the dragon's attack. Aren't you directly coerced by me? All dragons in my bloodline can only surrender. Hai Badong, don't use dragon-related skills against me in the future because all dragons must submit to me. Broken. After Long Fei finished speaking, his voice became extremely cold and arrogant. An invisible and supreme dragon power spread from his body and fell directly on the giant ice dragons flying up below. In Hai Badong's wide eyes, the dragon's body split open and shattered on the spot. Before it even touched Long Fei, it being wiped out. This is too. Hai Badong was dumbfounded. What is this? I took another breath of air conditioning, but this time I held it in and didn't breathe it out. He felt extremely absurd and had an extremely frustrating sense of failure. Hai Badong, let me see with your own eyes what the absolute power of ice is. Long Fei raised his hand and the power of the ice element suddenly radiated from his body. Cold, impossible. How could you be ice? Attribute fighting spirit. Do you have dual attributes of fighting spirit? Hai Badong is very sensitive to the aura related to ice. He was shocked when he felt the cold energy emanating from Long Fei's body. This cold ice power was far above him. Nothing is impossible in this world. It's just you who haven't seen it and don't know it. Don't stay in one place forever. Go out more and see this wonderful world and don't feel regretful when you die of old age. The cold air on Long Fei's body became more and more intense and the surrounding air and sand had gradually frozen. Superb skill, absolute zero. As Long Fei's extremely cold voice echoed through the sky, everything in this area instantly froze and the temperature dropped to zero very quickly. Phew. The terrifying power of ice passed through and the surroundings soon turned into a world of pure white and cold ice, while Hai Badong below completely lost his ability to resist and was turned into an ice sculpture. The ice spear in his hand shattered instantly under the impact of the same attribute energy, but the fragments did not wither on the ground but were completely wrapped in ice in mid-air. After seeing this frozen land a few seconds later, Long Fei snapped his fingers and his voice became bright, and then the frozen Hai Badong below was immediately released from the frozen state. The ice on Hai Badong's body disappeared. When he woke up and came over, he was stunned and quickly checked his body. So cold. It's really too cold. As the Ice King, he has extremely strong adaptability to ice, but all the advantages he had established against the current power of ice are gone. How did you achieve this understanding of ice? Hai Badong asked with an extremely shocked look on his face as he looked at the frozen land in front of him. It depends on talent, Long Fei said lightly. Talent? In a daze, Hai Badong showed a low and bitter smile. His talent has been exhausted. How he longs to reach such height. As long as you join our Qinglong gang, you will also get different achievement, Long Fei said. But I'm already old and my talent has almost come to an end. How can I achieve such different achievement? Hai Badong's eyes showed compel and yearning for youth. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. Time flies so fast. Time really leaves no one behind. I can make you regain your youth and vitality, Long Fei said lightly. The words just fell. A strong life energy surged out of Hai Badong's body crazily. This is the ability that belongs to the goddess of life in the divine world. After being devoured by him, he gained all the powers of all gods. It's just so awesome that you can't accept it even if you don't accept it. Feeling the sudden surge of life energy in his body, Hai Badong took a deep breath and felt extremely comfortable. He felt that his whole body was extremely relaxed and his white hair gradually turned into black and his old wrinkled face returned to a young one. Facial skin. After a while, he completely returned to his youthful appearance and the youthful and active power in his body became even stronger. I'm back to my youth. It's really incredible. Hai Badong was shocked and sighed. He casually moved this new young body a few times and it was very smooth and good. Sure enough, youth has no limits. Youth is good. You don't need me to tell you what to do now. Long Fei's lips curled up. Okay, I promise you. Long Fei's wave after wave of operations really amazed him. A person with such ability would definitely not be an incompetent person. He was looking forward to this Qinglong gang. Drip blood. Long Fei waved his hand and a brown parchment scroll floated in front of Hai Badong. God hides his skin. He Badong was stunned and didn't ask any more questions. He actually chose to join and move on. A drop of blood dripped from his finger into the brown parchment in front of him, and suddenly a ray of light struck and disappeared directly into the sky. Chapter 137 Compromise. Now that He Badong is a member of the Qinglong gang, Long Fei briefly talked to him about the current situation. Unexpectedly, the Medusa snake people are already one of our own. It seems that some of the previous grievances need to be resolved. Now he has gained a lot. Not only has he regained his peak cultivation strength, he has also regained the body of his youth. Now he is full of vitality. He followed Long Fei and left while telling him some information about the location of the strange fire that Long Fei wanted to know. He Badong soon arrived at the snake tribe. Looking at the place full of memories in front of him, He Badong fell into deep thought. Everyone opened the door to welcome them in, and soon the two got acquainted with Medusa and resolved their hostile relationship with each other. After the discussion, He Badong took the ELIR resources given by Long Fei and entered a short retreat. A few more days have passed and everyone including Long Fei has been practicing these days. Long Fei had a deeper understanding of the fighting spirit of this world, and a steady stream of fighting spirit energy broke into his body. With the advantage of his body, the speed of improvement is also very fast, like a speeding car. However, a lot of fighting energy is required to move from the 2-star Duzong to the 3-star Duzong, and simple meditation practice is not of much use. Then he came out of seclusion. Also following were Medusa and He Badong. After practicing in seclusion, He Badong, who had been immersed in the 5-star Duhuang for many years, finally broke through to the SI-star Duhuang. He was very satisfied, but he was even more eager. Today we will go to the Jiama Empire to have some fun. Long Fei flew up, only He Badongbing's wings spread out. 2 Dozong and 1 SI-star Do Emperor. This lineup is very difficult for the current Jiama Empire. Long Fei used the space crack to teleport the 3 of them directly. Jiama Empire. Since that time, none of the 9 strong men from the Garma Empire have moved. The most important thing is that none of the problems that Yun prevented before have occurred. Medusa did not attack the Garma Empire. These people quiet and addictive. Perhaps this is the peace before the rainstorm. Jia Xingqian stood outside the hall with his hands behind his hands and looked at the sky. But at this moment his prescience suddenly solidified. He frowned. Why is this sky so weird? Suddenly he saw a crack appear on the sky seat, and then 3 people appeared from inside this. The strong man. Jia Xingqian's pupils shrank and his prescience changed drastically. No, it looked like Medusa and the others are here. Wait, why does this person look familiar? Jia Xingqian claimed while looking at the young man with the ice wings behind him in the sky. Ice Emperor He Badong. Jia Xingqian was shocked now that he has appeared after disappearing for so long. Why is he still so young and not old? And how come he has only become a SI-star Do Huang in these years? The NET moment. Jia Xingqian directly issued an emergency message and the 9 strong men rushed over. Among these people were the emperors of the Jiama Empire. Yao Ye did not come because it was useless for her to come. Yes, that's them. Yun and others looked at the 3 people in front of them with heavy prescience. This time there is one more person. Everyone was shocked. There were many people who knew about Ice Emperor He Badong. They didn't expect that this old immortal was not dead and he was still so young. He must have had a great opportunity. Immediately the people from the Jiama Empire spoke. He Badong Wang, you are still one of the top 10 strong men in the Jiama Empire since you are on our enemy's side. After hearing this, everyone gritted their teeth and became angry. They didn't expect that He Badong had become a young man. It was already extremely difficult to deal with 2 Dozongs, but now that He Badong SI-star Duhuang has arrived, it is even worse. He Badong was also a little ashamed, but now that the matter had come to an end he had nothing to say. He snorted coldly, I don't want to be your enemy. As long as you give up a piece of rare land to the snake people we can have peace, otherwise we will have peace. Don't blame me for being heartless. Long Fei and the others have not made much movement since they came out and have been waiting for the arrival of these people. You are the strongest in the Jiama Empire. You don't even have a Dozone. You can't be our opponent. Obediently give up a piece of rare land that our snake people love, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. Meadu Sha said coldly. The Emperor of the Garma Empire said coldly, Medusa, don't think that you are so arrogant after breaking through the Duzong. The land of our Garma Empire is not yours to give up. You have to kill me, the Dan King of the Garma Empire Furikawa. Do the math. As soon as his voice came out there was a big movement in the palace and then a huge dragon beast appeared. This is the SITH level guardian beast of the Gamma Empire, but it has the strength of the peak human fighting emperor. Now there are 10 strong men on their side. It's just a dragon, surrender to me. Long Fei shouted with contempt on his face. Suddenly an absolute pressure from the blood suddenly emerged. The dragon was trembling and frightened and a terrifying force rushed straight into its body. A large mouthful of blood spurted out and then it withered and fell to the ground dying. Everyone in the Jima Empire, what the hell happened to you? Why did you end up like this before I even hit you when I came on stage? What do you want us to do now? Everyone was immediately frightened. The previous vigor was gone, replaced by panic. Go and let them know how powerful you are, Long Fei said to Medusa and Hai Badong. The two people's fighting spirit plotted with weapons in hand. They flew directly towards the 9 people from the Jima Empire. Fight quickly. Faced with the sudden attack, Jia Xingqian shouted loudly. All the people had nothing to hide and all their fighting skills and weapons broke out to fight Medusa and Hai Badong. Jia Xingqian stepped forward bravely. Yun and the Emperor of Jima Empire blocked Medusa. The battle between the two sides was very fierce, but Medusa was very terrifying. As soon as her fighting skills came out, the 3 of them were at a disadvantage. The rest of the people targeted Hai Badong. This situation is not so optimistic for Hai Badong. Come on, I've never felt this good before. I'm going to have a good fight today. Hai Badong laughed and directly picked up the ice spear and attacked. He used all kinds of defensive and offensive fighting skills. His body was as fast and agile as a ghost. Of course the others were not bad either, but they were much inferior to Hai Badong. The battle ahead was going on fiercely. Long Fei was watching from high in the sky. Suddenly he appeared directly in the palace hall. At this moment a woman stood inside. She is Ye, the eldest princess of the Jima Empire. Looking at the young man who appeared out of thin air, Yao Ye instinctively stepped back. Are you from Medusa's side? Listening to Yao Ye's numb and cool voice, Long Fei smiled softly. That's right. Then he walked directly toward her. Don't come here, Ye said fearfully, and the weapon in his hand appeared and his fighting spirit was released. It was a fighting spirit. Dragon Fei continued walking. Yao Ye launched an attack on him. Long Fei raised his hand and clapped, and all of Yao Ye's fighting skills were easily destroyed. Ye looked desperate. Chapter 138. People from the Soul Palace. Everyone carried out the NET operations according to Long Fei's instructions. Then Long Fei left it to them to deal with the matter of eradicating the royal family. According to the agreement, Medusa returned to the Snake people to prepare the plan for the Snake people to migrate. Hai Badong on the other hand chose to return to the middle family, whom he had not seen for a long time. Finally Long Fei followed Yun and others to Yunlin sect. Suspended in the sky in front of the Yunlin sect, Long Fei's voice sounded. The scenery of the Yunlin sect is very nice. It will be renamed Qinglong sect later. Some things need to be changed. Gang leader, where is the ancestor of Yunshan? Yun Suo said. Yun originally wanted to ask, but she stopped talking when Yun Suo opened his mouth. She wanted to see how he would handle it. You don't need to worry about this matter, I will handle it, Long Fei said calmly. Soon the group of people entered the Yunlin sect directly without asking any more questions. At this moment many Yunlin sect disciples are practicing in Yunlin sect. When they saw Yun and others, they all showed respect. Several people flew directly towards the palace with the highest authority of Yunlin sect. You all go and deal with the things I have assigned to you, Long Fei said. Several people left one after another. Long Fei's mental power swept across the entire Yunlin sect. After breaking through the 2-star Do sect, his mental power improved again. Soon he found the seat of Yunshan retreat. A space crack appeared in front of him and walked in directly. At this moment there is a hidden secret room in a cave under a forest valley in the innermost part of Yunlin sect. And here a man wearing a white robe and long white hair who looked like a middle-aged man is sitting here. His complexion was not very good, and at the same time there was a black thing floating around him. Yunshan, as long as you join our soul palace, our sect can help you advance to Duzong. What do you think? Yunshan understood this figure from the conversation just now. This person is an envoy from the soul palace. His name is Hun Dan and he is a 5-star Do zone. His strength and cultivation are extremely powerful and his weird methods are also the same. Yunshan's face was gloomy. Soul palace, you can tell right away that it's not a good thing, it's delusional. Although he said so verbally, the temptation to advance to Duzong was really irresistible even for him. Now his mind is a little looser. Why bother? You have worked so hard for so many years and you are still stuck at the peak of Do Huang and still unable to cross over to the realm of Do Zone. It is difficult for you, but it is very simple for me. Think about it. As long as you join our soul palace, you can enter the Duzong and become a real Duzong strongman. Isn't this great? What's more, your qualifications are almost at the end. With your own you won't be able to enter Duzong with your strength. Hun Dan's sinister and unruly voice sounded in the secret room, echoing in Yunshan's ears. This time his words made Yunshan, who was already feeling rela-ed, even more rela-ed. He clenched his fist and looked at his hands, his eyes showing reluctance. He knew that it was really too difficult for him to enter Duzong due to his qualifications, but he couldn't give up. I promised to join you in the Soul Palace, so you must not put the Yunlin sect in disaster. Otherwise, even if I am shattered to pieces, I will definitely drag you to the ground. Yunshan's body was filled with vigorous fighting energy. Hun Dan didn't care at all about Yunshan's threat. In his eyes, Yunshan was was just a pawn of his. Said, don't worry, all I want is for Yunlin sect to become a member of the Soul Palace with you and nothing else will naturally happen. Jajaja, Hun Dan said with an evil smile. A pill appeared in front of Yunshan. This is the broken sect pill, a rare item in my Soul Palace. You can eat it now, Hun Dan said. But suddenly his Zion hardened. Something seemed wrong in this secret room. At this moment the space ahead is turbulent. Yunshan and Hundan, who sensed this scene, looked over one after another. Space is turbulent. As a member of the Soul Palace, Hun Dan immediately discovered this and subconsciously shrank his pupils. Space turmoil. Yunshan's Zion changed a little confused. Suddenly a crack appeared in the turbulent space ahead. A young man walked out directly from inside. The Soul Palace is still the same as before, so fond of doing things behind the scene. Long Fei looked at Hun Dan in front of him with a mocking look on his face. Who are you? Space teleportation, are you Dozun? Hun Dan's Zion changed and he claimed. Yunshan on the other hand frowned deeply. Who are you? Your gang leader. As for the people in your Soul Palace, I am not a Dozun, just a 2-star Dozone. As for the cracks, I just used some small tricks, but today is your death day. Long Fei looked at Hun Dan lightly. Hun Dan suddenly laughed ferociously. Ha ha ha, what did I think it was? It turns out that it's just a 2nd-star Dosek, but it's so shameless. You seem to have a huge secret and I will capture you today. Yunshan, watch out, Dozong is so powerful. After saying that, he went straight towards Long Fei and killed him. The corner of Long Fei's mouth curled up. He raised his hand to crush Hun Dan's attack and directly pinched his neck under his stunned face. No, it's impossible. Hun Dan won. He never expected that it would be so sudden and the person in front of him could break through his fighting skills so easily. So he underestimated the other party. Who are you? It's impossible for the 2-star Dozong to have such power. Hun Dan struggled, but to no avail. It was very uncomfortable to be squeezed tightly. The veins on his face were exposed and he was filled with murderous intent. The dead don't need to know that much. As Long Fei's voice sounded, a terrifying suction force suddenly appeared and Hun Dan's body was relaying little by little to quickly. No, you can't kill me. I'm from the Soul Palace. If you kill me, the Soul Palace won't let you go. At this moment Hun Dan was completely frightened and shouted in panic. Long Fei ignored the barking of a dog and directly absorbed it. The net moment, the power of blood swallowed by the green dragon. As his cultivation level increases, this skill becomes more and more powerful and easier to use. After absorbing a 5-star Duzong, Long Fei's cultivation level also improved from a 2-star Duzong to a 4-star Duzong, a full 2 levels. As expected, it was absorbed quickly. If I absorbed the entire Soul Palace, would I be able to reach the 9 stars of Dosheng? Long Fei muttered happily, showing a look of enjoyment. With his current level of cultivation, the only way to achieve his current level is by absorbing upgrades that are higher than or similar to his own. As for those levels of cultivation below, they are not very attractive to him and he generally won't absorb them unless he has to. Seeing a 5-star Duzong disappear like this, Yunshan in front was already dumbfounded and froze there. Who are you with such evil skills? What on earth do you want to do? Yunshan took the Pozong Dan and looked at the young man in front of him solemnly. Long Fei looked at Yunshan and with a wave of his finger of force directly shattered the pill in Yunshan's hand. What? Yunshan's face was as dead as ashes. This last hope was just gone. Suddenly he had the urge to vomit blood and die. Chapter 139. Duzong Yunshan, the pill that the man from the Soul Palace gave you is rubbish. After you take it, you will doom him to stay in the 1-star Duzong and never make any further progress. Long Fei's word stunned Yunshan. It's better than me staying at the peak of Duhuang. Yunshan's face was complicated. Take this and eat it. This Eli of mine belongs to the top class. It will not limit your cultivation and will also improve your cultivation qualifications. As for why I gave you this opportunity, after you eat it you will enter the Duzong. Let me talk to you again. Long Fei sent a pill in front of Yunshan, put his hands behind his back and said. The temptation to advance to Duzong was too great and Yunshan completely fell into it. He immediately took this new Eli. Both the color and the fragrance of the Eli were perfect. It was indeed not comparable to the one just now. Looking at it now, the one Hundan gave him was a defective piece of junk. He almost became an experiment in the Soul Palace. Without hesitation, there must be no problem with such a perfect Eli. He swallowed it directly and quickly sat down cross-legged to run his skills to quickly absorb and refine it. The Eli that melted away in an instant quickly integrated into his body. For a moment he could feel a cool energy flow flowing quickly, gradually turning into a warm flow. After a few seconds the warm flow turned into fiery energy. What he didn't know at this moment was that the outside of his body was already extremely red and the layers of skin seemed to be preheating and beating with lava, which was very scary. The sweat on his forehead instantly sizzled and then evaporated. Long Fei didn't react when he saw this scene but chose to watch quietly. The streams of Do Chi energy in the secret room quickly converged towards Yunshan's body and finally formed a dazzling guzzling energy body. Yunshan's Do-Chi Danshan quickly absorbed and fed back into his bodies inside and outside. Several minutes passed and the energy that had been maintaining this state suddenly surged. The NET moment beams of light shot out from different directions on Yunshan. There was a loud rumble and the energy condensed to the top. He plotted directly. Long Fei waved his hand and swallowed the burst of energy so that the secret room could be preserved. A different light bloomed on Yunshan's body and Long Fei muttered, "It's done." A pressure stronger than that of the 9-star peak fighting emperor appeared on Yunshan. He broke through to the 1-star Duzong. The moment he opened his eyes, a light-colored light flashed past filled with fierceness and excitement. Yunshan could feel something that Yuuru Duhuang couldn't. Turning over his hands, he breathed heavily and looked excited. "Have I broken through to the Duzong? Is this the 1-star Duzong?" With a squeeze of his fist, another burst of power came out, but it had no effect on Long Fei at all. "Yes, you have broken through to the 1-star Duzong, and after the baptism of that pill your qualifications have improved a lot and you have a great future. With your current talent it is only a matter of time before you reach the peak 9-star Duzong. Of course these are all with the current situation. Once you join our Qinglong gang your future is really limitless. You will get the supreme resources of my Qinglong gang, an increase in lifespan and many benefits you can't imagine." Long Fei looked at the excited Yunshan and his tone was very calm. "Your Excellency is kind to me. Who are you?" Yunshan took a deep breath and had to say that Long Fei's words made his heart beat so much. It showed in the current situation that he could give such a statement easily. Giving him such a large fortune, this person might be the opportunity for him to rise up with the Yunlin sect, and he planned to seize this huge opportunity for him and for the entire Yunlin sect. Long Fei, the leader of the Qinglong gang. After hearing this, Yunshan was stunned and said to himself, "Qinglong gang, Long Fei. It's a very strange name. It's the first time I've heard of it." Long Fei smiled. Yunshan nodded. "Not bad. Now that we are strangers you won't know how to do it anymore. Let's go directly to the topic." Long Fei said, "What I did today is to recruit you into the Qinglong gang and become a member of my gang, including your entire Yunlin sect. As for Yunlin outside, I have taken care of the senior officials of the sect. Now it's up to you, Yunshan." After hearing this, Yunshan nodded decisively. "Okay, I promise you I will join the Qinglong gang." "Very good." Long Fei smiled. He likes people who know interesting things the most. Raising his hand, an ancient sheepskin scroll appeared in front of Yunshan. "Drip blood, this is a contract to join the gang. Swallow will be a real Qinglong person." Long Fei's voice sounded. Yunshan looked at the parchment in front of him and he felt the extremely ancient atmosphere, but without hesitation he drew out a drop of blood and poured it down. For a moment Shenzang's skin turned into a beam of light and disappeared. The NET moment strange memories appeared in Yunshan's mind. He was stunned, reading frantically in his mind. There were secret books on the techniques as well as a lot of knowledge that he had never seen or heard of before. This amount of information is very huge. You can't digest it in a short time. You need to take your time. Long Fei's voice was like an echo that kept appearing in Yunshan's mind, and the NET moment he was pulled out of it. Yunshan looked excited and excited. "It's a great opportunity for me to meet you, the leader of the gang, and become a member of the Qinglong gang. What do I need to do?" "NET, does Yunlin sect need to change its name?" Yunshan asked. Long Fei thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "There is no need to change the name to keep the Yunlin sect, but you Yun and the top Duwang leaders can secretly establish the Qinglong sect as the highest institution of the Yunlin sect." Yunshan was not a fool and he immediately understood what Long Fei meant. "Nods, I understand. Leave it to me. The top leaders of the Garma Empire are already members of my Qinglong gang. Please help take care of me. My plan must be implemented step by step." Long Fei looked at Yunshan. Yunshan is now considered the new Duzong of the Garma Empire. When Jia Xingqian the Peak Do Emperor break through the Duzong, then there will be 4 strong Duzong Eperts in the Jiama Empire. When the time comes he plans to take over the Izumo Empire NET door first, but this is not a simple matter. Whether it is many people from top to bottom or from bottom to top, this is a huge number. He cannot be an ES he already has planned. As long as you are from the Qinglong gang you will be able to sense each other's special aura when you meet. Long Fei added, "NET, when you leave the seclusion and break through the Duzong, all the affiliated forces of the Yunlin sect will gather in the Yunlin sect square. What needs to be dealt with needs to be dealt with." Long Fei's voice was very calm but made people shudder as if it was hidden an invisible killing intent. Yunshan trembled and nodded. "I know the gang leader. Go." Soon Yunshan came out of seclusion and went directly to the main hall to meet with Yun and several other senior officials. Everyone is very happy about Yunshan's breakthrough. Yunlin sect finally has its own Duzong. Yunshan spread the news and soon he left the seclusion and became the Duzong and disappeared outside the Yunlin sect and let the affiliated forces unite Yunlin sect. As soon as the news came out, those affiliated forces were frightened and did not dare to slow down and quickly moved towards Yunlin sect. Soon a large number of people gathered at the entrance entrance of Yunlin sect. At the same time, senior officials of the Jiama royal family also came to congratulate him. Some uninformed people even looked ugly. Yunchen broke through the Duzong, so it is not good news for the Jiama royal family. Another end was crushed, and this one is still extremely huge. Chapter 140. The NET plot begins. Many people from the Yunlin sect gathered together, and Yunchen followed Long Fei's instructions and killed those who should be killed, killing chickens to scare the monkeys. Those who were alive were afraid. This demon kills people as soon as it comes up. The uninformed personnel of the Jiama Empire were angry and wanted to speak out, but the pressure from Yunchen was too strong and they swallowed their anger. Soon everyone alive chose to join the Qinglong gang. After that, Long Fei also gave some special advice to Nalan Yanran. He wanted to change the plot of the original work so that Nalan Yanran could win the 3-year contract. He didn't know what the scene would be like then. After that, many days passed. Only that group of people knew what happened in Yunlin sect, and the rest of the lower level staff didn't know. Everything was as usual. Now a group of Yunlin sect members have joined the Qinglong gang and they are all one family, but Long Fei does not plan to change his name at the moment. He has his own plan. Another month passed and Jia Xingtian of the Jiama Empire entered the realm of Douzone. However, the news did not spread and only his own people knew about it. Okay, the preparation has been made. The matter here has come to an end. Net a new plot begins. Many days later, Long Fei left Yunlin sect and went to Wuchenchenj. Yunlanzong is quite far away from Wu Chengcheng, but in front of him it is just a matter of space crack. He blocked his breath and came to the Xiao family. Looking at the Xiao family in front of them, Xiao Yan has left long ago and Gu Suner has also gone to Canaan College, so there are no strong people here. Long Fei underestimated the Xiao clan. One of the 8 ancient clans is now in such a state of desolation. The mental power was swept away and the strongest one was only the 5-star fighting master. It was really pitiful. His figure escaped into the space crack and reappeared in a separate room. Mental strength comes out again. Soon he found what he was looking for. Go over and uncover a bow inside the cabinet. Take it out and open it. There is a jade nugget inside. Tuoshi Ancient Emperor Jade. The fragments of Tuoshi Ancient Emperor Jade Long Fei took out and put the bow back to its original place. Looking at the Tuoshi Ancient Emperor Jade block in his hand, the carvings on it are very delicate. Suddenly the system voice sounded in Long Fei's mind. The host has collected fragments of Tuoshi Ancient Emperor Jade which are crucial to the plot of Dochi continent and triggered a hidden mission to collect 8 pieces of Tuoshi Ancient Emperor Jade. Reward: each piece collected can comprehend the information in the jade and you can get different information. By chance, the enlightened jade pieces will have no effect, and even if you collect 8 pieces you will not be able to open the Emperor's gate. Well done. Long Fei smiled. Now he has 2 tasks. 1. Collect 23 kinds of strange fires. 2. Collect 8 pieces of Tuoshi Ancient Jade Emperor Jade. Now both have completed. 1. Long Fei asked curiously, can I understand this aspect of the system now? Okay, do you want to absorb it now? The system said. Long Fei nodded yes. Soon a ray of light appeared on the Tuoshi Ancient Emperor Jade fragment in his hand and entered Long Fei's mind directly. Suddenly strange memories appeared quickly in his mind, and the Tuoshi Ancient Emperor Jade in his hand also lost its luster. It turned into ordinary jade. Even if you collect 8 pieces, the other 7 pieces will be useful. Only if there is something wrong with this piece you can't open the Emperor's door. Time passed little by little. It seems like a long time has passed, but in fact not even a minute has passed outside. When Long Fei came back to his senses, he suddenly realized that's it. This fragment of Tuoshi Ancient Emperor Jade actually contains a heaven-level fighting skill, and the fighting skill that Long Fei realized is called Burn the Desolate Sky Seal. Long Fei quickly digested this primary heaven-level fighting skill. In addition to this fighting skill and some memories about the fragments, the Tuoshi Ancient Emperor Jade fragment also brought him an improvement in his cultivation. The 4-star Duzong was promoted to the SI-star Duzong. It has been upgraded to 2 levels, and the spiritual soul power has also improved a lot. Haha, it's so comfortable. Long Fei put the ordinary jade piece back to its original place. Then he held it in his hand and the light condensed into the fragment of Tuoshi Ancient Emperor Jade. This one is the real fragment. When he collects 8 pieces he can open the Emperor's gate. Of course, if he absorbs all the strange fire he should be able to break through to Do Emperor. If that doesn't work he can just devour it to fill the gap. At this moment footsteps came from outside the door. Long Fei left here directly. There is nothing left to commemorate in the Xiao family. Due to his appearance, I don't know if the plot that happened in the original work of the Xiao family, such as the arrest of the patriarch, will happen in another way. But no matter what, he doesn't care. There are still a few years left before that plot. These few years are enough for him to advance to the level of fighting saint. By then he won't need to be afraid even of people from the ancient clan. Long Fei doesn't care about the future development. here. He just wants to improve his cultivation level now. He will ignore other chores as long as they don't threaten his power. Long Fei stopped high in the sky, rubbed his chin, sorted out the memories of the plot of fighting to break the sky in his mind and muttered, "Let me think about it." Hai Xinyan, who is ranked 15th on the alien fire list, is in the Black Angle region. Han Feng, the 14th ranked Fallen Heart Flame, is at Canaan Academy, so I have to go to both places. As for the Golden Emperor Burning Sky Flame and the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, he planned to let them go first, especially the Golden Emperor Burning Sky Flame. He was not stupid enough to seek death. After all, Gu Yuan is at the pinnacle of the 9-star fighting saint. He couldn't do it now, but if he wanted to hide, Gu Yuan would definitely not be able to find him. At worst, he could just go back to his Dulo world. After thinking about everything, the NET plan also formed a clue in Long Fei's mind. Before that, he planned to visit the Izumo Empire. After all, this place is very close to his current location. A half-eaten parchment appeared in his hand, marked as a map, which he found from the Yunlin Sect's treasure house. After systematic analysis, this was a picture of the address of the strange fire. What surprised him was that there was only half of the fragment, but this half contained the complete location of Xianhuangyan, which ranked 23rd on the list of strange fires. I didn't expect that there is another Xianhuang flame in the outside world besides the Yuhuo Square. Long Fei has always thought that Xianhuang flame can only be found in the cave of Tuaxi, ancient emperor. After all, there is no one who can obtain Xianhuang flame outside in the original work. The plot and Xiaoyan also obtained it in the strange fire square. It seems that Dochi continent is even more different than I thought. It is somewhat different from the original world after all. I just don't know if the Xianhuang flame is still here. Long Fei put away the parchment and quickly headed towards the Izumo Empire. Fly away. The closest direction between the Gama Empire and the Izumo Empire is a huge mountain range. Just climb over and you will be right in front of you. It would be a bit far if we take the usual route. Moreover, the two countries also have frequent wars on the border. Long Fei came to this huge mountain range. The mountain range that blocked the shortest path between the two countries is called the Beast Ridge Mountain. There are many powerful monsters in the Beast Ridge Mountains, and almost no one from the two countries comes to seek death. Long Fei is already. I have heard the voice of Warcraft. His mental power was released and many shadows of Warcraft appeared in front of his eyes. Densely packed. Chapter 141. Izumo Empire. Long Fei flew towards the other side of the mountain range. Suddenly a brown light shot up into the sky from below, and then the two monsters collided with each other, caused a powerful explosive force impact spread. Long Fei originally ignored him and flew over, but when the two monsters saw that he was a human, they immediately had the courage to challenge him. Long Fei, who was used to their personalities, pinched the legs of the two beasts. It flew away fiercely into the distance and soon disappeared. I didn't want to fly anymore. The space was torn apart and I directly used the teleportation function. Within the Izumo Empire, Long Fei's voice walked along the corridor of a city. There are many people here and it is very lively, but everyone rushed in the same direction as if something was happening. Long Fei did not follow suit but came to an inn and took a few skewers of barbecue and ate them slowly. Honestly, you have to pay for it. The innkeeper became a little unhappy when he saw the young man in front of him come up and pick up the skewers without saying a word, treating him like a living person as if he was not there, and warned him in a tone of voice, "Here, there's no need to look for it anymore. I want to ask you something." Long Fei stared at the direction in which those people were running and nonchalantly took out a piece of gold and threw it on the shopkeeper's table. The shopkeeper, who was originally unhappy, saw the gold in front of him and his eyes widened immediately. The man in front of him was so bold and bold. He was indeed right. He was really a bold man. It's really shameless. He quickly put the gold into his bag and said with a smile, "If you look at it objectively, you are not from here. Are you asking about the things they all ran over? Talk about it." Long Fei finished eating the skewers in his hands and continued to pick up the skewers on the stall to eat. They tasted pretty good. The Izumo Empire's once-in-a-decade empire-wide competition has begun. There will be trials in each city. The final winner will be sent to the Imperial City for the finals. The rewards are incomparable. The outstanding people will be killed by the royal family. The higher-ups are interested in being able to take him on as a disciple, and then the future will really be limitless. The inn owner said with a look of envy. What are the conditions? Long Fei was curious. There are two types of event. The first type, of younger generation 20 years old and below the minimum registration threshold, is the SITH level of fighting spirit. There is no limit to the highest. The second type, of middle-aged generation, is between 20 and 30 years old. The minimum threshold for registration is the 8-star fighter and the supreme fighter. Listening to the shopkeeper's words, Long Fei swallowed the meat in his mouth and muttered, "It's the same old routine." "Young master, do you want to participate?" the shopkeeper asked. "There's nothing fun about a bunch of brat." Long Fei shook his head, eating all the skewers on the stall, and then left directly. On the way he took out the parchment map and looked at it. The location of this strange fire was a bit mysterious. He followed the map and moved quickly, and soon he came to the high altitude outside the imperial city of the Izumo Empire. And the location of the strange fire marked on the map is actually within the palace. No, it should be underground under the palace. If that's the case, this Xianhuang flame should have been taken away, right? Long Fei frowned. Although there is no Duzong in the Izumo Empire, there are several Duhuang. With the Duhuang's perception, it is impossible not to detect the Xianhuang Yan released energy fluctuation. Forget it, let's take a look first. Long Fei moved his mind, and his majestic spiritual power swept across the entire palace. There was someone inside, and the strong men in the palace immediately felt an inexplicable sense of being peeked at, but they disappeared after a second. You all felt it just now, right? In the imperial palace, the emperor of the Izumo Empire said with his brows lowered as he looked at the SI people sitting on the left and right sides in front of him. Among these SI people there are 3 Do Huang and 3 Do Wang. It's fairly even. The 7 people here are also the top combat power in the entire Izumo Empire. I felt like someone was peeking into the palace, but it disappeared quickly. It must be an illusion. The man wearing thorn armor said. No, let's go out and take a look. It's definitely unusual to be so sudden, someone suggested. Everyone felt that it made sense and walked towards the outside of the palace. After scanning the outside, Long Fei did not find any strange fire, and there was no strange fire on the SI people, only animal fire. Strange, where did this Xianhuang Yan go? Could it be that it was absorbed and refined by a powerful alchemist in the Izumo Empire, and he happens to not be here now? While Long Fei was thinking, SI people appeared from the palace. His fighting spirit turned into wings and flew up. Soon I saw Long Fei in the sky, walking through the air, a strong man from the Do sect. Everyone saw Long Fei's presence suddenly change in shock. Let's first see if we are enemies or friends. If we are really enemies, the SI of us are totally worthy of him. Emperor Izumo whispered to the remaining people with a cold face. I wonder who Mr. Duzong is. Why do you want to come to the Izumo Empire? Izumo Emperor Chusong flew to the front of the SI people and looked at Long Fei holding his hands in front of him. He is an emperor with a noble status and great arrogance. I have come to your Izumo Empire to look for something. I will leave after I find it. Long Fei put his hands behind his back and said in a lukewarm tone. I don't know why he always feels uncomfortable looking at Emperor Izumo in front of him. Chusong frowned, and his presence was naturally not good. Although he was not a Dozong, he was still an 8-star Do Emperor, but for the sake of greatness, Bureau thought, but still held back the anger in his heart. I wonder what you are looking for? Chusong said thoughtfully. Long Fei Xianhuang Flame. Xianhuang Yan. The 7 people were shocked when they heard this name. Eotic Fire Black Flame. I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place. We don't have any in the Izumo Empire. Chusong's face became even more gloomy. The Xianhuang Yan was refined 5 years ago by the president of the SITH Great Alchemist Association of the Izumo Empire. The purpose of this person's coming here turned out to be Xianhuang Yan. To put it this way, he wanted to deprive that person of it. This undoubtedly made their Izumo Empire's medicine refining strength low. No. Long Fei suddenly glanced at everyone with a smile and then raised his hand very quickly and grabbed Chusong's neck. The speed was very fast. Before Chusong and everyone could react, Chusong had already been killed by Long Fei grabbed the neck. Well, Chusong looked extremely uncomfortable and ferocious, and there was a force that prevented him from using any strength. Your Majesty. Bastard, let your Majesty go. The presence of the SI people changed drastically, and their murderous intent was overwhelming, but they did not take action because Chusong was in Long Fei's hands, and Chusong would definitely become a shield if they took action. Tell me where the Xianhuang Yan is, or I'll kill you. Long Fei said, raising his other hand and turning it into a blade, directly stabbing Chusong's body, causing blood to splatter. Ah! The severe pain made Chusong scream, his face showing blue veins and feeling extremely uncomfortable. Chusong began to regret it. Now he knew the difference in strength. As the 8-star Do Huang, he had no resistance in front of the Dozong in front of him. His eyes gradually showed fear. Your Majesty. When the SI people saw the scene, they didn't expect that the person in front of them would act so unconventionally, that he would take action at the slightest disagreement. The SI people couldn't care less and went straight towards Long Fei to kill him. No large-scale fighting skills were used to attack. Seeing this scene, Long Fei snorted coldly. Chapter 142. Izumo Alchemist. Faced with the joint attack of SI people, Long Fei didn't pay attention at all. A force rushed out from his body and directly hit the SI people. The SI people were affected, their faces distorted in pain. They rushed out with big mouthfuls of blood, screamed and fell to the ground one after another. A series of banging sounds sounded and the SI people were stuck to the ground like ants without losing the ability to resist. The crack and depressions in the ground are filled with the blood of their individuals. The faces of the SI people were completely shrouded in fear. How could this happen? He gritted his teeth and spoke with difficulty. Wow! The internal injuries on his body were severe. His throat was red and hot fluid was gushing out and blood spurted out when he opened his mouth. When Long Fei moved again, another force directly enveloped the SI of them as if they were being hammered by a huge meteorite energy, and they screamed of bullying. They would have died if you didn't tell them. Long Fei's eyes returned to Chu Song, smiling. His hand was still inserted in front of Chu Song's chest, and the blood in Chu Song's body continued to flow out. His eyes saw the scene just now, and coupled with the injury, he was in great pain and dripping with sweat at this moment. Don't kill me, say. Chu Song could no longer hold on. He completely lost the arrogance and dignity of an emperor. On the verge of life and death, he could only compromise with the strong. The dignity of the weak is worthless. Long Fei released the hand holding his neck and watched quietly. The other hand inserted into his body did not leave the force that forcefully suspended Chu Song. Chu Song felt very uncomfortable. Blood flowed out of his mouth and he said slowly, the Xianhuang flame is on the body of Jing Yuan, the president of the Xianfeng City Alchemist Association. If you lie to me, I will destroy your entire Izumo Empire. After Long Fei said that, he threw him away directly. The stinging pain when the knife was withdrawn from his hand made Chu Song even more uncomfortable and painful, and his body quickly fell to the ground. The upper and lower bones seemed to be cracked by the impact, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out from the mouth and chest. Long Fei also disappeared into the horizon. Facing these tough-talking people, Long Fei likes to use force directly to get things done. Rescue, your majesty. As the sound rang out, the imperial guards below quickly rushed towards this side, holding bags full of recovery IRS in their hands. The scene just now really scared them to death. Long Fei's terrifying pressure, those of them who were only in the Douling realm or below were crushed so hard that they couldn't move at all, but they were lucky, otherwise they would have been lying on the ground now and they might have died seriously. The other side, the Alchemist Association of the Izumo Empire is very famous. If you just grab a passerby and ask, you will know the specific location of Xianfeng City and the Alchemist Association. Long Fei penetrated the space crack and directly arrived at Xianfeng City. Xianfeng City was less than 10 kilometers away from the Imperial City, and the distance was not too far. The Xianfeng City was filled with the fragrance of herbal medicines. Long Fei walked around and saw that they were all selling herbal medicines and medicines. Sure enough, there were many people in the Alchemist Association who followed the trend. There was someone selling to Long Fei on the road, but he was ignored and soon arrived in front of the Alchemist Association in Xianfeng City. This place is very big. It seems to be a little bigger than the Alchemist Association of the Gamma Empire. Although Long Fei had never seen it, he felt that this was what happened. Walking inside, two young door guards looked frivolous when they saw Long Fei walking over without the alchemist's badge on his body. The two men stepped forward and stopped directly in front of Long Fei, saying, "What a nice face, boy. What are you doing here? Not everyone can enter the Alchemist Association." Faced with the obstruction and resistance of two ants when asked, Long Fei looked extremely calm. "Is your president Jing Yuan here?" Long Fei said calmly. "Does our president have anything to do with you?" The two guards looked down upon him with disdain. "Are you an alchemist?" the two guards asked. Long Fei, "Yes." "How many grade?" the two guards asked again. At this time they were a little more rela-ed. Long Fei did not answer directly but flipped his right hand casually, and Kinglian's inner fire suddenly came out. "This is the alchemist flame. And since the temperature is so high, what kind of flame is this?" The two of them were shocked when they saw the flame in Long Fei's hand and couldn't help but step back. Now the three of them completely believed that the young man in front of them was an alchemist. The NET scene shocked both of their eyes. On the flame, light-colored energy flow quickly condensed into the flame head and then turned into a round and smooth pill. Energy condensation instantly. The two of them screamed. They quickly lowered their posture with fear on their faces. The two of them almost offended a high-level alchemist just now, and now they are trembling just thinking about it. "Am I qualified enough to go in and find your president now?" Kinglian's earth core fire disappeared in Long Fei's hands, leaving only the refined ELIR to be ejected to one of them. In his opinion, this thing was worthless. Okay. The two of them scrambled to leave the front of Long Fei, and Long Fei walked inside. At the front desk inside, Long Fei stopped and looked around. His mental power swept across the entire Alchemist Association. Soon he found the E-instance with special energy. At the same time the Qinglian land in Long Fei's body, the inner fire resonated. This is a kind of news sent out by different fires when they meet the same kind. Jing Yuan, who was inside refining the ELIR, shrank his eyes sharply and stopped refining. "How come the Xianhuang flame in my body is making such strange movement? Is there another strange fire appearing here? Is it someone who also possesses the strange fire?" As he spoke, Jing Yuan's eyes showed fire and a trace face of greed. If he really is, he would have to take action from the Izumo Empire royal family to capture this person, but fusing the second strange fire was a very difficult and even dangerous matter. After calming down, he thought about it and decided to take a look first. Well, it's not a bad thing, but it would be a good thing to be able to take him as a disciple. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that the latter was more appropriate, so he stood up and walked out. At this moment outside, the young lady at the front desk saw Long Fei looking left and right and immediately asked, "Young master, are you here to test a first-class alchemist?" Because she did not see the symbol of an alchemist on this person's body badge. Long Fei stretched out his hand and pointed at an empty seat net to him. A sofa suddenly appeared. He walked over and sat down. You said leave me alone, I'm waiting for someone. He's here now. When the young lady heard this, she frowned and said, "This is not your home, this is the Alchemist Association and it is not a place just for you to sit. If you don't want to take the leave now." Long Fei closed his eyes and ignored it. This move made the young lady even more angry and she called the doorman directly. As soon as the guard came in, he was ready to arrest someone, but when he saw Long Fei, he suddenly got cold feet. He is a high-level alchemist who can instantly condense irs. You'd better leave him alone. He seems to be looking for our president. Okay, let's go first, the guard whispered in the ear of the front desk lady. After speaking, the two guards left in a hurry. At this moment, the lady at the front desk looked panicked when she saw Long Fei. Cold sweat was flowing from her forehead. Her legs were so weak that she almost died of fright. Chapter 143 President. Soon the sound of footsteps was heard. The person who came was a middle-aged man wearing brown clothes. He should be between 40 and 50 years old. He is Jing Yuan, the president of the Izumo Empire Alchemist Association. When the woman saw the man, her expression suddenly changed and she immediately bowed. "Mr. President." The man glanced at her without any reaction, looking very cold and proud. Long Fei opened his eyes because the person in front of him was the master of Xuan Huang Yan, Samsung Do Huang Jing Yuan. After taking a look, a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Are all SITH great alchemists so aloof? It really deserves a beating." Jing Yuan also followed the feeling of Xuan Huang Yan in his body and looked at the strange young man in front of him who was leaning on the sofa with an expression of enjoyment and looking at him. Jing Yuan's pupils couldn't help but shrink. The Xuan Huang flame in his body was filled with fear. This meant that the strange fire possessed by the person in front of him must be more advanced than him. Although he knew that his Xuan Huang flame was the last on the list of strange fires, but he was still envious and jealous. How could a little kid get such a strange fire? A cold light flashed across his eyes and he walked towards Long Fei. "I, Jing Yuan, the president of the Izumo Alchemist Association. I don't know the name of the young master." Jing Yuan came to Long Fei's sofa and stopped, saying calmly, but there was an ulterior motive hidden in this calm tone. If others had definitely not noticed it, Long Fei could hear it completely. "Long Fei." Jing Yuan was stunned for a moment after hearing the last two words and then said in a deep voice, "Young master, Long came to my Alchemist Association with the intention of obtaining the first grade alchemist badge." He took a look at Long Fei, who was not wearing the most basic badge symbolizing an alchemist. Two possibilities. The first type is not taken out. The second kind is that there is no such thing. He felt that the latter was more practical. "No, I came here mainly to get it from President Jing." "One thing." Long Fei looked at Jing Yuan with a smile. The moment Long Fei's words rang out, how could Jing Yuan not think of what Long Fei wanted from him? His face suddenly turned cold and a ray of murderous intent flashed through his pupils. The murderous aura in his body was suppressed by him and it almost burst out. His hands were suddenly behind his back and a sharp blue fighting spirit energy flow faintly emerged in his hands. How could someone so young have a higher level of cultivation than him? He is a 3-star fighting emperor. As long as he wants to, he can kill Long Fei in one fell swoop. "You're looking for something from me. I'm curious as to what it is." Jing Yuan's cold voice sounded in a low voice. The young lady at the front desk was at a loss when she saw this scene. Why are these two people so angry? Will they start fighting in the net second? No, I have to do something. Maybe if I perform well, I will be rewarded and promoted by the adult. As soon as the person had this idea, she immediately changed her mind. Taking advantage of the fact that the two people's attention was not on her at this time, she crouched down and left quietly to call for reinforcement. "Don't pretend to be stupid. I want the Xuan Huang flame, rank 23 on the list of strange fires in your body." From the corner of his eyes, Long Fei saw the woman leaving and they were the only two left here. He said straight away, "Theme. For me, strange fire is the lifeblood of my life. You are just a young man. Although I can't see through your cultivation, you must have treasures that cover your cultivation. Do you think you will be my opponent?" Jing Yuan snorted coldly. His voice was cold and the power of the Do Huang in his body suddenly developed and he directly exerted pressure on Long Fei. At the same time, blue fighting energy also appeared on his body. body. The whole person's aura and temperament have changed. But the net moment his eyes widened. Even though Long Fei was still smiling under the pressure of his 3-star Do Huang, he didn't have the uncomfortable impression of being pressured by a strong person at all. What happened? You're trying to be mysterious. I just accepted your strange fire as soon as it came to my door. With that said, Jing Yuan launched an attack directly towards Long Fei. When the attack was about to hit Long Fei raised his hand and slapped him away. Although it looked very light, it was very powerful. This terrifying Do Huang attack encountered Long Fei's powerful power in an instant. It turned into a shock wave and rushed towards the door. Wherever the energy shock wave passed, it suddenly burst and plotted. The screams of the two guards were also heard outside, and Do Wang's attack force directly hit them and were annihilated in an instant. It's so unjust to die. Bang boom. Seeing this, Jing Yuan's pression changed drastically. He never expected that things would turn out like this. However, the net moment he felt that he was enveloped by an invisible and concrete murderous intention, and his whole person fell into a scarlet color world. This is a killing field that Long Fei has not used for a long time. Long Fei's eyes naturally turned scarlet, and the figure sitting on the sofa suddenly left an after image and appeared again. Jing Yuan, who was trapped in the world of his killing field, raised his hand and pinched his neck. Twist. Click. A crisp sound of broken bones was heard from Jing Yuan's neck. The bones in Jing Yuan's neck and spine were broken and shattered. His breathing stopped and his soul came out of the killing field and returned to reality. His eyes widened with fear as if he saw something terrifying in the killing field. With a plop, his whole body fell down and the blood in his mouth flowed to the ground. With his death, the black and yellow flames in his body were also separated. Although the strength of Jing Yuan 3-star Do Huang could not upgrade the current SI-star Do Sec Long Fei by 1 level, he could save experience for the NET upgrade. Jing Yuan's corpse turned into a beam of particle energy that was absorbed by Long Fei into reserve experience point, and the remaining Xian Huang flame was directly caught in Long Fei's hand. With a deep yellow flame, this black-yellow flame has the same color as the strange fire from the previous life, but it's very beautiful and has a powerful connotation. It's a pity that you followed the wrong master. If you follow me now, I will let you show your true strength. Long Fei murmured in his heart. Although each flower on the strange fire list has a strength ranking, each flower has its own power of effect which ordinary people cannot EERT. The NET moment, with a thought, his whole person disappeared from here. After he left, 5 people rushed over, and the one leading the team was the front desk girl. The 4 people she brought were all the strongest people in the Izumo Alchemist Association, and their cultivation levels were all at the spirit fighting level. There are 4 in total. Where are the people? The 5 people were stunned, and the 4 Do Ling looked at the lady at the front desk and asked. Then he looked at the ground. When he looked at the door, the level of damage and the disappearance of the 2 guards made everyone feel uneasy. The 2 of them fought this kind of destructive power. The 4 fighting spirits took a deep breath. Look, there's blood there. The lady at the front desk pointed to the ground. The 4 fighting spirits walked over quickly, and one of them squatted down. He stretched out his hand and wiped a trace of blood in front of his nose and sniffed it. His pression suddenly changed. No, the aura on this blood belongs to the president. The president is injured. That person or the person following him is a strong man. So you are also a strong fighter? The other woman Do Ling's face darkened. If that were the case, these fighting spirits wouldn't be able to get involved at all. Go out and look for it. Something happened. The 4 people quickly left the Alchemist Association and went to contact the Alchemist Association. At the same time, a senior member of the royal family. Chapter 144. Do Zun. At the moment, the alchemists of the Izumo Empire are in a mess. It is very difficult for Jing Yuan to disappear suddenly. They have asked for help from people in the royal family, but there has been no reply. The lady at the front desk briefly described Long Fei's appearance, but no one found it. Everyone in the imperial family of the Izumo Empire understood that Jing Yuan was in danger, and the black and yellow fire in his body had been taken away. After all, the opponent was such a terrifying Duzong realm Pert, and Jing Yuan was just a 3-star Duhuang. Now I just hope that the one who didn't kill Jing Yuan is the only SITH grade alchemist in our Izumo Empire. Everyone sighed and then hurriedly healed his wounds. Tell the people from the Alchemist Association that Jing Yuan will be assigned a mission by me in a few days. Chu Song said with a pale face. Yes. After getting the Xian Huang flame, Long Fei decisively left the Izumo Empire and headed towards the Black Corner territory. I found a good cave on the road and went in to check it out. There was an underground river, but there was nothing else. But the layout of this cave is very suitable for retreat. After casting the formation, Long Fei found a place to sit down cross-legged and then took out the Xian Huang flame. He opened his mouth and threw it into his mouth and swallowed it. Dulo. It tastes pretty good. Long Fei licked his lip and then quickly used his technique to absorb and refine it. The deep yellow flames were burning burning on his body and gradually enveloped him completely. Although the Xianhuang flame was only the last one on the strange fire list, its temperature was not low, but Long Fei's body could withstand this at the moment. It's a very simple thing to feel hot. The thick fighting energy quickly squeezed the Xianhuang flame in the body, and the Wuji longevity skill was quickly refined. The Xianhuang flame was still resisting but was suppressed the NET moment, forming a stream of deep yellow airflow into his danshan. Just like that, time passed little by little. When Long Fei woke up again, he opened his mouth and spit out a stream of hot air, revealing terrifying power on his body. He grabbed hold of the air with both hands and 2 flames emerged from his hands. There are still 21 to go. Long Fei smiled, and there are still 2 more to come. Hai Xinyan and Fallen Heart Flame. After absorbing the Xianhuang flame, his cultivation level increased by 2 levels and reached the 8-star Duzong. Not bad. Quite satisfied, Long Fei left the cave and continued towards the Black Angle domain. Suddenly he was attracted by a wave of space shock. The body stopped and looked over there and saw a figure coming out of the wormhole in space. This man looked pale and issued a weak aura, and his face looked a little embarrassed, as if he had just fought a battle. But that's what it looked like. Long Fei frowned and was slightly startled. 4-star Dozun? That's not right. Why did the 4-star Dozun appear in this novice village? He is in a weak state now. If I absorb him, I don't know how much experience points he can provide me. Immediately Long Fei's mental power was locked on this 4-star Dozun, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Who? In the distance, Mo Jotian, who was taking the Eli IR, suddenly realized that something was spying on him. When he looked up, he saw Long Fei walking through the air in the distance. He was not surprised to be discovered. After all, the opponent was a 4-star Dozun walking through the air. Could this small place be a Dozone? Mo Jotian stared at Long Fei and whispered. Suddenly he looked very dissatisfied that a small Dozone dared to peek into his 4-star Dozone. A powerful being. Although he was injured in the battle just now, it is still easy to kill a small Dozong. I'm just looking for someone to ask for direction. Hey, get over here, you kid! Mo Jotian shouted at Long Fei, looking like a rogue man. His current condition and completion are good even after taking the Eli IR. A lot, but still weak. He needs to find a place to take a good rest. His grandma was so fierce when she came out. Who is Long Fei? How could he get used to the other person? Raise your hand and press it out of thin air. Suddenly there was a spatial oscillation in the sky around Mo Chushan's body. What kind of ability is this? How can a small Dozong have room to shake? Mo Chushan's E-Pression changed drastically and he became serious instantly. He has not yet recovered from his injuries. He is not afraid of 10,000 just in case. The space around him net moment, as if being shackled. Strips of cyan aura blocked his body within 1 meter. It seems that this small place is really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. You will know after I capture it in person and ask you questions. Mo Chushan's body shook and the 4-star Dozun energy right on his body spread directly, and the power touched with a bang. A very powerful force directly plotted Long Fei's space lock. Long Fei hummed, is the 4-star Dozun so powerful? He broke my space prison so easily. The energy burst out by the 4-star Dozun is indeed powerful, but so what? Long Fei didn't use all his strength, otherwise even if Mo Jotian was a 4-star Dozun, it might not be that easy or impossible to break. You kid, I'll die for you. After breaking free, Mo Jotian flew towards Long Fei at lightning speed and grabbed Long Fei with a huge hand in the sky. Just in time, let me see how powerful the 4-star Dozun is. Long Fei pursed his lip, and the net moment there was a G sound and his body turned into thunder and rushed forward. He also greeted him with his palm. Mo Jotian saw this scene before his eyes. Since the person was planning to welcome his attack, the corner of his mouth suddenly curved with amusement. Interesting, the Dozong in this small place is just ignorant. Let me teach you a lesson for this rude guy. Long Fei was speechless. Who was so rude? Bang! The 2 palms collided and the energy suddenly surged and both sides were knocked away. Mo Jotian looked horrified. Good boy, this power actually comes from the 8-star Do sect. He is from the 8-star Do sect at such a young age. Could he be from Zhongzhou? In vain did he have this idea in his mind. Boy, are you from Zhongzhou? Mo Jotian narrowed his eyes and asked. You guess. Long Fei waved his hand and rushed towards Mo Jotian again. He waved his hand forward and the ancient green dragon sword suddenly appeared. On the ancient sword, the sharp sword light turned into light and the terrifying dragon power appeared together and then moved towards Mo Jotian. The sword fell and turned into a huge cyan blade. It's really annoying. Since you want to play, then I'll play with you. No. As he said that, Mo Chushan's E-Pression suddenly changed. He felt that the knife in Long Fei's hand was unusual and he quickly waved his hand to fight. A long stick with flaming flames appeared and swung forward. Bang! The 2 collided and there was another respawn. Long Fei rushed out of the explosion with the Qinglong ancient sword and struck it down directly. Mo Jotian raised the long flaming stick in his hand to greet him. Bang! The 2 instruments collided collided and the harsh resonant sound spread. Bang bang bang. In this way the two people started a fierce collision in the sky, and the energy of one red and one green in the sky impacted. Fire flames burn the sky. Chapter 145. Burning Wasteland Seal. Fire flames burn the sky. A voice sounded from Mo Chushan's mouth, and with his long flame stick as the center, a huge and scorching flame appeared and fell from the sky. This terrifyingly powerful flame was as terrifying as burning the sky. Hitting the sky, the terrifying power caused cracks to appear around the space. The level of this kind of fighting skill is at least at the earth level, and the taste is completely different when it is displayed in the hands of a 4-star Dozun. The power of blood transforms the right hand into a dragon. Faced with the terrifying attack, Long Fei clenched the ancient Qinglong sword in his hand and was very confident in himself, so he used his skills to directly confront him. The right hand that transformed into a green dragon claw clenched the ancient green dragon sword in his hand. The combined power of the two dragons made its power even more terrifying. The overwhelming power of the dragons raged in all directions, making Mo Jotian slightly afraid of it. Bang! The monstrous offensive shook like lava erupting from a volcanic crater, and the surrounding space was affected. Looking at the situation in front of him, Mo Jotian looked stunned again. Good guy, I guess I made a mistake. I didn't expect that with the cultivation of the 8-star Duzong I could fight like this with my 4-star Duzong, but this kid's outburst, the power that comes out far exceeds that of the 8-star Duzong and is even higher than mine. Mo Jotian swung his stick and rushed towards Long Fei. The two sides fought together again, and they also displayed a lot of fighting skills. The sky trembled and the sound waves were harsh. The vigorous fighting skills in the sky formed a fireworks display. Boy, you are very good. You can fight like this with me with your 8-star Dozone cultivation. I approve of you. Mo Jotian laughed. He never thought that one day he would be able to fight with a person who he looked down on. It was really enjoyable to fight like this, but he who was already injured didn't look very good now. The battle also made his hidden wounds hurt, and if he didn't deal with them he might be left with hidden illnesses. I just learned a move not long ago. I'm going to give you a try now. I hope you don't die. After such a round of fighting, Long Fei almost understood Mo Jotian, and the 4-star Dozun was not a big deal to him. What kind of powerful enemy is there? As for those with 4 stars and below, they are not a threat unless they self-destruct or there are variables. After saying that, he quickly took off into the air, retracted the ancient Qinglong sword and formed a strange seal with his hands. For a moment the surrounding space suddenly rioted and countless energy quickly condensed towards Long Fei. The vegetation, gravel and other things below were also pulled up by this powerful force. Seeing this, Mo Jotian frowned and said very seriously, this brat fighting skill. The net moment the huge energy turned into blazing flames and stood in the sky. A huge handprint appeared covering the sky and the sun. The scorching temperature caused the surrounding area to evaporate instantly. The handprint was filled with the extremely ancient and ancient aura. A burning sound streaked across the sky. Long Fei moved his palm and pressed directly towards Mo Jotian. Burn the desolate sky seal. Boom! Buzz! The burning sky seal fell, and the temperature formed by the terrifying flames shattered the sky layer by layer. It was very terrifying and full of special effect. Mo Jotian had cold sweat on his forehead and said in horror, this feeling, this kind of power, since you have heaven level fighting skills. Bastard, you want to kill me? Mo Jotian roared angrily, facing the terrifying temperature of Fenhuang Tianyan. It made him feel uncomfortable and extremely hot. He had no choice but to resist. Not daring to be negligent, he took several pills into his mouth, and Mo Chushan's power surge continued to rise. He quickly formed seals and displayed his strongest fighting skills to greet them. Loud bang rang again. Long Fei looked at this scene with a calm expression. The primary level fighting skills of the heaven level were really awesome and full of strength. A scream roared out from the mouth of Mo Jotian, who was holding on for dear life. Long Fei heard it very clearly. He was indifferent. He really planned to kill this 4-star Dozun. It had nothing to do with him anyway. No, you can't kill me. Ah! The clothes on his body plotted and his skin had been burned and festered. He was in great pain and his face was extremely ferocious, and he was shouting with anger. Long Fei increased his strength, and the burning desolate sky seal fell directly, completely submerging Mo Jotian. His screams also changed from loud to soft and then became silent. The feeling of killing a Dozun for the first time is different, but it's a pity that I didn't absorb it. It's the same if I absorb the strange fire and improve it. People with such high cultivation level will be everywhere in Zhongzhou by then. Long Fei muttered. His expression changed from pity to indifference. The loud rumbling sound appeared again. The Fenhuang heavenly seal fell directly, leaving a huge handprint on the ground, and the handprint was filled with scorching heat. Suddenly Long Fei saw a shining ring inside the fingerprint. Raise your hand and call it into your palm. The property of a 4-star Dozun shouldn't be too shabby, right? Long Fei muttered and tried to use his mental power to enter the ring. ring. The net moment the soul power belonging to Mo Jotien appeared, but Long Fei's mental power was too strong. Leap level smashed it into the inside of the ring and counted the items. What he didn't expect was that there weren't many things in here, including several bags of gold coins, 3 or 2 pieces of clothing, a few bottles of Eli Irs and some medicinal materials, and finally a half-broken parchment scroll and several volumes of sizes. The skills are gone. Is this what a 4-star Dozun has? This is too poor. Long Fei was also shocked. Long Fei is not interested in other things. Those martial arts and fighting skills are all Xian level or Huang level. What makes Long Fei strange is that the level of the fighting skills he just fought with this person is not low. There are none here, so to speak. Was there another adventure or another ring? At present this possibility is very high. But Long Fei wasn't interested either. But only the half-broken parchment caught Long Fei's attention. Come over and take a look. Good guy, there is no coordinate recorded on it. But Long Fei had a feeling that there must be someone big at this coordinate. With his mental energy coming out, Long Fei put the ring away since it didn't take up much space anyway. He continued to move towards the Black Corner domain. At the same time, somewhere in Duki continent, at this moment an old man opened his eyes with a cold light flashing in his eyes and a flash of sadness. How could it be that Mo Jotien is still dead? Who killed him? The old man stood up. Space fluctuated around him and a crack opened. Only those who can use space abilities to teleport have reached the saint level, and this old man is a strong man at the semi-saint level. Not long ago there was a disaster and he personally opened the space teleportation wormhole to send Mo Jotien away, otherwise he would have died in the battle. What he didn't expect was that Mo Jotien was still dead, so his efforts were in vain. The old man looked angry, but it didn't help. After all, the place where he was now was extremely far away from Mo Jotien, not to mention that the teleportation was a random position and he had no idea where Mo Jotien was teleported to. That's all. Since the person is dead, then I will choose someone again. They are still victims anyway. The old man sighed and a strange light flashed in his eyes which made people shudder. Chapter 146. Bloody Gang. The Black Corner region is a region full of cruelty and incomparable reality. His nature is similar to that of the killing capital in Dulo world. He kills people at will and has no bottom line. Long Fei's figure appeared in front of an inn in the Black Corner territory. He sat down and ordered some snack while eating and watching what was going on around him. In comparison, the Black Corner territory is better than the Killing City. At least it is not as disgusting as the Killing City. I spent some money to get some information from the waiter. He quickly learned where Han Feng was, and after paying his bills he headed there directly. The place where Han Feng was also the center of the Black Angle domain. This young SITH grade alchemist was really impressive. He was very envious and many powerful people were trying to get close to him. The Black Corner territory is very big. Maple City is right here and Canaan College is also here, but it's not in the center. Moreover, Canaan College has such a deep foundation that these people don't dare to take the initiative to provoke it. Long Fei walked towards Maple City. The journey was relatively peaceful. However, at this moment a man and a horse came towards him. The man riding the horse was a middle-aged man with unruly long hair and a sinister look on his face. Uncomfortable, his eyes full of arrogance and disdain swept across the crowd below. Seeing this convoy, the others panicked and gave way. He's the young leader of the Blood Fiend Gang, someone in the crowd claimed, and left the place quickly. The Blood Demon Gang is considered a high-level force in the Black Angle region, and they are also one of the members of the Black Alliance. The Black Alliance, one of the 4 most powerful forces in the Black Corner region, composed of many forces. According to the original work, Xiao Yan's Xiao clan is number 1, but this will happen in the future, and now there are only 4. In addition to the Black Alliance, there are Canaan College, Demonic Flame Valley, and Rax Hasa's sect. Among the crowd, what caught the attention of the Blood Demon Gang was the tall, bald young man in front of them. When everyone here saw them, they avoided them as if they were seeing ghosts and God. Only this man walked over as if nothing had happened. It's true that Long Fei didn't take the Blood Fiend Gang seriously at all. To him, any force that didn't surpass the 5-star Dozun was just rubbish. He who had just killed a 4-star Dozun was in a state of disbelief. The bloody Gang Wu stopped and Xue Tuan suddenly looked very unhappy. Is it his first time to come to the Black Corner territory for this person to be so unfamiliar? Looking at Long Fei, a cold voice sounded, "You stop for me, young master." As the sound of blood boiling sounded, everyone's eyes turned to Long Fei, the only young man who was still walking. "I went to see a good show since I was targeted by this guy. This young man is in danger. Don't talk nonsense, it will get you into trouble later. Just watch the show quietly." The people around who had eaten all the food looked at Long Fei with regrets and murmured in low voices. The walking Long Fei was still walking and ignored Sichuan's call. In his opinion, this person was a fool. He doesn't care about fools, and there are only 5 people in this team, among whom Xue Tuan has the highest cultivation situation level of 3-star fighting king and the other 4 people are all 1-star fighting kings. This Xuetuan look very young, but this middle-aged person's real age should be between 25 and 30 years old. Except for some particularly monsters, he is considered to be below average in talent in this original Dochi continent East. Seeing that Long Fei ignored his call, Xuetuan, who had a bad temper, suddenly became even more gloomy. Very good, since you dare to ignore this young master. This is the first time a newcomer comes to the Black Corner territory, and I will take advantage of you. Hey kid, didn't you hear our young master asking you to stop? The other 4 fighting kings stopped 2 meters in front of Long Fei with fierce pressions on their faces and the powerful aura spreading from their bodies. No one dared to provoke their blood fiend gang in this Black Angle domain. After all, there is a powerful Black Alliance standing behind him. Long Fei was quickly surrounded. The current situation was a dead end for the melon-eating people. However, Long Fei was unmoved. At this moment he stopped and looked at the surroundings in front of him with indifferent brilliance. The famous fighting king then turned to look at Xuetuan on the horse and said calmly, "Is something wrong?" As soon as these words came out, Xuetuan's face suddenly twitched and became extremely cold. A chill came out of his body and locked onto Long Fei. Xuetuan said coldly, "Boy, these people in front of you are all Do Wang level warriors. If you want to survive, I will give you a chance now." "What chance?" Long Fei pursed his lip and became amused. "Kneel down and lick my toes." Xuetuan showed a sarcastic look and teased Long Fei in a bright voice. The people around him became nervous as soon as they heard this. Sure enough, this Xuetuan from the Blood Fiend gang is a fucking beast, but everyone wants to see it too. As soon as Xuetuan's word came out, Long Fei immediately seemed to smile. "Okay, I don't know if you can bear my kneeling." Long Fei turned around and walked towards Xuetuan. Xuetuan and everyone were stunned. Long Fei's behavior was so abnormal. Was he really willing to do it? Xuetuan frowned and raised the corners of his mouth. He immediately became interested in Long Fei. He wanted to see what tricks this person could play. He did not stop Long Fei from approaching him, and as a 3-star fighting king he was very arrogant. When Xuetuan reacted, Long Fei's hand quickly grabbed his leg and then pulled it down fiercely. Click! There was a sound of bones breaking and the entire leg below the knee was torn off and blood spattered out. This sudden scene happened so fast it was completed in 1 second. Xuetuan's face froze. Maybe it was too fast and his nerves had not caught up with the tearing pain, but the moment the pain made his face hideous and twisted and he screamed like a slaughtering pig. Ah! Long Fei threw away the stump in his hand and with a plop Xuetuan fell off his horse with a heartbreaking scream and covered his broken knee with both hands. The stinging pain posed the veins on his face. "You bitch! Kill him!" Xuetuan, her face pale and dripping with cold sweat, roared angrily, her voice trembling with pain that completely woke her up. How could the high-ranking young leader of the Blood Fiend gang endure such humiliation? Something bad happened. The 4 fighting kings' pressions changed drastically when they reacted. They know all of them did not expect that this scene would happen so suddenly, nor did they dare to think that the young man in front of them would dare to do this. They were furious and murderous. If Xuetuan was injured, they would definitely be punished by the gang leader when they returned. The furious 4 people directly launched a killing offensive towards Long Fei. At this moment, Xuetuan quickly took out the Ir to stop bleeding and swallowed it. Facing 4 attacks, Long Fei was wiped out with a wave of his hand. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and the moment they saw the after image of Long Fei's body. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the 4 of them. As soon as the knife came out, it was naturally and smoothly wiped from the necks of the 4 of them. Past a smooth blood trail appeared, and the 4 fighting kings were like helpless ants who were slaughtered by him, and finally their head fell to the ground. The 4 fighting kings fell instantly. Seeing this scene, the melon-eating people around were frightened and fled one after another. Unexpectedly, the Blood Demon gang kicked the iron plate. Xuetuan was also stunned. 4 living fighting kings died like this. Was killed instantly. His pupils shrank, his face changed drastically, revealing a look of fear, and he kept retreating with difficulty. Long Fei waved his hand and showed a kind smile towards him. "Young leader of the Blood Fiend gang, I will send you down to accompany them." With that said, he walked towards Xuetuan. Long Fei's figure entered Xuetuan's ears like a devil, making him tremble all over. "No, no, you can't kill me. I am the young gang leader of the Blood Demon gang. The Blood Demon gang is one of the formation forces of the Black Alliance. If you kill me, the Blood Demon gang and the Black Alliance will never let you go." Xuetuan's voice was trembling and fearful. As he spoke, sharp blades of light appeared on his body and shot directly towards Long Fei. He launched his fighting skills to save himself, planning to use this attack to escape. Looking at the sharp blades in front of him, a stream of gas appeared in front of Long Fei. The sharp blades struck the gas and then fell down. The hardness of this gas was very awesome. It could not belong to a mere 3-star fighting king. Fighting skills can break it. Seeing this scene, Xuetuan was completely desperate. Now he regretted it. If he had known it before, he would have restrained himself. Sure enough, only when when people die can they understand the true meaning of life and understand the value of life. Now he has too much regret. Chapter 147 Fire Emperor Shen Shuangbo. If you offend me Long Fei you will die even if the old boy Do Di comes today. Long Fei raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth to say. His tone was very domineering, more arrogant than domineering. As soon as he finished speaking he raised his hand and grabbed Xue Tuan directly. Help, whoever comes to save me will be greatly thanked by our blood demon gang. Sichuan backed away in fear and screamed crazily. Phew. Suddenly at this moment a powerful force rushed towards Long Fei. He plotted directly in front of him. There are really people who are not afraid of death who come to save him. Looking at the attacks on the ground in front of him, Long Fei's prescience turned cold. It seems that some people really don't take Long Fei seriously. If that's the case, don't blame me. Under the eyes of everyone a particularly conspicuous figure of an old man appeared. His posture was a bit curved, almost like a hunchback, but his body exuded a very sharp energy wave of the aura of fighting. Long Fei and the terrified Sichuan looked over and locked their eyes on the old man. 5-star fighting emperor? Long Fei narrowed his eyes and immediately sneered. A small 5-star Do emperor should come forward, but I killed an 8-star Do zone who was a 4-star Do zone. You want to kill Emperor Do even when he comes? Young man has to say, you are really too arrogant. The old man looked at Long Fei coldly. Behind his hands a gloomy color flashed in his eyes. Emperor Do, how can your juniors speculate and discuss such an instant? No, old man, who are you? Are you out to sell favors or are you out to show off? Long Fei immediately became happy after hearing this and asked directly with the corner of his mouth twitching. You may not be old, but your sharp mouth is quite big. The old man snorted coldly with anger in his heart and then said, listen to me, I am Mr. Shen, the 5-star fighting emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of fiery red wings appeared behind him and he flew up. The fighting spirit turns into wings, and this feeling of fluctuation has surpassed that of the fighting king. He is really a strong fighting king. Shen Shuangbo. He is actually one of the top 10 famous fighting emperors in the Blackhorn region. Shen Suanbo, who is also known as the Fire Emperor. As soon as the old man's voice came out and his current appearance was added, some people among the melon-eating crowd suddenly realized and screamed. When everyone heard the voice of the crowd, they immediately took a breath of air. This was a veritable 5-star fighting emperor. It seemed that this kid couldn't change the world. Fire King Shen Shuangbo is not someone to be trifled with, and he is very powerful. It is rumored that he relied on his 5-star Do Huang cultivation to defeat an 8-star Do emperor in a one-on-one fight. After hearing the exclamations of these melon-eating people, Shen Shuangbo became even more proud and arrogant. Since it's him, Xue Tuan muttered and suddenly felt hope. He raised his head and shouted, boss, please save me and kill me this bastard. After that my Xue Sha gang will be very grateful. Shen Shuangbo looked at him and said calmly, don't worry, I'll take action. I'll protect your life. Just let the younger generation die. He raised his hand and shook it and a huge scorching flame came out and blasted directly towards Long Fei. Long Fei raised his hand and clapped it away. Bang! The sound of explosion sounded. Shen Shuangbo was startled. His face changed in vain and his prescience sank. Young man, I can't see through your cultivation level. It seems you have a great treasure. As he said this, he showed a trace of greed on his face. Color with a wave of his hand, a huge flaming sword suddenly appeared and slashed directly towards Long Fei. A mere 5-star Do Huang also wants to challenge Do Zone? Long Fei said coldly. Do Zone? Ha ha ha. Shen Shuangbo laughed, but his face froze in the net second and his pupils shrank, revealing a color of disbelief and fear. Now that Long Fei in front of him has stepped into the air and is flying, walking through the air, it's really Do Zong. Shen Shuangbo shouted in fear that the others were the same. He gritted his teeth. The net moment, but so what? Do Zong will die for me too. Violent attacks create more energy and increase the damage. In his opinion, such a young Do Zong must have just joined and is not yet stable. He is not incapable of killing now, so he dares to bet. Of course, if you lose the bet, it's over. Snort. Long Fei smiled disdainfully, stretched out his hand and squeezed it with a loud bang. Shen Shuangbo's fierce attack was instantly wiped out and a cyan beam of light was shot from his hand and directly penetrated Shen Shuangbo's throat. Blood spurts out. This scene was just a moment and the result appeared. How come? Shen Shuangbo's entire face was covered with fear. The extremely intense stinging pain made him miserable, but he couldn't scream. He stretched out his hands to cover his neck. There was so much bleeding that it couldn't be stopped. The body trembled, the wings disappeared and fell directly to the ground, dying and then completely dead. Seeing this scene, everyone was silent. Everyone took a breath of air and looked at Long Fei. He killed the 5-star Do Huang Shen Suanbo in one move. It's really terrifying that this boy is so powerful at such a young age. Deadly. Xue Tuan's pupils shrank, his face shrouded in fear. Long Fei turned around and said calmly, the ant will be net to you. After saying that, another cyan beam of of light shot out from his hand. It was extremely fast. It was impossible to defend at all, and it was impossible to make evasive movements in such a short time. The cyan beam of light penetrated Xue Tuan's eyebrows, and his eyes widened with eyes wide open filled with fear and hatred. After killing the people, all these people turned into Eparians points and entered Long Fei's body, destroying the corpses and eliminating traces. However, everyone here saw it, but it didn't matter to Long Fei. He flew directly towards Maple City quickly. What happened here spread quickly, and someone quickly spread the news to the Blood Demon Gang. At this moment Long Fei had arrived in the Maple City area. Because of Han Feng's huge reputation, he quickly found Han Feng's location. The high hall in front is guarded by 2 heavy soldiers. Long Fei narrowed his eyes and walked up. As he expected, he was stopped. Stop! Who are you? What are you doing here? The guard asked. I'm here to take Han Feng's life, Long Fei said calmly. The expressions of the 2 guards changed drastically, and they burst into anger and attacked Long Fei directly. However, Long Fei was faster. Before the last word of his voice completely disappeared, he pinched the 2 people's neck and twisted them. A crisp click sounded and the 2 guards fell to the ground, losing consciousness and life on the ground. Long Fei walked in very boldly. After the Susha gang heard the bad news of Switan's death, Switan's father Sweja, the leader of the Susha gang, became furious on the spot and killed the person who brought the news to death on the spot. A terrifying wave of fighting energy plotted. The top brass in the gang were all frightened. This is the violent power of a 3-star Duzong. The 5 people present were only Do Huangs of 8 stars and below. They simply could not bear the impact of such terrifying power. There was a dull feeling in their chest and a mouthful of blood spurted out on the spot. This person is wanted by order of our sect. Heavily rewarded. Xue Xie's furious voice sounded. Yes. Chapter 148. 148. Han Feng. The highest place in Maple Palace. A man in ancient costume is refining Eli IRS. He is Dan Emperor Han Feng, a 9-star Do Emperor level E instant. This SITH grade Eli IR is just 1 step away. Han Feng was completely immersed in the fire cauldron in front of him. The pills that were rapidly condensing on it were of the SITH grade Eli IR. This was something he agreed to refine with a Duzong level E pert. After all, he asked someone else to take action last time. Han Feng once again used his method to inject energy, making the pill formation even faster. As a SITH grade alchemist, he is now very familiar with refining Eli IRS, but the success rate of SITH grade Eli IRS is only 70%. At this moment Long Fei is hiding behind the void here and watching Han Feng refining the Eli IR. In the void world, he will forcibly cut off the connection between the different fires. Long Fei rubbed his chin and muttered, the High Xinyan on Han Feng at this time is just a trace of the seedling fire differentiated from the real High Xinyan, and the real High Xinyan is currently in the Soul Palace. One of the respected elders, Old Man Mu Gu, but how can I put it, even the flower on his body is not the real body of High Xinyan. The real body of High Xinyan is in the strange fire square of Tuaxi Ancient Emperor's Cave. So whether you get Han Feng's one or Old Man Mu Gu's, it's almost the same. However, compared to Old Man Mu Gu's, it's naturally more powerful, and Long Fei's temperament is definitely not to let anyone go, so the 2 of them, all of them, after a while High Xinyan will be tracked from Han Feng's body and then let it lead out to Old Man Mu Gu. At present Old Man Mu Gu's cultivation level is only that of a 3-star peak Dozun, so Long Fei can naturally deal with it. After thinking about the Rufflan, Long Fei locked his eyes on Han Feng again. At this moment Han Feng had no idea that the person who wanted to harm him was hiding behind him, and he was still immersed in refining the medicine. The SITH grade Eli IR was born. The color of the Eli IR was very rich and the grade was not low. Look at the SITH grade Eli IR Qingming Shaodan in front of you. Fortunately it was successful. The materials for the Qingming Shaodan of the SITH grade Eli IR are very rare and expensive. Currently there are only 2 copies and one has failed. No matter what, it is worth it. Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief and wiped his sweat quickly. Take the Qingming longevity pill. This is the reward for the Eli IR that the old Duzong asked him to refine. This is Han Feng's first time refining this kind of Eli IR, so it is normal to have failures. The SITH grade Qingming Shaodan has the effect of extending a person's lifespan by nearly 10 years, but the disadvantage is that a person can only take 1 pill in his lifetime. Lifespan is very precious to the strong and those who have been stuck in this cultivation level for a long time and are approaching the end of their lifespan. Ha ha, not bad, not bad. He is indeed the pill Emperor Han Feng. At this moment a burst of applause sounded and a voice that was very unfamiliar to Han Feng also appeared. Han Feng's expression suddenly changed and his instinctive sense of crisis immediately made him turn around, and he saw something unknown when a bald young man appears in his room. Who are you? Why did you appear in my room? Why didn't anyone notify me? Han Feng's face sank, his tone was was cold and cold sweat overflowed from his forehead. He didn't notice this person's appearance at all. If it was true just now, it was completely enough to assassinate him. Han Feng suddenly became afraid when he thought of this. The SITH great alchemist's soul strength is very high and his perception is also very strong. He didn't realize that the other party said that the other party was far superior to him in terms of cultivation and soul power. This was his greatest experience as an alchemist. After finishing speaking, Han Feng was suddenly startled. The high Xinyan in his body was vibrating. This feeling was only possible when meeting the same kind of resonance. Han Feng looked at the man in front of him with a shocked expression and a hint of joy. Do you have a strange fire in your body? He is an alchemist who needs strange fire very much, and he has also practiced burning technique. It seems that strange fire is very important to him. Yes. Long Fei smiled and looked at Han Feng, the person who was about to become an experienced person. Turning his hands, Kinglian's inner fire appeared. Han Feng's pupils narrowed. This is Kinglian's inner fire. Although Kinglian's earth core fire is not as noble as his sea heart flame, it is still very good. He will not dislike it as long as it is a strange fire. But then a deep yellow flame appeared in Long Fei's other hand. Han Feng was even more shocked at this scene. Is this Xian Huangyan? Qinglian earth core fire. Xian Huangyan, you have absorbed two kinds of strange fires. Han Feng's voice was full of shock and greed. He also understood the purpose of the person in front of him. You want my high Xin Yan? Han Feng's face darkened and the 9-star Do Emperor's fighting spirit energy immediately eponded. This time I came here to take your sea heart flame and make it my third strange fire. Long Fei smiled calmly and took back the two flame. Impossible. You have absorbed two kinds of strange fires and they are both at the bottom of the strange fire list. If you absorb the third kind of strange fire, you will definitely implode and die. Do you have anything similar to the strange fire? Can't you practice the necessary skills? Han Feng is no longer the Han Feng he was before. He quickly calmed down and analyzed the sudden enemy in front of him. His voice was very low and his eyes were filled with cold light and murderous intent emerge. Anyone who is not a fool can tell that his words are meant to test him. How could Long Fei not hear it? He naturally didn't care and kept his smile. I didn't, but I won't implode because my body won't implode, and the burning technique you rely on is just the Yaoken burning technique. In fact, you can't absorb too much of the remaining technique. When the strange young man in front of him heard the two words that Han Feng was most sensitive to Yaoken and Fenja, he became cold and angry on the spot. His eyes were incredulous and trembling. How could someone else who had nothing to do with him know such a secret? Who are you? The furious Han Feng completely let go of his murderous intent. The huge sea heart flame enveloped his entire arm. The terrifying fighting spirit energy shattered the air. The energy quickly condensed to the highest point, which was the strongest power he could exert now, and attacked Long Fei. The net moment. Long Fei put his hands behind his back, and the net moment Han Feng's attack hit him with a bang without any obstacles. Han Feng's expression changed drastically. Long Fei was indifferent and took a breath. Then he raised his hand and directly pinched Han Feng's wrist and broke it upward. Click. The sound of bones breaking sounded. The reaction was very timely. Han Feng screamed like a pig on the spot. His eyes widened and his head was also affected by the impact of broken bone. Net Long Fei didn't intend to stop but pulled on the left side again. Clicking and tearing sounds sounded at the same time. Then there was a pop. Blood spattered and the bones, tendons and other things in Han Feng's arm plotted, which was very cruel. A fire burst out from Long Fei's hand and burned the severed arm directly. The ferocious veins on Han Feng's face were posed. Endless pain and fear shrouded his eyes and he screamed heartbreakingly. His whole body was covered with sweat and his body fell back. His other hand covered his broken arm to stop the bleeding, but the blood splashing could not be stopped. Unable to hold back, he stumbled and fell directly to the ground. He no longer had the elegance he had before. His whole body was soaked in his own blood, and the same was true for the ground. Not daring to neglect, he quickly stuffed a lot of hemostatic pills and analgesic pills into his mouth. As an alchemist, the most indispensable thing is irs. He doesn't care about killing Long Fei now. He should save himself first. The other party is too scary. Long Fei stood quietly and looked at Han Feng's dead look without any big expression on his face. Chapter 149. Mu Gu. After Han Feng's frantic first aid, he finally managed to stop the gushing blood. At this moment he was panting rapidly with his mouth open. His face was extremely pale, weak and tired, and the sweat on his face and forehead continued to flow out, and there were veins one by one. Fortunately, I was able to stop the bleeding and save my life. Thinking of this last point, Han Feng's pupils shrank and he looked up at the young man in front of him with a look of fear. Who are you, sir? If you need Hai Xinyan, Han Feng said, gritting his teeth, and said with difficulty, I can give you hope that I can save my life. He said this just to delay time. A second ago he crushed a piece of jade in his hand. This piece of jade was connected to the old man Mu Gu. He was waiting for the rescue to arrive. Long Fei smiled and said, I'm a little uncomfortable with suddenly becoming so cooperative. Oh, by the way, you the people in this palace were all taken care of when they just came in, and I arranged a space formation in this space. No matter how loud you shout, no one outside will know how big the noise is here, but for the sake of being able to attract the Soul Palace force behind you, old man Mu Gu, just when you crushed Xiao in your hand, I cooperated very well and gave you a break. Han Feng, everything about you is under my control. Middle. Long Fei's voice was very calm, but it struck Han Feng like a thunderbolt. After hearing this, Han Feng's eyes widened with fear, his body trembled non-stop and his heart was traumatized by extremely severe attacks. You. Han Feng pinched his chest with one hand and spoke in a very slow tone. The person in front of him was so terrifying. Everything about him was in the opponent's plan. Han Feng was so angry at Long Fei's despicable shamelessness that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Unable to bear the blow, he fainted on the ground on the spot. Long Fei grinned. Isn't it true that the majestic 9-star Do Huang Sith great alchemist has such a low endurance? Or am I too shameless? Ha 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 ha. As he said that, he couldn't help it, laughing weirdly. After laughing, Long Fei grabbed the unconscious Han Feng out of thin air, and a terrifying power was forcibly injected into Han Feng's body, and the strange fire on his body became more intense. The net moment a powerful and terrifying force plotted Han Feng's body. The huge banging body came out with a lot of blood, and in addition to the blood there was a sea blue flame on the ground. This is the High Xinyan he is looking for. Hey, this process of collecting strange fire is really cruel. Long Fei took High Xinyan in his hand. Although this is just a small flame of High Xinyan on old man Mu Gu's body, it will be fine after a while. At this moment a strange movement in space appeared. High in the sky in front of Long Fei a strange black mist appeared. This position was also one that Long Fei deliberately came out to wait for old man Mu Gu to throw himself into the trap. Now that he has appeared, this opening has merged directly. Han Feng, kid, why are you calling me here? An old man holding a long wooden stick and emitting a strange and cold aura soon appeared in the black fog. He was floating in the sky when he saw the scene below. For a moment there was a puddle of water on the ground, and there was a strange young man, and in the young man's hand was the flame High Xinyan separated from his body. He is none other than old man Mu Gu, one of the elders of the Soul Palace, Yao Chen's junior brother and Han Feng's senior uncle, and he is a proper A-grade alchemist. Han Feng's breath has disappeared. Who are you? Did you kill Han Feng? Mu Gu's cold voice sounded and his cold eyes glared at Long Fei. You're finally here, Mu Gu. You really made me wait. Long Fei raised his head and looked at Mu Gu with a calm expression. The terrifying and cold aura from Mu Gu's body spread out and directly impacted him, but he couldn't come over. He was quickly distracted by the cyan holy light emerging from his body. Mu Gu's eyes narrowed at this simple test, and he said in surprise, since you are an 8-star Dozong at such an age and can offset my 3-star peak Dozong aura attack, these are all from the mysterious power of your body. Blue light, I feel the breath of the dragon boy. Are you from Zhongzhou? Although Mu Gu couldn't hurt Long Fei in one round, he tested out Long Fei's cultivation level and the dragon's aura, which was negligible to Long Fei. But these trivial things were extremely shocking in Mu Gu's eyes, and at this moment he had the idea of bringing this person into the Soul Palace in vain and wanted to stop being his disciple. Mu Gu continued to speak without waiting for Long Fei's answer. No wonder Han Feng died in your hands. No wonder everything is different. It turns out that you set up an isolation formation outside this palace. It's really a good thing. Boy, I love talents. As long as you accept me as your teacher and join the Soul Palace, what you did before will be over. How about it? After hearing this, Long Fei was a little amused and shook his head. A mere 3-star peak Dozun is not qualified for me to become my disciple. Ha ha ha. Mu Gu burst out laughing when he heard this, but the laughter was very intrusive, and then he said in an arc, I like your appetite, boy. You are arrogant and don't know what to say, but I can see through my cultivation. This surprises me. Although I am only a 3-star peak Dozun, I am an 8th level alchemist. The elder of Nehun Palace has a very high position in the Soul Palace. You should think carefully before answering. Mu Gu said. A faint blue breath floated in his hand and his cold eyes stared at Long Fei. Long Fei shook his head. It's still not enough. Mu Gu was surprised. You're not surprised? The net moment his eyes flashed with cold light and a murderous aura emerged from his body. He had to say that he planned to teach this boy a lesson and let him see the difference between Dozun and Dozong gap. Not qualified? Then I'll show you what Dozun's power is. Mu Gu stretched out his hand and pointed towards Long Fei Han. After the test just now, he understood that simple attacks had no effect on the person in front of him. He didn't know what kind of skills he had practiced to refine his body to such a terrifying level. Even if the blow just now didn't hit Long Fei, his body was still intact. Being an experienced Taoist, he could tell at a glance that that Long Fei's body was extremely powerful. Finger of Annihilation. The fighting energy in Old Man Magoo surged slowly. The terrifying power gradually emitted and the huge fighting energy gathered in the sky. The whole sky seemed to freeze at this moment. After settling down, a breath of annihilation that seemed to come from the 9 netherworld formed a hurricane and swept out from Old Man Magoo's fingers, and the huge finger of annihilation fell directly towards Long Fei. This move of annihilation finger condenses the powerful power of the 3-star peak Duzong. Even Duzong of the same level may not be able to take on this power, let alone a small Duzong. Although Long Fei is an 8-star Duzong, in his eyes the sect is also a fighting sect and cannot change the world. But the old man Chi Mu-gu still had some strength left, otherwise he was really afraid that if he went all out he wouldn't even be a scumbag, and by then he would have lost a disciple with good potential. Chapter 150. Crisis in Maple City. Long Fei's voice was calm. You have one finger and I also have one. Let's see who is more powerful. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly raised his hand and suddenly a dragon roar came out. The surrounding energy gathered to form a riot of cyan light, and a huge dragon claw finger suddenly appeared in front of Long Fei. Blue dragon finger. As soon as Qinglong pointed out wherever it passed, terrifying energy plotted instantly and the void twisted to form a tearing tunnel. Seeing this move, Mu-gu's pupils slightly opened and he was surprised. It's actually a dragon fighting skill? It seems that you are simpler than I thought. Then he snorted coldly, but so what? The fighting skills displayed by Dozone cannot be matched by Dozone, even if you have dragon fighting skills. Mu-gu pointed his fingers out again, injecting fighting energy to make the energy of the annihilation finger even more powerful. Long Fei said coldly, you talk a lot of nonsense. You will soon know who is strong and weak, old guy. Mu-gu said sinisterly, you're not that old, but your teeth and mouth are quite sharp. The annihilation finger is also terrifyingly powerful wherever it passes. Like the azure dragon finger, it also forms a tunnel that breaks the void. The space around the 2 fingers is broken into pieces and suspended in pieces, and then they directly confront each other. Buzz, buzz, bang. The 2 fingers emitted a dull resonance sound, and then a loud sound of energy collided to form a terrifying energy magnetic field storm. Long Fei frowned slightly, turned one hand and grabbed it again, and a powerful dragon power shot out of the air. Mu-gu's eyes narrowed, his e-pression changed in shock, and he took action quickly. It's 2 charges colliding again. How could this be so? The power used by the 8-star Duzong has far exceeded the realm of Duzon. Mu-gu felt a turmoil in his heart. It's really terrifying that he has reached such a level at such a young age. If you can't become one of ours, keeping him will definitely be a serious disaster to the Soul Palace in the future. You must not stay. At this time Mu-gu had already had bad thoughts in his mind, but he planned to give the person in front of him one last chance. He would first beat him until he was unable to fight back. If he didn't realize it yet, he would just pinch him. Mu-gu's heart was so cold that he was completely filled with murderous thought. The power of the 3-star peak Dozon completely surged out, and the annihilation finger directly reached the peak explosive power. The same is true for the Qinglong finger. The 2 fingers fought for several seconds and finally exploded completely. The booming explosion swept and spread. The entire explosion affected the Maple Palace, and the entire Maple Palace was completely destroyed and turned into ruin. However, Long Fei's formation is extremely hard, and even the terrifying power cannot break it. The movement here is extremely loud. The sky is filled with dust and waste, and it has completely enveloped the area within the formation. On the contrary, those in the outside world did not feel what happened here at all, even if the entire Maple Palace was destroyed. In the smoke, Long Fei's body soared into the sky, and behind him Mu-gu with a gloomy and pale complexion and many pieces of rotten clothes appeared, chased after him. The battlefield for the strong is high in the sky. As Long Fei and the 2 quickly took off and quickly entered the clouds, the formation outside the Feng Palace below was also directly cancelled by Long Fei. As the formation disappeared, there was a loud bang and the rocks in the Maple Palace fell. The dust trapped in the formation completely surged out and spread to all directions without restraint. This move immediately attracted the attention of people outside Fengdian, and soon a swarm of swarms rushed towards this direction. What happened? Why did the Maple Palace collapse? Could it be that the Dan Emperor plotted? There were many shocked and confused comments. They were really curious. Everyone knew that Han Feng was a powerful SITH grade alchemist in the Black Corner region. He had an extremely arrogant personality and was able to forcibly refine some high-level Eli IRS. This is possible. Everyone watched for a long time, and the members of the Black Alliance forces around Maple City also rushed here and were stunned when they saw this scene. They immediately shouted, "Don't be stunned, dig out the Alchemy Emperor quickly. Dan Huang is the SITH grade alchemist of the Black Alliance and nothing can happen to him." Everyone in the Black Alliance got to work one after another. At this moment, high in the sky, Long Fei was having a fierce battle with Mu-gu. The sound of bang bang bang, the strong explosion caused by the collision between the two sides made the sky dull like roaring thunder. When they reached the bottom, everyone looked up, but they couldn't see anything. In the sky above the clouds, even Duzong dare not come up easily because it will make them extremely uncomfortable. The most direct reason is lack of oxygen, and after reaching Duzong there is no such constraint. But Long Fei is different. With his celestial body and dragon body he can hold his breath for several years even if he doesn't breathe. But now he can still breathe normally. Both sides are facing each other. Mu Gu was in his prime at the moment, and the 4-star Dozun that Long Fei killed that day was injured. There is no comparison between the two. Annihilation Palm. Weird marks on Mu Gu's hands appeared, and the cold energy all over his body came out with the power of annihilation, forming an absolutely large palm mark high in the sky towards the dragon fly away. Long Fei looked very happy at the moment. Although Mo Jotian killed him in that battle, he was injured and was not at full strength. This time Mu Gu was not so easy to kill in his prime, and he did not fully use it. With all your strength it would be boring if you finally meet an opponent who is somewhat capable of fighting and kill him instantly. Last time Mo Jotian was not absorbed into Eparian's point. This time Long Fei planned to absorb Mu Gu, really looking forward to how many levels of improvement can be provided to him by then. Burn the desolate sky seal. Long Fei flew up again, and the familiar hand seals on his hands were tied together. A hot and terrifying fighting spirit energy surged out towards him crazily around him, and a huge scorching wave palm print appeared completely on the sky, covering the high altitude world. Here the surrounding air suddenly turned into nothingness in the scorching temperature. What kind of fighting skill is this? Is this heavenly level fighting skill? Mu Gu's eyes widened and he looked obviously panicked, and then his eyes showed a burning excitement. You know, even if it's a fighting skill of heaven level, his annihilation palm is only a low-level intermediate fighting skill which he obtained from the mysterious ancient cave. Does this kid have such a great opportunity at such a young age? Mu Gu showed both envy and greed. The burning desolate sky seal fell at an extremely fast speed, burning all the air in its path. The scorching flames were boiling like nothing in this world could stop its destruction. Let me see what I am capable of in heaven level fighting skills. Mu Gu shouted angrily and pushed his annihilation palm forward to meet him. The annihilation palm is also the strongest fighting skill he currently has, and what is more powerful than him is not that the fighting skill cannot be used in fighting, otherwise he would definitely use it. All the power of the 3-star peak Dozun is released without reservation and is fully blessed in the palm of the Do skill annihilation. Extremely powerful and terrifying. The two palms were united and there was a loud boom. The entire sky was suddenly enveloped by a force of darkness and burning flames, and the two sides continued to collide with each other. But no matter how the earth level intermediate fighting skills are still earth level fighting skills, it is impossible to be the opponent of the heaven level fighting skills. After struggling for a few seconds, the annihilation palm was directly swallowed up by the Fenhuang heavenly seal. Just kidding, this is a heaven level fighting skill that emerged from Tuaji ancient emperor Jade. It was created by a real Do emperor. How could it be something that an earth level fighting skill can look down on? Loud bang. No, how is that possible? Mu Gu's eyes widened with a look of fear. The moment he was enveloped in scorching energy, he was directly covered by the burning desolate sky seal. He hurriedly ran the technique and quickly made a strange mark. At this moment the loud roar came out again, and the roar caused by the burning desolate sky seal sounded again. The figure of Mu Gu was no longer visible in the net second. The burning desolate sky seal fell from the sky like the palm of Tathagata and fell towards the ruined Maple City. Seeing this scene, the people below were sweating on their forehead. They were full of fear and panic. Run quickly. A figure appeared again. This person was Xueji, the leader of the Blood Fiend gang. Following him were several elders. Seeing this scene, they all froze and showed fear. They were here to arrest and kill him. The man who was the leader of the gang, but now he encountered this huge palm print burning with terrifying flames right in front of his eyes, right above his head, and the entire Maple City was shrouded in this palm print. You can't escape. Everyone in Maple City must use their fighting skills to fight back, otherwise everyone in Maple City, including everyone, will die. At this moment a mysterious man from the Black Alliance roared in panic, and his voice spread throughout Maple City. Boom! Everyone did not dare to neglect and immediately used their martial arts and fighting skills to face the giant flaming palm above their head. Chapter 151. Absorbing strange fire. Even if everyone in Maple City resisted with all their strength, they still couldn't withstand the terrifying suppression of the sky-level fighting skill Fenhuang Tianyan. Many people were directly burned by the terrifying burning temperature, leaving nothing behind. One after another, very quickly, the last group of forces finally couldn't hold the Fenhuang sky seal and instantly burned everyone in Maple City to the ground. Maple City in the Black Corner territory was completely destroyed. He was removed from the list in an instant. What happened in Maple City? The strong men in the Black Angle jungle region flew into the sky and looked at Maple City, which was destroyed and only the remains were left. There was no human life left at all, and their backs were soaked with cold sweat. Their faces exuded fear and despair that could not be concealed. Everyone raised their head, and the same answer appeared in their hearts at this moment. Which terrifying instance released such terrifying fighting skills that destroyed the world? At this moment in the sky on a seat there was a mutilated and miserable corpse lying in the crack of space. There was also a very weak soul body above the corpse. The corpse is the dead body, and the soul body is also transformed from the dead body. When you reach the realm of Dozun, the soul can live without the body. As long as the soul body is immortal, there is no real death. And just when he faced that extremely terrifying offensive, even if his soul left his body, his entire soul body would not be able to withstand the direct destruction, so he used his last life-saving trump card, fighting skill. This fighting skill level reached the earth level advanced but does not have any attack ability, only life-saving ability. It can perform space jumps at the minimum endurance of the human body, but the restriction is that it can only be used again after 5 years, and the fighting energy will be drained instantly during the space jump, but at least it can be saved for now. But he never expected that this space had been locked by Long Fei's space domain. The space he jumped was within the space locked by Long Fei, and the reason why his dead body was able to float in the cracks in space was because of his fighting skills. Long Fei quickly found his position. At this moment Mu Gu's soul body was so weak that he had no ability to resist. He was so weak that he thought he had escaped a terrible death, but the moment he looked ahead he completely panicked, shaking, terrified. "You, how did you know I'm here?" Mu Gu's voice was filled with fear and panic. A harmless smile appeared on Long Fei's face and he said, "Because I also know space skills. I have already blocked this high altitude space, and the space you escaped to is within the scope of my block space." Hehe. Mu Gu's eyes widened and endless fear swept over him. "The person in front of me is so terrifying that it makes people shudder. You, what do you want to do?" Mu Gu's soul body kept retreating. Long Fei waved his hand and turned his corpse directly into Eparian's points, unable to even level up. "Sure enough, only the living ones are the most valuable," Long Fei muttered lightly. Seeing this scene, Mu Gu was so frightened that he peed on the spot, but it was a pity that at least the physical state of his soul body could not be manifested now. Then Long Fei stretched out his claws towards Mu Gu's soul body, and while he was shouting in terror he directly held it in his hand and held it in front of his eyes with a smile. "I'm warning you, you can't kill me. I am the elder of the Soul Palace, an 8th-grade alchemist. The Soul Palace attaches great importance to my extremely high status. If you kill me, the Soul Palace will definitely not let you go. You will. I am being hunted by the Soul Palace like never before. The Soul Palace is the top force in Zhongzhou, and there are countless soul saints who are more powerful than Dozun. As long as you let me go, I will pretend that this has never happened. You go on your way and I will leave my single plank bridge." The frightened Mu Gu quickly spat out all the words that his backer could bring to people, and his tone was very fast without any delay or hesitation. This time he was really scared. After so many years as a human being, he was completely afraid of the person in front of him. It was the Soul Palace before, because he really felt the fear of death. "It doesn't matter, I don't care. Just let them come and I will do one for them," Long Fei said with a smile. Then the bloody mouth slowly moved Mu Gu's soul body towards his mouth. "No, don't. You will regret it. You will really regret it. Young people, give yourself a chance. Give yourself a chance and don't do stupid things." Mu Gu yelled in panic, but Long Fei paid no attention to him. He let go and threw it into his mouth and chewed it. Mu Gu's screams kept coming from his mouth, and then he swallowed it with a gurgle. Hiccup. Grinning, Long Fei felt that what he was eating was not even qualified to fit between his teeth. Buzz. A ray of light rose within his body. He has upgraded. After feeling it for a while, I just upgraded one level, which is really too little. 9-star Duzong. It's better to think about it than not to upgrade at all. With this thought, Long Fei immediately felt much more comfortable, and Mu Gu's current state is even less surprising. A flame appeared in his hand, which was Mu Gu's Sea Heart Flame. Long Fei took out Han Feng's one and fused the two together. Since they were both high Xinyan, they were fused smoothly under the squeeze of Long Fei's power, and there was no rejection reaction during the process. He grabbed the alien fire dragon in his hand and fled into the void. He sat cross-legged and looked at the cute Sea Heart Flame dragons in front of him. He swallowed and threw it directly into his mouth in the net second. Still running the Wuji Chang Sheng Gong as usual, quickly absorbing and refining it. The outside of his body was completely burned by sea blue flames, and his whole skin was burned even more crystal clear. Sea Heart Flame ranked higher than Qinglian Earth Core Fire and Xuan Huang Flame, proving to be more powerful, and its temperature was also higher than these two. What's more, this is still the original Doqi continent. Although this is not the original Hai Xinyan's body, the energy it contains is also extremely terrifying. Long Fei quickly absorbed and refined it, and time passed little by little. Hai Xinyan stopped struggling and became very docile. The darkness in the void has no distinction between day and night, and there is no concept of time. The moment Long Fei opened his eyes and woke up, it proved that he had completely absorbed it. A sea blue flame suddenly emerged from his right hand. Xinyan, the color is beautiful. Long Fei's eyes oozed joy. 2 other strange fires appeared around him. Now he already has 3 strange fires. Long Fei pursed his lip and said, after I gather the 4 strange fires I will try to fuse them. Withdrawing the flame, he left the void directly and returned to the high altitude of the Black Corner domain. At this moment a week had passed in the Black Corner domain. Due to the sudden situation in Maple City, many people died, including many important figures from the forces. With the leader, great changes have taken place in the Black Corner territory, and Han Feng, the leader of the Black Alliance, has also died, and the entire Black Alliance has fallen into a messy atmosphere of competition for scope. There are no variables for the other 3 major forces. Chapter 152. Canaan College. Long Fei started to fly toward Canaan College. After absorbing Xinyan, he has successfully broken through to the realm of 1-star Dozun. The 2 old men hidden in Canaan Academy are also strong men in the Dozun realm known as Qianbei Erlao. Long Fei quickly frowned and muttered, said, no, according to the current timeline, Qianbei Erlao is still only a 9-star peak Dozong and has not broken through to the Dozun realm. I just don't know if there will be any changes in this original Dochi continent. No matter what, it won't hurt me anymore. After all, I have broken through to the 1-star Dozun. The corner of Long Fei's mouth curled up slightly. How difficult it is for others to upgrade Dozun, but it is so easy for him to upgrade Dozun. This is the most obvious difference. Canaan College. Today is the start of the competition in the college. There were many students from the outer courtyard fighting again, and there was a particularly conspicuous woman on one of the viewing platforms. She is Gu Suner. Net to her was a woman holding her neck. The woman kept teasing Gu Suner. At this moment, Ling Ying is secretly protecting Xiao Yan. Among them, he specifically reported to Gu Suner some of the things that happened around Xiao Yan, especially the snake tribe. Gu Suner was also surprised after hearing this. How could there be people in the Duzong realm in the Jiama Empire? They should have come from other places. But Xiao Yan needs the strange fire very much and originally wanted to let Ling Ying test the strength of this Dozong, but Ling Ying's answer is that it is very powerful, and Xiao Yan has given up on the Qinglian earth core fires, so Gu Suner doesn't have it either. I plan to find trouble with this person. But today Long Fei came to Canaan College. A space crack was torn open above the incineration tower of Canaan College, and Long Fei floated out from it. This is Canaan College. Looking through the very thin cloud and fog from above, the Canaan College is very huge. It is also the #1 academy in Dochi continent. This is the area where many stories in the original work develop. Long Fei pursed his lip and looked at the tower below him with a smile. The 3 strange fires in his body were extremely excited. The fallen heart flame is in the lava world under this tower. His appearance did not attract the attention of the top management of Canaan College. After all, he did not let go of his breath and his body slowly fell. In the process, the naked eye scanned the incineration tower in front of him layer by layer until he landed completely and faced him. What is in front of you is the main entrance of the burning refining tower. At this moment, with the arrival of Long Fei, the students in front of the burning tower and around them were all shocked. Walking through the air, is this a strong person at the level of Duzong? The students gasped when they recalled the scene just now and immediately evacuated. This person who looked like this may not be from Canaan College. If you attack them, they will definitely die. At the same time, Su Qian, the inner dean of Canaan College, and Hu Qian, the 9-star Duhuang Peak, the dean of the outer college, felt Long Fei's mysterious, strange and powerful aura coming to Canaan College. And it happened that the 2 of them were drinking tea together today, and the tea place was relatively close to the sky-burning Chain Chi Tower. The 2 looked at each other and a trace of cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Let's go and have a look. At present the enemy and friends are unknown, so they do not intend to invite those 2 people out, and they can feel such a powerful aura that Kinmu and Bailey will definitely be able to feel it, so there is no need for them to notify them. Soon Hu Gan's Dochi transformed wings rushed directly into the sky and followed Su Qian towards the sky-burning Chain Chi Tower. He quickly arrived in front of the sky-burning Chain Chi Tower and saw the scene in front of him. All the students evacuated one after another. Standing in front of the main entrance of the heavenly burning Chain Chi Tower was a tall and strong young man. Su Qian and Hu Qian looked at each other, and that powerful aura emanated from this person. The 2 were shocked and said in surprise, "So young. Look, it's the dean and the great elder who are here." Someone in the crowd below shouted. One's fighting spirit turned into wings and the other walked through the air. Everyone understands how powerful these 2 people are. We have guests coming from afar. I am the grand elder of Canaan College, Su Qian, and the dean of the outer college, Hu Qian. Who are you? Why are you here? here at Canaan College. The two of them flew in the sky and then landed on the ground. He waved his hands to disperse the crowd, then stopped 1 meter behind Long Fei, cupped his hands and said, Long Fei's unauthorized intrusion into Canaan College should have been driven away according to the rules of Canaan College, but the other party was a powerful being and did not show any hostility to the surrounding student. Naturally, the two of them were welcome with a smile. From the beginning, Long Fei had been staring at the heavenly burning chain chi tower without moving, waiting for the arrival of these two people. He came back to his senses and turned to look at the two old men in front of him. His eyes were fixed on Su Qian and he murmured to himself, the peak of the Samsung Duzong, and he knew who this person was. Then he locked on Hu Qian and murmured to himself, 9-star fighting Emperor Peak. He also knew who this was. It seems that even in the original world, some things in the original work have not been changed and everything is carried out according to the original work. Su Qian and Hu Qian were not surprised that Long Fei could see through their cultivation levels at a glance. Long Fei raised his forehead slightly and spoke calmly. Then he turned around and returned his gaze to the heavenly burning chain chi tower and then said, it was presumptuous of me to come to your academy all of a sudden. I only came here for one thing today. I want the strange fire within you to fall away. Su Qian and Hu Qian's hearts trembled and their expressions changed. Impossible. Fallen heart flame is an important energy source for the sky burning chain chi tower. If you take it away, it will be equivalent to destroying the sky burning chain chi tower. Master Long Fei, it would be fine if you came here for other things, but we cannot do this and we will never let you do it. Su Qian's face darkened and the peak power of the 3-star Duzong on his body was revealed. He was planning to directly intimidate him, but Long Fei narrowed his eyes and smiled and didn't care at all. Under the deterrence of the fighting spirit energy of the two people, his expression remained unchanged and his body was as tall and straight as motionless as a mountain. You two don't refuse in a hurry, Long Fei said lightly. You know exactly what the state of fallen heart flame is now, right? Hearing this, Su Qian and Hu Qian were stunned. Su Qian said in a deep voice, what do you mean, Mr. Long? Although he said so verbally, the situation of fallen Xinyan was indeed very bad. The frequency of riots is increasing now. Long Fei said, don't pretend to be stupid. Although you have suppressed the current uprising of fallen heart flame, there is no way to continue like this. Sooner or later you will not be able to suppress it. Listen to my word and give me the flame. Let me help you solve this dangerous problem. After hearing this, the two people's hearts trembled. What Long Fei said really hit their mark. The fallen heart flame is indeed very bad now. Although it has been suppressed, it will explode out of control at any time. Moreover, they have already tried to suppress it now. It was very difficult even for Qianbei and two elders together. The two of them were grinding their teeth in their mouth, and Hu Qian said, we have never met each other. Why should we trust you? Soon you will believe it. As soon as Long Fei's voice fell, he suddenly turned into an after-image and went straight to the sky-burning chain air tower. Long Fei's actions made Suqian, Huqian and the two of them feel frightened and their expressions changed in shock. No, stop him quickly. With that said, the two of them rushed in quickly. The rest of the melon eaters were also at a loss at this time. Chapter 153. The strong gather together and are in danger. An enemy has invaded Canaan. All people below the Dowang realm must leave the heavenly burning chain chi tower and its surroundings. Su Qian's voice sounded and everyone left quickly. Immediately Hu Qian quickly used their own methods to summon other elders and strong men in the academy who were already at the Dowang level. At this moment, Su Qian and Hu Qian had already chased behind Long Fei in the sky burning chain chi tower. When he was still getting closer, Long Fei stopped, turned around, raised his hand and said, stop it. Immediately their footsteps were forced to a halt by a powerful force. The two of them were extremely shocked. Such a powerful force even prevented them from moving forward. Long Fei, stop it. What you do is undoubtedly an enemy of the entire Canaan Academy, Su Qian shouted in a heavy voice. Following Hu Qian's summons just now, a large number of strong men with the lowest fighting chi wings and the lowest fighting kings gathered in the sky burning chain chi tower. With such a lineup, there are powerful beings outside. Originally there were more than just these strong men in Canaan College, but many years ago the other Duhuang realm strong men in Canaan College suddenly disappeared. Now Canaan College is no more powerful than the previous group, but even so it is very powerful of strength. Now all these powerful warriors are elders of the outer courtyard. The elders of the inner courtyard are all at the lowest level of the Duhuang realm. These people disappeared after leaving Huqian, so there is currently a huge vacancy for the elders of the inner courtyard. I don't want to be your enemy. Long Fei shrugged and glanced at everyone here calmly. At the same time, Qinmu and Bailey, who originally wanted to take action, stopped when they felt the scene and planned to see how the situation was going. With our lineup, even if you are a powerful Duzong, we can take him down. We can't leave Long Fei's fallen heart flames to you. Su Qian walked in the air and stared at Long Fei with extremely sharp eyes. The breath heaps blew looming. Now that there are more people, the morale of the two of them has increased and they feel that they can do it. The three major illusions in life. He is no match for me. I can do it. I can fight back. Such a lineup is indeed very rich and it would be scary to see outside. However, it's a pity that you met me. Your lineup is of no use to me, Long Fei said, and his body flew directly into the air. Don't talk nonsense with him, there are so many of us, just take him down. This sharp-tongued junior don't think that just because he is a Dozone he can act arrogantly here. The other Do Wang elders shouted angrily and the terrifying power of Do Wang Yi plotted in their bodies. In that case, let's take you down and have a good chat. Su Qian coldly looked down and the power of Dozong surged in his hand with a terrifying power turned into a fighting skill and slammed towards Long Fei. The rest of the people did not neglect to use their fighting skills and waves of terrifying power gathered and blasted towards Long Fei without mercy. Many fighting skills merged together at this moment to form the most terrifying new energy wave. This is also the most terrifying fusion fighting skill. Even high-level fighting sects will be injured net, and the price is not light. And they don't think that a young man can reach the level of a high-level Duzong. In their view, Long Fei is just a 1 or 2 star Duzong. However, the mysterious aura on the body is very strange. Maybe it is just a trick to scare people and the real material may not be very strong, so they dare to attack so unscrupulously with thunderous method and soaring fighting spirit energy. A powerful energy storm formed in the sky, wrapping up the attack and making it even more terrifying. Long Fei raised his lips lightly and clenched his right hand. A burst of Cyan Doji energy instantly gathered in his palm and turned into a ball of Cyan energy. This ball of energy looked just like that and did no harm, but in fact it annihilated everything for the owner. Super nothing more terrifying power. It blasted forward. It shot out a light wave that was only as thick as an adult's arm, directly attacking the fusion fighting skills of Su Qian and others. Bang! The fusion fighting skills of Su Qian and others only resisted for a second before being crushed by the Cyan energy light wave. The outer membrane penetrated the entire fusion fighting skills. There was a loud bang and terrifying power. The extremely powerful energy blasted away the sky-burning chain. The walls, stairs and other walls inside the air tower were shattered. Wah! Everyone in Su Qian was shocked and changed their color. Seeing the terrifying Cyan light waves flying in front of them, everyone's hair stood up and they hurriedly shouted, quickly defend. Everyone gathered together and concentrated their strength on one point for defense. Bang! The Cyan energy light wave bombarded the defensive light screen. Immediately everyone felt what power was. A single wave of light made everyone gnash their teeth and resist it with great difficulty, and their bodies were still being forced to move backward. This power, how can you be so strong? Impossible. The power of such a casual blow surpasses the strongest blow of a 3-star peak Duzong. How can this be achieved by a 1st and 2nd star Duzong? What on earth is this? Hot sweat and cold sweat coexisted on everyone's forehead and faces, and their faces were stunned and they couldn't believe it. The net moment there was a click. The green energy ball directly crushed the protective screen, rushed in and plotted instantly. No! Danger! Su Qian and Hu Qian's prescience changed dramatically. Their eyes focused and they roared and blocked everyone with their bodies. No! Great Elder! Dean Hu! Boom! Under the roar of everyone was soon covered in this blue energy explosion. No! Help! At the same time, the two guardians Qian Mu and Bai Lai, who had been looking at this side, changed their prescience in shock. They directly tore open the space in front of them and formed the seal of the secret manual. They came out with a strange formation seal to attack the group. During the explosion, this terrifying explosion directly destroyed the entire top and left sides of the main entrance of the heavenly burning chain air tower in an instant. This terrifying explosion tail rushed out from the sky burning chain air tower. Fortunately, everyone outside was evacuated, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. The purpose of Long Fei's visit this time was to destroy Xinyan. At this moment he turned around and jumped directly into the lava in the center. After the explosion, Kunmu and Bailey appeared in front of everyone and a formation emitting golden light appeared. However, cracks appeared on the formation and it shattered directly after a second, and the people inside were also very embarrassed. And the clothes of Su Qian's few people who initially resisted were also torn. Their hair became afros and their faces and skin turned black. The formation disappeared and the remaining Do Wang could no longer hold on. Their wings disappeared and fell directly to the ground. Their faces were pale and panting and the fear in their eyes could not be dissipated for a long time. Su Qianhu and Qian also fell down and their condition was not much better than these people. Everyone quickly took out the Eli Ir and started eating it. Kunmu and Bailey breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that these people were okay. They came at the right time. If they came a step too late, everyone would die. The power really made them sweat. Even if it was both of them felt the terrifying power. At this moment the two of them looked forward. Long Fei was gone. No, he should have gone down to the bottom of the lava. Thank you so much for saving me, otherwise I would really have died today. The face faces of everyone who took the ELIR gradually improved, and then they thanked the two old men in the sky. No, it's our fault. Maybe we could have avoided it if we had appeared earlier. Qian Lao and Bai Lao sighed, feeling a little ashamed. He's gone. He won't really jump, right? Su Qian said. Everyone's eyes turned to the middle of the molten front. He went down. I hope nothing happens, otherwise the entire Canaan Academy will be in danger. The power of the fallen heart flame is very powerful now. Even if we join forces, we can't suppress it many times. If it can be refined and conquered, it may not be a bad thing for our Canaan College. Yunmu and Bailey spoke with solemn presence. That's true, but if the fallen heart flame is gone, the fire energy can't be filled and the students' cultivation will slow down. If the dean and they are still there, we won't be so worried. Su Qian sighed. Compared to the students in the academy, this is nothing. There is more than one path to cultivation. Sooner or later we will find a new method. It is just a matter of time, Yunmu said. Everyone was also silent and they all agreed with this statement. Indeed, the students are the most important. It's useless to say anything now. I can only pray that the boy can be subdued. Chapter 154. Refining the fallen heart flame. Below the lava there is a world of lava. Long Fei's figure appeared from it. The extremely scorching ultra-high temperature would burn even chicken feathers. Fortunately, Long Fei's physical endurance was different from ordinary people. Otherwise, jumping down without preparation would undoubtedly be a recipe for death. The Wuji immortality technique in the body operates rapidly. The damage caused by the molten water to Long Fei's physical body is repaired very quickly and adapt at lightning speed. The Wuji immortality technique is also taking this opportunity to upgrade. How could Long Fei just let it go when he saw such a favorable training place? He planned to refine the fallen heart flame first and then use it in this lava world. Cultivate your body until you reach the peak and can no longer advance, then leave. I accept this area. Long Fei laughed, and in this lava-sealed world the sound echoed here simultaneously in real time. Soon he found the fallen heart inflammation here. When you come here and see what looks like a fire dragon hovering in the center of the lava center area, it is the fallen heart flame. The fallen heart flame has already developed a preliminary spiritual intelligence. It also feels a sense of crisis and rage towards Long Fei's invasion and hostility. It has been suppressed and sealed by humans for so many years and is used to cultivate human fire energy in the academy. It is extremely angry at being used as a tool. The murderous intent is overwhelming. The anger and resentment accumulated over the years make the murderous intent particularly huge. When he saw Long Fei, a human being who dared to enter its territory alone, he roared loudly and rushed towards Long Fei without saying a word. All the unhappiness of these years will be blessed on the human beings in front of us today. Humph, you little beast, you are so arrogant. Seeing the furious fallen heart flame transforming into a dragon and charging towards him, Long Fei frowned slightly without any hint of fear. If it dares to come, he will dare to take it. The fallen heart flames rushed towards Long Fei quickly. Long Fei stretched out his hand. A dull resonant sound sounded. The flame dragon body of fallen heart flame was blocked. The extremely hot flames on his body kept beating and leaping. I was extremely surprised and shocked by Long Fei's terrifying power to block it, and at the same time my anger became even higher. The net moment with the roar of fallen heart flame, terrifying energy surged out from its flaming dragon body. Flames splashed in all directions, forming seas of attacking fire that completely engulfed Long Fei. Ho ho ho! As Long Fei was drowned in the sea of fire and perished, Xinyan was overjoyed. He broke free and flew upward. He took this opportunity to once again unleash a series of terrifying flame attack and launched an indiscriminate and violent group attack into the sea of fire. The rumbling sound kept ringing in this lava world, which was very disturbing. Su Qian and others above had no idea what was going on down there, otherwise they would have been frightened out of their wit. At this moment, violent attacks from the lava world above also caused violent vibrations that continued to occur. Su Qian and others quickly left the sky-burning Chain Chi Tower for safety reasons, and everyone worked together to arrange a formation to isolate the entire tower. The sky-burning Chain Chi Tower is currently unavailable. Everyone looked solemn and did not dare to rela. They were 100% prepared to face the variable disaster that could happen at any time. At the same time, within the lava world, being constantly attacked by the sea of fire, Long Fei seemed to be dead and showed no signs of resistance. Fallen Xinyan felt relieved and temporarily stopped attacking. Looking at the impact of the energy magnetic field formed in the sea of fire, it believed that the human being could not survive. But at this moment reality solidified. Long Fei's figure came out of the sea of fire, and a strong gravity on his body swallowed up these flame attacks and turned them into his own power. And the physical damage caused by Xinyan's constant attacks just now is gone, and there is no longer any threat in his abnormal and cheating body. Long Fei's body has completely adapted to the violent attack of fallen heart flame. Not only that, he also showed a face that looked like he was enjoying the comfort, and he looked very very in need of a beating. It's so comfortable. Long Fei groaned happily with his forehead raised. His needy look made Fallen Xinyan even more furious. He roared and launched several fierce attacks. However, the blows on Long Fei at this moment disappeared into thin air. Nothing happened. In his opinion, it was just a matter of time. It was just a simple display of fireworks. Seeing this, Fallen Heart Flame roared. If you understood its language, you would know what it was saying. Impossible. Long Fei's figure disappeared from the spot. The moment he reappeared, he was already in front of Fallen Xinyan. He raised his hand and a blue energy wave suddenly shot out and headed towards it. There was a loud bang and a Fallen Xinyan met him. It was blasted out, plunged into the lava and exploded. The terrifying power explosion formed a hurricane and the violent force continued to impact and spread. When the Fallen Heart Flame reappeared after the explosion, it was no longer as vigorous as before and it was obviously much weaker. Even though it continued to roar, Long Fei suddenly appeared and pinched its head. It roared and struggled, but the power of Long Fei's hand was surprisingly huge. It was completely helpless in the face of this power. Become my power, Long Fei shouted in a low voice, and the terrifying power in his hand formed a sealed space to squeeze the Fallen Heart Flame. The Fallen Heart Flame was forcibly squeezed into a ball of the most primitive alien fire form in the roar. Without any hesitation, Long Fei opened his mouth and threw it into his mouth. Flames spurted out from his whole mouth like a fire-breathing man. He swallowed it with a grunt and his whole body was on fire instantly. This burning feeling made Long Fei extremely comfortable. Quickly sit down and absorb the refining. Soon Long Fei's entire body was completely submerged in flame. This was not the first time this happened, so it was not surprising. As the lava world calmed down, those people above showed signs of surprise. Isn't this really done? Su Qian said. Yunmu and Bailey were also a little confused, but when they saw that there was no explosive movement like before, everyone had a unanimous answer. Maybe it's really done. Yunmu nodded. Bailey said this man can use his own unique method. If it fails, coupled with the explosive riot just now, Fallen Heart Flame will definitely take this opportunity to escape from the formation. This time it will only become more violent. The entire sky-burning Chain Chi Tower was completely exploded. However, it is so calm now that the only way to escape is by being. This answer can be plain. As time passed, little by little the days passed quickly. In the past few days, the sky-burning Chain Chi Tower has been so peaceful without a single vibration. But just in case, the elders of the academy would take turns guarding the formation, but luckily nothing happened, otherwise they would really be scared. With the sky-burning Chain Chi Tower blocked, the disciples in the academy can only choose another path of cultivation. But fortunately, Canaan College has existed for so many years and has a very huge foundation. Even if it lacks the important place of sky-burning Chain Chi Tower, it is not crucial. There are other places in the college where you can experience it, although the effect is not as good. The heavenly burning Chain Chi Tower will be like this for the time being. The senior leaders of the college have been discussing the second plan these days. Chapter 155 Lord Skyfire. Time flies and soon a month has passed. In the lava world, Long Fei, who had been in this posture for more than a month, was now glowing. After absorbing it for more than a month, Long Fei finally refined it completely. When he opened his long closed eyes, a scorching light flashed past. Make fists with both hands and open them. His strength and cultivation are even better. Long Fei frowned. 3-star Dozun at pretty much what I expected. Fallen Heart Flame is also ranked 14th on the list of strange fires. But if I continue like this, can I really reach the Do Emperor realm if I absorb all the different fires? Talking to himself, Long Fei fell into deep thought. You must know that the real number of different fires on the list of strange fires is actually only 22. The first strange fire is Toyu Ancient Emperor, and this Toyu Ancient Emperor was obtained by devouring all the strange fires from the second to the last place. Forget it, let's make peace with it now. Long Fei took a deep breath, and with a thought, 4 strange fires of different colors suddenly appeared from his body. The transparent and colorless flame held in the hand at this moment is the original appearance of Fallen Heart Flame. When the Fallen Heart Flame is extremely strong, it will turn milky white. I feel that the strength of this molten world is so strong that my physical body can continue to be quenched by holding it. In this case, I will use it to the end. After Long Fei finished speaking, he continued to sit cross-legged and perform the Wuji longevity technique surrounding his body. The molten slurry turned into streams of powerful air that quickly gathered towards him and thus began to quench the flesh under the scorching heat. For cultivators, time is like a cloud in their eyes. Time is both precious and can be praised or criticized. Another month has passed by in a flash. Within the academy, those who knew about it saw that Long Fei had not come out yet, and they really thought he was dead inside. Does it take more than 2 months to absorb the strange fire of Fallen Heart Flame? Su Qian frowned and muttered. For people like him who have never absorbed alien fire, they have no idea how difficult and painful it is to actually absorb alien fire. Only through personal experience can they Fei understand. And the higher the ranking, the more powerful the strange fire is, the more difficult it is to absorb it. You couldn't really have an accident and you died inside, right? The two of them were flying in the sky thinking behind their hands, and Hu Qian said, these two people are them. If it is true that the fallen heart flame will be ownerless after death, this should be the outbreak period. It is too peaceful and abnormal. Su Qian shook his head and muttered, how about we enter the sky-burning Chain Chi Tower and take a look? Hu Qian suddenly suggested. Although Su Qian knew that danger could happen at any time, he felt a little relieved when Hu Qian asked him this. After all, he was also very curious. Okay, just take a look and come out immediately if something goes wrong. Don't hesitate at all, Su Qian reminded Hu Qian. Hu Qian nodded with a solemn expression. Don't worry, after so many years you still don't understand my composure? Haha, let's go. Under the leadership of Su Qian, the formation that sealed the heavenly burning Chain Chi Tower opened a hole at a critical position, and the two entered the direct light tower through it. More than 2 months have passed and there is no longer the smell of gunpowder here, but the traces of damage are still retained. After a quick glance, there wasn't much change. The two quickly arrived at the center of the tower, the area where the lava was boiling. It was very calm, very calm. The two of them seemed to go down to take a look, but even Qian Mu and Bai Lai couldn't bear the high temperature below. What's more, one of them, one Dozong and one Do Emperor, turned into fire and water every minute. The two of them just looked up here and saw that nothing was moving. After a few minutes, seeing that the place was as calm as ever, Su Qian said, let's go out. I hope that guy is fine and can come out quickly. Hu Qian, I feel that part of the heavenly burning Chain Chi Tower can be used at present. We will seal the central area with more formation. Even the fallen heart flame riot cannot break through this layer of defense instantly. By then it also gave the students enough time to escape. If Long Fei never comes out, he doesn't know what the situation will be, and he doesn't want to leave the sky burning chain air tower that can be used without using it. As long as you can ensure safe escape, other problems are actually minor problems. Sukyan Mo stroked his beard and said with a serious expression, I also have an idea about your proposal. Let's call the elders and discuss it with the two elders before making a decision. Hu Qian, in that case let's fight quickly. Good. The two of them left this place. At the same time, underneath the magma, Long Fei had already fully utilized the quenching value of this area. He opened his mouth and sighed hot air. Stand up and do some simple exercise. Now that the value of the lava has been utilized, he mainly recalls the plot in the original work. Within the lava world there is also a newly developed fallen heart flame seedling. In addition to this, there is also the soul body of Lord Skyfire that is in this lava. Thinking of this, Long Fei opened his eyes and relied on his terrifying mental power to quickly find the only NA ring that is in this huge lava world. As soon as you find him, set off directly there. Soon Long Fei's figure appeared in a remote area of the lava world, and the position locked by his mental power is in front. In the sea of lava and fire there is a NA ring illuminated by a faint light. The thing that is in this NA ring is the Lord Tianhuo Yao Tianhuo. Long Fei stepped forward and grasped it out of thin air, and a force rolled Naja into his palm. At this moment a strange and powerful aura energy appeared from the Naja. Then there was an energy body phenomenon like an airflow. This figure is dressed in white robes with snow-white beard and hair. His face is old and his plain eyes are shining with a faint light. As soon as this illusory figure appears, there is an inexplicable sense of pressure spreading out. However, this sense of coercion was immediately broken when it came to Long Fei. This figure suddenly showed a look of great surprise. What shocked this figure even more was that he could not see through the cultivation level of the young man in front of him. Could it be that there is some treasure on you that can be used to hide your cultivation? I thought strangely in my heart, but no greedy thoughts appeared. Old man, who are you? You actually appeared from this ring? Long Fei asked, pretending to be confused. Lord Tianhuo Yao Tianhuo was the previous master of the fallen heart flame, but unfortunately he fell in the end due to some reason. I am Yao Tianhuo, known as Lord Tianhuo. Young man, I feel the aura of the fallen heart flame from you. Have you conquered it completely? Yao Tianhuo said with his hands behind his back, his forehead raised lightly. Yes, I have completely refined the fallen heart flame. Long Fei nodded, and with a move of his right hand the fallen heart flame immediately appeared. Seeing this, Yao Tianhuo's eyes and mouth widened. As the previous master of the fallen heart flame, he naturally understands the temper of the fallen heart flame. This thing is not so easy to be subdued by human. Young man, how did you subdue him? Did you know that I was the last master of the fallen heart flame? Yao Tianhuo's voice was trembling. Chapter 156. Inheriting the 5 wheels of lifting fire technique. Long Fei showed a surprised expression and said, the previous master, but it's a pity that you are dead. Now the fallen heart flame is mine. As for how to conquer it, it is very simple: to crush it and swallow it with absolute strength. Looking at the fallen heart Yan Yao Tianhuo in Long Fei's hand, he was also stunned after hearing this. He thought this this was such a ridiculous thing, but did this kid really do it? It's really unbelievable if it's really so. Yao Tianhuo took a deep breath and asked, what do you call me, little friend? My name is Mr. Long Fei Yao. Long Fei was very polite. Yao Tianhuo sighed. The courage of the dragon, the flying dragon flying to the sky. The word Long Fei really suits you. What a good name. Hey, Mr. Yao is so complimentary. This was the first time that Long Fei had his name praised like this, and he still looked a little shy anyway. A strange light flashed in Yao Tianhuo's eyes and he asked, how much cultivation level do you have, little friend? 3-star fighter Long Fei Dao. After hearing this, Yao Tianhuo was suddenly startled and his expression changed. What? Since you are a Dozun at such an age, you are really young and promising. Are you from that big force or family in Zhongzhou? Yao Tianhuo dismissed the crooked thoughts that had just appeared in his mind, and the strange color in his eyes disappeared, and he asked in shock. The opponent 3-star Dozun has the same cultivation level as him now, but his soul body strength is not as strong as before, and he cannot exert all the power of the 3-star Dozun, and he is also in a weak stage now. So he got the idea. I'm not from Zhongzhou, I'm just a casual cultivator with nothing to do. Long Fei's answer was simple. After hearing this, Yao Tianhuo was even more shocked. Not those in Zhongzhou could reach the realm of Dozun on their own at such an age. It was really a very terrifying instant. Maybe. Yao Tianhuo's eyes showed an extremely haggard color and he sighed deeply and said, it's your blessing that the fallen heart flame can be conquered by you, and I won't interfere with anything. It's a pity that I have fallen for many years and now Shiu, because only the 3-star Dozun cannot return to his peak. Some things cannot be completed. I wonder if I can ask my friend for help. Of course I will give you an absolutely good reward in return. Oh, I wonder what going on? Long Fei's mouth curled up with a hint of amusement. In the original work, this little old man was not a serious person and wanted to deceive the fallen Xinyan back from Xiaoyan. Now Yao Tianhuo appears. There is no doubt that there is that kind of drama, but he has just shown his cultivation strength. If this old boy is not a fool, he will definitely achieve something. I want you to help me kill someone. This person is one of my enemies. Who is it? Bing sect Hanju. It is said that this person is a SI-star peak Dozun, but now it has been so long that he may have reached a 7-star Dozun. I hope you will help me by killing him when you reach a higher level of cultivation than him or have absolute crushing strength. To take revenge, I am willing to use the most brilliant and famous stunt, the 5 wheels of fire lifting technique, as a reward. Yao Tianhuo stared at Long Fei closely. Long Fei didn't speak, as if he was thinking about something. You are so sure that I can kill him? What if I can't? Long Fei said. Yao Tianhuo, that's why I asked you to wait until your cultivation level improved. Now you only have a 3-star Dozun cultivation level, so you can't possibly be the other party's instant. The ice sect is in Zhongzhou. Long Fei frowned. This is the first time he has heard of this sect. It was not mentioned in the original book. Sure enough, there is everything in the original world. Yao Tianhuo shook his head and then analyzed. The ice sect is not within the scope of Zhongzhou but in Baishongzhou and Duqi continent. Baishongzhou is right net door to Zhongzhou, but if you want to go there you must use the teleportation formation, but the overall strength is still Zhongzhou to respect. I see, I can help you avenge this revenge, but you must want to pass on the 5-round fire living technique to me first. You see, what I need most now is powerful martial arts and fighting skills. Otherwise how can I help you? What about your revenge? Long Fei said with a meaningful smile. Yao Tianhuo's eyes widened and he tugged on his beard. He was a little angry, but he soon calmed down. Long Fei was right. He had to help this person become stronger, otherwise he would not be able to take revenge at all. Okay, I will pass it on to you now, but when the time comes you need to take my NA ring out of this hellish place. I don't want to stay any longer. Besides, I am well informed and will definitely have some ideas for your future cultivation path. A great achievement. Yao Tianhuo nodded in compromise and became proud as he spoke. That's no problem. Long Fei also agreed. This old guy's peak was a SI-star peak Dozun. It would still be useful to give him a pill to restore him to his peak. At least he could be a follower, and he also has the plan to take him out. He doesn't need Yao Tianhuo to tell him to do it. It just happened that now that Yao Tianhuo proposed it, it became a smooth process. Yao Tianhuo's 5-round fire living technique is not simple. Although it is only at the advanced level of the earth class, its terrifying ring-breaking power is comparable to that of the heavenly class. Moreover, Long Fei is also very curious about this technique. After saying that, Long Fei sat cross-legged according to Yao Tianhuo's insistence. Yao Tianhuo lit a beam of light and soon began to practice the power of a 5-round fire living method in front of Long Fei. On the way, looking at Long Fei's look, he thought he was shocked and stunned, and the proud look on his face became even more intense. In fact, Long Fei's comprehension ability was actually extremely powerful. After reading it again, he remembered everything now. I was rehearsing it in my mind, which is why I have this dull Cyan now. 5 rounds of fire leaving method. Advanced earth level fighting skills. Fire controlling method divided into 5 levels divided according to the shape of animals including wolf, leopard, lion, tiger and dragon. Each level has its own fire spirit. The method is completed. The 5 bees gather together to form a 5-round fire formation which has such great power that it can burn the sea and burn the sky. If 4 of the 5 bees are condensed by the strange fire, the power of the magic formula is comparable to the heaven level fighting skills. When you master the 5 spirits, you can combine the 5-wheel Luo formation to activate the 3 major fighting skills of Luo burning sky, Vulcan arm and 5-wheel Luo disc or other skills performed in the formation. Various ways. Long Fei's mind kept recalling what Yao Tianhuo said when he just taught the method. It just so happened that he had 4 strange fires now, so he just happened to try to use the strange fires to condense 5 different fire spirits. Soon a screen of light appeared on Long Fei's body covering him and he fell into meditation practice. Yao Tianhuo outside was suddenly startled. You have realized it so quickly? This kid's ability to understand is so terrifying. Not even those powerful families in Zhongzhou can have it. A young Dozun strongman with outstanding comprehension ability. This person's talent is absolutely extremely high and his future achievements will definitely reach the saint level. Yao Tianhuo is glad that he did not take action just now, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable for such a person. We can only be friends and not enemies, otherwise a catastrophe will be imminent. Fortunately he already had some good karma with him. Thinking of this, Yao Tianhuo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was the most correct choice to pass on my 5 wheels of fire technique to him. Maybe this method would become famous. Yao Tianhuo was very happy. Chapter 157 Decision. As time passed, Long Fei also completed the 4 fire spirits condensed with 4 strange fires. Although there is still one missing, the power of using them to activate the 5-round fire living method is absolutely terrifying. As long as Long Fei gets one more strange fire, he can gather the 5 fire spirits together and then it will be another skill equivalent to a heaven level fighting skill. Long Fei came out of meditation practice. At this moment the Yaotian fire was constantly floating back and forth around his body, full of joy. Have you finished practicing? Long Fei nodded and with a thought 4 fire spirits appeared that represented different strange fires. The shapes of these fire spirits were like the 5 bees. Since they were made of strange fires, the 4 fire spirits all used a huge power. Yao Tianhuo was shocked. His eyes were wide open. It was unbelievable, and he heard a frightened voice. Are these 4 fire spirits of yours made of strange fire? Not bad. Long Fei nodded calmly. You already have 4 strange fires? Yao Tianhuo seemed to have seen a ghost. Most people would be very hard pressed to get one. The difficulty is that there are very few times when there are 2 flowers in one. As for the 3rd flower at the back, it is even more unbelievable, let alone the 4th flower. The young man in front of him actually had 4 strange fires in one body, which meant that he had already absorbed 3 strange fires before absorbing the fallen heart flame. Thinking of this, Yao Tianhuo couldn't help but take a breath of air conditioning. Looking at Long Fei, his eyes changed again. You are a monster, right? How did you do that? Yao Tianhuo was also a person who had seen the world. He quickly recovered from the shock and confusion and then asked, isn't it enough to use absolute crushing strength to suppress it until it is convinced, then swallow it in one gulp and then refine it? Isn't this difficult? Long Fei looked at it slightly and said with a smile. Yao Tianhuo's words were blocked. After hearing this answer, he couldn't answer it no matter what. This needs a carrier, right? The strange fire is a terrifying thing with extremely huge energy. It should be impossible to do it with just one body, otherwise it will easily implode and die. You should have some skills that need to refine the strange fire, a stunt or something. I have to say that the well-informed Yao Tianhuo got it right away when he spoke this time. In addition to his physical body not being able to implode, Long Fei still had to rely on the Wuji immortality technique to absorb and refine it. Otherwise, even though he alone could, it can absorb a lot of strange fire and die without imploding the body, but this process is very painful. Therefore the Wuji immortality technique is the most essential instance of refining the strange fire. And he was right. Xiao Yan relied on the burning technique, otherwise he would have imploded and died. Of course the protagonist's aura is also the most important point. Anyway, this is his destiny and he cannot die. Of course these are all original work. At that time, now that Long Fei has intervened in this original world, as long as he sees Xiao Yan unhappy, he can be destroyed directly. However, after being destroyed, he will be hostile to the consciousness of heaven in this world. Now he is not the opponent of the heaven in the original world. So for now he will not kill Xiao Yan. Keep them first and then kill them later when they are fattened. The most important and first thing for Long Fei now is to do everything possible to continuously improve his cultivation strength. To be honest, the level of cultivation of the 3-star Dozun is not enough and it is still very Shui. There are many saint-level people in those places in Zhongzhou. Moreover, there is a dividing line between the saint level and the peak Dozun at the semi-saint level. This span is very huge. For most people this may be the finish line of their life. Yes, you guessed it right. As for what the technique is, I can't tell you, but if you can join my force and become one of my own, I can pass this technique on to you. Not only that, I can also give you a pill of yours will restore you to your peak, and as one of my own I will also refine a perfect body for you. As he said this, Long Fei went directly to the topic, coaing the deceitful route, which was his favorite and best at it. Upon hearing what Long Fei said, there was no doubt that refining a perfect body was what attracted Yao Tianhuo the most. Long Fei withdrew the fire spirit and then released 4 strange fires floating on his body. The breath of these strange fires, 23 mysterious yellow flames on the alien fire list, 19th on the Qinglian earth core fire alien fire list, 15 sea heart flames, and finally the fallen heart flame, 14th on the alien fire list. Yao Tianhuo said, quickly breathing. It also became extremely rapid and unstable, and his eyes were filled with shock and fire. Are you an alchemist? Good. Yes, I should have thought of you a long time ago. Yao Tianhuo looked forward to it with great anticipation. As long as you have the materials in Dochi continent, there is no pill that I can't refine. Long Fei raised his lip and his calm tone was full of unshakable and powerful confidence. For so many years in the Dulo world he has been constantly studying the technology of refining medicine. Now his achievements in medicine refining have reached a very terrifying peak. In this world, even in the original world, he is the ceiling for refining medicine. What an arrogant confidence! Yao Tianhuo claimed. If you can really help me refine a body, even if it is not the most perfect, I will accept it and join the force you mentioned. Aren't you a rogue cultivator? Where did you get the force? Could it be? Yao Tianhuo is weird. He looked at Long Fei with his eyes. Long Fei said, I formed my own sect called the Qinglong Gang and I am the leader. Currently there are several members in the Jiama Empire. If you agree to join now, I will give you everything you need. Yao Tianhuo still hesitated. I have a free nature and don't like to be restricted. But sometimes you can't help yourself, Yao Lao. Long Fei said meaningfully. The meaning hidden in Long Fei's words is obvious. Now you must accept it because you are not qualified to negotiate with me. What Yao Tianhuo wants and cannot do, Long Fei not only has but also can do. Yao Tianhuo now has no other option but to obediently choose to join unless he wants to continue to be a soul body. But Long Fei knew that Yao Tianhuo had been doing it for so many years and everyone would get tired of it. So the final result is that Yao Tianhuo will accept it, and as long as it is one of his own, Long Fei will never treat him badly. You are really a devil. You are the only young man among the people I have seen over the years who made me speechless and fearful. Well, you win. I join your Qinglong Gang. Yao Tianhuo is really, he chose to compromise. He had no choice but to fight. He couldn't beat him. It was impossible to say that he couldn't beat him. All the conditions he wanted were given by the other party and he had an absolute advantage. Time will prove that your choice is right, Mr. Yao. Long Fei waved his hand and a parchment scroll appeared in front of Yao Tianhuo's soul body. This Shenzang skin can not only drip blood but also soul energy. It is just like blood. This is a gang joining ceremony. Please inject a little bit of soul energy into it from Lao Yao. Long Fei smiled very gentlemanly. Hey, Yao Lao sighed. He didn't ask any more questions. He also knew what it was. Finally, the soul energy injected into it was absorbed by the mysterious parchment in front of him, and the entire parchment turned into particle energy and disappeared here. Then many strange memories appeared in Yao Tianhuo's mind. It made him sluggish for a moment and entered the process of reading and digesting. But one can read the extremely shocked and incredible look in his eyes. Chapter 158 Salamander Clan. I didn't expect that there are such magical things that I don't know about. After a while, Yao Tianhuo whispered in surprise. By the way, gang leader, in addition to the one you absorbed, there is another fallen heart flame in this vast lava world. This one is still in its infancy but its energy is quite huge, but you have already absorbed one and it will be useless to absorb it again, Yao Tianhuo said. Long Fei was mentally scanning and suddenly there was a very powerful force at the bottom of the lava world preventing him from exploring. This force had already surpassed him. Slowly opening his eyes, Long Fei took a deep breath and thought to himself, it seems that the power just now was the cave of Tuaxi, ancient emperor. Do you want to go down and take a look? After all, there is a dragon king at the peak of the 9-star fighting saint watching the door. Thinking in his mind, Long Fei was inevitably a little entangled. He was worried that there would be powerful power rules in that position that would prevent him from using the space domain to escape, but he didn't know if his Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline could suppress the Dragon King now. When he was entangled in his heart, he heard what Yao Tianhuo said and pulled him back. I know, take me there and have a look, Long Fei said to Yao Tianhuo. Yao Tianhuo was stunned for a moment but he quickly came to his senses. Okay, the gang leader is coming with me. me. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and led the way towards the north of the lava world. Soon a small flame floated in front of the two people like a tiny dragon seedling. This is the heart inflammation of childhood that Yao Tianhuo talks about. Long Fei suppressed it, easily caught it and played with it, saying just this young flame can help the people of Canaan College replace the ferocious guy I swallowed. After saying that, he put it away directly. Long Fei looked at the bottom of the lava like an endless abyss with no bottom. A burst of cyan energy came out of his body, wrapped around him and headed downward. Yao Tianhuo looked horrified and said quickly, there is a terrifying instance below the gang leader, you can't go down. Are they a clan of salamanders? Long Fei said calmly. Long Fei was an iron-headed boy. Yao Tianhuo's words could not stop his action. He moved faster and rushed downward. Yao Tianhuo looked solemn and said with panic, the leader of the gang is the Salamander clan, the guardians and original inhabitants of this lava world. Their power is very large and their cultivation is extremely high. If you go down again you will be discovered. It has been discovered. Long Fei's speed of diving stopped and the corners of his mouth curved as he looked at a figure-like thing that appeared far in front of him and was quickly heading towards him. This guy's body is scorching with flames. His form is humanoid but not humanoid and he has a medium speed. This is the salamander race mentioned by Yao Tianhuo. They are also the new life born in the lava world in this article, and they are also the guardian race of Tuaji, ancient emperor's cave mansion. Soon we arrive 3 meters in front of Long Fei. Human, leave this place, this is not where you should come. The salamander man's voice was like decoding, cold and deep. Yao Tianhuo's pupils shrank. He couldn't see through the cultivation of the lizard man in front of him, so the cultivation must be above him. Long Fei narrowed his eyes and the chaos azure dragon eyes appeared instantly, seeing through the salamander man's cultivation. 5-star Dozun, and this salamander man is shrouded in a mysterious energy. Under the influence of this energy, the lizard man can be hidden deeply. Yao Tianhuo cannot see through it. Because of this reason, the lizardman clan has not been born, and only a handful of them, Long Fei, Yao Tianhuo, Dragon Emperor and Tuoyu Ancient Emperor, are known to exist in this world. Of course the ancient emperor Tuaji is no longer there, and now strictly speaking there are only 3 left. What will happen if I continue to go down? Long Fei narrowed his eyes and asked. The salamander man felt uncomfortable being stared at by Long Fei's strange pair of eyes, as if he had a feeling that everything was being seen through. His face and voice became even darker. That one will be angry and you will die. That one? Which one? Long Fei pretended to be confused. The salamander man said, you don't need to know that, and you are not qualified to know. Human beings, you have already got what you should get. Listen to my advice and go back to your ground and don't step into this place again. Otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. This is my last warning to you. You said that I still have to go down and have a look. Sorry, I have a very strong head. After saying that, Long Fei went down quickly. At this moment Yao Tianhuo is even more worried for Long Fei. The salamander clan is the overlord of this molten world. It's not good for you to offend others like this. There is already cold sweat on the forehead of the soul body. It's really he held on to his sweat for Long Fei. Humans who don't know whether to live or die, I've been trying so hard to persuade you, but you insist on seeking death, so don't blame me for being ruthless. The salamander man looked furious. Why are the damn humans so unafraid of death? If they disturb that instance, I'm afraid they will be implicated. They are members of the salamander clan, so they cannot let Long Fei fly down. In the world of lava they are favored by local factors. Their speed is extremely fast and they quickly caught up with Long Fei's speed. It was also amazed by Long Fei's speed. This human being is extraordinary. The NET moment it directly used its fighting skills to attack Long Fei mercilessly. This was a fatal blow. Death human being. Although it could not completely catch up with Long Fei, the distance was enough for it. Seeing the attack of this high temperature and terrifying fighting skill, Long Fei whirled around and raised his hand to grab it. Fallen Heart Flame transformed directly from his palm into a long flame dragon and rushed out to confront it. A booming sound sounded. A few seconds after the 2 offensives were reloaded, Fallen Heart Flame saved this offensive and swallowed it up. What? The salamander man was startled and then froze. When did the Fallen Heart Flame become so powerful? This action of the Fallen Heart Flame changed its previous understanding of the Fallen Heart Flame. If this blow continues, it will be impossible for the Fallen Heart inflammation from before to be able to block it. It seems that this human cannot be dealt with simple move. The salamander man's presence became solemn, and then he quickly formed a seal, and the terrifying energy in the lava world quickly gathered into a giant wave and rushed towards the dragon. Lava waves overlap. At the same moment, fire pillar runes shot out around Long Fei and quickly shot out fire rays, quickly sealing Long Fei inside. Chaos blue dragon break. Green light bloomed from Long Fei's body. Fighting spirit energy rioted and a huge chaotic green dragon phantom rushed forward. The terrifying power distorted the space and smashed the blocking fire pillar in front, shattering the surging lava wave. waves. The aftermath of the terrifying power caused the lava area to tremble, and the salamander man was knocked hundreds of meters away by the shock wave before he stopped. Assuming that you had a good attitude before, I won't kill you. Bye. After Long Fei said that, he turned around and took a lightning leap downward. He disappeared in this area with a step of 100,000 meters, heading towards go to the deep area below. If you don't listen to the advice, human being, you will regret your actions today. The salamanders roared angrily. At this time they could no longer catch up, and they, the lizardmen, were not allowed to step below, otherwise the consequences would be serious. They are just guarding the top. There is an even more terrifying instance below. Chapter 159. Dragon Emperor Zhu Kun. The extremely angry roar of the salamander man spread over a wide range, and even Long Fei, who had escaped far away, could still hear some of the sound. Long Fei's presence remained calm without any change. No one was more familiar with the danger below than him, the time traveler. The reason why he could maintain his current calm appearance was because he had absolutely strong support. As for what the future holds, you will know. Deeper and deeper, Long Fei soon felt the most terrifying pressure he had ever experienced in Douchi continent. Then from far below, a pair of cold, emotionless pupils stared at Long Fei. Long Fei frowned, and suddenly an inexplicable feeling spread into his heart. Finally, after all these years, a human has come. I wonder if I can get out this time. Below, an extremely huge dragon is hovering outside the Tuaji ancient emperor's cave. This dragon is the Dragon Emperor Zukan among the Taiyu ancient dragon. This is an instance that is comparable to a super powerful person at the peak of the 9-star fighting saint of humanity, and this is just a cultivation base. The real strength is definitely higher than that of a human being of the same level, except for some unusual ones. Zukan was tricked by Toyu ancient emperors, so he became the guardian beast of Toyu ancient emperor's cave, until someone comes with the Toyu ancient emperor jade to open it and regain his freedom, otherwise he will guard Toyu ancient emperor's cave forever from now on. Before Tuashi ancient emperor's cave was opened, Tuashi ancient emperor had no intention of letting Zukan regain his freedom, so this guy was a very bad guy. Outside Tuaji ancient emperor's cave, when Long Fei arrived, Dragon Emperor Zukan came in front of him, transformed into a human form to confront him, and said in a cold and emotionless voice, "Can humans possess ancient jade? There is no complete ancient jade, but I do have a fragment of the ancient jade here." Long Fei looked at Zukan with a smile, and in the blink of an eye the fragments of Tuotiou ancient emperor jade appeared. At this moment Diao Tianhua was so frightened by Zukan's aura that he hid in the ring and did not dare to come out. He could only watch secretly inside the ring. The Dragon King Zukan also used the might of the Taiyu ancient dragon on Long Fei, but what surprised him was that this little human kid in front of him, who only had a 3-star dozun, was not afraid of his pressure. It was absolutely impossible. How could he, a super veteran 9-star fighting saint at the pinnacle, not be able to suppress a human kid? Could it be that this person has a treasure that can resist pressure? However, the pressure of his Dragon King cannot be resisted by any treasure. It is in line with resistance. The number of treasures that can suppress the pressure of his terrifying power is only 3 digits in the world. Long Fei's plain appearance really shocked Dragon Emperor Zukan. Immediately afterwards his presence changed and became even colder. The unfinished Tuaji ancient emperor jade block still dares to come here. From now on you can stay and accompany me, the Dragon Emperor. The thought of regaining freedom was annihilated here. Dragon Emperor Zukan was extremely angry. The human boy in front of him was playing tricks on him. Did the Dragon King really think he could take down me? Long Feiamian, his appearance is calm but his heart is more or less a little loose. After all, the thing in front of him is the top strong man in the Douchi continent, and he is no match for him at the moment. Ha ha ha. Dragon Emperor Zukan burst out laughing when he heard Long Fei's words. His tone was contemptuous and disdainful. Boy, who are you now that there are still human boys who know this Dragon Emperor? But no matter who you are, you will pay a heavy price for your arrogance today. Die to this Dragon Emperor. The angry voice of Dragon Emperor Zukan echoed in this area. The net moment, the terrifying fighting energy turned into huge virtual dragon claws and grabbed Long Fei. Under the huge virtual dragon claws, Long Fei's body was as small as a grasshopper. The terrifying dragon's virtual power spread, and the space in the path of the virtual dragon's claws is shattered. Long Fei frowned. The one-hit fighting skills at the peak of the 9-star fighting saint were really terrifying. Even now he could feel the incomparable power. The terrifying power turned into violent force on the void dragon claw, and the net moment Long Fei's claw was on it. With the power of blood, the blue dragon ascends to the sky. Long Fei clenched his fist with both hands, and the endless power of the chaos green dragon surged out crazily. The terrifying power of the dragon plotted like a storm. A huge virtual entity of the chaos green dragon appeared with a dragon roar and headed directly towards the virtual dragon in the net second. Claw rushed forward. Wherever you pass there is a tunnel in the space. You can can imagine how terrifying it is. Seeing this scene and feeling the pressure of this dragon, Zhu Kun, who is at the peak of the 9-star fighting saint, suddenly changed his expression. What kind of dragon power is this that makes my dragon blood boil with fear? His pupils narrowed and he looked at the huge green dragon in front of him, was looking at the human cub who had summoned the dragon. This time Zhu Kun's attitude towards this had undergone a huge change and his expression was unpredictable. The ancient void dragon is already the most powerful dragon clan in the entire Dochi continent. How could there be any dragons that are more powerful than their clan? After not going out for so many years, has the outside world already produced such a result that he cannot formulate? It seems that after being trapped for many years he has indeed fallen behind. Boom! When the two sides' attacks collided, they plotted instantly under the penetration of the Qinglong virtual entity. The terrifying impact of the explosion spread and the lava world shook continuously and the vibrations and fluctuations became larger and larger. The salamander people who were far away felt that this terrifying explosion came from below. They all understood what it was. Naturally, he would not go out of his way to find trouble and immediately issued an order to the salamander clan to temporarily retreat. Dragon Emperor Zhu Kun asked in horror, "Who are you, kid? Are you a dragon? What kind of dragon are you?" The force of the explosion caused him to retreat, but Long Fei was the one who retreated more. Under the impact of the terrifying force, his whole body lost his balance. It took him a while to stabilize again. Sure enough, fighting against a truly strong man is different, Long Fei said to himself, his eyes oozing excitement and his whole body full of fighting spirit. The bones and skin on the body have been tightened to the extreme peak. Dragon clan? I'm sorry, I am a real dragon, not a dragon clan, and you are a dragon clan. There is no comparison between the dragon clan and the real dragon, and you are not qualified to compare. Long Fei's cold green pupils stared at Zhu Kun, his forehead slightly raised. A surge of supreme chaotic green dragon pressure suddenly emitted from his body and he rushed towards Zhu Kun. The power of blood captured by the Chaos Azure Dragon. But suddenly Dragon Emperor Zhu Kun's eyes widened and a huge blue dragon appeared in front of him and stared at him coldly, making him feel fear from the bottom of his heart. The dragon blood in his body was filled with fear and his body was trembling. This is the blood pressure of the absolutely supreme dragon. Impossible. What kind of dragon is this? Zhu Kun roared, but his voice was obviously trembling. A stream of dragon energy and blood boiled from his body. After all, Dragon Emperor Zhu Kun was an old strong man. He triggered the terrifying power in his body to form a terrifying fighting force to resist this pressure. Even if it was his, even with cold sweat on his forehead, he will never compromise. This is the pride of being the Taiyu ancient Dragon Emperor. He must never bow his head. No matter what kind of dragon the opponent is, he must surrender to him. The Dragon Emperor Zhu Kun. Roar! Dragon King Zhu Kun's eyes were red with anger and he roared out. His whole body turned into a huge Taiyu ancient dragon and came out. The huge power of Taiyu penetrated the lava world and the lava world shook violently again. Long Fei was startled and quickly stepped back. He didn't expect that this dragon could exert such terrifying power under the pressure of the Chaos Azure Dragon. At this moment he finally realized his naivete. Even though the Chaos Azure Dragon was under the pressure, he is not the Chaos Azure Dragon himself. He is just the inheritor of the bloodline and he cannot display even 1% of his true power. Moreover, one of them is a super veteran 9-star Do Sage Peak and the other is just a 3-star Do Zun. This is the original world, so Long Fei cannot be the opponent of Dragon Emperor Zhu Kun. This time he has played it not good. Burn the desolate sky seal. Long Fei's pupils narrowed slightly. This time he really went too far. He quickly formed a seal and came out with a huge palm with extremely terrifying power of burning and annihilation. Without saying a word, he directly smacked Tianyu ancient dragon. Then he turned around and used the void domain and the space domain together, tearing away towards the space in front of him. It was still a bit weak at first, but Long Fei succeeded in tearing a small hole without any reservation and the whole person escaped decisively and disappeared into this lava world. You suppressed this Dragon King and still want to run away? Die for this Dragon King. You're just a human brat dragon. Emperor Zhu Kun's huge dragon hand suddenly shot out and the space suddenly collapsed. Their clan was born to play with the power of void and space. They naturally have extremely high attainments in these two aspects. Long Fei's in this in front of him, it just like a small skill. Damn it, there's a rupture in the space tunnel. This dragon is too strong. Long Fei panicked a little. He underestimated the Dragon Emperor Zhu Kun too much. Is he really going to suffer now? Chapter 160. The Dragon Kingdom appears in the palm of your hand. The moment the terrifying Taiyu ancient dragon palm was about to hit Long Fei released the power of his blood without reservation. Qinglong's full body transformation and Qinglong's weapon. The supreme dragon power came out and Long Fei was forced into a fighting form. There was a loud bang. A huge cyan energy gathering reached its extreme and a riot plotted. The terrifying explosive force spread again and the entire torn space gradually collapsed. Dragon King Zukan was shocked by this terrifying power and was knocked back. The pressure from the Supreme Dragon was even greater than before, but after all he was a peak Pert of the 9-star fighting saint of the veteran dragon clan. The Taiyu power and the holy power in his body came out and forcibly dispersed the dragon's power. At this moment both sides flew away. Space is broken. Long Fei returned to the lava world to confront the huge dragon Zukan. Dragon, you are really a dragon. Zukan was extremely shocked when he saw the scene where Long Fei's whole body turned into a green dragon just now. But at this moment Long Fei entered the armor form again and the power of the green dragon on his body was stern. Dragon Emperor Zukan, I did offend you before. We are all dragons, how about we each take a step back? Long Fei's voice sounded from within the armor and his voice was so cold under the filter of the armor. Ha ha ha. Little brat, aren't you very arrogant? Why are you giving in now? Dragon Emperor Zukan laughed. It's okay if I let you go as long as you surrender to me. The Dragon Emperor said to Long Fei. This is impossible, Dragon King. I plan to exchange for a piece of information that is vital to you. Long Fei's cold voice sounded again. When the Dragon Emperor heard Long Fei's rejection he snorted coldly and said, that's ridiculous. If you have any important news, come to me and hear it. Long Fei, I know the whereabouts of your daughter and you, the Taiyu ancient dragon clan, are not in peace at the moment. Zukan's face was stunned, his pupils shrank and he said in a deep voice, what did you say? Do you know the whereabouts of my emperor's daughter? Tell me, where is she? No, you must be lying to me. Long Fei said, your daughter is not dead. She is in Canaan College now. As long as the Dragon Emperor lets me go and I bring her to see you, won't the connection between the bloodlines be confirmed? Impossible. Why should I believe you? If you don't come back after you leave, wouldn't I be fooled by you? Zukan took a deep breath and had to say that his daughter was very important to him. But I can't believe this guy in front of me. Dragon Emperor, do you really think you can keep me? Long Fei's words suddenly changed. There was a riot of power in his body. The Dragon King was cold and his voice was extremely heavy. There are only two ways to escape here. The first is to fly up. Do you think you can escape from my hands? The second is to tear apart the space and teleport. And I, the Taiyu ancient dragon, this family has grown up playing with the power of the void and your space tunnel can be easily shattered. You have no chance of escaping. The Dragon King sneered. Sure enough, I know that you are a treacherous person. You should die. The Taiyu ancient dragon opened its mouth and the surrounding power quickly gathered into a terrifying energy wave and flew towards the dragon. The energy in Long Fei's body moved and the sword of the god and the ancient green dragon sword came out. As the chaotic green dragon's virtual entity plotted with more terrifying power, it attacked forward. Bang, boom. The two sides collided and the loud noise sounded again. It is true that neither of these two methods can escape from you, but when did I say that I would use these two methods to escape? Long Fei said, suddenly flying into the sky, and the power of his blood suddenly erupted. Dragon Kingdom in the palm of your hand. In the violent explosion a huge green dragon came out with its claws and held a large blue and mysterious ball in its hand. The net moment the extremely domineering power turned into a green light and shone in the Taiyu ancient dragon and the violent explosion. What is this? When encountering this situation for the first time, Zukan's expression changed in shock. From a god perspective, the dragon ball is now constantly ponding, but in reality it is still the blue dragon claw holding a ball. This can be regarded as a kind of forcible pull from the dragon realm to the outside using other dimensions. The Dragon Kingdom in the palm has the ability to forcefully pull living and non-living creatures into the Dragon Kingdom regardless of all level boundaries. As long as they are pulled in, they can no longer leave the Dragon Kingdom unless the summoner dies or agrees. Yes, he is so overbearing and unreasonable. Fight with me? I'm full of cheat. Even though you are at the peak of the 9-star fighting saint, how can you be the opponent of a cheating king like me? Long Fei put away the Dragon Kingdom in his palm and looked at the only thing that disappeared in front of him. A Twaji ancient emperor's cave, said softly. As for why he didn't include this cave, it was of course Long Fei's intention. There is no way to enter the cave now, so he plans to leave here directly. With a thought, his spiritual thoughts entered the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment Zukan, who was sucked into this inexplicable world, looked at the world with only cyan turbid light in front of him with a face of ignorance and sluggishness. Where is this place? Zukan kept looking at this strange world, wanting to use the power of Taiyu to tear apart the space and leave this place, but the power of Taiyu has lost its effect here. How is it possible? Why is this happening? Zukan panicked. This was the first time he had encountered this situation in so many years. Dragon Emperor Zukan congratulates you for being the first being to enter our Dragon Kingdom. Just when Zukan was stunned, a voice echoed from the world. This voice was very familiar. Zukan Angtian roared, where did you take me, kid? Come out to me. A roaring sound sounded and green light particles condensed into Long Fei's figure in the sky in front of Zukan. Where on earth are you, kid? Zukan shrank, his pupils pointed at Long Long Fei and roared. At this moment Long Fei had released his dragon form and returned to normal. He looked at Zhu Kun with a smile. This is my world and I am the master here. Even if you are at the peak of the 9-star fighting saint, as long as you enter you will not be able to get out. Yes, you will be the first dragon I raise here. Seeking death. Long Fei's words made Zhu Kun feel extremely humiliated. He soared into the sky with murderous intent and anger and slapped Long Fei's figure with unreserved power, unleashing it with his palm. Bang! A strong wind passed by and Long Fei's figure was blown away, but it returned to its original shape. The net moment Zhu Kun's complexion changed drastically. Long Fei said leisurely, I'm sorry, I have the idea of immortality here and this figure is not my true body. It doesn't matter how you kill me. Damn bastard, you are so angry with this emperor. As expected, this emperor will completely destroy this world. The furious Zhu Kun transformed into his true form and released a terrifying power without any scruples, constantly attacking this area world. Then come on, we'll see you when you're tired. After Long Fei said that, he disappeared directly into this world and entered the furious Zhu Kun, wreaking havoc, but no matter how terrifying his attack was, everything he hit they will all be swallowed up by an unknown force and this place will remain intact. Not only that, the power in him seemed to be absorbed. Seeing this scene, Zhu Kun felt bad. Raising his head and roaring, a force of power burst out from his body and spread into a terrifying hurricane. This blow could destroy a large continent into nothingness. Chapter 161 Collapse. The moment the terrifying Taiyu ancient dragon palm was about to hit Long Fei released the power of his blood without reservation. Qinglong's full body transformation and Qinglong's weapon. The supreme dragon power came out and Long Fei was forced into a fighting form. There was a loud bang. A huge cyan energy gathering reached its extreme and a riot plotted. The terrifying explosive force spread again and the entire torn space gradually collapsed. Dragon King Zhu Kun was shocked by this terrifying power and was knocked back. The pressure from the supreme dragon was even greater than before, but after all he was a peak pert of the 9-star fighting saint of the veteran dragon clan. The Taiyu power and the holy power in his body came out and forcibly dispersed the dragon's power. At this moment both sides flew away. Space is broken. Long Fei returned to the lava world to confront the huge dragon. Zhu Kun, dragon, you are really a dragon. Zhu Kun was extremely shocked when he saw the scene where Long Fei's whole body turned into a green dragon just now. But at this moment Long Fei entered the armor form again and the power of the green dragon on his body was stern. Dragon Emperor Zhu Kun, I did offend you before. We are all dragons, how about we each take a step back? Long Fei's voice sounded from within the armor and his voice was so cold under the filter of the armor. Ha ha ha. Little brat, aren't you very arrogant? Why are you giving in now? Dragon Emperor Zhu Kun laughed. It's okay if you want me to let you go as long as you surrender to me. The Dragon Emperor said to Long Fei. Dragon King, this is impossible. I plan to exchange for a piece of information that is vital to you. Long Fei's cold voice sounded again. When the Dragon Emperor heard Long Fei's rejection he snorted coldly and said, it's ridiculous. If you have any important news come to me and hear it. Long Fei, I know the whereabouts of your daughter and you the Taiyu ancient dragon clan are not in peace at the moment. Zhu Kun's face was stunned, his pupils shrank and he said in a deep voice, what did you say? Do you know the whereabouts of my emperor's daughter? Tell me, where is she? No, you must be lying to me. Long Fei said, your daughter is not dead. She is in Canaan College now. As long as the Dragon Emperor lets me go and I bring her to see you, won't the connection between the bloodlines be confirmed? Impossible. Why should I believe you? If you don't come back after you leave, wouldn't I be fooled by you? Zhu Kun took a deep breath and had to say that his daughter was very important to him. But I can't believe this guy in front of me. Dragon Emperor, do you really think you can keep me? Long Fei's words suddenly changed. There was a riot of power in his body. The Dragon King was cold and his voice was extremely heavy. There are only two ways to escape here. The first is to fly up. Do you think you can escape from my hands? The second is to tear apart the space and teleport. And I, the Taiyu ancient dragon, this family has grown up playing with the power of the void and your space tunnel can be easily shattered. You have no chance of escaping. The Dragon King sneered. Sure enough, I know that you are a treacherous person. You should die. The Taiyu ancient dragon opened its mouth and the surrounding power quickly gathered into a terrifying energy wave and flew towards the dragon. The energy in Long Fei's body moved and the sword of the god and the ancient green dragon sword came out. As the chaotic green dragon's virtual entity plotted with more terrifying power, it attacked forward. Bang, boom. The two sides collided and the loud noise sounded again. It is true that neither of these two methods can escape from you, but when did I say that I would use these two methods to escape? Long Fei said, suddenly flying into the sky, and the power of his blood suddenly erupted. Dragon Kingdom in the palm of your hand. In the violent explosion, a huge green dragon came out with its claws and held a large blue and mysterious ball in its hand. The net moment the extremely domineering power turned into a green light and shone in the the Taiyu ancient dragon and the violent explosion. What is this? When encountering this situation for the first time, Zukun's expression changed in shock. From a god perspective, the Dragon Ball is now constantly pondaying, but in reality it is still the blue dragon claw holding a ball. This can be regarded as a kind of forcible pull from the dragon realm to the outside using other dimensions. The Dragon Kingdom in the palm has the ability to forcefully pull living and non-living creatures into the Dragon Kingdom regardless of all level boundaries. As long as it is pulled in, it cannot leave the Dragon Kingdom unless the summoner dies or agrees. Yes, he is so overbearing and unreasonable. Fight with me? I'm full of cheat. Even though you are at the peak of the 9-star fighting saint, how can you be the opponent of a cheating king like me? Long Fei put away the Dragon Kingdom in his palm and looked at the only thing that disappeared in front of him. A Tuaji ancient emperor's cave, said softly. As for why he didn't include this cave, he naturally had Long Fei's intention. There is no way to enter the cave now, so he plans to leave here directly. With a thought, his spiritual thoughts entered the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, Zukun, who was sucked into this inapplicable world, looked at the world with only cyan turbid light in front of him with a face of ignorance and sluggishness. Where is this place? Zukun kept looking at this strange world, wanting to use the power of Taiyu to tear apart the space and leave this place, but since the power of Taiyu has lost its effect here, how is it possible? Why is this happening? Zukun panicked. This was the first time he had encountered this situation in so many years. Dragon Emperor Zukun congratulates you for being the first being to enter our Dragon Kingdom. Just when Zukun was stunned, a voice echoed from the world. This voice was very familiar. Zukun Angtian roared, "Where did you take me, kid? Come out to me." A roaring sound sounded and green light particles condensed into Long Fei's figure in the sky in front of Zukun. "Where on earth are you, kid?" Zukun shrank, his pupils pointed at Long Fei and roared. At this moment Long Fei had released his dragon form and returned to normal. He looked at Zukun with a smile. "This is my world and I am the master here. Even if you are at the peak of the 9-star fighting saint, as long as you enter you will not be able to get out. Yes, you will be the first dragon I raise here, seeking death." Long Fei's words made Zukun feel extremely humiliated. He soared into the sky with murderous intent and anger and slapped Long Fei's figure with unreserved power, unleashing it with his palm. Bang! A strong wind passed by and Long Fei's figure was blown away, but it returned to its original shape the net moment. Zukun's complexion changed drastically. Long Fei said leisurely, "I'm sorry, I have the idea of immortality here and this figure is not my true body. It doesn't matter how you kill me." "Damn bastard, you are so angry with this emperor. As expected, this emperor will completely destroy this world." The furious Zukun transformed into his true form and released a terrifying power without any scruples, constantly attacking this area world. "Then come on, we'll see you when you're tired." After Long Fei said that, he disappeared directly into this world and entered the furious Zukun, wreaking havoc, but no matter how terrifying his attack was, everything he hit, they will all be swallowed up by an unknown force and this place will remain intact. Not only that, the power in him seemed to be absorbed. Seeing this scene, Zukun felt bad. Raising his head and roaring, a force of power burst out from his body and spread into a terrifying hurricane. This blow could destroy a large continent into nothingness. Chapter 162. Invitation. The terrifying saint power of Nirvana plotted at this moment. This power was like hundreds of hydrogen bombs plotting in one place at the same time. A shocking scene. A ray of blue light spread out and the destructive power attack that Zukun burst out was swallowed up in an instant. Zukun was suddenly stunned. "Why, it's impossible. What the hell is going on?" Zukun's complexion changed drastically. He was panting heavily, his face turned pale, and the fighting energy consumed by the attack that burst out one after another was unimaginable. As time passed, Zukun finally calmed down. He didn't have the irritability he had before, and now he only had calmness and calmness. He sat in the sky of this world drifting in the wind and saw at a glance that the entire world was only turbid blue and nothing else. He felt extremely lonely and alone. This emotion was something he had experienced when he was in Tuaji ancient emperor's cave. Even though so much time had passed, there was still no such uncomfortable emotion. He thought he had adapted to it, but now everything is posed. "Hey, I really failed. First I was tricked by that bitch Tuajigu emperor to guard the cave for him. Now I was introduced to this ridiculous place by an unknown new dragon." Here Zukun sighed. His whole face suddenly aged several dozen years and he looked frail. His eyes were cloudy and his voice trembled. "This place really makes me feeling lonely, powerless and scared. In this chaotic world there is no concept of time and everything is running repeatedly. I don't know how much time passed, but Zukun finally couldn't stay any longer. He felt that his whole spirit was collapsing. Angtian shouted, "Kid, come out. I have compromised." "What on earth do you want?" A long time passed in the Palm Dragon Kingdom, but only a few minutes passed in reality. Long Fei's figure has arrived in the upper area of the lava world. When he was about to leave, he sent sensed the call of Zhu Kun in the Dragon Kingdom. His body stopped and the corners of his mouth formed a victor's smile. "You are finally tired, Zhu Kun," saying to himself. Long Fei moved his mind and communicated with the ball of the Dragon Kingdom. The net second the figure transformed by his thoughts appeared in the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom in the palm is originally a cyan chaotic world. This world has not yet been developed. Long Fei wants to develop it, but currently his strength and other abilities are not enough to change it. If he really wants to change it, it will consume too much power and he cannot currently do it affordable. So it can only be like this. But no matter what, this is also one of his trump cards. As long as all the enemies he can't defeat are brought into this world, the outcome will be determined. In the world of Dragon Kingdom, Zhu Kun, who was sitting cross-legged, felt subtle changes. He raised his hand and saw the appearance of Long Fei. "Senior Dragon King, we meet again. This time you are calm." A smile appeared on the corner of Long Fei's mouth as he looked at Zhu Kun, who was in a state of mental breakdown. Hehe. Zhu Kun sneered, shook his head and stared at Particle Long Fei with his eyes. At this moment he no longer had the desire to attack. He just wanted to find someone to talk to. He said depressedly and weakly, "It will be more relaxing to calm down in this situation. How are you going to let me out?" Zhu Kun asked. He really didn't want to stay in this place for even half a second. "Actually, I'm saving you, Senior Dragon King. You should thank me," Long Fei said with a smile. "Oh, save me? Thank you?" Zhu Kun was a little funny, but he was no longer able to laugh out loud. "As why do you say this? I only know that I am trapped by you in this world where there is no ghost or a soul, so what can you say to save me?" Long Fei said calmly. "Senior Dragon Emperor, didn't you feel that some kind of connection between your body and Tuaji Ancient Emperor's cave was broken?" Long Fei's words were like a white light penetrating through Zhu Kun's head and he was suddenly startled. He sensed it quickly, his pupils getting bigger and bigger in a daze, and his complexion changed again. His voice trembled again. "Unbelievably, I can't feel it. Really disconnected. That layer of imprisonment that has bound me for so many years has been disconnected." He was very excited and excited. This shows what it means, that he can leave the damn Tuaji Ancient Emperor's cave and no longer needs to guard it. He is free. Zhu Kun's face showed a look of great longing. After so many years, this Dragon Emperor finally got rid of that damn Tuaji Ancient Emperor's cave. Ha ha ha. He laughed excitedly, but suddenly he realized something was wrong and his smile disappeared and his face hardened. He thought he had escaped from the shackles of the damn Tuaji Ancient Emperor's cave, but now he has entered a place even worse than Tuashi's Ancient Emperor's cave. He wants a terrifying world. This world is a world-class prison for him. Just coming out of the tiger's mouth is like a wolf's den, and this time the wolf's den is even more terrifying than the tiger's mouth. "Hey!" Zhu Kun sighed again, stared at Long Fei with blurred eyes and asked hoarsely, "As long as you let me leave this hellish place and go out into the outside world, I can do whatever you want. Originally I planned to put you in this world to refine into my strength and cultivation, but since the senior said so, I'm not polite." Long Fei said. He was not joking. He really had this plan before. The world will gradually absorb Zhu Kun's power and refine it into Long Fei's power and cultivation. However, this guy was refined at the peak of the 9-star fighting saint. With his current cultivation, at least it will take 5 years, but after 5 years of successful refining, his cultivation will directly become the 9-star fighting saint. However, this is too boring. Once the level is maxed out, the content that the author can write will be greatly reduced. Therefore, for the sake of the author, Long Fei does not plan to refine Zhu Kun and will continue to absorb the aliens along the old route. Fire improved, and when you are still stuck in the end, make another plan. That's easy to say. As long as Senior Dragon King joins my forces, I can set you free. Long Fei smiled. Zhu Kun's eyes narrowed, and after hesitating for a few seconds he said, "Rather than stay here and be refined by you, I would rather choose to join your force." "Very good, the Dragon King is really smart." Long Fei waved his hand and a parchment scroll came to the front of the Dragon King. "Zhu Kun, drip blood." Long Fei said. "What is this? I feel the restraint from my soul from this parchment." Zhu Kun said. Long Fei secretly thought in his heart, the 9-star peak fighting saint is indeed the 9-star peak fighting saint. Everyone can feel it. Everyone who joins our gang needs to sign an agreement, and this is the agreement. Long Fei put his hands behind his back. Dragon Emperor Zhu Kun understood that this was a kind of restraint in a sense, but now he had no choice but to bleed. A drop of blood fell into the Shenzang skin, and the Shenzang skin instantly turned into light and disappeared. A thunder rumbled in the sky of Dragon Kingdom, so terrifying. Because Zhu Kun signed a contract within the Dragon Kingdom, his original rules rested on the chaotic world of the Dragon Kingdom. He also has a benefit. Even if he dies outside, he can be resurrected in the chaos of the Dragon Kingdom world. Others do not have this benefit. If they die, they are really dead. Zhu Kun doesn't know about this kind of benefit now, and not even Long Fei himself knows about it. Only book friends and authors know. Everyone should keep it a secret. Chapter 163. Dean K. Ching. The contract was signed and Zhu Kun successfully joined the pirate ship. Long Fei's consciousness returned to his original body and he used a lightning flash step directly upward to fly into the sky. In less than 3 seconds he got out of the lava and returned to the sky-burning chain air tower on the ground. At this moment a total of almost 3 months have passed. There was a meeting with the top management of Canaan College here in the sky-burning chain chi tower and they decided to let go first, and it was very peaceful during this period and there was nothing wrong with it. So now there are students in the sky-burning chain chi tower, but there are not much. It is open, but the number of people coming in is limited every day to avoid accident. As soon as Long Fei's figure appeared, the students who had just finished training in the tower looked over here. Suddenly the prescience of some students who had seen Long Fei before suddenly changed. It's him who came out. He's not dead. He actually came out. Report to the dean and elders quickly. All of a sudden the students were at a loss. Everyone thought that this person who had disappeared for almost 3 months was dead, but now he appeared alive in front of them. This was really an incredible thing. Soon the students were running towards the outside of the tower. Seeing this, Long Fei did not stop him but carefully looked at this place that he had not seen for many days. During these times there was only one piece of lava in his eyes. The red color made his whole vision very tired. Now after changing the color, my vision is no longer so fatigued. Taking a deep breath, the temperature in this heavenly burning chain air tower was still quite high, but it was nothing to him. The net second his figure landed on the ground. Some students who were still here saw this person and did not say anything. Immediately he no longer had any intention of harming them and ran away. Long Fei and the other students looked at him and walked towards the entrance of the tower. At this moment the Duwang warriors guarding the sky-burning chain chi tower also received the news from the student. In fact, they did not need to spread it to feel an unprecedented terrifying aura coming from the tower. This aura was very familiar. It's that person. It's been almost 3 months since this person is not dead. Go and summon the dean and others. We are no match. The 4 Duwang warriors spread their wings and flew in the sky, and the oldest one said. After saying that, the 4 of them saw the familiar and frightening figure slowly walking out of the doorway below. The 4 people contacted each other quickly using special contact information. After receiving the news, the prescience of Su Qian, Hu Qian, Qian Mu, Bai Lai and others suddenly changed. They immediately put down what they were doing and rushed towards the sky-burning chain chi tower. Long Fei walked through the air and flew into the sky under the gaze of everyone. The Duwang elders quickly dispersed the surrounding students just in case there was a big battle later. At this moment in the sky, the same group of people were once again opposing Long Fei. Those in front are Qian Mu and Bai Lai, followed by Su Qian and Hu Qian. These 4 people are currently the ones with the highest cultivation level in the academy. The powerful ones take the lead and the rest of the fighting kings stand behind them, but their positions are very small. Strange, seems to be a formation. Indeed, this is a formation. As long as the fight starts, they will form in formation immediately. It was already terrifying before, but now that it has absorbed the fallen heart flame, it will definitely be even more terrifying. The shadow that Long Fei brought to them was so great that it was engraved deep in their heart. It's a nightmare for them. Looking at the familiar lineup in front of him, Long Fei didn't care at all. He smiled and said, as soon as I came out, so many people came to welcome me, which made me feel embarrassed. Long Fei, have you really conquered the fallen heart flame? There was no news for almost 3 months and now it suddenly appeared. Everyone was shocked. The high temperature under the molten magma was very terrifying. No, let alone almost 3 months. And the person who spoke at this moment was Qian Mu. Even though he said that, everyone immediately understood the general idea when they looked at Long Fei's relaxed and cheerful smile. Yes, the fallen heart flame has been absorbed and refined by me. Long Fei didn't hide it. He shook his hand and the fallen heart flame came out. Everyone was shocked. It's really the fallen heart flame. The net moment everyone's prescience changed unpredictably again. With the fallen heart flame taken away, their heavenly burning chain chi tower has completely lost this advantage. Bai Lai seemed to be relieved and said, this is also a good thing. The fallen heart flame has been subdued and will not bring disaster to the academy. We have a request, Mr. Long Fei. Long Fei pursed his lip and said, tell me and listen. Sukyandeo, I wonder what your master Long Fei's cultivation is like. Everyone is curious, could such a powerful person surpass Duzong? But is it really possible that this person is still so young? Long Fei smiled softly. 3-star Dozun. After saying that, he raised his hand and shook it out of thin air. An extremely terrifying space force appeared around him and the whole space was shaking. This scene immediately made everyone, the person's prescience changed greatly and he was shocked. This ability to control space can only be used by Dozun, but now it seems that the person in front of him is really a Dozun. Su Qian and others had extremely moved prescience and fearful eyes. They took a breath of air and sighed with a trembling voice, you are really young and promising. Su Qian and Bai Lai looked at each other, handed over their hands and asked sincerely, we want to invite Long Zun to be the guest president of Canaan College. His status is higher than ours. We Canaan College needs a strong person like you to take charge. As long as when Canaan College is in crisis, just be able to help. Is there such a good thing? Long Fei rubbed his chin and said with a smile, for him this kind of thing is easy to grasp and is of no importance. But now the feeling of being invited is very different from the feeling of direct rule, and he has no intention of subduing Canaan College, at least not yet. The Dochi continent is so big that it would take years and months to conquer them one by one. This is too tiring, so he plans to unify the entire Do Po planet when he enters the Do Emperor realm, which would be convenient. If you surrender you will live. If you don't obey you will be slaughtered directly. It's just so domineering and unreasonable. Long Fei is not a good person and will not show mercy at all. Yes, there is such a good thing. Yunmu and Bailey quickly picked up, continuing to speak, as Long Zun agrees he can take over immediately. I still need to collect other strange fires to absorb, but I don't have much time to stay in this small place. But this is the fallen heart flame seedling that I found under the lava world. It is very docile and is handed over to you. Long Fei he took out the childhood fallen heart flame from the Naja and threw it into Su Qian's hand. It's really the fallen heart flame. Since there are two fallen heart flames, Su Qian held the fallen heart flame in his hands and exclaimed in shock. The rest of the people came over and stared with burning eyes. I really can't believe this scene. This controllable fallen heart flame and our heavenly burning chain Chi Tower can be saved, Hu Qian said very happily. Chapter 164 Ziai Yan. Long Fei, okay, I'll leave first. See you again if we have a chance. After saying that, just as Long Fei was about to leave after rising again, Qian Mu quickly asked Long Zun, are you really not going to consider becoming the guest dean of Canaan College? None of them want to lose the protection of such a powerful man. As long as Long Fei can stay, the burden they bear can be greatly reduced. Since you invite me like this I can agree, but I have important things to do and I can't stay here. This is my idea. With 90% of my strength, when Canaan College is in danger he will show up and communicate with me. If he is unable to deal with the enemy I will return to Canaan College as soon as possible. Long Fei said firmly. An array of spiritual thought condensed from his hand into the form of a ball of energy particles of the Soul Infant Gang. Then it was slowly sent into Qian Mu's hands. Qian Mu was extremely excited and quickly threw the fallen heart flame in her hand to Bai Lai and took it carefully. All of them can feel that this thought is filled with extremely huge energy. Everyone was excited, their eyes widened and their expressions changed. It's so powerful. Just one thought made me feel the pressure from the depth of my soul. Qian Mu, Bai Lai and others exclaimed with expressions of shock and excitement on their faces. Thank you, Dean Long. Under the leadership of Qian Mu and Bai Lai, all the senior leaders of the college changed their names and shouted in unison, Dean Long, this is your exclusive token symbolizing your identity. Qian Mu came to Long Fei and took out an ancient brown token from the ring which issued a brown mysterious light. Long Fei took it over and looked at it. There were 4 words marked on it, Canaan College. Then I turned over and there were 4 more words, Dean K. Ching. In total he is the guest dean of Canaan College. This token is the only one, Qian Mu said in a cautious tone. I also have a power. Since it is such an opportunity, one will give you a blessing. Long Fei nodded with satisfaction and put away the token and then said to the 20 people in the sky in front of him, among these 20 people 3 are Duzong, 1 is Do Huang and the remaining 18 are all Do Wang. If you pull them together, their cultivation in the later stages will definitely be amazing. When everyone listened to Long Fei's words, they saw in confusion that Long Fei raised his hand and waved, and a parchment full of ancient mysterious atmosphere appeared out of thin air in front of each of them. God Zhangpi, Long Fei said, my dean's force is called the Qinglong Gang. The gang's current headquarters is in the Yunlin sect of the Jiama Empire. This is a gang membership contract. If you drop a drop of blood you will become members of our gang and you will enjoy rich benefit. Cultivation resources. Jiama Empire Yunlin sect. Everyone was shocked. They were all familiar with this name, but when did this figure appear in the Yunlin sect of the Jiama Empire? Just when he was about to ask something, Long Fei's voice continued, this dean knows that you all have doubt. All these will be answered in your blood. If you still have time, take care of your fellow disciples. Everyone looked at each other, took a deep breath and nodded in unison. Okay. They collectively bit their fingers and left a drop of blood in the parchment in front of them. As soon as the blood melted, the parchment turned into particle energy and soared into the sky. Under the shocked and incredible expressions of everyone, the whole sky thundered. Then the 20 people were collectively stunned because many strange memories appeared in their minds at this moment. And at this moment, in a room in the outer courtyard below Canaan College, Gu Suner looked up and frowned. Long Fei and the others could not be seen in this direction, but he saw the sudden change in the sky and the roar of thunder. Puzzled, he muttered, what's going on? Chen? Why is the sky suddenly filled with thunder? It's a pity that Mr. Ling is not here, otherwise he would have discovered something. With that said, she quickly left the room. Now she was the only one in the academy. Xiao Yan and Ling Ying were not here and her abilities were limited. She wanted to find out. High in the sky, everyone was digesting their memories. Yunmu and Bailey suddenly bloomed with light. The NET moment, a fierce fighting energy enveloped them. The two seemed to have broken their shackles and their power became even greater. Then the two people's cultivation levels directly changed. From the peak of 9-star Duzong has advanced to 1-star Duzun. But the moment the two of them opened their eyes, they looked at Long Fei with great excitement and gratitude. We have broken through to Duzun. Yunmu and Bailey looked at each other and they could see each other's happiness and excitement. Thank you, leader, for the gift. Yunmu and Bailey quickly handed over their hands. The two of them have stronger comprehension abilities than those people and are the first to wake up. Just when Long Fei nodded, there was another energy mutation. The three people's eyes looked over one after another and locked on Hu Qian. This is it. He is going to break through the Duzong and advance. Yunmu and Bailey exclaimed in surprise. If this is true, there will be 2 Dozong and 2 Dozun in their college and the overall strength of Canaan College will be greatly improved. If you're not happy, excited, that's all fate. So cool. As time passed by, one breakthrough scene after another began at high altitude. Among the SI-teen fighting kings, several peak fighting kings directly became 1-star fighting kings, and Suqian also entered the 4-star fighting sect from the 3-star peak fighting sect. This personal upgrade is a big deal for everyone in Canaan Academy. Extremely good news. The current collective strength of Canaan College's senior leaders: 5 SI-star Do Kings, 5 7-star Do Kings, SI 1-star Do Emperors, 1 1-star Do Sect, 1 4-star Do Sect and 2 1-star Do Zun. 20 senior members are happy to mention major achievement. Yes, keep up the good work. This is a training resource for you. You will practice well in the future. When I come back NET time, I hope you will be even more awesome than you are now. Long Fei threw a soul guide into Qinmu's hand. They are all rich resources for cultivation. I'll understand later. The gang leader doesn't want to stay for a casual meal or something before leaving. Yes, in this case we can also have time to inform you of the identity of the guest director today. Qinmu and Bailey sang in harmony. The rest of the people have no opinion. They are all our own people, so what opinions can they have? Long Fei looked serious and nodded. Since you have kindly invited me, it would be too modest for my gang leader to shirk it anymore. Well, I will stay as you said. I will stay in the academy for a few days to take a look around, then leave. Very good. Everybody was very happy. Long Fei followed everyone back to the highest level hall in the inner courtyard and then descended to the main square. Then Suqian and others gathered all the students from Canaan College in this huge square. Both the inner and outer courtyards are here. Now I announce that Long Fei, the 3-star Dozun, will serve as the guest dean of our inner courtyard of Canaan College from now on. What are you doing standing still? Call the dean. Hu Qian shouted. All the students in the audience were stunned and took a breath of air conditioning. Samsung Dozun. What a powerful instance this is. Everyone did not dare to neglect and shouted hurriedly, "Hello, dean." The voice was neat and loud, which established Long Fei's status in Canaan College. At the same time, Gu Suner below narrowed his pupils and muttered, I didn't expect that he could be a 3-star Dozun at such a young age. She had never seen Long Fei's portrait, otherwise she would definitely recognize the news reported by Ling Ying before when she saw Long Fei this time. Chapter 165 Panic. After the announcement, everyone went back to their homes to find their mothers. Canaan students at night. 20 senior officials gathered in the elder hall in the inner courtyard and held a feast here. Everyone said a few words to each other and then started eating. Who is Long Fei? He will not be polite. He completely regards this place as his home. He eats meat and drinks heavily and feels very happy. It's comfortable. I haven't had such a satisfying meal in a long time. Come and have one. Long Fei stood up with a soothing groan, holding his long wine glass high and shouting. The others followed suit. Dry drink. Unification. NET. While eating, Long Fei talked about development issues with the 20 new members of the Qinglong gang present, and everyone understood them very well. In this atmosphere, the feast ended quickly. Long Fei returned to his exclusive room, took a simple shower, then lay on the big bed and fell asleep. But Zhu Kun and Yao Tianhuo haven't been released by him yet. Let's talk about it tomorrow. At this time, the world of Dragon Kingdom was filled with cyan turbid chaos, and there was no time here. After being awakened by Long Fei, Zhu Kun deeply understood that although the world of the Dragon Kingdom was still in chaos, it was still chaotic. The level is very high. You can completely cheat the level limit here, and the Do Emperor realm can also be improved. The Do Emperor in this world will be more powerful than the Do Emperor in the Do Chi world, because there is no Do Emperor in the Do Chi world here. The energy and power of chaos. So Zhu Kun stayed in this world and did not go out for the time being. Although he doesn't know how long has passed, he knows that that a long time has passed in this world. Zukun has also been practicing meditation for a long time. There is a very strange light gathering around the body. So much time had passed, and the mysterious power that exists in this world made him realize the glory of the Do Emperor realm. Emperor Do, that is a height that many people hope for but cannot climb. It's only a lie if he's not sighted. So the NET step is to continue practicing and enlightening outside world. The NET day will come soon. The steady sunshine envelopes this land. In the middle of the day, Long Fei woke up, washed briefly, and then left the room to look for Ziyan. Everyone knew him along the way and naturally addressed him respectfully, making the journey smooth. Soon, with a terrifying mental scan, the strange but familiar figure of Ziyan was found in a large attic. The figure disappeared in a flash. When he appeared again, he came to this large attic room. At a glance, everything was filled with medicinal materials. I love eating as much as the original. Long Fei grinned, and in front of him there was a Lolita-like figure secretly eating the precious medicinal materials in his hand. At this moment, Ziyan, who was eating with relish, suddenly felt that something was watching her from behind, which made her very uncomfortable. Her pink mouth stopped chewing and she quickly looked back. Strangely, there was no one there. That's right, Long Fei's figure disappeared. Is it an illusion? Ziyan frowned, muttered, and decided to ignore it. She thought it was an illusion and turned around to continue eating. But at this moment her eyes saw a colored picture appear in front of her. Looking at the picture from her feet to the top, her face suddenly froze and she was shocked. The fruit in Ziyan's hand was unsteady and fell to the ground, and she quickly backed away. Why is this person so familiar? But she didn't think about it for a short time. You, who are you? Why did you come out without making a sound? Sister Xian's temper was very hot. She was frightened and her face suddenly turned red. Fortunately, she was not seen by the younger brothers outside, otherwise she would be embarrassed. She quickly stood up and pointed at Long Fei and shouted. The fighting energy of a one-star fighting king gradually erupted from his body. Among all Canaan College students, she is the only one whose cultivation has reached the Dowang level. Of course, she is not among the 20 members of the new Qinglong gang. Inherited from the direct royal bloodline of Tai Yu ancient dragon, she possesses terrifying brute strength and extremely explosive power. Don't be nervous. If I were an enemy, you would have died a long time ago, just like you did, Long Fei said leisurely. Although Ziyan possesses powerful strength and explosive power which is terrifying to others, it is completely worthless to him. Ziyan's face became serious. This person's silent appearance made her unable to feel his status. She only felt a bad breath. This was still a conscious instinct. He was a one-star fighting king. Now this person must be above her cultivation level. Long Fei put his hands behind his back, naturally blinked his eyes lightly, and said leisurely, come on, I heard that you are the eldest sister among the students now. You are a master of brute force. I stand here and don't move. Give me your full strength. One strike. After saying that, a bottle of Ir appeared in her hand and was thrown directly to Ziyan. This is a snack for you, come on. Ziyan's greedy temperament was clearly shown. She quickly took the bottle. It was full of Irs and the color was very rich. It was just locked, otherwise the Ir fragrance must be very strong. She couldn't help but swallowed. Can I try one first? Okay. Long Fei naturally wouldn't care. Ziyan's eyes sparkled and she quickly pulled out the plug, and immediately a very rich and delicious fragrance of Ir wafted out. Oh my god, it smells so good. Ziyan sniffed crazily, her whole body already addicted to it, her lily-like cheeks flushed with happiness. She was sure it must be delicious. She couldn't wait and took out a pill in her hand. She looked at it with her bright eyes. Her saliva was already overflowing from her mouth. She kept sniffing it with her nose. It was so fragrant. Yes, the quality of this Ir is the highest she has ever tasted. The NET second, he threw it directly into his mouth and started chewing it. Wow, it's delicious. It's so delicious. You are such a good person. Anyone who can give me delicious food is a good person. Ziyan ran directly towards Long Fei and hugged Long Fei's thigh tightly as if she had found a long-term meal ticket. Long Fei looked at Ziyan's actions and thought to himself, good guy, he has completely forgotten what I said. This girl has the same personality as the original and will follow whoever gives her good food. I was abducted by someone one day and I don't know what happened. Hey, fortunately you met me. I am a good person, a very good person. Long Fei smiled secretly in his heart. You father and daughter are all mine. Ziyan is the daughter of Dragon Emperor Zukan, the only daughter. Okay, you get up first and finish what I asked you to do, Long Fei said. Ziyan nodded. Okay. He quickly stood up and stepped back. The power is so great. What if these are destroyed? Ziyan looked at the shelves here. If she really destroyed them, Dean Huqian and others would definitely arrest her and lecture her again. It would be very annoying. Long Fei smiled, waved his hand, and a wave of energy directly spread all the surrounding shelves smoothly and formed a protective cover. It's okay now, you can use it with confidence. Seeing this method, Ziyan had to accept it. She rolled her big eyes and nodded. Taking a deep breath, the Do-Chi energy fluctuations in his body that surpassed the one-star Do-Wang realm emerged crazily. Chapter 166 Soul Body Condensation Technique. Ziyan, a little girl, could already feel the terrifying brute force even before her strength was unleashed. Since Long Fei asked not to hold back, she was naturally obedient. She also wanted to see how strong the person in front of her was, and it just so happened that this time she could do what she wanted. Stab. Moving her right foot back, all the power was concentrated in her right hand, and a pair of transparent fighting energy turned into wings behind her, which could once again increase her strength and make her power rise even more. Take the move. Powerful destruction fist. Ziyan breathed out and her body turned red like boiling hot water. With the name of the self-created fighting skill shouted out, Ziyan quickly rushed towards Long Fei and punched him. The terrifying power formed a whirlpool of Ruan's energy and fighting spirit, and a destructive aura of power also came out. Along the path passed by his fist, the space was shaken and cracked, and the air also evaporated. This punch is full of extremely terrifying brute force. A fighting king below the same level will never be able to take it. The fighting king will kill him instantly with one punch. As for Do Huang, it's actually not easy to get the NET step. The power of this punch is indeed powerful. Most people really can't handle it, but it's a pity that you met me. We are all about strength, and my strength will only be more terrifying than yours. Long Fei said in surprise, then he showed a deep smile and raised his hand to shake it. Bang! Boom! Ziyan's fist hit Long Fei's palm and a bombardment sound wave sounded in the surrounding space. Ziyan, who was originally full of confidence, suddenly turned pale and her pupils shrank. Her fist was actually caught by this strange yet familiar person in front of her. That's right, Long Fei was holding Ziyan's hand with one hand at this moment. The terrifying brute force on Ziyan's fist hit his hand motionless as if it had been hit by a very hard and unyielding helpless a rocky mountain of steel. And the force is mutual. The force that bounced back from Long Fei's palm suddenly made Ziyan's hand feel like it was being torn apart by countless blades, which was extremely painful. Ah, it hurt, it hurt, it hurt. Ziyan's hair was brimming with shouts. Her body kept jumping. She pulled her hands away and swung them wildly. Her big eyes were really full of tears, so cute that people wanted to rub them, and she had an expression of hatred for steel. It was thanks to Long Fei that he didn't catch her on purpose, otherwise he would have hurt her to death. You, who are you? Ziyan shook off the idea of treating the person in front of her as a long-term meal ticket and shouted again. I just took office yesterday. How come you forgot about me so quickly? Long Fei looked at Ziyan, who was so cute now, with a smile and wished he could just sit on her and kill her. Ah, the memories in Ziyan's mind kept going back and forth, and she soon found a picture that matched Long Fei, who was the person who took office yesterday. Are you Long Zun, the guest president? 3-star Do Zun? Ziyan was sweating heavily on her forehead at this moment, and the heat was suddenly extinguished, and she slowly walked backward. Do Zun, no matter how powerful she is only a Do Wang. The difference between Do Wang and Do Zong is that there are two whole realms of Do Huang and Do Zong before they can reach the terrifying realm of Do Zun. In front of him, Ziyan's brute strength is of no use, no matter how awesome she is. Yes, it's me. Long Fei nodded. Ziyan snorted angrily and said, unconvinced, Dean, it's your fault. You're bullying me, a little Do King, by relying on Do Zun's cultivation. You're shameless. While Ziyan was shouting, she was also waving her fist and her face was red. Hehe. Long Fei narrowed his eyes and said, don't say that. After all, who will steal the food first? As he spoke, Long Fei's eyes specifically looked at the empty seats on the surrounding shelves. For a moment Ziyan was stunned, as if she couldn't find an excuse, but she still threw the blame to others. Shouted, this I got the approval of Dean Hu. They promised me to come here to eat. Really? Then I'll catch him and ask him now. If you lie, you will be punished severely. Long Fei curled his lips and sounded a joking tone. Upon hearing this, Ziyan's head shrank. After all, the opponent was now so powerful that he could do whatever he said. She couldn't beat him. It was really a wishful thinking to escape in front of a fighting master. Like a deflated rubber ball, she sat directly on the ground, picked up the pills that Long Fei had just given her and threw them into her mouth one by one. Okay, I came in secretly. One person does the work and the other takes responsibility. I can kill or chop you up as you please. Ziyan said. You. Suddenly Ziyan rushed to Long Fei and hugged his thigh. She washed her face with tears and cried, my lord Dean, you are the best. Please forgive Ziyan. Ziyan will never dare to. Woo 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 woo. Now there are just the two of them here. Ziyan is not afraid of losing face. Those outside can't see it. She might as well be direct. Maybe the Dean will be happy and won't argue with her. Long Fei pursed his lip and felt a little at a loss. The little girl was crying. Look, there is a big crier here. Ahem. Seeing that you have a sincere attitude and can correct your mistakes after acknowledging your mistakes, I will not argue with you about stealing things. However, if you are punished with death, you will will not be able to escape, so I will punish you by searching for precious medicinal materials within a week to compensate. You stole the medicinal materials. Long Fei couldn't bear to see such a cute old loli. Yes, Dean, I promise to complete the task. Ziyan showed excitement on the spot and shouted, okay, I'll come back here to find you in a week. I hope your harvest will not disappoint this Dean. Okay, I'll leave first. After saying that, Long Fei's figure disappeared directly from here. Ziyan's hands were also empty. She was startled, and then she quickly felt if there was still that uncomfortable feeling. After a minute she was sure that the feeling disappeared. After Long Fei disappeared, some pressure here also disappeared. Wu Kun. Ziyan finally breathed a sigh of relief, regained her composure and got up. She pouted and cursed to herself, humph, stinky Dean, bastard Dean. You know how to bully me, a little fighting king, that's too much. She waved her fist vigorously in her mouth, but naturally she was just talking and she couldn't, so I took the Eli and started eating it again. I turned my grief and anger into strength and ate all the remaining Eli-IRs in one go. Hiccup. Back to the subject, the Eli-IR given by the Dean is really wonderful. I really want to keep taking it. Ziyan looked extremely intoxicated. Suddenly she felt a force rush out from her body and directly broke her shackles. She was directly promoted from the level of a 1-star Do Wang to a 2-star Do King. Ziyan shook her hands excitedly and was very excited. Oh my god, now that I have broken through to the 2-star Do Wang. That's great. I didn't expect this stinky Dean's Eli-IR to have such a powerful function. Thinking back on it, all the laughter came out. No matter what, go collect the treasures quickly or you will have to look at his face again in a week. Ziyan left the room in her own way. Chapter 167. Red Ginseng. Gang leader, when are you going to help me build a new body? Long Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky and looking at the beautiful scenery of Canaan College below, suddenly floated out of the Naja with the soul body of Yao Tianhuo and asked. Now Yao Tianhuo gets excited when he thinks about his new body and feels uncomfortable at the same time as he looks forward to it, because Long Fei has not made any move yet. Long Fei closed his eyes and a lot of knowledge passed through his mind quickly, one by one. Don't worry, find it now. Long Fei moved his mouth. He did not plan to find another body for Yao Tianhuo, but wanted to find a special way to solidify Yao Tianhuo's body again. After hearing Long Fei's words, Yao Tianhuo stopped talking and quietly waited for the result. While searching, Long Fei rubbed his fingers. After a few minutes he finally found a method consistent with his ideas from the rich knowledge in his mind. Soul body condensation technique. Coupled with his realm of resurrection of all things, Yao Tian fire can easily condense into a physical body. Opening his eyes, a ray of light flashed through and said, I found it, follow me. Yao Tianhuo finally got the answer he wanted and he was so excited that he immediately escaped back to Naja. Long Fei's body also disappeared into the sky. Below, Gu Suner, who happened to be passing by, was suddenly startled, stopped in his steps and looked up, feeling that something above his head was scanning him just now. The woman beside her holding her wrist was also surprised. When she looked up out of curiosity, there was not even a bird's shadow in the sky except white cloud and blue sky. Suner, what are you looking at? The woman blinked her eyes and frowned slightly, her voice accompanied by curiosity and doubt. No, it's okay. Gu Suner shook his head and said with a smile, let's go. The two of them continued to leave this place. Almost a year has passed. I wonder how brother Xiaoyan has harvested. Gu Suner thought secretly in his heart. There is still 1 month left before Ling Ying comes back to report, and at that time 1 year will officially pass. That leaves 2 years. The 3-year appointment is getting closer. In the room, Long Fei's figure appeared. According to the steps in his mind, he began to activate energy. The figure of Yao Tianhuo came out of the Naja and completely transformed into his own body, but it was just a soul body. Stand there and don't move, I'm going to cast a spell. Long Fei said. Yes, gang leader. Yao Tianhuo hurriedly cooperated, and now he was extremely excited. A strange energy swept out of Long Fei, covering the entire room in an instant. He concentrated all the energy on Yao Tianhuo's soul body. Logically speaking, the realm of resurrection of all things cannot condense a physical body for the soul body, but it can repair the wounds of the soul body. At this time, Yao Tianhuo's soul body happens to be in not too strong stage. Yao Tianhuo was enveloped by this mysterious energy and his whole body suddenly felt very comfortable. It felt like his entire soul was integrated into the garden of thousands of worlds. It's so comfortable. Yao Tianhuo couldn't help but groan, his face full of enjoyment. At this moment, Long Fei quickly moved his hands. A strange mark was condensed and the lips in his mouth were moving slightly as if he was thinking of something, but his eyes were closed tightly and the hand gestures and seals had been repeated several times. At the end of the 10th round, his hand stopped, his closed eyes opened and a turbid light flashed away in his pupils. The 8 trems of heaven and earth are created and the soul body is solidified. Long Fei thought turned his hands and a mysterious energy shot out, shooting directly toward towards Yao Tianhuo's soul body. This mysterious energy quickly ponded around Yao Tianhuo's soul body to form a formation that enveloped it. The wonderful and mysterious Tai Chi Bagua graphics were constructed in the formation, possessing the aura of the creation of the Supreme Universe. Subsequently, under the blessing of Long Fei's resurrection field of all things, Yao Tianhuo's soul body changed rapidly. At this moment a fierce, dazzling and thick light enveloped Yao Tianhuo instantly. Although Yao Tianhuo didn't know why and was dumbfounded by the scene, he knew that this was often the process that allowed him to possess a physical entity, and his surprise turned into excitement for a second. At this moment he was enveloped by that light. When he reappeared, he had come out in the form of a silkworm chrysalis. Silkworm chrysalis floats in mid-air. There is a green and translucent colorful halo below and above which seems to be used for hatching. Since this was the first time for Long Fei to use this thing, he himself didn't know how long it would take, but it was half successful to take shape like this, and the remaining half would just wait until the chrysalis was over. Just now most of the thick life energy of the resurrection of all things was preserved inside, together with the energy in the chrysalis. Long Fei roughly predicted that it would take about a week or so. Will this old guy have the body of a baby when he comes out? Long Fei touched his chin curiously, thought for a moment and said amusedly, but what will happen is a matter for later. Long Fei stood up and collected the silkworm chrysalis. He believed that he would be able to succeed, and even if he failed in the end it would not be his fault. After everything was done, Long Fei left the room. Soon a week passed. Like this, time flies so fast. According to the time agreement, Long Fei once again appeared in the medicinal materials pavilion. At this moment the place was filled with fresh and precious medicinal materials and fruit. Of course these were all found by that little girl Ziya Yan. Since being caught, Ziya Yan has tried her best to find precious medicinal materials to fill it that day, whether they are inside the academy or outside. As long as they are available she will get them back. But she was exhausted. While searching he cursed Long Fei. When Ziya Yan walked into the medicine pavilion with a ginseng-like medicinal material in her hand, she was faced with the person she least wanted to see, and wanted to see Long Fei. She wanted to see it again because the elixir in Long Fei's hand was delicious and she still wanted it. There is no need to explain the reason why I don't want to see you. Everyone knows it, but oftentimes when she least expects to see her, things don't turn out as she wishes. When I looked up I was stunned on the spot. What a familiar figure. Ah, why are you here? Ziya Yan was startled and the ginseng in her hand almost fell out of her hands. Long Fei smiled and said, this is my place. Why can't I the dean be here? Besides, the week we agreed has already arrived. Come and see if you are lazy. Ziya Yan raised her brows and rubbed her lips, unable to find the word. What Long Fei said was right, she couldn't refute it. I have found the treasures and filled them up as you said. This is the last one for you. Ziya Yan snorted and threw the ginseng thing in her hand directly to Long Fei. Long Fei took it over, took a look, then his face looked surprised. Do you know what this is? Long Fei asked Ziya Yan with the corner of his mouth raised. Ziya Yan shook her head. I don't know, but it is definitely a treasure level medicinal material. I can sense it. Chapter 168 Me. Then what do you think this is? Ziya Yan's big and cute eyes rolled and she asked with a smile. Long Fei scanned the rich knowledge of medicinal materials in his mind and said with a chuckle, this is red ginseng. It has extremely strong effects on replenishing qi and blood, strengthening the body, and has great effects on fire poisoning. No matter what, it is useful to those of us who are cultivators. It's very useful. Ziya Yan listened attentively like a student, nodding from time to time. Oh, it turns out this thing is called red ginseng and it has this kind of effect. Ziya Yan said. Her face suddenly blushed and it also appeared on her arms. Then I heard Long Fei say, but don't eat this stuff indiscriminately. If you eat it all, your whole body will be red and swollen and you will feel uncomfortable. There will be nosebleed. In mild cases you will experience severe pain in the abdomen, and in severe cases you will die. As he said, Long Fei glanced at Ziya Yan. At this moment her body was red and nosebleeds were already flowing from her nose. Ziya Yan wiped her nose with a look of horror on her face, then touched the red area on her body and it was very hot. What's wrong with me? Ziya Yan was startled, then her head became dizzy and then she felt severe pain in her abdomen. She quickly covered her stomach and rolled on the ground shouting in pain, okay, it hurts, my stomach hurts so much. Dean, please help me. Ziya Yan looked uncomfortable. Cold sweat was flowing out, her veins were exposed and her face was pale. Did you just eat one? Long Fei frowned and asked. There are two. I thought it looked good and tasted so good I couldn't help but eat the whole thing. Ah, help Dean, it hurts. Ziya Yan confessed and was lenient and desperately asked for help. Dean, am I going to die? At this moment Ziya Yan was not only in extreme pain in her abdomen but also had more and more nosebleeds on her nose. You guy, this is the consequence of gluttony. Long Fei was really afraid that this guy would die and hurriedly took action, shooting out a ball of energy into Ziya Yan's body. Ziya Yan immediately definitely relieved a lot, but it was still painful. The NET moment Long Fei took out an antidote pill from the soul guide. Ziyan's current state was that she had been poisoned by red ginseng. The side effect was poison. He didn't know if this pill would work, but the problem should not be big. Stuff it into Ziyan's mouth. Ziyan swallowed it directly. After a few seconds the effect of the Eli appeared. Ziyan's breathing slowed down. She felt that the pain was disappearing quickly and the redness on her skin also subsided. The nosebleed on my nose is gone. Long Fei breathed a sigh of relief. It seems this pill is useful. Even if it's useless, he won't let this little girl die. He has many ways. Hey, it doesn't hurt anymore, Ziyan said excitedly with light shining in her tired eyes. Long Fei scolded, let's see if you dare to eat randomly NET time. You have studied in the academy for so long and you don't even know the names and functions of these medicinal materials. If it weren't for me today, even if you have the blood of Taiyu ancient dragon, this situation will still be very dangerous. Ziyan looked at Long Fei with tears in her eyes and said, I didn't want to either, but it tasted so good that I couldn't help but eat it. It's all because it was too fragrant. You can't blame me. Ziyan's mouth bulged and she started to get angry. Looking at Ziyan in this state, Long Fei was also speechless. He finally understood what it felt like to roll his eyes speechlessly. I couldn't control my greedy mouth, so I even blamed the medicinal materials. Okay, get up. Long Fei stretched out his foot and kicked Ziyan's knee. Ziyan quickly stood up, raised her head and asked curiously, Master Dean, why did you just say that I have the blood of Taiyu ancient dragon? Is this my life Eparian? Taiyu ancient dragon, could I be dragon? Since Ziyan came to Canaan College, she still doesn't know the mystery of her life Eparian. Even Suqian and others couldn't find the problem. Now after hearing what Long Fei said just now, he suddenly became excited. The name of this Taiyu ancient dragon bloodline sounded very high-end and noble. He must be very powerful. There was no need for Long Fei to hide it and said directly, yes, your body is a dragon and you are also a dragon from the Taiyu ancient dragon clan, but you are different from them. The blood flowing in your body is directly from the Taiyu ancient dragon clan. Of royal blood, your father is Dragon Emperor Zukan, the leader of the Taiyu ancient dragon. When Ziyan heard this, her body suddenly froze. She looked at her hands and clenched her fist. Tears flashed in his eyes as he looked at Long Fei, feeling aggrieved and resentful. I don't have a father and he hasn't come to me for so many years. He has even forgotten me. Ziyan is just an orphan little dragon that no one wants. Ziyan cried and then sat down on the ground. Wow, 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 wow. Then he started crying, his hot-tempered look completely gone, and it was unbearable to watch. Looking at Ziyan at this moment, Long Fei's pupils shrank. Ziyan's words touched the depths of his heart. In his previous life he was also an orphan of his parent. Although this little girl is already 1,000 years old, this is the age of the Taiyu ancient dragon clan. At this moment she is still in the growth stage of childhood. If converted, it is equivalent to about 19 to 20 years old in human beings. To Long Fei, a very old man, she was just a little girl. According to the conversion of Dulo planet, his age is almost 500,000 years old, but according to the Eternal Sky City he is only 30 years old and he will be 31 in 1 year, and he also follows the Eternal Sky City, the age of the city. No matter from which aspect, Long Fei is far older than Ziyan. Maybe your father has something to hide, or maybe he can't spare the time to come find you. Long Fei's voice was a little dazed. Then he should at least leave me a message. And I'm a dragon, so why have I turned into a human form now? I don't remember taking the transformation pill. Ziyan blinked her tearful eyes and looked at Long Fei. Long Fei said, who said that you can only transform by taking the transformation pill? You like to find things to eat so much. Maybe you ate randomly one day and transformed into another person and lost your memory. This is the disadvantage of that medicine which caused you to lose your memory. I can't remember your life Eparian. She is more than 1,000 years old, but Long Fei doesn't believe that she has lost her memory for more than 1,000 years. Master Dean, you are so powerful, can you help me restore my memory? Ziyan asked. I can't, but there is someone who can. Long Fei smiled mysteriously. Ziyan got up. Who is it? Your father, Dragon Emperor Zukan, Long Fei said. Ziyan looked unhappy, frowned and asked, where are they? Long Fei put his hand on Ziyan's body and disappeared. In the NET moment, when he reappeared, he was surrounded by a cyan turbid world. Where is this? Ziyan opened her eyes, startled. In this strange world there was a terrifying force that made her very scared, and she suddenly felt very small. Chapter 169 Rebirth of Yaotian Fire. Dragon Kingdom Chaos World. Long Fei's voice was dull. The chaotic world of Dragon Kingdom. Ziyan was a little scared. She didn't know why and muttered again, this name sounds like an unkind place. In this turbid cyan world of chaos there was only an old man sitting cross-legged, meditating and practicing. The golden light on his body is surrounded by a thick cyan halo. In a flash of thought, Long Fei took Ziyan into action again and arrived in front of the old man in less than half a second. The two looked at him without speaking. At this moment Ziyan felt that the old man in front of her looked familiar and a blood force from within her body was pulling each other very close. Combining all the causes and consequences, even Ziyan is a bit stupid and understands the possibility of the person in front of her. He is my father? Ziyan kept recalling in her mind, but it was very painful and she was sweating. She wanted to try to find the portrait of her father and finally got some blurry figures. Although it was very blurry Ziyan, however, it can be seen from the body shape of this memory shadow that the old man in front of him completely matches this memory shadow. Long Fei nodded and said in a calm voice, yes, the man in front of you is your father Zhu Kun, the Dragon Emperor of the Taiyu Ancient Dragon Clan. Taiyu Ancient Dragon Emperor Zhu Kun. Ziyan muttered to herself, her eyes blurred and she looked down at her little hands and shook them. Royal family bloodline. Although this is not the first time I have heard it, mentioning it again at this moment still touches my heart. Ziyan's tears flashed and she shook her head crazily. Whether she admitted it or not was very painful for her now. What about my mother? Ziyan raised her head and asked. Long Fei shook his head. You need to ask your father about this. Ziyan pointed at Zhu Kun, who was sitting cross-legged and motionless, and asked, then what going on with him now? Long Fei, he is being promoted to Do Emperor. Ziyan was startled. Do Emperor? No one in Dochi continent has achieved Do Emperor for thousands of years. So my father is the first one in these years? Ziyan asked. How long will it take to achieve it? Long Fei shook his head. I don't know. There is no level limit in this chaotic world. It can only be higher. It depends on his destiny. Lowering his head, his eyes wavered. It is not as easy as imagined to be promoted to the realm of Do Emperor. It has been a long time for him. Maybe the NET second, maybe longer. After listening to Long Fei's words, Ziyan fell silent. What a powerful realm Do Di is. This is the top and highest realm in Dochi continent. Yes, it is very difficult. After a moment of silence, Ziyan asked again, the reason why he didn't come to me is because he has been trapped here? No. Long Fei shook his head and then talked to Ziyan in detail about Zhu Kun, Tuashi Ancient Emperor, and the cave. The atmosphere was silent again. Long Fei was the first to speak. Are you still angry? Ziyan's eyes widened. I don't know either. Suddenly the originally gentle energy light on Zhu Kun's body became violent and vain, and a terrifying aura formed, an energy shock wave, and instantly came out. Ziyan and Long Fei were stunned by this sudden change. Just when Ziyan was scared, Long Fei grabbed her shoulders and moved her back, blocking the front himself. When the energy impact was about to hit Long Fei's position, he was suddenly swallowed up by a mysterious energy from this world. The impact energy in other locations spread to 100 meters and was also swallowed up. No matter how terrifying the power that Zhu Kun uses is, it is only a tiny bit insignificant in this world. Zhu Kun opened his eyes. A dark arc of lightning flashed past his eyes and his body was surrounded by wisps of intertwined lightning arc. Long Fei and Ziyan could clearly feel the terrifying pressure emanating from Zhu Kun. Ziyan's little face suddenly turned pale with fear. Long Fei frowned. All Zhu Kun's pressure in this world was useless to him. What's more, he is the inheritor of the true dragon bloodline, so naturally he will not be afraid of a small western dragon. Whispering in a low voice, it looks like an emperor but is not an emperor. Could it be quasi-fighting emperor realm? Long Fei frowned and immediately discovered the reason, but he also wanted to understand. He is still missing something very important. Is it the emperor's source? No. The emperor's source is just a high-level source needed to go from the peak of Do Sheng to Do Emperor. It's just an energy body. There is no shortage of it in this chaotic world, and the energy body is hundreds of millions of times higher than the emperor's source. Why is it really so difficult to enter the realm of the true fighting emperor? Is the realm of Do Di in the original world really so difficult? As soon as the idea came up, Long Fei needed to re-estimate the experience gap between the peak Do Sheng and the Do Emperor realm. Now he is very doubtful. Can he really enter the Do Emperor realm after swallowing all the strange fire? Zhu Kun felt the strength of his cultivation at this moment and then saw Long Fei gang leader. After making a sound, his eyes saw the little girl behind Long Fei. The body was startled, his pupils shrank and his expression suddenly changed. There was a close call from the blood in his body, and this figure was extremely familiar. Zhu Kun's eyes were blazing. Are you my daughter? I told you before that your daughter is still alive. She is your daughter. Her name is Ziyan. I will leave the rest of the time to you to reminisce about the past. I will leave first. Long Fei looked at Zhu Kun and said lightly. He patted Ziyan on the shoulder and said go. As soon as the word fell, the whole person turned into particle energy and dissipated. What follows is the grudge and love between the father and daughter who reunited after a long separation. After Long Fei came out, he put the red ginseng on the last vacant shelf position, opened the door and went out. Dean Long. When the old man guarding the medicinal materials pavilion saw Long Fei come coming out. His body lying on the chair shook and fell off. He quickly stood up and said with a red face and cupped his hands, Ziyan's debt has been paid off. Long Fei waved his hand and left. The old man was stunned and nodded. Yes, Dean Long, I understand. Looking at Long Fei's retreating figure, he breathed a sigh of relief and his frightened face faded slightly. Really, he came and went without a trace and suddenly came out. It was really scary, but luckily I didn't find him. I'm in trouble. Just kidding, this is a 3-star fighting spirit. He can kill this little 9-star peak fighting spirit with just one slap. No one in the academy dares to offend him. Came to a river pond. There are many students. The students who came and greeted Long Fei respectfully. A deserted road. Long Fei felt a mysterious energy coming from the soul guide. Is it about to hatch? He said, waving his hand and immediately sealing the surrounding space. Then he took out the silkworm chrysalis transformed by Yaotian fire and threw it in the air. At this moment the light bloomed in the silkworm chrysalis and the energy spread thickly to form a small hurricane. Crack-click-click. The net second cracks appeared on the silkworm chrysalis. The stronger light projected from the crack was very dazzling. Long Fei's eyes moved and the dazzling light lost its effect on him. Opening the perspective, the general field of vision went directly into the silkworm chrysalis. This is... Long Fei was shocked. Chapter 170 7-star fighter Guanmin. Bang! The entire silkworm chrysalis that followed split into 2 halves on the spot and turned into silk threads in the sky. All the energy bodies poured into the central light source. Long Fei can feel the extremely mysterious energy which is very strong and wonderful. The light gradually disappeared and a man who looked like a child was bending his body with his hands on his bent knees and his long red hair was fluttering. The skin is so pure and white, the face is baby pink and light red, the eyelashes are neither short nor long and the eyes are closed, but it can be seen that the whole person is full of energy and vitality, and he was completely naked without any clothes. Is this little kid really Yao Tianhuo? Long Fei stared in disbelief. The combination of this soul-body condensation technique and the field of resurrection of all things directly transformed an old man into a teenage child. This is not so much the solidification of the soul as it is rejuvenation, rebirth. Long Fei rubbed his chin, frowned and muttered, no, the simple soul-body condensation technique shouldn't be like this. It should be affected by the realm of resurgence of all things. So I created it unintentionally, a new and incredible rejuvenation technique. Ha ha ha, this seems good, so interesting. Long Fei laughed and was very excited. In order to verify this guess, he planned to find some more incorporeal energy bodies to test, but this is something that will happen later. Now let's see how this little brat Yao Tianhuo react. Long Fei took a closer look and saw that Yao Tianhuo was still sleeping and hadn't woken up. What was going on? Could it be that the habit of staying in bed was brought back by the rejuvenation? Moreover, Yao Tianhuo's cultivation strength has returned to its peak and is 1 level higher than it was at peak. 7-star Dozun. Yes, the little kid in front of you, Yao Tianhuo, is the 7-star Dozun. If a teenage child is brought out to be a 7-star Dozun, it will definitely scare people to death. Damn it, isn't this talent even more impressive than mine? More pretentious than me? Yao Tian fire! Long Fei shouted loudly. The dull voice went straight into Yao Tianhuo's mind. Let his new body tremble. The net moment her eyelashes fluttered slightly and she opened her eyes. A flash of fire flashed through her light red pupils. The big eyes are watery and beautiful. His body moved and the net moment he was completely blinded. He tilted his body and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, he was a strong Dozun man and had already had the ability to walk in the air, so he didn't fall to the ground. Half empty. What's going on? Why did I become like this? Yao Tianhuo looked at his current body and shouted in shock. And his body had no clothes and was completely naked. The net moment he suddenly turned red and felt embarrassed. I will lose all my face. Gang leader, why are you here? Gang leader, why am I like this? Gang leader, do you have any clothes? Yao Tianhuo had no idea what was going on with his appearance. Long Fei was speechless when he saw him like this. This guy didn't know anything. Then he took out a child cloth from the soul guide and threw it on Yao Tianhuo. Without saying a word, Yao Tianhuo quickly put it on, taking a look to see if any important parts were exposed. It was so embarrassing. Fortunately, there was no one else here except him and Long Fei. Otherwise, how would he see anyone in the future if his body had been exposed? Do you really have no idea what happened to you inside? Long Fei looked at Yao Tianhuo with questioning eyes. Yao Tianhuo shook his head and said, I saw that ball of light immediately fell into a deep sleep. I don't know what happened after that. When I woke up, my body became like this. Don't you, the gang leader, also know? He is a dignified old sage who has lived for who knows how many years. Now he has turned into the body of a child, which is too much to accept. Don't look at me, it's my first time using it, so I don't know. Long Fei shook his head and dismissed Yao Tianhuo's look for answers. Yao Tianhuo paused and looked at his new body. Long Fei kept smiling and said, isn't it good that you look like this now? You are rejuvenated and your strength has not only been retained, but you have also broken through to the 7-star Dozun realm. Now you are a young child of the 7-star Dozun. Go out, you can take off even if you pretend to be good. Don't be ignorant of your blessings, and your body is definitely not as simple as it looks. You should go back and study it carefully. Now that you are rejuvenated, it is like living again. Your potential is huge, cherish it. After listening to Long Fei's words, Yao Tianhuo fell into deep thought. He nodded and said, what the gang leader said makes sense. It is indeed my blessing to have such an opportunity. I will cherish this body from now on. He showed a look of eagerness and excitement. Maybe it won't be long before I can step into the realm of a semi-saint or a fighting saint. I'm really looking forward to that day. As soon as Yao Tianhuo held his hand, a fierce flame burned out. His whole body also turned slightly red, and his hair and eyes became even redder. This body is so wonderful. Yao Tianhuo became excited. Okay, now that you've woken up, it's time for us to set off. Long Fei said. Where to go? Yao Tianhuo asked. Go and avenge Yu Han Juan from the Hanbing sect in Bais Hangzhou. Long Fei said lightly. As soon as he heard this name, Yao Tianhuo suddenly became furious, and the terrifying Dozun Do Qi energy filled the air. Hanbing sect, Han Juan, I have been reborn, and this time you, the ice sect, will pay a heavy price. Yao Tianhuo's hatred for the ice sect has reached an unprecedented level. Originally, this hatred gradually faded away after he died because he could not take revenge with his own hands, but now it is different. He is reborn. He will definitely take revenge for this great revenge himself. Long Fei brought Yao Tianhuo into the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing a strange world, Yao Tianhuo felt bad. The same question as Ziyan was asked, and Long Fei also gave an answer which shocked him in the end. At this moment, Zukun and Ziyan here have also finished their work. Seeing Long Fei's arrival, Yao Tianhuo's heart trembled immediately when he saw the man in front of him. He remembered that this man was the man who fought with the gang leader in front of the cave in the lava world, and since he was a super terrifying instance, now he could also feel a terrible pressure from this person. After introducing each other, Yao Tianhuo was even more frightened and shocked. Zukun raised his hands towards Long Fei with a solemn press. Zion gang leader, currently I have stayed at the Quasi-Do Emperor realm. If I want to go further, I must go out and find the thing that breaks the threshold, otherwise I will not be able to break through the real Do Emperor realm. The Emperor's realm, and what the gang leader said before is that the Tai Yu ancient dragon clan is not at peace, so I plan to take Ziyan back to seek justice. After hearing this, Long Fei nodded. Okay, and we are also planning to leave for Zhongzhou. We are just on the way. I will not get involved in your family's affairs. You can figure it out yourself. Good. Chapter 171. The terrifying gap. High above the black corner domain, a space was forcibly torn open. A man with a strange aura and temperament emerged from inside. This man's green-red hair is long and posed. His eyes a cold and sharp light. His nose is pretty. His lips are bright red. His face is pale, and the overall lack of life makes people look like a dead person. Feeling the whole body is covered in a long black multi-cornered windrobe, and a jade-colored fan is held in his hand. The coquettish feeling gives people a shemale-like perspective. He is one of the elders of the Soul Palace, the 7-star Dozun Guanmin. More than 2 months ago, the Soul Palace received the news of Mu Gu's death, and he was sent to the place where the aura of Mu Gu's death finally disappeared. Although space teleportation is possible, the Zhongzhou Soul Palace is very far away from here, and teleportation here is not fast. Looking at it from a high altitude, the most eye-catching thing is the huge handprint and the destroyed area below the black angle domain. I am afraid that only those with advanced Earth level or even Heaven level fighting skills who can perform this kind of attack, and the person who uses it must have extremely high cultivation and fighting energy, otherwise he would not be able to use it. After all these years Guanmin has been, it was so rich and amazing that at first glance I saw an incomparable amount of information from this strange land of handprint. Guanmin narrowed his eyes that Gai Mu Gu's aura disappeared here. It seems he encountered a powerful enemy who could make Mu Gu fall in such a remote and small place. In his opinion, Dozun would not appear in such a small place, and even if he did, he would never be able to match the 3-star peak Dozun Mu Gu. Mu Gu is one of the elders of the Soul Palace and an A-grade alchemist. With an extremely high status and many means, it is absolutely impossible to die so easily. But the soul jade connected to Mu Gu was completely shattered and no luster remained. The only thing that could be explained was that Mu Gu was not only dead, but his soul was also destroyed, and he was truly dead. The Soul Palace was very angry about this and lost an A-grade man like this alchemist. No matter where he is placed, it will be a huge loss. No, why did that guy Mu Gu come back to this small place? He usually works in the Zhongzhou area. I heard him say that there is a person named Han Feng in this black corner area, and this is also related to him. The only person who has a connection is probably the black corner territory below. Go down and ask. Guanmin frowned and flew directly towards the black corner territory. The people below raised their head and looked up. When they saw a man flying without using wings, they immediately thought it was Duzong, because in their impression only Duzong can walk in the air. The strong man of Dozone. People passing by below shouted in horror. It is indeed a small place, and the knowledge has only reached the level of a small Duzong. Guanmin looked down at the ants below with a sarcastic smile and contempt. Guanmin stopped, stretched out his hand and grabbed a person below with terrifying force. When the people below saw Guanmin acting like this, they thought they were unhappy and wanted to kill them, so they were frightened and fled one after another. However, one of the people was caught and unable to escape and was forced to leave the ground. "Ah, help me, help!" the man screamed, but the people below him showed fear at most. When they looked back, they immediately left again. Ken had no intention of saving him. The man's face was extremely desperate. He knew he was dead. Final. The net moment a black mist-like hand pinched his neck directly, making him extremely uncomfortable and having trouble breathing. He was so frightened that his face turned pale. "Sir, please don't kill me." The man looked extremely frightened and struggled to utter these broken and trembling words. "Don't be afraid. As long as you answer my questions honestly, I will let you go." Guanmin held a jade fan and showed a chilling smile as he looked at the man in front of him, who was pinched by the giant black hand transformed by his own fighting energy. The man's legs were trembling and he nodded wildly. I say, as long as I know everything, I will tell you everything. As long as you don't kill me, I can do anything you want." Guanmin smiled and said, "Do you know where Han Feng is?" "Han Feng? Is it Dan Emperor Han Feng?" The man said. "Han Feng is a very famous alchemist in the Black Corner territory. Anyone who has been in the Black Corner territory knows Han Feng. Is this person the enemy of Dan Emperor Han Feng, or a friend?" But it doesn't look like the latter at all, more like an enemy. He couldn't control that much at the moment, and Han Feng suddenly disappeared 2 months ago. "Emperor Dan? Ha ha ha." When Guanmin heard this, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. His smile was full of sarcasm and contempt. "A mere sith great alchemist dares to call himself the Alchemy Emperor? This really makes me laugh to death. It turns out that people in this small place are so short-sighted." What Mu Gu told him about Han Feng before naturally also told him Han Feng's level of medicine refining. But to put it this way, in fact a sith great alchemist of such age is still acceptable, but if there are a lot of them in Zhongzhou, those people would not dare to call themselves the #1 alchemy emperor. A mere sith great alchemist who is a 9-star peak fighting emperor dares to call him the alchemy emperor? So he laughed. Seeing Guanmin's attitude, the man became even more frightened. Sure enough, this man was an enemy. He was trembling and dared not speak. "Yes, that's him. Where is he now?" Guanmin looked at the man with cold eyes. The man was frightened and said quickly, "Han Feng disappeared 2 months ago. The Maple City where he was also destroyed by a sudden huge handprint. All the people inside died. According to the news and rumors, Han Feng might also dead." When Guanmin heard what this person said, he naturally believed it. When a person is in the most desperate situation of death, he would never consider making it up. His pupils narrowed and a cold light flashed. Sure enough, it was 2 months ago, and Mu Gu also died 2 months ago. This was such a coincidence. This time period was completely stable. According to his simple reasoning, the thing is like this: Han Feng's enemy came to take revenge on him. Han Feng couldn't defeat him and summoned Mu Gu. When the enemy saw Mu Gu, he couldn't defeat him and summoned the backer behind him. This person's cultivation level may be higher than Mu Gu. And then after a fierce battle, Mu Gu was destroyed, and then the entire Maple City was destroyed. After some rough reasoning, Guanmin already had a rough idea in his mind, but who was the person who wanted to kill Han Feng and who was the Dozun behind it? He didn't believe that the person behind him was a being of the level of Do Sheng. Otherwise, with the power of that palm, not to mention Maple City, the entire Black Angle region would be directly destroyed into ruin. The power of fighting skills between a Dozun and a Do Saint, or even a semi-saint, is vastly different. As for the person behind it, he wasn't going to ask, because such a little person wouldn't know these things at all. "Okay, you can go out and die." As soon as Guanmin's words came out, the man was extremely frightened and begged for mercy. "No, don't say you will let me go." "Haha, I'm sorry, ants don't have the right or qualification to decide life and death." Guanmin smiled sarcastically, and in the blink of an eye a terrifying force swallowed up the man. He didn't even have time to scream, and the man plotted. It turned into blood mist filling the sky. Chapter 172. Stand in front of. After killing the person, Guanmin came to the top of the big handprint. A silver light flashed out of the Naja in his hand, and he took it from it. A bead emitting silver light floated in the palm of his hand. "This is the precious treasure of the Soul Palace, the corridor bead. Can use this to evolve what happened where it happened. The corridor bead requires a huge amount of fighting energy to trigger. I hope my fighting energy can support the entire corridor." Even Guanmin himself did not dare to boast. The net moment he used his fighting spirit energy to inject heavily into the corridor bead. Soon the silver light on the corridor bead bloomed more intensely, and then a magnetic field-shaped energy spread out to form a barrier, and a silver picture was revealed on the corridor bead. Oh no! I saw Mugu being covered by a huge scorching and terrifying palm. The skin on Mugu's body turned into pus and blood and evaporated. It was extremely cruel. Immediately afterwards Mugu disappeared as if he was completely annihilated by this huge and terrifying palm. The net moment the palm fell on Maple City, the people of Maple City resisted with all their strength, but the power of the ants was still unable to shake the giant elephant. It was destroyed instantly. The entire Maple City also disappeared into ruin. In this scene even Guanmin showed a look of shock and shock. Guanmin's eyes widened and he took a deep breath. At this moment there was sweat on his forehead and face, and his face turned pale. In addition to seeing the scene in front of him, the most direct relationship was with his fighting energy caused by the incomparably huge consumption. This corridor bead is indeed breathing in the abyss. What else did he want to see? First to see who was fighting Mugu, but at this moment the screen disappeared, the silver light on corridor pearl dimmed, and Guanmin also stopped supplying fighting energy. Guanmin's eyes trembled fiercely and his tone was shocked. What's going on? Since there is a mysterious force that deliberately blocked it so that corridor pearl can't pee, it seems that the person who fights against Mugu must not be simple. Is there such a thing in Zhongzhou? Figure people from Zhongzhou and other powerful forces kept flashing through Guanmin's mind, and the answer was no. Even those shielding corridor beads can still be spied on, but this time is different. The corridor beads are blocked and his lack of strength may also have a lot to do with it. Guanmin took a deep breath, took out a pill and swallowed it. The Elir melted in his mouth and an energy penetrated the inside of his body. An extremely comfortable energy spread quickly, and then his fighting spirit energy rose linearly. It took less than 5 minutes for the consumed fighting energy to return to a peak. This Elir is indeed well deserved. In order to verify that his fighting spirit energy may have been hosted just now, Guanmin once again tried to inject fighting spirit energy into the corridor bead. Soon the silver light ponded again, emitting the scene just now. This time it was still the same as before, unable to spy on the person fighting. Guanmin directly cut off the fighting spirit energy and took back the corridor bead. Guanmin sighed and said, it seems that it's not that my fighting energy is insufficient, but that there is really a power beyond the cloister bead prying height. This may require a Do Shengqiang to watch. Take the Elir again to restore the lost fighting spirit energy. At this moment 2 men flew up from around them. These 2 men were Duzong, who were walking through the air. The 2 of them felt a terrible aura and coercion from Guanmin, and their prescience suddenly turned bad. This person is so strong. The 2 looked at each other, raised their hands and said, I wonder who you are. There seems to be no such person as you in the black corner domain. Guanmin took a look at the 2 of them, knocked on the jade fan in his hand, narrowed his eyes and smiled. M5 star Duzong Si star Duzong. Since this small place has a Duzong of this class, it surprised me a little bit, but it's okay. After hearing this, the 2 of them were stunned for a moment. They did not expect that this person would actually speak like this. They immediately became confused and continued, who are you? This time the 2 people's prescience sank and the auras on their bodies suddenly burst out. Be ready for battle at any time. How can you 2 little Dozong know my name? Guanmin's prescience suddenly turned cold and an extremely terrifying coercion burst out from his body and headed towards the 2 of them. The prescience of the 2 people changed in shock. Their pupils shrank and cold sweat suddenly broke out. This pressure. Zun, are you a strong fighter? The 2 of them looked at Guanmin, who was flying higher and higher, showing horror. You know, Dozun, you have some knowledge. Now I ask you, does Han Feng have any enemies? Guanmin's cold voice shocked the minds of the 2. Your excellency Dozun, we don't know. The 2 of them gasped hard. They didn't expect that since the gap would be so huge, the other party's mere pressure made them unable to move. This person is definitely not an ordinary Dozun strongman. He must belong to the super top group. If they really fight, the 2 of them will definitely be killed instantly. I don't know. Guanmin narrowed his eyes and a dangerous coldness passed by. We really don't know. The 2 shouted with great strength. Then go to hell. Suddenly a terrifying force blasted out from Guanmin's hand, knocking the 2 of them down. Boom. There was a loud noise and dust filled the sky below. The screams of the 2 people also rang out. After the dust dissipated, the 2 of them were already in a panic, paralyzed in a deep pit on the ground in fear. Their eyes were swept by endless fear. Blood was constantly spitting out of their mouth and their clothes were in tatters. Dozong, how could the gap is so huge? The 2 of them were unwilling to give in, but they had no choice. Others are stronger than them, far stronger. I will give you a chance to join the Soul Palace to serve, or you will die. Guanmin's cold and stern voice sounded. Just now Guanmin suddenly had a temporary thought in his heart. Can these 2 people practice in this small place? It's not easy at this height. It's good to get closer to the Soul Palace, so I just held back, otherwise the 2 people below would definitely implode and die. Soul Palace, we join, we join. The bodies of the two men were trembling and so were their voices. The current situation of absolute oppression can only survive if you accept it. No one is stupid enough to resist and die. A wise choice. Guanmin's press Zion softened slightly. Open your mouth. In the NET second, 2 pills were shot directly from Guanmin's hand into their mouth. The NET moment their bodies gradually recovered. Feeling this scene, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. My life was finally saved. Get up. Guanmin looked at the two of them from above. Let me introduce you. The man from the 5-star Do sect spoke first. Your Majesty, my name is Mayday. The man from the SI-star Duzong also hurriedly spoke. Your Majesty, my name is Jun Dig. Guanmin sneered. Your names are really interesting. The two of them scratched their noses and felt a little embarrassed. Chapter 173 Battle. Guanmin said, tell me, which force in the Black Corner region are you from? Mayday said, in awe, Your Majesty, I am the leader of the 5 alliances in the Black Horn region. Jun said respectfully, Your Majesty, I am the leader of the Black Alliance in the Black Corner region. Guanmin nodded lightly without any surprise. He's still the leader of the alliance, which is good. Tell me about the current situation in the Black Corner territory. Guanmin flew in the air followed by Mayday and Jun land. Your Majesty, originally the Black Angle territory, then due to the arrival of the mysterious giant palm in the Black Angle territory, many leaders and even high-ranking officials died in Maple City's giant palm. Afterwards there was unrest everywhere and undercurrents surged. Jun Di talked about some of the recent big changes in the Black Corner territory. Then Guanmin learned about the short-term recent situation in this Black Corner area. Currently the Black Corner domain is divided into 3 groups of forces. The first group is the Black Alliance, which has gradually weakened since the death of Han Feng and others. In June, people who came from another place just happened to meet the right time, place and opportunity and used their absolute strength to win the leadership of the Black Alliance. This position reintegrates the Black Alliance. The second group is the 5 alliances. Mayday was originally hiding in seclusion in a place in the Black Corner territory to practice. He just happened to come out of seclusion and encountered the opportunity to make peace. He used absolute strength to combine the forces outside the original Black Alliance to achieve success. He became the first and founder of the 5 alliances. The third group is Canaan College. Canaan College has not suffered much action or loss. After all, it is not close to the central area, and Canaan College has a huge and profound foundation, so naturally it does not dare to act recklessly. At least that's the case for now. The current situation is that the 3 clans stand in harmony. Now Mayday and Junland are planning to form an alliance to establish Canaan College. Just as the two of them were passing by for discussion, they met Guanmin, and then came the scene that just happened. Guanmin snorted disdainfully, showing great contempt for Canaan College. Now that I'm here at Canaan College, it's naturally within easy reach. The two of you are now my people. This is your token representing your status in the Soul Palace. As he spoke, he threw his hand and 2 dark rays of light shot out into the hands of Mayday and Junland. The two took it and took a look. The dark token had the same words engraved on it: special protection. Why are they called special protectors? The reason is that these two people have bodies. Generally speaking, the protectors of the Soul Palace are in the state of soul bodies. Therefore these two people are special beings. The Dharma protector is just a worker in the Soul Palace. The status is extremely low, but it is not the lowest. The lowest is the Soul Envoy. Thank you, Your Majesty. The two of them still didn't know the status of the Soul Palace. They thought that the protector was a very powerful one, and there was also the word special. The two people with short knowledge suddenly felt that it was not simple. If they knew the truth, the expressions on their faces would be wonderful. Guanmin said calmly to the two of them, when you go back, merge the Black Alliance and the 5 Alliance to form a new alliance. The name of the new alliance will be Wohei. After listening to Guanmin's words, although the two of them were very reluctant, they only kept it in their hearts, and naturally they would not show their innocence on their expressions. After taking back the token, the two of them cupped their hands and said, Yes, Your Majesty. Soon the 3 of them headed downward. NET, the Black Corner territory is really going to change. The other side, Canaan College. The appearance of Yao Tianhuo and Zukin Shakyunmu and other newcomers to the Qinglong gang. The two sides introduced each other and had a simple understanding of each other. Did not epact, since the Qinglong gang still has a super invincible and terrifying strong man at the level of Quasi-Do Emperor, and since the child in front of him is a strong man in the realm of 7-star Dozun. Lord Tianhuo, this name is really a strange word to these younger generations, but once you hear it you know it's not simple. In the past they were very powerful instances. The appearance of Ziyan also surprised them. I didn't epact this guy to. She is the direct and only daughter of the powerful Quasi-fighting Emperor. In front of her the dragon girl of Taiyu, ancient dragon. Everyone gasped. They had been searching for the mystery of Ziyan's life experience for so many years, but they didn't epact expect such a terrifying background. No wonder this guy is so powerful. Now it finally makes sense. Moreover, the royal bloodline within Xian God has not yet truly awakened, and it will be even more terrifying once it awakens. Zhu Kun said, "Net, I will take Xiayan to meet the Taiyu ancient dragon clan." Naturally everyone nodded without refuting. What happened on the Black Corner domain and on the Canaan Academy side happened at the same time. While everyone was discussing the matter, a flying crane quickly flew in from outside. Kinmu and the others looked up, their eyes moved lightly. They took the letter from Fihi's paw and opened it. His pupils suddenly shrank and his E-Press Zion changed in shock. But soon after, looking at Long Fei and others in front of me, the E-Press Zions disappeared immediately. If it was still a problem before now, these are all minor problems. What's wrong? However, Kinmu's E-Press Zion just now was still caught by everyone. Look, Kinmu tracked the words in the letter with fighting spirit energy and floated them in mid-air. This is a brief message from the Canaan Academy people lurking in the Black Corner area about important matters. They were also aware of the changes in power in the Black Corner territory before, but they didn't do much. I originally planned to clean it up later, but now that this matter has suddenly changed, I have just taken action in advance. Contents of the letter: the Black Corner domain mutated and the two alliances merged and the 5 blacks were born. The leader of the mysterious man is visually estimated to be above the 4-star Dozun. Wohei is likely to launch an attack on Canaan College. Be prepared to fight at any time. Bailey was surprised since there is a cultivation level of 4-star Dozun in the little black angle domain. It seems that this person came from other places. Yao Tianhuo's childish voice sounded, "It just a little 4-star Dozun. I can handle it by myself. If you really dare to come here, I can destroy it." Now he is very powerful. A little 4-star Dozun would not take him seriously at all and even showed contempt and disdain. Long Fei spoke calmly and looked at the two of them. "Zhu Kun, Ziyan, you don't need to worry about these things. You can go back first to them. Everything in the Black Corner territory is a trivial matter." "Okay." Zhu Kun nodded. The gang leader and Yao Tianhuo are enough for these little things. He is indeed not needed, and now he urgently needs to go back to the Taiyu ancient dragon clan. He wants to go home after such a long absence. The corners of Long Fei's mouth revealed that he just likes to cause trouble. Said, "I originally planned to leave today, but there is such a surprise. Naturally my gang leader has to go over to see what justice is done and arrange for the people from Canaan College to prepare to take over the Black Corner domain. This will be the most important event for Canaan College in the future. One of the most important places for training. All of you come with me. Our Qinglong gang's first appearance here cannot be too grand, and we must leave a deep impression on the other party." "Yes, gang leader." Soon the meeting ended. Before leaving, Zhu Kun set up a void wormhole where Canaan College arrived in Zhongzhou. Then he and Ziyan escaped directly into another void wormhole that led directly to the Taiyu ancient dragon clan and left. Chapter 174. Psychological warfare between both sides. Everyone took a lightning leap and quickly jumped towards the sky 3 kilometers ahead. More than 20 thunderbolts are as gorgeous as a shuttle. Stop. On Wohei's side, Guanmin, who was flying, suddenly felt a change of E-Press Zion when he felt a few unfamiliar lights in front of him and immediately waved to stop. Behind them, Mayday, Jundi and others stopped quickly, and the NET second they saw the same scene as Guanmin. The Douling soldiers below also stopped after seeing Guanmin's instructions, waiting for the NET order. "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Liu Yuedi and Mayday asked. "What is that Guangshuo in front of you?" "It's a fighting skill. Someone is here. Judging from the aura, the strength is on par with me. I didn't expect that there would be such a person in this small place. I am so excited." Guanmin narrowed his eyes and there was a dangerous coldness flashing by. A cold voice sounded. "Are they from Canaan Academy? What's their hidden background?" Everyone in Mayday was also surprised. June's guess: "It seems that our plan has been known to the people of Canaan College, but this is normal. After all, the battle is so big, but I didn't expect that there would be a strong person with the same strength as your aura." As he said this, the E-Press Zions of him and the rest of the people listening suddenly became solemn. Since there is still this powerful man hiding in Canaan College, it's a good thing that he didn't attack too rashly before, otherwise he would have died. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts dropped to the bottom of their heart. "Here we come." Guanmin's eyes became even colder and he became even more curious about who this person who was as powerful as him was. The NET moment, a group of people appeared 50 meters away in front of them. This group of people has fighting spirit that turns into wings, and some of them can walk through the air. The lowest one who walks in the air is Duzong. If you count like this, there are SI opponents in total. This also completely crushed the people on their side. Although they have more people than the other side, if their quality is not good, they will be nothing more than cannon fodder in the war. This group of people is headed by the bald, sturdy young man in front. They immediately came to the answer. The young man at the head was the strongest and the ones behind him were also arranged like them. But what kind kind of ghost is this kid? Can a little ghost lie? It do zong. When everyone saw Yao Tianhuo, this little kid there, Zions suddenly became shocked, wondering who he was. It's Hu Qian and Su Qian from Canaan College. It's absolutely unmistakable, these people are from Canaan College. Behind him, some people who had been around for a long time in the black corner region recognized two familiar figures in the crowd opposite at first sight. At this moment, Guanmin's eyes were fied on the only kid, Yao Tianhuo. His eyes were narrowed, thinking about something, and then he said to the younger brothers behind him, I feel that the person you are talking about is that little brat. There is 1 3-star Dozun, 1 7-star Dozun, 2 1-star Dozun, 5 1-star Do King, 5 9-star Do King, and 10 8-star Do King. There are 4 Dozun alone. Even if this lineup is placed in Zhongzhou, it is not a small force. The lineup of Canaan College is really rich, no worse than ours and even far better than ours. As a super veteran 7-star Dozun, Guanmin saw through all the levels of strength of Long Fei and others at the first glance. The NET second, his face lost the carelessness before but calmed down and serious. This battle is destined to death. A lot of people. However, as the elder of the Soul Palace, he has rich trump card. He is very confident and has a chance to win. What? How is this possible for this little brat? Mayday and others were shocked and couldn't believe it. He is not a child. He should be an old monster who has used some secret method to regain his youth. Moreover, she is very strong. She is also a 7-star fighting master like me. However, her aura is not as strong as my own. He must have been promoted not long ago. After saying this, Guanmin breathed a sigh of relief. Inexplicably, he was not that afraid of a Dozun who had just entered the 7 stars. I didn't expect that this Canaan Academy is really as expected. Canaan Academy's background is terrifying and hidden deep enough. There was a look of fear in the eyes of Mayday and Junlan. Canaan College here. While the other party was talking, Long Fei was also talking. This aura, the weird person headed by it, is really strong. It's very scary. Yunmu and others said with their eyes narrowed. Yao Tianhuo frowned and said, why does the aura emanating from this person make me feel like I've seen him before? Long Fei narrowed his eyes slightly and said 2 words in a calm tone, Soul Palace. He couldn't be more familiar with this aura. He had just killed Mu Gu, an old man, not long ago. The disgusting aura on Mu Gu was completely consistent with the aura emanating from this person and from his appearance. Judging from his behavior and attire, you can tell at a glance that this person is evil. The only people in Dochi continent who can meet this specific requirement are the Soul Clan and the Soul Palace. The Soul Palace is a force outside the Soul Clan. Yes, that's right, it's the Soul Palace. After what Long Fei said, Yao Tianhuo suddenly enlightened and said in surprise, why do the people from the Soul Palace come back to our place to cause trouble? Qian Mu and Solai frowned in confusion. Su Qian frowned with a solemn look on his face. Those bastards from the Soul Palace are everywhere and they like to do things behind their back. Generally speaking, they are very insidious and will not take the initiative, but why did they take the initiative this time and lead the team? Hu Qian nodded. Furthermore, a 7-star Dozun has a very high status in the Soul Palace. A person like this has a very arrogant temper and it is even more impossible for him to take action personally. The corner of Long Fei's mouth curled up and he said calmly, that's because I just killed a 3-star peak Dozun from the Soul Palace not long ago, and he was also an 8th level alchemist. This person must have been sent by the Soul Palace to find the murderer. I'll go. The gang leader is still awesome. Kill people like this at will. Yao Tianhuo twitched the corner of his mouth and praised quickly. The others were also ashamed. The only person who can do this is their gang leader. That guy who was an 8th level alchemist was really unlucky and he happened to meet Long Fei. It seems that he is here to find you, the gang leader, but he shouldn't know that you are the murderer, right? Yao Tianhuo said strangely. Long Fei nodded. My gang leader is very clean in his work. However, there are many methods in the Soul Palace and it is inevitable that some will be found. It seems that after this battle I have to clean up some things more thoroughly. He was also very curious about how the other party found this place. After all, he used space shielding and it was impossible for the message to be transmitted out. Could it be some items within the Soul Clan that are linked to life energy? Thinking of this, Long Fei roughly understood that this must be the reason, otherwise he would not have thought that the Soul Palace would use that method to find Mu Gu and die here. Long Fei watched the group of fighting spirits below eating up the crowd and a cold light flashed across his eyes. In order to prevent these people from attacking Canaan College during the war, he directly used the power of blood. The blue dragon splits the sky and rain. Boom! The sudden futile movement in the sky made everyone present suddenly startled. The NET moment, streaks of cyan mysterious energy fell rapidly like rain. Run! The fighting spirit below felt the terrifying rhythm of death and shouted out in horror out of instinctive reaction. Chapter 175 175 Peak of 8 stars, power of 9 stars. With the cyan dragon splitting the sky and the rain downstairs, there were continuous screams and countless death. Those fighting spirits who wanted to escape had no time to be contaminated by the cyan rain's energy and were suddenly turned into blood. In an instant a lot of Eparians flowed into Long Fei's body. The cultivation level of the 3-star Dozun has also loosened and reached the level of the 3-star Dozun respect the level of the mid-term. With the improvement of this small detail his strength has been greatly improved. Faced with such a sudden attack by Long Fei the people in Wuhe were unable to react. By the time they reacted and wanted to save him it was already too late. Everything was too late. All the people below died and turned into blood. It really became a scene of rivers of blood. When the people above saw this their eyelids twitched suddenly and they all became frightened with cold sweat flowing out of their forehead. The people who behaved like this were the Mayday group. When Guanmin saw this scene his face showed no fear other than solemnity, and the fighting spirits below were completely useless to him and died. After all they were just ants and the lives of ants were worthless. Mayday and Juneland were furious. Damn bastards, you actually killed so many people from my 5 Black Alliance. Your Majesty, please take action and kill the evil beasts of Canaan Academy to avenge the 5 Black Alliance people. Life and death of these people don't matter to Guanmin, but they are still very important to the two of them. Douling is also a big lineup, and all of a sudden 5 Black suffered heavy losses. Birdman across the way, aren't you going to fight? I'm here today. Long Fei shouted and said to Yao Tianhuo, Yao, go meet that Dozun of the same level. Yes, gang leader. Yao Tianhuo nodded. His hands had been itching for a long time and he decisively turned into a beam of E-Tream flames and attacked Guanmin. Bless yourself. Guanmin's E-Press Zion condensed, and after speaking to the people behind him he directly faced Yao Tianhuo. The two sides first started a tentative and fierce collision. Bang bang bang. You guys go over and kill those people for me. No one will be left alive. Seeing this, Long Fei directly ordered the more than 20 Kinmu people behind him. Yes, more than 20 people rushed directly towards Mayday and others opposite. Originally Mayday and others planned to find an opportunity to take action, but unexpectedly Long Fei came to attack first. His E-Press Zion suddenly changed. Be careful. Fight. Rumble. Bang bang bang. All of a sudden fireworks burst out one after another in the sky, and the entire sky was swept by the flames of war. The space shook and shattered into pieces. There were countless strong winds and hurricanes. The scene was so terrifying. The dull and loud sound of collision and explosion rumbled out, which most people could not bear. On Wuhe's side, under the siege of 2 Dozun, 2 Dosec, 5 Do emperors and 15 Do kings from Canaan Academy, he fell with screams and blood splattering and fell under the terrifying scene. The attack tore away not even the flesh body but turned into blood mist flying all over the sky. Canaan Academy is completely in a situation of instant killing. It was just for fun at the beginning, but after enough fun this is the fate of those people now. On the opposite side there are no other fighting sects except Mayday and Juneland. These two people can completely restrain Kunmu and the others. Don't forget there are still 2 fighting sects in Canaan Academy, and the gap between Duzong and Duzun is extremely huge. Mayday and Juneland were the first to fall. After that came Do Huang and Do Wang, and soon the entire sky had been slaughtered by the people of Canaan College. Except for Guanmin, who was fighting Yao Tianhuo at this moment, no one else survived. The strength of the two sides is extremely different. In this situation Guanmin will definitely lose. The 5 blacks were established and were about to be annihilated within a day. It was truly a force that was destroyed the fastest in history. Following Guanmin would indeed lead his teammates to a dead end. Seeing his teammate Guanmin, who was completely crushed and instantly transformed into a blood mist, breaking away from Yao Tianhuo's hands, his E-Press Zion was particularly gloomy. What a bunch of trash, they were killed so quickly. Birdman, don't struggle in vain. All your people are dead now. You have been surrounded by our Qinglong gang. Put down your weapons and surrender. At this moment Long Fei's voice sounded. From just now until now he just watched it. It was really fun. As Long Fei's voice sounded, Hu Qian and others who had already taken the Eli Ir formed a circle in the sky around Guanmin at a distance of dozens of people. Moreover, there was a problem with the position of these people, and very particular. This is a set of formations, a set of terrifying formations obtained from the Qinglong gang. Be prepared for both offense and defense, and everything will be unified. He ha 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 ha. Do you really think you can kill me by killing those losers? Do you know who I am? Guanmin suddenly laughed crazily with a sarcastic look on his face. The evil intent on his body became even stronger, as if the aura coming from the 9 netherworld was extremely disgusting, and the terrifying dark soul-colored gas filled the sky. At this moment he was no longer as charming as before, instead he was ferocious and ugly. Looking at the incomparable Ruan, his strength also increased rapidly under the urging of the secret method. 7 stars Dozun, 7 stars peak Dozun, 8 stars Dozun, 8 stars Dozun, peak Dozun. Regarding Guanmin's sudden change, everyone present, including Yao Tianhuo except Long Fei, all looked shocked and changed their faces. Their pupils narrowed. What? The 8-star peak Dozun? What kind of secret secret technique is this? Yunmu and others felt Guanmin's terrifying aura, and for a moment it felt like something was pressing on them, making it difficult to breathe. The demon dances wildly. You all must die for me. An angry and cold voice sounded and the killing energy rioted. Guanmin decisively displayed the Soul Palace fighting skills. A terrible scene from endless dark soul mist emanated from him, and there was great danger hidden in these mist. No, form a formation quickly. Qianmu and others' prescience changed with shock, and they all moved their hands. Immediately the light connected and a terrifying energy turned into a beam of light and rose into the sky and then became a huge giant and came down. 10,000 Buddhas come to the ancestral formation. At the same time, Yao Tianhuo also quickly used 5 rounds of Luo to form a formation. He used great skills in the formation, and the power of the two formations was unmatched. The two attacks hit Guanmin at the same time to resist the spread of the riot and released the dark soul energy mist. However, Guanmin of the 8-star peak Dozun is very scary and he is still in a state of riot. His power will only be more terrifying than the ordinary 8-star Dozun, and his power is infinitely close to that of the 9-star Dozun. There was a loud rumble and screams suddenly sounded. Yunmu and others were instantly disintegrated and the battle implosion plotted. At this moment a ray of blue light came out and turned into a huge blue dragon that passed through everyone and rescued them. Long Fei takes action. There was no way if he didn't take action these people would definitely die under this terrifying and devastating attack. The Yao Tianhuo above was also shocked, but with the blessing of the 5 rounds of Luo it was not too embarrassing to match his current body, but he was still blasted away and a large mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. His pupils trembled so strong. This level of power has reached the level of the 9-star Dozun Soul Palace, which is really terrifying. Chapter 176. Long Fei takes action and destroys the world. A blue dragon. In the explosion the heretical figure of Guanmin appeared. He snorted coldly and looked at the people who appeared below to save them. You can rescue these ants safely under such a fierce attack from me. It seems that you are the one who has the ability. The energy in Guanmin's body rioted on the scene, and an extremely terrifying attack that reached the level of the 9-star Dozun rushed into chaos. Vulcan arm. 5-wheel fire disc. Seeing this, Yao Tianhuo directly used the 2 major skills in the 5-wheel fire formation. The terrifying power surged out and soon attack with it. A loud rumbling sound sounded at the scene, and the Yao Tian fire lightning jumped step by step and turned into a thunder shuttle to escape from the place. When it reappeared it was already beside Long Fei. The shock from the impact of both sides made his internal organs vibrate. Couldn't help but spurt out another mouthful of blood. Yao Tianhuo's complexion suddenly became even more pale and embarrassing. I thought that after acquiring this powerful new body and entering the realm of the 7-star Dozun I would be able to compete with or defeat the person in front of me, but I didn't expect that the other person would also hide this terrifying secret book. In fact, he was not unjustly defeated. He quickly took out the ELIR and took it. After all, the blow he just received was a serious injury. Now more than 20 people from Canaan College have gathered. Looking at the angry and cold Guanmin above, everyone except Long Fei became frightened. Long Fei narrowed his eyes slightly and then relaxed and said calmly, it does have something, but your secret book must have a time limit and has huge side effect. How long can you persist? Ha 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 ha. When Guanmin heard this he burst out laughing with disdain, contempt and ridicule. Ants, even if you guessed it right, this short time is more than enough to kill you ant. You ants die to me. Crazy demonic heart-eating palm. Countless terrifying tentacles from the dark soul gas energy on Guanmin's body turned into giant palms and bombarded Long Fei and others mercilessly with terrifying power like rain at extremely fast speed. There is a terrifying heart-gnawing poison in the palm, and if you get even a trace of it you will be worse than dead. Then let me, the gang leader, see how powerful you are. Long Fei smiled. With his hands spread out, a burst of red energy spread out, forming a huge formation on his body in an instant. 5 rounds of Luo magic circle. The fire spirits transformed from 4 strange fires soared into the sky. This scene shocked everyone behind him, especially Yao Tianhuo, who had created and was the most familiar with the 5 wheels Luo method. The gang leader deserves to be the gang leader. I have studied it for so many years, but it is still not as good as your formation this time. Yao Tianhuo sighed. Vulcan arm. The aura on Long Fei's body was so terrifying. As his voice sounded, a long and huge flame arm quickly condensed in the sky. The strange lines and formations on the arm were intertwined. Violence is particularly prominent. The net moment Long Fei's right hand was fused with the Vulcan arm. With the cooperation of the 5-round fire formation and the Vulcan arm, he could feel an incomparable and mysterious energy aura. This feels really good. Punch out. The whole sky shook. The space was distorted, and in conjunction with his own terrifying explosive power, the distorted space plotted directly, turning into a terrifying storm of flame fist that wept and plotted. Wherever it passed, the space was shattered into pieces, forming a channel of twisted void. This punch is like a huge cannonball, so terrifying. Guanmin's pupils suddenly shrank and his E-Pression changed dramatically. How could a little 3-star Dozun be able to launch such a devastating attack? Bang bang bang! The NET second his attack with the power of the 9-star Dozun was instantly crushed by Long Fei's terrifying punch. There was no room left to resist and they all E-plotted. And Long Fei, the fist wind, was still rushing toward Guanmin crazily. Not good. Guanmin secretly thought that something was not going well. The NET moment, he quickly formed seals and defensive barriers and attack method came out one after another without any reservation because he didn't have much time. He could have ended the battle with the fighting skills just now, but unexpectedly, since the person in front of him was so changed, it was obvious that he was panicking. All method and fighting skills are used. A terrifying force also formed in the sky, but just now Long Fei disappeared from the place with the 5 rounds of Luo formation and turned into a thunder that appeared in the sky above Guanmin. Small, I'll kill you without leaving any scum left. Luo Fenshin, burning the desolate sky seal. You soul palace bastard, die. Long Fei's strong fighting energy filled the sky and his fighting skills were revealed one after another. 2 more attacks with huge power appeared and Guanmin was completely panicked at this moment. Damn it, using such despicable means, Guanmin roared out with a ferocious face. Now he has almost exhausted his strength and fighting skills to resist the terrifying fist in front of him. Sweat is pouring out, the veins on his body are e-posed and his face is hideous and ugly. Now come 2 more attack that don't involve this fist. This damn thing really wants him to die. I don't want to play anymore. Grass. Boom. The 3 terrifying attacks move forward bravely and the side effects of Guanmin's secret book also appeared and his body suddenly withered. His face was extremely pale and he no longer had the heretical state before. Between opening his mouth after mouthful of blood continued to spurt out as if for free. It was very satisfying to watch. He couldn't hold on any longer and his power cultivation dropped from the peak of 8 stars to SI stars. It is lower than the original cultivation level. This is the terrible side effect of this secret book. It's over. I didn't expect that this small place would be full of crouching tigers, hidden dragon. I didn't lose unjustly. Boom. Ah, boom, boom. Amid the screams, Guanmin's body was completely submerged in the 3 terrifying fighting skills. The body was torn here and there and instantly turned into a blood mist filling the sky. Then under the attack of the Vulcan arm Li Huo Fenshin and Fen Huang Tianyan, under the terrifying burning temperature, not a drop of blood was left. The 3 attacks merged here, erupting with even more powerful power. When Long Fei saw this scene, he turned into thunder and led everyone to quickly attack the place. The sky area and the ground below were completely affected by the impact and all the buildings, trees, etc. below were turned into nothingness. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky like several hydrogen bombs plotting. When everyone in the distance saw this scene, they all gasped. This terrifying attack turned out to be from the hands of their gang leader. It was so terrifying that everyone trembled and their hearts trembled. If they were there, they would definitely be as useless as those things and Guanmin. Everyone is afraid. Then they all looked at the big boss Long Fei, their eyes full of awe. Chapter 177. The dust has settled for the time being, heading to Zhongzhou. With the death of Guanmin, the battle was completely accepted and everyone who attacked Canaan College from the 5 Black Alliance officially declared the entire army destroyed. A vigorous force came out. Although Guanmin's level dropped to SI star Dozun, in the end the experience value given to Long Fei was still quite high. It directly promoted him from a 3-star mid-level Dozun to a 4-star peak Dozun. In terms of overall strength, it is quite good. Long Fei is naturally very happy to get such a comfortable improvement, but he was not too moved. After all, such behavior had already made him numb. Yao Tianhuo's face darkened and he said, now that this person is dead, the people in the Soul Palace will definitely know about it. We should prepare for the worst in advance. There are countless strong people and fighting masters in the Soul Palace. If you leave this area at that time, there will be no one to challenge you and you will be in danger. As soon as Yao Tianhuo's voice came out, the faces of everyone in Qinmu who had just come out of their joy became solemn again and they all looked at Long Fei. And Long Fei's eyes have been staring at the sky in front of him that has plotted and disappeared where there is a silver beam of light flashing. That's it. Long Fei turned into thunder and went away and came back. Opening his hand, a silver bead appeared. On this bead Long Fei felt the pressure of a very powerful holy power. This bead possesses the defensive energy technique set up by a warrior at the saint level. No wonder it was not destroyed in such a terrifying explosion. I have thought of all the questions you just mentioned, Long Fei said. Long Fei said, you don't need to worry about these, I can solve them. Now there is no leader in the Blackhorn territory. You lead the troops of Canaan College to directly unify the Black Corner territory. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Those people were sent out a few days ago and are now hidden in various places places in the black angle domain. As soon as the signal is given they will gather one after another. Okay, I'll leave it to you to handle the black corner region. Anyone who doesn't accept it will be killed directly without any nonsense. Long Fei ordered. Yes, everyone recovered a lot after taking the Eli IR, and under the leadership of Yao Tianhuo they quickly flew directly towards the center of the black angle domain. Long Fei was the only one left in the sky. Long Fei muttered, Guanmin's soul jade in the soul palace has been broken. This is the judge of the soul palace. The surviving information is also the only one. Generally only those who have reached the Zun level will have it. Even those at this level are dead. It seems that the NET time the soul palace will directly send 9 stars or even half saints to come here, then I will. Without it Canaan College is really in jeopardy. What should we do? By the way, I wonder if that technique will work here. Long Fei recalled some things in vain. Forming the seal extremely quickly a mysterious energy shot out into the sky. Celestial secret concealment technique. This mysterious energy spread rapidly in the sky and the world seemed to have entered a very strange state. The NET second, a string of numbers appeared in Long Fei's mind. 400, and there is a decimal point after this number and the decimal point is counting down. 400, is it the number of days of blinding, or hours, or minute? Long Fei was stunned and confused. He didn't expect that this secret blinding technique had such a function. At this moment he didn't know what it was specifically. It seemed that he could only wait until tomorrow to find out. If the value is subtracted by 1 day tomorrow, then he still has at least 1 year. In 1 year he will go to Zhongzhou to continuously absorb strange fires to improve his cultivation. By then Canaan College will be informed by the Soul Palace that half saints and even Do have been sent. He is not afraid of even the mighty saint. He is not afraid now. He has many cards. He is just afraid that something will happen here after he leaves. Soon, under the leadership of Kunmu and others, the Canaan Academy troops hidden in the black angle domain on the other side appeared. Under the leadership of Kunmu and others they quickly overthrew the 5 black troops that had just been established for a day city, announcing the destruction of the 5 black alliance. Later Canaan College officially took over full power and all those who dissatisfied were killed without any mercy. As the saying goes, a young calf is not afraid of tigers. If you kill the chicken first to scare the monkeys, those people will be at ease and no one will dare to resist. The Black Corner territory is officially incorporated into Canaan College. The entire Black Corner territory is now dominated by Canaan College. At the same time, Zhongzhou, in the Soul Palace, the soul jade belonging to Guanmin that was supposed to be broken was repaired by a mysterious force. At the moment it cracked and a countdown of more than 400 was revealed on the jade and then the number disappeared. Hidden. The Black Corner territory undergoes great changes. Canaan College completely dominates the area and has changed many rules. The Black Corner territory is very large. Some places are suitable for training. Some places have been completely renovated to build commercial cities which will contain even larger training institutions. In the evening the celebration banquet started. After the celebration banquet, Long Fei took out 5 Qinglong blood pawns and gave them to Qian Mu and others. Then under the leadership of Long Fei everyone learned a set of formations and took action overnight to set up this formation in the entire black angle domain. It was very hard, but the hard work was well worth it. This formation has terrifying defense and rebound power and can also summon the virtual entity of the Supreme Chaos Blue Dragon. Its attack power is at least at the semi-saint level. Of course, the stronger the people forming the formation, the more powerful the power and ability effect will be. Even the powerful attack of Dosheng below the intermediate level can be withstood for at least 2 days. This period of time is enough for Long Fei to return quickly from Zhongzhou. After everything was arranged, Long Fei took a shower and went to bed. Soon the NET day came and the first thing Long Fei saw after waking up was the familiar number. The original 400 has become 399. From this Long Fei finally understood that this was the number of days. He still had 399 days. In Dochi continent a year is also calculated as 395. Now he has more than a year, which is enough. It's time to go Zhongzhou. This young master is here. The corners of Long Fei's mouth curled up, showing a look of longing. Now he was looking forward to how wonderful this Zhongzhou where strong men gathered would be. That's where the real strong men are, where Long Fei can truly enjoy the fun of fighting. While saying goodbye to Qian Mu and others, Long Fei took Yao Tianhuo to open the void teleportation wormhole left by Zhu Kun, and the two of them entered directly. Seeing the closing of the void teleportation wormhole, the original Rela-ed attitude of Kunmu and others completely disappeared. He knew that without the protection of Long Fei and the others, Canaan Academy and Black Angle Domain would depend on them in the future. My own, Kunmu said to everyone, seize the time to improve your cultivation. The resources left by the gang leader are very huge. Try to improve your cultivation. You Do Huangs and Do Wangs should at least set a small goal first and be promoted to Duzong realm. After Kunmu finished speaking, it was Bailey please turn to speak. In the meantime, send someone to contact the Jiama Empire and get in touch with the members of the Qinglong gang there. If that day comes, we will use the teleportation formation to send the students there. Settling down. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone nodded, understanding the seriousness of this matter. They will not neglect. They currently only have 399 days, which is what Long Fei just told them before leaving. They dare not neglect even more. Chapter 178. Between the two states. In the wormhole teleportation array, Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo were shuttled back and forth. Originally it was logical to use a spaceship, but who was Long Fei? He just doesn't follow the routine, he just isn't used to it. From the Black Corner region to Zhongzhou, even the nearest corner will take several days to reach. For other people who come here to talk about this is true, but Long Fei has already obtained a coordinate location in Zhongzhou which was left behind by Zhu Kun before becoming stronger. Relying on his understanding of the void and space fields, he planned to use this coordinate to start a second void teleportation. When Long Fei was casting the spell, the two of them were unlucky and encountered a void storm which was very dangerous, especially Yao Tianhuo. He knew how terrifying the void storm was and his prescience suddenly changed. The void storm is extremely dangerous and extremely lethal. Even an unlucky peak fighter will be involved in it and turn into molecular particles of the void storm. If you are lucky, you will be randomly transported to a strange place and survive, but it must be he was severely injured. Gang leader, hurry up, otherwise the consequences of being sucked into this void storm will be serious. Yao Tianhuo shouted hurriedly. To be honest, looking at the thunderous void storm in front of him, Long Fei had the urge to rush into the violently beaten body, but Yao Tianhuo's shout pulled him out of the edge of this fantasy. If he were alone, he would rush in without hesitation, but now that Yao Tianhuo was following him, he couldn't do that, so he decisively used his ability to forcibly tear open a second piece of void in this void teleportation wormhole. Let go. Long Fei raised his hand and directly grabbed Yao Tianhuo's clothes and threw them in. After passing through the second void teleportation tunnel, a white hole appeared in front of their eyes. The white in this hole was light, but it looked extremely dim in the void. Great, it's the it. I didn't expect your use of this void to be so grand, gang leader. Yao Tianhuo was pleasantly surprised. It's okay. Long Fei nodded and the two of them accelerated and rushed straight out of the tunnel. As the two left, the it of the void tunnel was closed directly. The two of them were high in the sky and in front of them was a beam of light emitting like a scorching sun shining on thousands of worlds. Yao, where is this? Long Fei looked at the strange new world in front of him and asked Yao Tianhuo. Yao Tianhuo looked at this place and he was not familiar with this place. He shook his head. It has been too many years since I came back to Zhongzhou, a dangerous place where birds and beasts and strong men are like forests. I don't know where this is, let alone when I was there. The place of travel is the center of Zhongzhou and the surrounding area. This is the most remote area of Zhongzhou and I don't even know. That's all. If you don't know, just don't know. It's okay. Long Fei nodded and waved. Zhongzhou is located in the northern part of the eastern continent, bordering Wanzhou to the south and Lanzhou to the east. It covers an area of about 150,000 hectares and is the largest state in the eastern continent. The terrain of Zhongzhou is dominated by mountains and plains tending from the Lanzhou Yebei Plateau. There are two uplift zones and two subsidence zones running east-west. The uplift zones are mainly mountainous terrain while the subsidence zones form basins and plains. System, where is this place? Long Fei asked. The Long Law system. If I didn't ask again, I would have thought that the system had disappeared and many chapters had not appeared. The voice of the system that had not been heard for a long time sounded, but it was still so cold. This place is the junction of Wanzhou and Zhongzhou. The forces below are under the jurisdiction of Tian City, the most powerful force in Zhongzhou. 1 hall, 1 tower, 2 sec, 3 valleys and 4 square pavilion. The palace refers to the Soul Palace and the pagoda refers to the Alchemy Pagoda. The 2 sects refer to Tianming Sect and Hua Sect. The 3 valleys refer to the Glacier Valley, the Sound Valley and the Burning Flame Valley. Sifang Pavilion refers to Xingyun Pavilion, Wanjian Pavilion, Huangquan Pavilion and Fenglai Pavilion. In addition to these, there are also the 8 hidden ancient clans as well as the 3 major warcraft clans, the Tai Yu Ancient Dragon, the Sky Demon Fini clan and the 9 Netherworld Underworld Python. In addition to the above forces, there are many forces with countless names such as Pavilion Valley, Seclan Clan, etc. Interesting, let's go down and have a look. Long Fei and the two landed in a forest. As they were walking, suddenly the sound of running footsteps came out and the net moment they jumped out of the forest and ran into Long Fei's arms. Bang! This scene came somewhat suddenly. The person in front of him fell backward and fell to the ground as if he had hit a huge hard mountain. But Long Fei was as steady as a mountain and motionless, his brows slightly furrowed. And Yao Tianhuo also looked at the man in front of him curiously. Fuck, who is it? The man was very unhappy about being hit. He looked up with anger anger on his face and saw two strange people in front of him. It was normal to see Long Fei, but when he saw Yao Tianhuo flying in mid-air, his E-Pression changed. Child? How can this child fly? No, this is walking in the air, Duzong. The man was extremely shocked and shocked. Could it be that the little kid in front of me is the result of an old monster rejuvenating himself? After thinking about it, this is the most likely possibility. A child cannot be a Duzong. This is unheard of nonsense. Yao Tianhuo's immature shout sounded, boy, you are so cool. You bumped into us. It was fine if we didn't scold you, but now you actually start scolding us. Do you want to die? A wisp of terrifying flames burned out from his hand. The temperature was so high that the man's complexion suddenly changed. He sweated and hurriedly moved back and stood up. With this tone, this little kid is indeed an old monster rejuvenated. At the same time, he complained in his heart, I felt the terrifying aura on Yao Tianhuo. The man's face turned pale and he suddenly showed a look of horror. Long Fei looked at him. This man was just a one-star Duzong. Zhongzhou is Zhongzhou. Any stranger you meet is a one-star Dosec cultivator. Long Fei sighed. This was something he had never done before. It is something that is simply impossible to encounter in those areas. Although this is not yet within Zhongzhou, it is very close to the Zhongzhou plate. This can also explain the power of Zhongzhou and the law that the strong is like the forest. Okay, don't scare him. Long Fei glanced at Yao Tianhuo. Yao Tianhuo withdrew his flame. He had no intention of killing this man. He was just trying to scare him. Seeing that the flames and breath of Yao Tianhuo disappeared, the man suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Long Fei smiled, raised his hand, and a suction force came out to the man's neck and then directly grabbed the confused man in front of him. What are you doing? Let me go. The man panicked. He was a one-star Dosec, but he was unable to struggle in the hands of the young man in front of him. This was enough to show that the cultivation level of the man in front of him was not only higher than him, but also the power goes far beyond that. A wave of fighting power filled the air. The man suddenly discovered that the young man in front of him turned out to be a strong fighter. Could it be that this person is also an old monster who has rejuvenated himself? Mom, why am I so unlucky? I just walked out of the tiger's mouth and into the lion's mouth. Chapter 179. A new plot begins. Now he is scared to death. This guy takes action at the slightest disagreement, which is even scarier than the old monster net to him. Long Fei ignored his shouting and squeezed him harder to stop him from shouting. After it was quiet, Long Fei said, "What's your name?" His voice was calm and his eyes were calmly watching this person. According to the most common routine in novels, this person must have done something and was hunted down and escaped here. Clicking on this person directly will be the beginning of a new plot of his arrival in the new world. My name is Guyan. The man's face was pale and frightened. He endured the pain and struggled to speak. His voice was hoarse. Long Fei was stunned. What? Galen? Suddenly he was a little surprised. Is this damn name so deceptive? Author, do you have no name? Yes, it's Guy Nu. Guy Nu nodded. Do you know Dabang? Suddenly Long Fei asked casually. Guy Men was suddenly startled. His eyes revealed great astonishment and he said, do you know Durban? He is my senior brother. Damn it, is there really that? Long Fei complained. Yao Tianhuo on the side was a little confused listening to the conversation between the two. Which one is fighting which one? This is a barren mountain. Why are you here? If you dare to lie, I will crush you to death. Long Fei looked at the cover in his hand with a smile. Looking at Long Fei's smile, Guyan's hair suddenly stood up and she felt frightened in her heart. This damn smile was like a devil's smile. It was too scary. I was chased by people from the Zhang family, Guyan said. Hearing this, Long Fei secretly thought, sure enough. The net moment he loosened his hand and released Guyan directly. Guyan coughed and then slowly recovered from the pain. Found it here. At this moment several figures jumped out from the front of the forest, pointing at Guyan on the ground and shouting. One after another a total of 4 figures appeared. All of them are fierce and strong men, but these strong men are not simple. Long Fei narrowed his eyes. The corner of his mouth curled up, but there was no change in his E-Pression. He was very calm. 4 people, all are Duzong, 1 4-star Duzong, 2 5-star Duzong and 1 SI-star Duzong. It seems that it is not a trivial matter for Guy Men in front of me to offend the other party. A mere 1-star Duzong would send out 4 Duzongs of this level. The funniest thing is that others came here. People from the Zhang family. Guyan's E-Pression suddenly changed. His eyes narrowed. He shouted angrily and then stood up quickly. Holding his hands tightly, the 1-star Duzong Do Chi energy suddenly rolled out of his body. Oh, why didn't Guyan run away? What? You even called 2 helpers? A brat, a brat. Ha 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 ha. I was laughing so hard. Zhang Yi, go kill that damn Guyan. Zhang Yi is the 4-star Duzong with the lowest cultivation level among them. After receiving the order, Zhang Yi nodded. His face hardened and the terrifying 4-star Duzong energy erupted from his body and he flew directly towards Guyan. Duja. Guyan, take your life. Zhang Yi shouted angrily and the fighting energy attack on his body became even more powerful. Come on then. 7 rock palm. Guy Nu roared angrily and the fighting spirit energy on his body condensed and he immediately displayed his fighting skills. The fighting spirit energy turned into huge rock palm prints made of starlight on his palms and he stamped them towards Zhang Yi who was flying towards him. Bang! Boom! A huge sound sounded. The shock wave of the fighting skill spread hundreds of meters away and the surrounding woods fell to the ground one after another with dust flying. Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo were protected by an energy shield and they watched the drama in front of them indifferently. When I first came to this new continent I saw a movie, so of course I did. The three people on the opposite side soared into the sky from the flying dust and continued to look down. Gai Nu's figure burst out from the smoke, bent over panting, sweating profusely and looking a little uncomfortable. He watched a figure slowly walk out from the smoke in front of him. It was Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's body was gleaming with golden light and had a body made of glass. This is his fighting skill, glazed golden body. It is a super defensive fighting skill. Under the protection of this glazed golden body, although Zhang Yi he was hit by the 7-star palm but he didn't suffer any damage. Zhang Yi's glazed golden body has reached this level. Not bad, not bad. Several people from the Zhang family above nodded in praise. There are two martial arts inherited from the same lineage in the Zhang family. One is body training and the other is mental technique. The glazed golden body is the body refining fighting skill. The level of fighting skill can reach the level of the earth level at the advanced level of the Xian level. However, currently there is only one Zhang family who can practice to the level of the earth level people. That is the head of the Zhang family. The glazed gold body consists of 2 volumes but both are divided into 7 levels. Only when the first volume reaches the 7th level and the second volume enters the 8th level does the glazed gold body evolve into an earth level fighting skill. This is just a matter of personal training. The cultivation of the glazed golden body is extremely difficult. Currently Zhang Yi's glazed golden body is on the 5th floor of the previous volume. It becomes even more difficult after the 5th level. It is very difficult to break through the 5th level and reach the SITH level. Seeing Zhang Yi's glazed golden body, the well-informed Gaian's eyes suddenly shrank and his expression changed again. It turns out to be one of the 2 famous skills of the Zhang family, the glazed golden body. As he spoke he couldn't help but take a breath of air. So what if you know? Die. Zhang Yi sneered and a golden stream of energy condensed and shot towards Gaian preemptively. Giant fist surges. Boom. The terrifying power of the fist blasted out from Zhang Yi's fist and the earth-shaking power covered Gaian. Sandstorm bursts out. Gaian's pupils narrowed again, not daring to be negligent, and hurriedly activated his fighting energy and he jumped into the air. Fighting skills that were no weaker than Zhang Yi's fighting skills also appeared from him. The 2 attacks collided again. A loud roar came out. Gaian and Zhang Yi charged directly and officially fought together. The fierce battle between the 2 officially began. Rumble. Bang bang bang. People on both sides looked at the situation in front of them. Suddenly Long Fei felt bored, planning to turn around and leave, but at this moment a figure flew over and hit the ground hard, vomiting blood. His face was extremely pale and his expression was haggard and weak. This person is Gai Nu, and Zhang Yi on the opposite side was not much better. The glazed golden body was densely broken into pieces. There was blood in his mouth. He covered the broken part of his abdomen with one hand and knelt on the ground with one knee, looking very embarrassed. Although there is a small gap of 3 levels in level, Gaian's full strength also caused him to suffer serious injuries. He did underestimate Gaian before, but Gaian was also beaten into that bird-like shape by him. It is estimated that it will be difficult for Gaian to stand up now. 3 people came down from the sky and stood in front of Zhang Yi. The leader of the SI Star Duzong, Zhang Yi, said, "Leave the rest to us. You go and take a rest first." After saying that, the 3 people's eyes moved from Gaian to Long Fei. Chapter 180. 4 people who don't know how to die. Gaian, stop struggling to your death. Tell the secret information you know quickly and I will give you a whole body. Zhang Yi then ignored Long Fei and the other 2, staring at Gai's body lying paralyzed in front of him. He said coldly, "Hidden secretly." Upon hearing this, Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo looked at each other and they saw a sense of curiosity and desire in each other's eyes, and then their eyes returned to Gaian. Generally speaking, there must be a big treasure in the secret treasure, not to mention that they are being hunted to such an extent. It is conceivable that there is something in this secret treasure that they are extremely eager to get. In this case, Long Fei naturally wanted to participate in the rare visit. He was also curious about what was in this secret. Cough cough cough. Gaian covered his body, coughed and showed a long-lost smile. He sighed and said, "Sure enough, you Zhang family have tried so hard to get the secret information from me. The old dog of the Zhang family wants me to tell you the secret information. Go ahead." At this point he spat hard, showing a sarcastic expression. As soon as Gaian's voice came out, Long Fei behind him immediately smiled and said lightly, "This guy has quite a personality." The faces of Zhang Yi and others on the opposite side were extremely gloomy. Their hearts surged with anger and their murderous aura and intention suddenly emerged. Excellent. When death is imminent, a prisoner dares to say such cruel words. It shows that you have enough energy and strength. I am not in a hurry. I won't be afraid that you won't say it after I capture you. Zhang Yi, who was boiling with anger, spoke with an extremely cold tone, and there was endless killing intent in his tone. The net moment he flew directly towards Guy and lifted it out with his bare hands, and a thick ray of fighting energy formed a wave of fighting skills in his palm and went straight towards Guyan's neck. Sir, save me. Guyan is willing to share the secret news with him. Guyan would rather tell this news to a stranger whom she has just met than to tell the despicable Chang family. So he shouted directly at Long Fei and the two instead of rushing, seeking death. Zhang Yi was furious, no longer hiding the anger he had just suppressed, and roared. Yao Long Fei had been waiting for Guy Nu's word and the call for help. Now he finally waited, and a plain voice sounded. Of course Yao Tianhuo understood the meaning, and a stream of flames shot out directly and hit Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi felt a great danger and threat from this sudden fire attack. His pupils shrank and his complexion changed drastically. With one palm strike, the shadow in the palm showed fighting skills. Boom! The net moment there was an explosion. Zhang Yi was affected and the powerful impact forced him back. Brother! The people behind him saw that something was not good. The impact was too strong. They were also threatened and hurriedly defended themselves. But Zhang Yi had already retreated. A long sword appeared in his hand and was inserted into the ground, making a big sword mark before he stabilized his body. His face looked extremely horrified at this moment and his heart was in turmoil. He didn't expect that the other party was so powerful that a single flame could have such power. The previous contemptuous attitude suddenly disappeared, replaced by my extremely solemn and serious presence. The smoke of the explosion dissipated and the child body of Yao Tianhuo was seen flying up in front of Guy Nu with his hands wrapped around him, looking at the people in front of him calmly. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, do you really want to go against my Zhang family for a dying person? After Yao Tianhuo heard this, he immediately said disdainfully, Zhang family, I'm sorry, you are nothing in front of me. I just want to protect this person today. You can either leave now or die here. Everyone secretly thought as expected, this person is an old monster rejuvenated. Hearing Yao Tianhuo insulting the Zhang family with such words, the four of them suddenly felt angry and they all revealed the Duzong energy in their bodies. Zhang Yi sneered, your excellency, you have such a strong tone. If so, the four of us brothers will come to see if you have the ability to protect this person. Now there are four people on their side and Zhang Yi has recovered a lot after taking the Eli IR. With four people joining forces, even if the opponent is a high level or even a peak Duzong, they may not be their opponent. Take action. As Zhang Yi's angry voice sounded, the four of them turned into an after image and used their special skills to rush towards Yao Tian fire very quickly. The four fierce Duzong attacks were terrifying in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of Yao Tianhuo, the 7-star Duzong, they were just trivial things. The mayfly shakes the tree and you don't overestimate your own capabilities. Yao Tianhuo's face was surprisingly calm and he raised his hand and waved forward. The vigorous flames turned into fire blade and split the four attacks in half as easily as cutting tofu. Then they were instantly enveloped by a flame that rose up from below and there was a loud bang and the flames rang out. What? Seeing this scene, the four of them and Guyan were extremely shocked. Such a terrifying attack, such a powerful attack was cracked like this. How is it possible that Duzong could do this? Zhang Yi and the others looked at Yao Tianhuo again, their pupils trembling as if they had noticed something. I am a Dozon, how can you four little Dozon be suspicious and confrontational? At this moment the voice of Yao Tianhuo sounded dull. After saying that, a special spatial power that could only be found in the Dozon realm spread out from him. With the huge pressure of Dozon, he also faced this area. Dozon! The four people screamed in fear, their faces suddenly looked frightened, cold sweat flowed from their forehead and they all took a deep breath of cold air. The body was shaking uncontrollably. Why is Dozon here? This place is so remote. Zhang Yi's voice trembled. Yao Tianhuo's terrifying Dozon pressure made them unable to breathe. The net moment their legs weakened and they fell to their knees one after another, their clothes soaked with sweat. How come I don't appear in the wrong place? I blame your bad luck. Looking at the four people kneeling on the ground, Yao Tianhuo's presence did not change at all. Mr. Dozon, we just offended you. We don't want to cover you anymore. Please let us go. We are also following orders. Zhang Yi clenched his fists to hold on to the discomfort caused by the coercion on his body. As for mercy, these people have no ability to resist in front of Dozon. If the other party wants to kill them, he can do it with just a wave of his hand. They also understand how insignificant the four of them are in front of the powerful Dozon. Let you go? I'm sorry, I have given you a chance just now, but you don't appreciate me this time. Yao Tianhuo sneered, raising his hand in vain. A terrifying flame turned into a dragon and circled around him. Then he continued, none of you will survive. As soon as the word fell, the flame dragon flew towards Zhang Yi and the 4 people in an instant, and the bloody mouth opened, trying to devour the 4 of them. No! The 4 people screamed in fear. Chapter 181. Zhang Tianyi's desperate roars sounded from the mouths of the 4 people. They wanted to defend and escape, but the pressure on them became stronger and stronger as they struggled, and the 4 people showed desperate faces. Dry tongue. Boom! Yi plotted. The net moment the long flame dragon was already here, engulfing the 4 people and annihilating them. The screams stopped until they were gone. This battle with great disparity in strength destined Zhang Yi and the others to have no chance of winning. They are not the protagonists, they are just supporting characters. The battle is over. After getting up and taking medicine, Guyan was shocked and dumbfounded when he saw the scene that ended so quickly before his eyes. Guinan swallowed his saliva and said in an unbelievable tone, this is how terrifying the Dozun warriors are. They were destroyed without even using the glazed golden body. In the face of the absolute strength of the absolute strong Dozong, who is as weak as an ant, is nothing. Yao Tianhuo turned around and looked deeply. He said, okay boy, now that they are dead, let's hear the secret information in your mouth. If you have something to hide, I wouldn't mind sending you down to accompany them. Gai Men continued to take the medicine until his body completely recovered from the eternal injuries. He let out a long breath and then said, the news I got is that the secret is deep in the De mountains on the border of Zhongzhou and Wanzhou. It is said that there is an ancient tomb of a strong man and there is something inside, a rare resource for cultivation. Where did you hear that? Long Fei narrowed his eyes, thought carefully and asked, I overheard it accidentally. As for the person who said it, I don't know who it is. Gai Mu shook his head. Long Fei took a deep look at Guyan and said, then why would the Zhang family know that you know the secret? This. After Long Fei's words, Guyan seemed to have his brain circuit opened and he was speechless. He didn't know why the other party suddenly came to chase him. When he mentioned the secret, I also find it very strange. Long Fei said as he pecked, this is a trap. You are just a seedling of those people. You have been discovered a long time ago. The other party did not kill you on purpose. So this secret is also fake? Yao Tianhuo frowned. If this was true, then they would get nothing. No. Long Fei shook his head. This is exactly true. Those people know how dangerous this tomb is, so they need a lot of bait to explore the tomb, and then a mantis will catch the cicada and the oriole will follow. I understand. Yao Tianhuo, who is experienced in the world, nodded. Do you know where the depths of the De mountains you mentioned are? Long Fei's eyes returned to Guyan. Gai Meng nodded hurriedly. I know. Very well, take us there. I want to see who this tomb is and who wants to have a yellow bird behind it. No matter who the yellow bird is, it will definitely be killed by the mantis. Long Fei curled up the corner of his mouth and showed a meaningful and weird smile, watching Galen tremble with fear. This guy is definitely not a good person. This was the first impression Long Fei gave Guyan. Guyan stood up and directly led the way for Long Fei. Yao Tianhuo. On the other side is the populated area at the junction of Zhongzhou and Wanzhou. Zhang family. A sound of footsteps quickly passed through the hallway of Jiang's house. This man was still holding broken jade pieces in his hands, which were so densely packed that there were 4 of them. The man who was running so fast was sweating from his forehead and he was extremely uneasy in his heart. Looking at the 4 broken pieces of jade in his hand, he was frightened. In the house of the head of the Zhang family, the sound of the man's rapid running was heard by the men in the house. When the man was about to enter the room in the mansion, a figure stepped out from inside. This man is more than 189 meters tall and is covered in brown and grey dragon blisters. His ordinary appearance revealed a calm demeanor. He exudes a natural aura of self-confidence from a superior, and a coercion from a superior spreads out. He is the head of the Zhang family. Zhang Tianyi's a half-step Dozun who is infinitely close to the Dozun realm. How rude is it to panic? What's the matter? Zhang Tianyi's, who had his hands behind his back, said in a deep voice as he looked at the rampaging man in front of him. When the man saw Zhang Tianyi's face, his face suddenly changed in shock. The terrifying aura emanating from Zhang Tianyi's made the little one-star Do Huang kneel down. Flop. The man's voice trembled as he shouted, something big happened to the head of the family. Something big happened. Look at the 4 jade blocks. The jade blocks of the 4 elders are broken. Listen. Zhang Tianyi's eyes suddenly narrowed and his expression changed dramatically. She ducked and came directly in front of the man and took a look at the 4 pieces of jade that were broken and without any luster in his hand. Her eyes narrowed again and she took them directly from the man's hand with a wave of her hand and put them in front of her eyes to look at them carefully. His hands were obviously vibrating, his pupils were trembling, his breathing was a little messy and his face was extremely gloomy and angry. Instantly, Zhang Tianyi's closed his eyes and took deep breath to calm himself down. As the head of the family, he must keep his composure and not lose his image. In the Zhang family, the senior positions are divided into 5 levels from high to low. The head of the family, the guardian elder, the hall master, the inner palace and the outer palace. The current head of the Zhang family is at the half-step Duzun level. There are only 2 guardian elders, one is an 8-star peak Duzong and the other is a 9-star Duzong. There are only 5 elders in total, the lowest is 1 3-star Duzong, 2 are 4-star, 1 is 5-star and the highest is SI-star Duzong. The only ones below are the Duhuang realm and below. 4 elders died, all of whom were at the level of 4, 5 and 6-star Duzong. The highest one, Zhang Yi, was SI-star. If he said he wasn't heartbroken it would be a lie. At this moment he felt extremely painful in his heart. He wished he could find the murderer immediately and peel off his skin with cramps. Remove 8 pieces. When Zhang Tianese opened his eyes, an arc of extremely cold murderous intent flashed past and he said, I remember that the 4 of them went to hunt down that guy. It seems that the person who killed them must be related to him. Master, I will immediately send people to search the place where they last went. The man found the opportunity and immediately asked for help. In fact, he just wanted to leave here as soon as possible. This place is too scary. He was worried that the head of the family would slap him if he was unhappy. Then he would really be a victim of injustice. No need, even 4 Duzong are dead. They went and gave away their heads to no avail. Zhang Tianese shook his head and said, where did the 4 of them last enter? The man said, reporting to the head of the family, the last place where the 4 elders disappeared was in the Tianyi mountain range. Tianyi mountain range? Got it. Go down, you don't need to worry about the NET thing, just do your part. After hearing this, the man breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he really didn't want to participate in these dangerous things. Nodding, it's the head of the family, I'm going to leave first. After saying that, he quickly got up, took a few steps back, then turned around and left quickly. Chapter 182. All forces gather in Tianyi, the junction of Zhongzhou and Wanzhou. Tianyi mountain. At this moment, under Guyan's leadership, Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo had entered the depths of the Tianyi mountain. Guyan, who was leading the way, frowned and the 3 of them flew through the air. Under his guidance they arrived in a strange green world. Yao Tianhuo was slouching, boy, after walking for so long and there is nothing but a patch of green, you are not lying to us, are you? Gaimen scratched his head, I only know that it is in the depth. I don't know the specific location of the depth. Long Fei, you're not lost, are you? Yao Tianhuo. Guyan shook his head and shouted, definitely not. After all, I live in a town near this junction. Although I don't come here often, I will never get lost. Long Fei teased, don't worry, I'll just talk casually. As he spoke, he suddenly stopped talking and frowned, and suddenly a burst of spiritual power came out of his mind. In an instant he swept across a large area of the area, including underground structures. Here others may not be able to feel it, but he can feel that there is a very mysterious and powerful force hidden in this area. Yao Tianhuo and Guyan haven't noticed anything wrong yet. Long Fei opened his eyes and said with an indifferent Zion, I don't know if you went wrong, but I can feel a very strong and mysterious energy wave here. As for whether it is the secret you mentioned, I don't know, but there are definitely ruins here. Yao Tianhuo was surprised, where is it? Why didn't I feel it? After all, he is also at the 7-star Dozun level and his soul power is also very powerful. Why didn't he feel it? Long Fei said lightly, maybe I am stronger. Yao Tianhuo was speechless. Gaimen was excited, sir, this must be the place where the secret is. Boom. At this time, violent vibrations came from the ground, the surrounding wood collapsed and the rock formations and soil plotted. Immediately afterward, a space fluctuation oscillated and powerful and mysterious ancient power surged out from under the ground. Then a green light rose into the sky, reaching directly into the sky. The ancient burning sound echoes in the sky. Such a magnificent situation can only be found in amazing places such as ancient ruins and tombs, and these are often accompanied by great opportunities and great inheritance. There are great dangers but also great opportunities. This is born. How could it be so sudden? Looking at the scene in front of them, Gai Nu and Yao Tianhuo's eyes widened and they murmured to themselves. Long Fei frowned and did not speak. He still maintained an indifferent expression, but his pupils had turned into chaotic green dragon pupils, penetrating the light in front of him to see the scene inside. At the same time, with this huge shock, people in villages and towns with a radius of hundreds of miles looked at the light rising into the sky. An ancient monument has appeared in the Tianyi mountains. Zhang Tianese was stunned by the sudden scene and then he was shocked. Also coming with him was an elder named Zhang Shishi. As for the other 2 guardian elders, he stayed in the Zhang family to deal with crises that might arise at any time. Although Zhang Shishi was also excited, his face was more solemn and he reminded Master, this aura is very strong. The ancient relics born this time will definitely attract the jealousy of many strong men from the surrounding forces. We must be careful. Zhang Tianese said, everyone you can think of the head of our family has thought of. We must not be the only ones who have the same idea. Come on, let's go over and take a look, and we will take action when we find the right time. Good. At the same time, without saying a word, all forces sent strong men to fly quickly towards the Tianyi mountain range. This is especially true for Tian City, the overlord of this region. Soon everyone arrived and people from various forces in the depths of the Tianyi mountain range gathered here. The lowest is Duzong and the highest is Duzun. Ancient ruins have emerged and those who are destined to get them will have to rely on their own abilities. The voice of the city lord of Tian City Yuan Tianan sounded. Except for Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo, no one here knows this person. This person is a powerful being with the strength of a 3-star Dozun, and he is also the most powerful person considered by those here. Fortunately, Yuan Tianan was not so domineering as to monopolize this ancient ruin. Yuan Tianan is not stupid. He senses that there is a great danger in this ancient ruin. He has a dead end. He wants the others to eat together and act as cannon fodder. When Yuan Tianan opened his mouth, the rest of the people here had no objections and all agreed. They naturally understood the pros and cons involved and would not take the initiative to cause trouble. Now the light is still continuing and everyone is waiting for the ancient ruins to be truly unveiled. Judging from the vibration in front of me, it must be very fast. Zhang Tianese, the head of the Zhang family, at this moment together with Long Fei, after getting up, Guyan saw a familiar figure. While whispering, his eyes narrowed with a look of fear. He quickly leaned towards Long Fei and the other two, trying to hide himself as much as possible. After hearing this, Yao Tianhuo and Long Fei turned their head curiously and looked at the head of the family who Gai Huan had mentioned. But just in time the two sides' eyes met at the same time. Long Fei immediately lost interest. Just a half-step fighting master rubbish. Yao Tianhuo is even more uninterested. How could he, a powerful 7-star Dozun, be interested in a half-step Dozun who has not yet stepped into the real Dozun? In his eyes they are nothing, not to mention that this is a place close to Zhongzhou. These people are very common, nothing unusual. However, Zhang Tianese and Long Fei, who were also looking over at the other side, suddenly showed cold sweat on their forehead and their pupils were condensed as they looked at each other. He just felt a terrible pressure from these two people. The strength is enough to surpass him. Even he, a half-step Dozun, felt such terrifying pressures, so the two people opposite him were definitely strong in the Dozun realm. Then his eyes fell on the familiar figure net to him, Guyan. He recognized it immediately and muttered it softly but did not take any action. He was now certain that the 4 dead elders were killed by those 2 Dozun. The Zhang family's strength alone cannot be the opponent of the 2 Dozun. Under Dozun all are ants and they are no exception. Therefore he will not act recklessly but wait for the opportunity to join forces with Dozun such as the city lord Yuan Tianan and the other Dozun strong men here. When Zhang Shishi net to him saw Guy, knew he suddenly wanted to go directly to the wormhole to kill him but was held down by Qian Tianese. We are not opponents of the 2 fighting masters on the other side. Let's wait and see what happens and join forces to kill them. Zhang Tianese sent a message to Zhang Shishi. After hearing this, Zhang Shishi calmed down, but the murderous intention in his body did not diminish at all. They must avenge this, but not now. Yes, head of the family, Zhang Shishi replied. What their family leader is best at is strategy and tactic. It seems that the head of the Zhang family you are talking about is not a reckless person. The city is very deep. Long Fei's voice was calm. If it were an ordinary person he might just rush over. Yao Tianhuo also nodded in agreement. Boom. Chapter 183 Ancient Ruins, Tragic Death. Boom. At this moment a loud explosion sounded from the light on the land ahead. The light disappeared and the door of a huge ancient building half hidden underground appeared. The gate is an ancient bronze door. When everyone saw this their faces showed horror. Some impatient people flew directly towards the ancient bronze door. Just when they were about to approach the ancient bronze door, hurricane blade suddenly appeared like a storm and slashed at everyone in front of them. No, there's a trap. Buzz buzz. The faces of the people in front changed with fright and they quickly dodged. However, some people who were too late had half of their bodies split in half by the hurricane blade. Some who were lucky only lost one arm but were killed by the rest. The hurricane blade was chopped into pieces with blood and flesh flying everywhere. This scene was so terrifying. Even if the good luck escaped just when those people were rejoicing, the ground below shook and countless extremely sharp vines shot up like a net, densely packed, and all escape routes were blocked. There was no way for these people to retreat. Retreat! Yuan Tianan and others who were not impulsive at the back shouted loudly and quickly moved away. Those people in the front covered by wooden vines showed desperate faces shouting in fear, help. The net second, pew pew ha ha hu ah ah, help. The more than 20 people in front were all pierced through the body and heart by the terrifying vines, the murderous weapon. Their flesh and blood spattered and blood flowed densely from the vine. In this instant all the more than 20 people in front were killed. The corpses of more than 20 people were hung on the vine. They died in a tragic manner. Their eyes were wide open and they died with eyes wide open. Seeing the scene that just happened in front of him, Long Fei looked calm and said softly, this is the fate of the dragon set. It is destined to pave a way for smart people like us. Although this is just the road outside, this is their fate. At this moment both Yao Tianhuo and Yuan Tianan and the remaining dozen or so people showed signs of shock and horror. Everyone can feel the extremely terrifying lethality from those vines and hurricanes which can reach the realm of Dozun. Even these are so terrifying, so is the great terror existing in this ancient ruins, a super terrifying existence at the level of the holy realm. Even if it's not a true saint, it's still a half-saint level existence. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. Yuan Tianan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, there are very terrible dangers in this ancient ruin. People under Dozun had better not enter, otherwise they will die miserably like these people. Although his voice was not loud, the place was very quiet now and everyone heard Yuan Tianan's words. Among the more than 10 people here, there are only a handful of Dozun or even half-step Dozun and the rest are all Dozong. Some people took the initiative to quit after listening to Yuan Tianan's words, and soon there were only people left here. The people are Yuan Tianan, Long Fei, Yao Tianhuo, Zhang Tianese, Kui Chen and Tai. Now that we know this place, Guyan has lost its value and Long Fei doesn't care about his life or death, and Guyan quietly escaped from this place as soon as he arrived, because when he arrived net to Zhang Tianese Zhang Shishi, this guy was only a 3-star Duzong and it was even more impossible to enter. He would definitely come to kill him. With his 1-star Duzong cultivation he was definitely no match, so it's better to escape first. In reality, Zhang Tianese did ask Zhang Shishi to stay and not enter and went to capture Gai Nu, but he did not order to kill him. Now that 4 Duzong members of the Zhang family have died, it is the time when they need people. Among the people present, Yuan Tianan is a 3-star Dozun, Long Fei is a 4-star peak fighting master, Zhang Tianese half-step fighting respect, Yao Tianhuo 7 stars Dozun, Kui Chen Yi Ing Dozun, Tai half-step Dozun, except for Long Fei, Yu Yao and Tianhuo. Everyone here knows each other's cultivation level, and they had seen each other a few times, and the 4 of them all looked at Long Fei, Yu Yao, Tianhuo. Yuan Tianan was the first to speak. It's the first time you two met, isn't it, from Tian City and the people around it? Long Fei said calmly, the 2 of us came from Nanzhou and happened to encounter these ancient ruins and stayed here. Are you 2 Dozun? Zhang Tianese frowned and spoke. Long Fei took a deep look at him and said, not bad. Such a young Dozun, can't he be an old monster rejuvenated? Tai's rough voice sounded. The 4 of them had to be so suspicious. After all, the bodies of Long Fei, Yu Yao and Tianhuo were really surprising. Yao Tianhuo's childish voice echoed old Shen's charm. Haha, I am indeed like this. This is all thanks to the help of my gang leader. However, my gang leader is not an old monster who has rejuvenated his youth, but a real young man. Gang leader? The 4 of them looked at Long Fei. He was suddenly shocked. At such an age, this person is not an old monster rejuvenated, but he actually has the realm of Dozun. It's really scary. Regardless of whether it was made with drugs or not, this is enough to show that this person is extraordinary or has great financial resources behind him. The 4 of them did not dare to offend. Especially for Zhang Tianese, it is really difficult to avenge those 4 people, but he will not give up. No matter how difficult it is, he will find a chance to kill this person. The opportunity now is this ancient ruin. As long as you enter, there are many dangers. His personal cultivation cannot kill a real Dozun. After all, he is only a half-step Dozun, not a real Dozun strongman. Therefore he must find the best time, use the strongest blow and kill the opponent while he is unprepared. If he fails, he will be dead and the entire Zhang family will be destroyed. So he can only succeed. There is only one chance. Now, completely hiding his murderous intention and bad emotions, he smiled and nodded in shock. Such achievements at such a young age are really shocking. It's hard to see even in Zhongzhou. Okay, let's not talk nonsense. This time we enter together. There are many dangers and huge opportunities. Let's all rely on our abilities. Yuan Tianan recovered from the shock and said before him, it seems that even if Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo are Dozun, it will not change his high status here. He is a 3-star Dozun. In his opinion, Long Fei is only a 1-star Dozun, and the rejuvenated person net to him should be around a 2-star Dozun. Okay, everyone depends on their ability. Tai and Kui Chen nodded. Zhang Tianese also nodded slowly. Soon the people bypassed the wooden vine. This time there was no attack again. It seemed that the attack outside just now was a one-time outermost defense mechanism. When the people landed on the ground in front of the ancient ruins, the closed bronze and stone door in front of them opened. When the people saw this scene, they all showed incredulous presence. It's as if someone has arranged for them here early. It was pitch black inside, like a black hole in the endless abyss. When you stare at a black hole, the black hole stares at you. Chapter 184. One person dies. Zhang Tianese picked up a stone and threw it in. 2 seconds later, a thumping sound came from inside, indicating that it was a normal road. But there must be a mechanism inside. The stone just didn't touch the mechanism. Be careful. After Yuan Tianan finished speaking, he walked in cautiously. Everyone also followed. When all SI people had fully entered, the door behind them suddenly closed with a bang. The e-prescience of the SI people changed slightly, and when they looked back it was already too late. But now that they are in, there is no turning back. Great dangers and great opportunities come together, and they would rather take this risk. This is the truth, as the saying goes, seek wealth while taking risks. As the bronze stone door closed, it became even darker inside. Yao Tianhuo raised his hand and shot out several flames which were distributed all around. Under the illumination of the flames, the dark and lonely aura was greatly reduced. Under the illumination of the flames, the layout of the scene inside was also revealed. It was a palace. Although there are two people here who are not real Dozun, everyone has reached this level and their perception is very rich. Everyone can feel that the dangerous atmosphere here has not diminished at all around them. Now, looking at the ordinary room in front of me, every NET step is actually very fatal. The chamber is very large, and in the innermost part of the chamber there is a hole that leads to an unknown place, and the cold breath comes from there. There are a lot of miscellaneous things piled up under the walls around the chamber. If you look closely, they are all bones and some broken corpses and weapons. Many people died here. Tai suddenly took a step forward. A click. The plate beneath his feet was stepped down by him. Too bad luck. As soon as this news came out, except for Long Fei, who frowned, the e-prescience of the others changed dramatically. What are you doing? Don't step on it, Hui Chen shouted angrily, which frightened him to death. The mechanism here is very powerful. Even if you don't die, you will still be injured, which is not much better. It's really a pig teammate. This thing is still half level. It's weird to be able to upgrade to this level. I didn't expect it either. Tai was also dumbfounded. His luck was so bad. Suddenly strange mechanical sounds sounded in the chamber. Yuan Tianan shouted in a deep voice, the mechanism has been triggered, everyone be careful. Zhang Tianese and others immediately took precautions. Tai also quickly put away his feet. At this moment holes were opened in the wall from above, left and right. They were very dense. The NET moment long arrows of wooden vines holding hurricanes were shot out from inside. Each arrow had a with extremely terrifying penetrating and killing capabilities. Even Dozun felt the danger. It seems that the person in this ancient ruins is at least a very high level Dozun or semi-saint, otherwise how could they feel danger? Run up and rush to the cave entrance ahead. Zhang Tianese pointed forward and shouted. Arrows flew out like rain and the scene was densely packed. Everyone did not dare to be careless. When dodging, they used martial arts and fighting skills to resist. 4 fighting masters and 2 half-step fighting masters worked together. Huge energy rushed out, smashing the long arrows shot around in front, opening a passage in front, and everyone began to move towards the entrance of the cave. Just when they were about to arrive, Tai rushed over first, but at this moment a huge spear was shot out from the black hole without any warning and penetrated the unsuspecting Tai's body in an instant. He screamed, blood and flesh splashed, and the huge impact forced his body to rush backward. At the same time, the long arrows from behind were collectively shot, and he soon became a hedgehog. When he saw Tai again, it was a corpse that was as bloody and lifeless as if 1,000 arrows had pierced the heart. Half-step Dozun, just die like that? Looking at this scene, everyone took a breath of air conditioning. Sweat dripped down their forehead, and Tian Nan and the other 3 people looked terrified. Half-step Dozun died like this? Death is incredible. What kind of e-instance is this ancient ruin? Everyone has to re-estimate the danger level of this ancient ruin. This is just because a Dozun has died in the outer hall. Then no one knows how many layers there will be NET. If this continues, they will probably be completely destroyed. They are careless. At the same time, some regret came into my heart. It's not that they didn't want to save Tai, but they were too late. Everything happened too suddenly, as if all of this was to kill Tai. When Tai dies, Taman will fall, Hui Chen said calmly with a complete prescience. Everyone was silent and did not speak. After Tai's sacrifice, the 5 of them had successfully arrived in front of the cave entrance, and the arrows were still shooting out as if they could not finish shooting at all. Yuan Tianan said in a deep voice, life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are in the sky. This place is already a dangerous place. I have already reminded you that if he chooses to come in, he will have to bear the risk of death. Let's go to the NET level quickly. Good. The 5 people stopped thinking and turned around and entered the cave entrance directly. There was an endless tunnel in front of the cave entrance. This tunnel has constant twists and turns. Under the flames of the Yaotian fire, as everyone moves forward, the ground is full of dead bodies. These corpses have been dead for many years. It is conceivable that those who have been thinking about this ancient ruins have died. There are green crystals on the tunnel wall. There is a trace of wood-like energy hidden in these crystals, but it is of no use to them at all. The elemental power in Long Fei's body naturally had wood attribute energy. When he touched these green crystals, the trace of energy hidden in the crystals was directly absorbed by him. No one noticed the scene. After all, the movement was too small. Along the way, Long Fei encountered and touched each one, absorbing a lot of wood energy. Although this wood attribute energy is just like that, it is better better than nothing and it will be helpful to his body. Soon there will be an it ahead. At this moment the terrifying hurricane around them formed a violent storm and quickly blew everyone away. Everyone had no time to react to this sudden crisis and they were all involved and separated. A second before they separated, Long Fei threw a token in his hand to Yao Tianhuo and said through a message, if you encounter a big danger, crush the token and the terrifying power of the void will send it back to the Jiama Empire. This was Long Fei's life-saving escape method for Yao Tianhuo. Yao Tianhuo grabbed it in his hand and immediately put it into the Naja. Then the two were separated. All 5 people were scattered to different places. Long Fei's whole body glowed with green light. Released energy surged out of his body, impacting the surroundings. The hurricane was forced to open an opening and Long Fei rushed in decisively. As soon as Chaos King Glong's pupils came out, he could see clearly that there was a huge altar inside. Chapter 185. Forced to disperse. There is only Long Fei here and the others are not in this altar. It seems that those people have been blown to another secret room. There is a huge formation eye in the center of the altar. The moment Long Fei stepped into this place, the formation eye was triggered. The surrounding formation carving patterns quickly condensed and a large pillar rose up. Dense liquid flowed down from the top of the pillar. A smell of blood passed into Long Fei's nose. Under the rays of the Chaos Azure Dragon eyes, he saw that the liquid flowing down the pillar was dark red blood. This blood has been stored for a long time. It seems that the owner of this ancient ruins collected it after killing those who broke in. The blood was used to trigger the condensation formation. It seems that there is more than one such formation here. Long Fei frowned. Scenes that saw blood for no reason were usually very evil and he was keen enough to smell something sinister. Suddenly everyone became serious. Yao Tianhuo, you are so lucky. Now that the two of them are separated, neither of them knows what happened, let alone the location of the ancient ruin. Now only they can help themselves. Long Fei tried to use his mental power to sweep across this ancient ruins, but there was a very powerful force that was released like a super formation combined with many strong men. His mental power was suppressed and he could only sweep across the current temple among. You must know that Long Fei's mental power has reached a very terrifying state at this moment. Such a terrifying state has been suppressed, so the terror here can be imagined. Long Fei narrowed his eyes and said confidently, I want to see what mysterious things are here. This time I come in, I will be the one to break the situation. After a while the horizontal path of the formation was filled with blood. A bloody light shrouded the formation, soared into the sky and reached the top. After a few seconds the light disappeared and erected copper coffins appeared from the formation. The copper coffins were filled with blood and turned into lines that made people very uncomfortable. Black smell. The net moment the coffin lids slid down and loud thumping sounds were heard one after another. The art of turning around from dirty soil. We even started playing with zombies. Long Fei suddenly felt a little funny, but the net moment he frowned. The coffins were shrouded in thick black mist. This black mist was a symbol of filth and ugliness. Ho ho ho! The roar of the corpses was so terrifying that most people would tremble with horror. But it was Long Fei who was here and he immediately became excited when he saw this scene. The second bloody corpses flew out from groups of black mist accompanied by hoarse corpse roars. The corpse energy was surging and the sea of blood was overwhelming. On top of the ferocious face is plump flesh. These corpses have gained weight and are well maintained. From the corpse aura emanating from these corpses it can be judged that all of them are surrounded by star peak dozun. A full people were killed and turned into zombies. What kind of existence is in this ancient ruins and what secrets are hidden in it? Long Fei became more and more curious. The bloody corpses surged with black energy and rushed towards Long Fei. They have no humanity, no intelligence, they are just murderous puppet. Well done! Long Fei shouted loudly, raised his right hand and made a fist with strong force, blasting towards the first bloody corpse. Bang 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 bang! The bloody corpse hit the headless creature behind and flew away. The body of the bloody corpse was very stiff and could not feel pain, and it would not stop attacking because part of its body was missing. The corpses jumped up again with marks on their tattered hands. A void formation appeared in front and the people turned into black particles and merged into the void, turning into huge black corpse hands. It was like an earth-shaking power, and with a terrifying evil aura it covered the top of Long Fei's Tianling. This terrifying blow has the power of the strongest blow from the 9-star peak dozun. I'm sorry, I happen to be the one who restrains your evil instant, Long Fei said with the green holy light shining on his body. The power of blood. Blue dragon holy light buzz. The green holy light bloomed instantly, completely covering the altar. Once the holy light comes out, the essence of the chaos green dragon is to eliminate some dirty evil and is a symbol of light. All evil and filthiness will vanish in front of it. Under the holy light of the azure dragon, the evil giant hand composed of corpses quickly entertained itself itself until it turned into particles and disappeared completely. All the sin, evil and filthiness in this altar were also reduced to nothing. There is no need to fight. The ability of complete restraint can kill instantly. Unprecedentedly relaxed and comfortable. The green dragon holy light disappeared and Long Fei looked at the altar in front of him again and suddenly felt much more comfortable. There was no longer the cold and evil aura before, and he could feel his face flush with relief when he took a deep breath. This level has been passed. Long Fei walked forward and continued to enter the NET level. Flying quickly towards the front, he heard the sound of running water. Ahead there is a high cliff covered with many tree vines which are at least as thick as 2 arms, and the water flows from here down. As soon as Long Fei flew up, a murderous intention appeared in the NET moment. From the wooden vines sharp wooden edicts shot out. Raising his hand he waved his strength and appeared immediately, interrupting the flying Mu Qi. It's really dangerous. This thing is really poisonous. If the average person is not careful he will be killed by this simple mechanism. Long Fei muttered, and a ball of flame came out of his hand and he threw it upward and hung it. It was like a miniature sun in the sky shining on this dark land. The scene before the eyes above was truly jaw-dropping. They were all corpses, a pile of corpses, and the water flowed out from the sewer outlet in front. After being filtered by countless corpses, the corpse water had long been polluted. If someone who doesn't know is thirsty and takes a sip, his face will definitely turn green. Long Fei burned all these corpses with flames, which was considered a relief for them. Meeting me today is a blessing for you corpses. Please repay me. Long Fei in the NET life. Long Fei muttered. His chaotic blue dragon eyes stared at the sewer outlet in front of him. Long Fei walked over, intending to use brute force to break open the sewer outlet in front of him, the wall, because he saw a secret passage behind the wall. But at this moment a mechanism was stepped on. The entire ground sunk. Countless water spurted out and large rocks were smashed directly from the cliff above. But at this moment the ground beneath his feet disappeared and a powerful attraction formed a whirlpool and sucked Long Fei's entire body into it. Bang! Dust filled the sky and the rocks completely shattered the terrain above. As the ground collapsed, the gushing water couldn't stop being completely posed like a waterfall, and the area was completely submerged into a water world at an extremely fast speed. And around Long Fei, who was swept below, was a water world which was full of evil and dirty atmosphere. Chapter 186 Battle with the Giant Rock Man. The holy light on his body bloomed again, shining on the dirty and evil water, and the aura of chaos in the water was quickly amused. When Long Fei appeared again, he had arrived at a new place. There are skeletons everywhere here, including people and monsters, and all of them are occupied by warcraft. The aura of death permeates the air and is extremely dangerous. Under the gaze of his eyes he could clearly see the layout of this place. It's the secret room under the cliff again, but this time it's a little different from before. It is wider and taller. It gave Long Fei the illusion that he was no longer among the ancient ruin. Above the front 10 crosses stood erected and 10 completely dead skeletons were tied to the middle of the crosses. There are only 10 special ones here and there is nothing else. After flying up and taking a brief look, Long Fei found that the ribs of these skeletons were carved with something like a conche crystal. He reached out and touched it, and suddenly 10 skeletons fell to the ground together with the cross at the same time, and a loud noise was heard. Long Fei didn't expect it to be like this. It seemed that it had been left here for too long without maintenance. Boom! A voice rang on the wall in front of him. After staring closely, it turned out that the plate on the wall had dented the center one. A square of light emitted from the center appeared. Long Fei, who thought he was in danger, immediately ducked sideways, but fortunately his reaction speed was fast enough and he successfully avoided it. The light stopped in the middle of the air and did not tend. Instead, a light screen appeared. Lines of mysterious and ancient words were written on the light screen. Long Fei scanned it and remembered it directly, but he couldn't. I can't understand the meaning of the ancient characters above. At the moment he can't understand it, but his ability to understand and comprehend is very strong. It only takes a little time to understand the meaning of these ancient characters. At this moment the scene changed and the ancient characters disappeared, replaced by a map. At this point on the map, Long Fei frowned and suddenly felt an inexplicable familiarity in the unfamiliar frequency. It seemed that he had seen this picture somewhere to prevent it from switching again. Long Fei quickly recalled it, and soon he finally found a place where he was familiar with the picture and immediately took out a parchment fragment from the ring roll. This parchment fragment was found in Mo Chushan's Naja before. He had kept it in the Naja for so long that he had forgotten the existence of this parchment fragment. If he hadn't seen this light screen today, he couldn't even remember that this thing existed on the map. The fragment of the parchment in his hand matched the map on the light screen, and he suddenly discovered that they were exactly the same. The fragment of the parchment in my hand is on the surface where it was hit, and the numbers are exactly the same. The difference is that there are signs of other places on the light screen. In other words, the map on the light screen is the complete version of the parchment parchment fragment in your hand. Long Fei immediately faced it and quickly recorded everything on the map, and then the light screen disappeared. Carefully recall the complete map. The location recorded on the map is in the area of Zhongzhou and Wanzhou. Could that location be the ancient ruins here? Long Fei opened his eyes and a flash of light flashed across. To sum up, based on various news, this is really the place. It seems that the location on the map is this ancient ruins, but what treasures are there in this ancient ruin since so many people died? Long Fei muttered, not thinking clearly. Now we can only know by deciphering the lines of ancient characters. Bang bang. But at this moment a heavy sound came out, and the echo in this sealed cave-like chamber was as deafening as thunder. The appearance of this voice immediately called back Long Fei's consciousness, which was immersed in deciphering ancient characters. Long Fei heard that the dull and deafening sound was not a knock but a huge giant walking among the ancient ruin. Many skeletons below were shaken and jumped. Chaos blue dragon eye. A ray of cyan light flashed out in his eyes. As soon as the dragon eye came out, Long Fei's vision instantly penetrated the entire wall to find the source of the sound. Sure enough, there was a huge road behind the wall in front. On the road the whole body was really wrapped in stone. He was holding a huge mace in his hand and his eyes were glowing with red light. The aura was fierce and terrifying. When he came to the wall, he directly struck down with his huge mace. Bang! Long Fei quickly retreated and the huge impact directly caused the stones to fly all over the sky. The wall was shattered and many large stones plotted in the wind. Long Fei's pupils shrank slightly. He quickly dodged and stepped on the stone. With one punch, the terrifying power turned all the surrounding stones into powder and fell to the ground. Looking at the huge and fierce rock giant in front of him, Long Fei claimed, "Good guy, there is such a big guy hidden inside here." Long Fei continued to chirp, "The power oozed from this big guy is at least as powerful as the 7-star peak Dozun. This ancient ruin is really incredible, incredible. Grave intruder, die." While Long Fei was speaking, the big rock giant sounded a cold voice and the terrifying aura on his body made people feel troubled. Net moment, he directly picked up the huge mace hammer in his hand with one hand without saying a word and smashed it towards Long Fei. Although it was very big, the speed of swinging the hammer was very fast and the force contained in it was extremely huge. At that moment a sonic boom impact erupted, the space collapsed and the terrifying and domineering power wanted to smash everything. Even the 7-star peak Dozun of the same level was extremely dangerous under this hammer, and those below the 7-star level were even more dangerous. 90 will turn into bloody cake. This blow is very terrible. Feeling this terror, Long Fei's complexion changed and his pupils condensed. He didn't intend to dodge, but a desire emerged in his heart and he raised his hand and punched out. Fist and mace clash. The two terrifying and stern offensives plotted. The surrounding walls were shattered and the bones below were caught in the impact and turned into powder and dust all over the sky. The giant rock man narrowed his eyes and made a heavy nasal sound. He also found it incredible that this human being could actually catch such a terrifying blow. The net moment, he shouted loudly, "Death!" A more powerful and terrifying force appeared than before and the mace was crushed again and countless needles on the hammer shot out from the mace. "Here comes Yin!" Long Fei was startled, waved his hand and the ancient Qinglong sword came out fiercely. The sound of dragon roar rose into the sky and slashed down. Bang bang! The azure dragon blade instantly crushed the explosive hammer needle and collided with the even more powerful mace. There was a loud boom and another terrifying impact. Energy spread and both Dayanren and Long Fei were blown away a long distance. The man from Dayan used his own advantages to forcefully break free from the impact energy. He leaped forward with a big stride and hit the sky higher than Long Fei with another fierce hammer. This time the wolf-toothed hammer was struck by a terrifying shrouded in the power of flame. It's a fighting skill. Chapter 187. The mystery of the person behind it. Pyroblast. Boom. The power of the giant rock man increased instantly and was released rapidly. In the face of the attack of terrifying power, the space collapsed again. Damn this guy! Long Fei opened his mouth, surprised by the style of this giant rock man, but he didn't panic and put his hands in front of him. Bang! Grass! In an instant Long Fei cursed and his whole body was thrown away by the powerful impact and slammed into the wall. The wall collapsed and the gravel fell and buried his entire body in it. The dust flew and he saw the wall again. By that time it had been piled up into small hills by large pieces of debris. Seeing the final scene in front of him, the giant rock man decisively threw out his mace and flew it towards the hill, intending to lay down a grave flag for the final blow. But at this moment green light shot out irregularly from the gaps behind the hill. The net second there was a loud bang and a force that directly blew up the entire hill. The mace was also there. It was blown away and failed to hit the landing target. How come? Seeing this scene, the giant rock man's eyes trembled lightly. He couldn't believe it and his voice trembled. How is that possible? In the center of the blown up hillock a bald young man stood in the thick green light. It was Long Fei, who was sent flying by the mace hammer. The muscles all over his body were visibly strong, his energy and blood were surging, his body was roaring with power, and there were no scars at all. What a monster! Long Fei slowly raised his head, and a lightning arc of cold green light appeared in the dragon's eyes. Twisting his arms and neck, his bones made a cracking sound. Long Fei's voice was lazy and indifferent. Brother, you are very good, that's all. But if you really think you can kill me like this, you are thinking too much. You have already attacked me twice. Take these, it's my turn to take action. I hope you can respond to my attack. Long Fei said calmly and waved his right hand to the right. The green light spread and turned into the ancient Qinglong sword. This time the ancient Qinglong sword did not make the same special effect sound as before, but only the blade issued a faint cyan light which was very dull. However, it contains huge dangers which should not be underestimated. Then he raised his hand and threw the Qinglong ancient sword directly towards the giant rock man. Cut! At the same moment a plain word came out of his mouth. Roar! In an instant the ancient blue dragon sword that flew out came out with a vast roar, and a loud roar accompanied by the power of the terrifying dragon. The green light was up to 10 times richer. In an instant the rich green light turned into a huge blue dragon. The dragon's face was furious and the terrifying power was lightning. The riot reached a peak and the huge green dragon turned into a shock beam and rushed towards the giant rock man. The giant rock man felt the danger of death and recalled the mace. A flame shrouded his body and spread to the mace. A huge flame-colored giant silhouette stood in the sky, several times larger than the huge body of the giant rock man. This is also the most powerful killing move. Tian's body is in flame. Pyroblast. A huge echo came out, and on the basis of the ultimate move he decisively displayed the pyroblast fighting skill. His power was once again pushed to the peak of the riot and he smashed down towards the huge cyan dragon beam. Bang! The huge flaming mace faced each other. After this contact the annihilating and overbearing power of the Qinglong ancient sword emerged instantly. The mace is very domineering, but the Qinglong ancient sword is even more domineering. Click click. The net moment there were traces of cracks on the surface of the huge mace that was enlarged. After a few seconds the speed accelerated into a dense spider web shape. At this moment the power on the Qinglong ancient sword pushed forward again. The giant rock man realized that it was not good and continued to use force, but his move undoubtedly accelerated the breaking of the mace. The loud banging sound sounded again. This time it was the mace that was broken and penetrated. The eyes of the giant rock man shrank in shock. Even though the giant rock were all over his body, he could still feel the earth-shattering change in his face under the giant rock. Roar! The long dragon penetrated the body of the giant rock man. The terrifying power freed and plotted the rocks on the giant rock man, and the giant rock man truly revealed his true form. What's shocking is that the giant rock man's true form is an empty skeleton. This Long Fei was shocked. How on earth was this done, etc. That is, he saw a green formation pattern appear on the giant rock man's skeletal body, but it was quickly broken through by the domineering green dragon beam, completely crushing the formation pattern. The formation pattern collapsed, losing its most original core drive. The giant rock man's body plotted and decomposed in an instant, turning into fragments and falling to the ground together with rubble. Long Fei sighed, relying on a formation to drive such a big guy, and the strength has reached the peak of the 7-star Dozun. The strongest burst of power can completely scorn the 8-star peak Dozun. It seems that this formation puppet technique is really good. It's not easy. It would be great if I could learn this kind of formation-driven puppet technique. He looked back at the wall crushed by the giant rock man. This was a huge artificial path, and it was also the only way to the net level. I don't know what happened to those people. If they encountered such a terrifying thing, they would really be dead. Long Fei muttered. What he was most worried about now was Yao Tianhuo, but he gave him protection. The command card should not be a big problem, and his strength 7-star Dozun also has many methods. I wish you good luck. After saying that, Long Fei looked again to see if there was any valuable treasure here. Focusing on the broken giant rock man, he found a strange thing in the pile of rocks standing on a stone. If you look closely you will see that it is a bow. Long Fei was a little surprised and confused, but he could feel that this bow contained a great opportunity. Picked up the bow with expectant interest. The bow is very stiff, and since it was not shattered with the explosion, the material of this bow is a rare treasure. With a flame-colored background, red fire flower outlines and wooden stripes, the raw material of this bow should be blazing sulfur wood. Long Fei said, "Open the bow." There was a flame-colored crystal inside as big as the palm of your hand. What is this? Long Fei picked it up in confusion. Holding it in the hand, it is obviously of fire attribute, but extremely cold. Is this the real core of the formation pattern used to provide energy for everyone? Long Fei frowned and had this suspicion, but he felt that this answer was very consistent in reality. Long Fei continued to mutter, the flame energy here is so strong and huge. No wonder it can last for so long on the giant rock man with such a huge power output. Even now it has not been used up. Who is it, founder? I really want to meet him. You can definitely see him in the innermost part of the ancient ruin. Long Fei took the bow and the flame crystal and set off again and flew quickly towards the passage. He wants to reach the end as soon as possible to see what kind of capable person can create such a powerful thing. Chapter 188 Main Tomb Chamber. After the passage of time, Long Fei has overcome many light cards in this ancient ruin. In the end he understood that this was not an ancient ruin but the huge ruins of an ancient half-saint peak powerhouse holy sepulchre. The great dangers in the tomb are all the work of this ancient peak half-saint. There are no treasures in this tomb, only two things. This is the clue that Long Fei has discovered so far. The puppet guarding the light card were also eliminated by Long Fei. Most of the information he obtained was obtained from these puppets, and part of it was the translation of the ancient characters on the murals and in his mind. One of them is the sacred bones of the tomb owner, who is the peak of the ancient semi-saint, and the other is Mu Feng Jing. The former is easy to understand, but the latter Mu Feng crystal is an energy crystal formed by the ancient peak half-saint master who condensed what he learned throughout his life before his death. Because this ancient half-saint peak Pert has two extremely rare dual attributes, wood attribute and wind attribute, so he has a resounding holy name called Saint of Woodwind. From the information obtained by Long Fei, he learned that this Mu Feng saint was a figure from 10,000 years ago, and he was also a very powerful instance in Zhongzhou at that time. But unfortunately in the end he passed away because he could not break through to the true saint's lifespan, and this tomb was built by him according to the appearance of part of the ancient ruins, and it was hidden in the underground void. You can imagine how awesome this person is. Looking at the news on the mural in front of him, Long Fei put the previous news together and sighed. It's a pity that such a strong person couldn't break through to the true realm of fighting saints in the end, and Xiao Yuan died in the end. 10,000 years ago the 8 ancient tribes should have existed at that time, but they should have been founded at that time. This guy is older than the current patriarchs of the 8 ancient clan, but it is a pity that he is still dead, and all the glory in front of him will be completely buried in history as time goes by. The Mu Feng saint is already in the past. Fortunately I have the Wuji longevity technique, and because I am now close to the 70th level and have bloodline, my lifespan should be very long. Long Fei stroked his chest and murmured, and then asked system, how much longevity do I have now? The system voice sounded after the system detect the host current life energy. The host current lifespan has reached 10,000 years. Currently you don't need to do anything to live another 10,000 years. This time is based on the planet's plane, calculated based on the number of days at 1-1, not based on the ratio between Eternal Sky City and Dulo Star. Long Fei's eyes were full of excitement. I didn't expect that I would have a lifespan of 10,000 years now. As long as my lifespan is long enough to survive, even a saint with no talent can become a superpower. Moreover, he is a monster with huge talents, and with the support of the 2 heaven-defying plugins, the Chaos Azure Dragon Bloodline and the Wuji longevity technique, his lifespan will only continue to increase in the future, and his cultivation will also increase crazily and rapidly promote. His current goal is to absorb all the strange fires and achieve the realm of Dodi within 3 years. Of course, in the current original world, absorbing all the strange fires may not necessarily lead to the true Do Emperor. He has budgeted and should be at the peak of Do Sheng or the Quasi-Do Emperor realm like Zhu Kun. It's time to look for other opportunities. He is not in a hurry. There will be a solution when the time comes. Si flame crystals floated in the air in front of them, which Long Fei obtained from them by defeating the Guardian, thereby leaving a whole light card. It is also recorded in the news that these Si things are called flame crystals. They are extremely hot energy crystals on the mainland 10,000 years ago, but they have become history now and are extinct item. The flame crystal can provide huge energy which can be used for other purposes besides being used for cultivators to practice, absorb and refine. I didn't expect that after so long the energy in this flame crystal can still be so rich and thick. Although it may not be the last Si, but when I absorb all the energy in these Si, I don't know how high it will be. Level, Long Fei said with great anticipation and quickly put away the Si flame crystal. He looked at the passage ahead. According to the records in ancient TETS, this passage should lead to the last place, the main tomb of Saint Shang Mufeng. This time he did not fly but chose to walk over. When the whole person entered the passage, there was a looming pressure of holy power. Long Fei's face relaxed a little and then returned to walking normally. Just in time he used the pressure of this holy power to practice his infinite longevity skill. The whole journey was peaceful. There was no Cheng Yaojin coming out halfway to kill you like before. This may be the ritual leading to the last level. No, there are actually obstacles. Now the pressure of the holy power is the only obstacle to this passage. It was nothing to Long Fei, and he soon saw the it on the opposite side of the passage. He quickened his pace and walked out of the passage. stage. Suddenly a vast aura hit his face and the surroundings were full of extremely old and ancient auras. This place is very big. It is completely like an enlarged version of the cave heaven. There are many ancient treasures around that have been here for a long time. There are weapons, secret records of martial arts and fighting skills and pills and other things. It covers everything. There is a tall staircase in front with a throne on it, and sitting on the throne is the body of a skinny old man. Long Fei's eyes flashed with green light and he was shocked to find that there was still flesh in the old man's body. Even though this person has been dead for a long time, he still has a layer of holy power that makes people fear him. Is he the original Mufeng saint? Long Fei chanted softly. This place is large but also very simple. Apart from the long-lost funerary objects on the ground, there is only a throne and a skinny body with flesh and bone. There is nothing else complicated except this. There are not even the bodies of the others, so no one has been able to break through this level and die after so many years. Long Fei recalled that there were many skeletons among the SI light cards outside and these people were killed there. Sweeping through the Dongtian Lord's tomb, Long Fei discovered that there were strange characters around the Dongtian walls very quickly. Is this the formation? Is it the formation that prevents me from sweeping the entire tomb with my mental power? Long Fei frowned and activated the mental sweep again. Suddenly the formation above lit up and the formation appeared. The pattern restricted Long Fei's mental power. Long Fei praised, it seems that this is it. The original world is really powerful. Even my powerful mental strength can be restricted by this formation. Today I will destroy you. Long Fei shouted. If he could not scan the entire tomb, then he would not be able to find the location of Yao Tianhuo. The light of the green dragon bloomed on his body and a huge chaotic green dragon virtual entity soared away, directly hitting the formation. As for whether the tomb will collapse after the formation is broken, Long Fei has not yet considered it. Chapter 189. The Saint of Woodwind. Roar. The huge roar of the green dragon completely resounded in this vast cave. With a loud bang, the chaotic green dragon virtual entity successfully hit the top of the cave. The formation sensed the danger and independently activated the defensive shield to resist. At this moment a half-saint peak power quickly gathered in the formation into light waves and shot towards the Chaos Azure Dragon virtual entity. Bang! Half a second later there was another loud noise. Two forces are arguing, one is constantly going up, the other is constantly going down. Boom! After a few seconds the huge impact force formed a magnetic field, the energy spread out and the entire cave sky was affected and shook. Buzz! At this moment a green light came out. Long Fei's pupils moved and he immediately looked in the direction of the light source. The shock was emanating from the corpse of the long-dead woodwind sage. A phantom rose into the sky and the power of the saint appeared instantly. The huge green phantom raised his hand and the terrifying peak power of the half-saint directly crushed the void in front of him, forming a terrifying whirlpool emanating from the wind waves and formation. The power hit the chaotic virtual entity together. Feeling the crisis brought by this power, Long Fei immediately moved and the power of blood came out fiercely. The Azure Dragon arms summoned the chaotic Azure Dragon virtual entity back into the body. However, the two attacks became conscious and turned towards Long Fei and fell down. Damn it! Boom! The two attacks missed the target, causing a large crater in the ground. Long Fei's figure disappeared from the place and when he reappeared he was already in the sky. The power of the green dragon on his body became stronger and stronger. The dragon roar came out again. A mark appeared in front of him and a huge green dragon escaped into it. It flew towards the two forces with a bang. With a loud rumble the three attacks collided and immediately plotted into huge explosive firework and the two forces also disappeared. You deserve to be damned if you come here to disturb my eternal sleep. Suddenly an old and angry voice resounded through the cave sky and the source of the voice was the shadow of the woodwind saint. Long Fei turned around and said with some surprise, so you old guy can talk. Why don't you die cleanly after being dead for so long? Do you have to make this scene happen? How can a junior like you, a 5-star dozun, discuss the power of this saint? Since you are here, stay with me forever. The phantom of the woodwind saint was furious with endless killing intent. The cold light was coming and the terrifying power of the saint was rioting again. That's right, Long Fei upgraded from a 4-star peak dozun to a 5-star dozun. Two terrifying storm powers turned into huge green palms and transparent palms and attacked Long Fei. TCH, I can't tell you if you were your real body, but now you are just a remnant of a soul that is not even a complete soul body. I would be really scared if you really did that. Long Fei laughed. The eye of Chaos Blue Dragon has long seen through the huge phantom of the woodwind saint. The blow with the peak of the half-saint just now has caused huge consumption to his soul body phantom with a trace of the remaining soul. There is absolutely no way this old guy can launch an attack like that just for the second time. Facing a remnant ghost whose strength is far inferior to before, Long Fei will never be afraid of him. As soon as the word came out he held the ancient Qinglong sword and released the domain on his body. He slashed out with a terrifying force and made a loud bang. The two attacks instantly turned into fireworks under the blade of terrifying power. Long Fei's figure rushed out from the plotting fireworks, rushed directly towards the shadow in front and landed with a knife. Long Fei shouted loudly, "I originally wanted to have a good chat with you, but since you are seeking death, my gang leader will completely let this remnant of your soul be completely annihilated." The power of annihilation. On the ancient Qinglong sword, the power of annihilation came out again and the space was split in half with a terrifying slash. "How dare you!" Hearing what Long Fei just said, the remnant soul of the Mufeng saint was shocked. What Long Fei said was correct. Everything was said right. However, in the face of such terrifying power, it was difficult to compete with him. Long Fei's words were offensive to him. How could his pride as an ancient half-saint peak powerhouse be humiliated? He immediately shouted angrily, "Rise, Mu Feng holy fistile! Wood shakes the earth, wind shakes the sky." An extremely dazzling holy light appeared and huge energy rioted. The Mufeng saint used the strongest fighting skill currently available. This is a unique skill that he created himself and is proud of. It is very powerful. Even if a real one-star fighting saint wants to drink a large pot of trauma water net, now let alone a small 5-star dozun. In his eyes they are like ant. If it weren't for his various reasons, he could crush an ant of this level with one finger now. Well done. Long Fei used force again, making a loud noise. Explode. Two forces came out and at this moment the armored dragon shadow on the armed Long Fei flew out. Bang bang bang. Old man die. After breaking through the attack, another long sword came out from Long Fei's body. The sword of the god. As Long Fei's strength grew, the level and power of the sword of the gods became even more terrifying. No. Seeing this scene, the remaining soul of Mu Feng, who had consumed a huge amount of energy and was dying, looked horrified. He did not expect that a small 5-star dozun on the other side could actually carry out such a terrifying attack. It was completely beyond what a small 5-star dozun could do. "Who are you?" "I am your father." When the voice sounded, the swords with strong destructive power instantly penetrated the shadow of Mu Feng's remnant soul. The power of blood swallowed by the blue dragon. Black holes came out one after another and the terrifying attraction instantly absorbed the remaining soul of Mu Feng. Although it just a trace of remnant soul, it's still a delicious energy experience point. Long Fei laughed. "Coming to this tomb today, I gained quite a lot." Net Long Fei used the resurrection domain of all things to restore the body of the woodwind saint to its former flesh and blood state, but it would not move because it had lost its soul, and now it only needed to find a soul body to put inside it. A new peak half-saint strongman can be created. If you're lucky, you might be able to break through to become a real one-star fighting saint. Having obtained the body of a peak half-saint man, Long Fei directly put it into the Naja. As for the funerary objects around him, Long Fei swept through them with his eyes, found some more useful things and collected them all. As for the other rubbish, he burned it directly into nothingness with a fire, leaving nothing for the rest people. "Where is the Mu Feng Jing?" Long Fei muttered, judging from the information in his memory. The Mu Feng Jing was in the main tomb and there was only one, a very extremely precious instant. Long Yan scanned the surroundings and found nothing similar to the woodwind crystal. "Is it fate?" etc. Suddenly Long Fei was startled and looked under the throne. Through Long Jian's perspective, he saw a bow hidden underneath. Looking through the bow, I saw that inside was an ancient parchment scroll, not a woodwind crystal. Could it be that this parchment is where the Mufeng crystal is located? When I think about it, I feel that this possibility is very high. Chapter 190. The collapse of the main tomb chamber. The throne was demolished by Long Fei. There is a layer on the ground looking for the mechanism, but I can't find the mechanism. In the end, I could only use violence to smash the surface. Reach down and take out the bow. Holding the bow in your hand, the light is dim and cold and it still has the heavy smell of old age. When I opened it, I found that it was really a parchment scroll inside. The ancient parchment scroll was brown. When you pulled it open, you found that what was written on it was not the woodwind crystal but something else that concerned Long Fei even more. Strange fire. Long Fei was surprised. He stared at the information recorded on the parchment. In addition to being a new map, there is a flame icon somewhere on the map and a few words are clearly written there. "I'll be spirit fire." And there is another strange fire record net to it. SI paths of reincarnation Yan. There are two kinds of strange fires recorded in a parchment. Moreover, they are ranked 22 and 21 on the alien fire list. It really took no effort to get up there. It was the right choice to enter this big tomb this time. Long Fei was very happy. What he needed most now was the strange fire. Although these two strange fires are on the same parchment, the plate areas they are located in are separated from the north and the south. Among them, the spiritual fire of 10,000 beasts is in North Shangzhou and the SI paths of reincarnation flame is in Nanyazhu. These two states are not big states, but they are located in the north and south of Zhongzhou. Moreover, North Shangzhou must go through the teleportation formation formation to get there. Only Nan Eazhu Long Fei didn't realize that it was time to ask Yao Tianhuo. The two places are far apart, so they will still need to be teleported. Otherwise I wouldn't know how long it would take to fly like this. The old guy has been killed by me and you will be NET. No one can help you this time. Long Fei raised his head and looked at the formation on the top of the cave. When the sound came out, the cyan energy on his body, he was pushed to the peak in an instant and he simply clenched his fist and blasted out. The dragon's roar rises into the sky. Its power is so terrifying. The formation felt the crisis and once again shot out light waves to block them. This time the light waves were no longer as powerful as the first time. It was no longer a peak half-saint blow but an ordinary high-level fighting master blow. This dimensionality reduction, the blow was a bit scary. The last attack from the peak half-saint was like that. Sorry, how could it be possible that this time it was just a blow from an ordinary high-level Dozun and that he could catch Xiao Long Fei's full strength punch this time? It's just wishful thinking. The two forces collided and Long Fei's terrifying fist instantly shattered the light waves emitted by the formation and a rumbling explosion sounded. Fireworks spread out in the sky and the strong impact shattered the surrounding walls. Long Fei's fist did not stop because of this collision and became even faster, rushing directly towards the center of the formation's eye. Bang! The NET second we successfully collided. There was a protective shield on the formation. After struggling for a few seconds, it was broken open by fist and the protective shield turned into fragments flying in the sky. The star-catching hand came out bravely. Long Fei's figure appeared in the sky and completely broke the formation with one punch. A huge fist mark appeared on the top of the cave and the formation disappeared. Long Fei suddenly felt that the power that had previously restricted him had completely disappeared. Longjian scanned the formation to the sky and he discovered that there was something at the eye of the formation. He quickly put his hand in and took it out. It is a crystal. This crystal is green and also has the power of wind and cold. Is this the woodwind crystal? Long Fei's pupils shrank and the smile on his face became even stronger. Referring to the memory message in my mind, the message has the appearance of the Mufeng crystal. Compared with the one in my hand, it is exactly the same condition. It seems that there is no mistake. The crystal in Long Fei's hand is the Mufeng crystal he is looking for. Unexpectedly, this thing is hidden in this formation. No wonder this formation is so weird. Now Long Fei finally figured it out. After putting away the woodwind crystal, Long Fei immediately activated his mental power to sweep across the entire cemetery. What surprised him was that the cemetery was so big and there were more than just SI levels to pass, and there were many places where the guardians were still alive. However, Long Fei discovered that of the three people, Yuan Tian and Kui Chen and Zhang Tianese, only Zhang Tianese was still there and the other two were missing. It was unknown whether they were dead or not and their bodies were not found. Although Zhang Tianese was still alive, he was not. He was seriously injured and his clothes were all in tatters. He was trying desperately to escape. His face was full of fear and panic and he completely lost the composure he had before. Zhang Tianese just wanted to leave this damn place as soon as possible. He vowed never to come to these places again. What surprised Long Fei was that even the other two real Dozun were gone. Most likely they had fallen, and now Zhang Tianese, who was only half a Dozun in strength, was able to survive until now. Long Fei has fought against the guardians of these levels and knows the terrifying strength of these guardians best. However, he would not manage this person's life and death. The screen turned and he came to another cave-like secret room. The person here at the moment was Yao Tianhuo. He was fighting a water chestnut giant demon tiger beast. This water chestnut giant demon tiger beast, it is made from the fusion of limbs from many kinds of monsters. Its strength is at the level of a SI star Dozun and it also has the same formations and crystals as the guardians of the giant rock man. So I can go to these undefeated defenders to get other flame crystals. Now Long Fei has SI of them. The more of these eating crystals the better. However, at this moment the space cave where he was now suddenly shook violently and the surrounding walls burst open one after another. The cracks had spider webs and turtle shell patterns and they spread extremely quickly. Bang, bang, bang. Many large rock fell from the top of the cave chamber and Ruan looked incomparably. No, this place is going to collapse. I hope the rest of the place will not be affected. There are still so many flame crystals that have not been recovered. Long Fei's pupils shrank and his E-Pression changed slightly. The NET moment he thought with one move, lightning flash leaped out and at a speed of 100,000 meters it transformed into a purple lightning bolt that ignored all the walls and other obstacles in front and rushed towards the secret room where Yao Tianhuo was. On the other side, the place where Yao Tianhuo is at this moment is a sea of fire. This is also his masterpiece. I didn't expect the thing in front of me to be so powerful. It was obviously only at the level of a SI star Dozun, but its attacks and methods were already comparable to that of a 7-star Dozun. Damn beast, take advantage of me. Due to the consumption of many battles, Yao Tianhuo's face was a little pale. He shouted coldly, and the terrifying power of the flames on the 5-round fire formation on his body quickly condensed. He hit the beast in front of him directly. Luo Fenshin, die to me. Chapter 191. The Battle of Yao Tianhuo. The throne was demolished by Long Fei. There is a layer on the ground looking for the mechanism, but I can't find the mechanism. In the end I could only use violence to smash the surface. Reach down and take out the bow. Holding the bow in your hand, the light is dim and cold, and it still has the heavy smell of old age. When I opened it I found that it was really a parchment scroll inside. The ancient parchment scroll was brown. When you pulled it open you found that what was written on it was not the woodwind crystal but something else that concerned Long Fei even more. Strange fire. Long Fei was surprised. He stared at the information recorded on the parchment. In addition to being a new map, there is a flame icon somewhere on the map and a few words are clearly written there. All be spirit fire. And there is another strange fire record net to it. Si paths of reincarnation yan. There are two kinds of strange fires recorded in a parchment. Moreover, they are ranked 22 and 21 on the alien fire list. It really took no effort to get up there. It was the right choice to enter this big tomb this time. Long Fei was very happy. What he needed most now was the strange fire. Although these two strange fires are on the same parchment scroll, the plate areas they are located in are separated from the north and the south. Among them, the spiritual fire of 10,000 beasts is in Bais Hongzhou and the Si paths of reincarnation flame is in Nanyazhu. These two states are not big states, but they are located in the north and south of Zhongzhou. Moreover, North Shangzhou must go through the teleportation formation to get there. Only Nanyazhu. Long Fei didn't realize that it was time to ask Yao Tianhuo. The two places are far apart, so they will still need to be teleported. Otherwise I won't know how long it will take to fly like this. The old guy has been killed by me and you will be net. No one can help you this time. Long Fei raised his head and looked at the formation on the top of the cave. When the sound came out, the cyan energy on his body, he was pushed to the peak in an instant and he simply clenched his fist and blasted out. The dragon's roar rises into the sky. Its power is so terrifying. The formation felt the crisis and once again shot out light waves to block them. This time the light waves were no longer as powerful as the first time. It was no longer a peak half-saint blow but an ordinary high-level fighting master blow. This dimensionality reduction, the blow was a bit scary. The last blow from the peak half-saint was so strenuous. This time it was just a blow from an ordinary high-level fighter. How could it be possible for Xiao Long Fei to receive this punch with all his strength? It's just wishful thinking. The two forces collided and Long Fei's terrifying fist instantly shattered the light waves emitted by the formation and a rumbling explosion sounded. Fireworks spread out in the sky and the strong impact shattered the surrounding walls. Long Fei's fist did not stop because of this collision and became even faster, rushing directly towards the center of the formation's eye. Bang! The net second we successfully collided. There was a protective shield on the formation. After struggling for a few seconds, it was broken open by fist and the protective shield turned into fragments lying in the sky. The star-catching hand came out bravely. Long Fei's figure appeared in the sky and completely broke the formation with one punch. A huge fist mark appeared on the top of the cave and the formation disappeared. Long Fei suddenly felt that the power that had previously restricted him had completely disappeared. Longjian scanned the formation to the sky and he discovered that there was something at the eye of the formation. He quickly put his hand in and took it out. It is a crystal. This crystal is green and also has the power of wind and cold. Could it be the woodwind crystal? Long Fei's pupils shrank and the smile on his face became even more intense. Referring to the memory message in my mind, the message has the appearance of the Mufeng crystal. Compared with the one in my hand, it is exactly the same condition. It seems that there is no mistake. The crystal in Long Fei's hand is the Mufeng crystal he is looking for. Unexpectedly, this thing is hidden in this formation. No wonder this formation is so weird. Now Long Fei finally figured it out. After putting away the woodwind crystal, Long Fei immediately activated his mental power to sweep across the entire cemetery. What surprised him was that the cemetery was so big and there were more than just SI levels to pass, and there were many places where the guardians were still alive. However, Long Fei discovered that of the three people, Yuan Tian and Kui Chen and Zhang Tianese, only Zhang Tianese was still there and the other two were missing. It was unknown whether they were dead or not and their bodies were not found. Although Zhang Tianese was still alive, he was not. He was seriously injured. His body and clothes were all in tatters and he was desperately trying to escape. His face was full of fear and panic and he completely lost the composure he had before. Zhang Tianese just wanted to leave this damn place as soon as possible. He vowed never to come to these places again. What surprised Long Fei was that even the other two real dozun were gone. Most likely they had fallen, and now Zhang Tianese, who was only half a dozun in strength, was able to survive until now. now. Long Fei has fought against the guardians of these levels and knows the terrifying strength of these guardians best. However, he would not manage this person's life and death. The screen turned and he came to another cave-like secret room. The person here was Yao Tianhuo. At the moment he was fighting a water chestnut giant demon tiger beast. This water chestnut giant demon tiger beast, it is made of the limbs of a variety of monsters. Its strength is at the level of a Si star dozun, and it also has the same formations and crystals as the guardians of the giant rock man. So I can go to these undefeated defenders to get other flame crystals. Now Long Fei has Si, the more of these E-tinct crystals the better. However, at this moment the space cave where he was now suddenly shook violently and the surrounding walls burst open. The cracks had spider webs and turtle shell patterns and they spread extremely quickly. Bang, bang, bang. Many large rock fell from the top of the cave chamber and Ruan looked incomparably. No, this place is going to collapse. I hope the rest of the place will not be affected. There are still so many flame crystals that have not been retrieved. Long Fei's pupils shrank and his E-pression changed slightly. The net moment he thought with one move lightning flash leaped out and at a speed of 100,000 meters it turned into a line of lightning. The purple lightning ignored all the walls and other obstacles in front and rushed towards the secret room where Yao Tianhuo was. On the other side, the place where Yao Tianhuo is at this moment is a sea of fire. This is also his masterpiece. I didn't expect the thing in front of me to be so powerful. It was obviously only at the level of a Si star dozun, but its attacks and methods were already comparable to his 7-star dozun. Damn beast, take advantage of me. Due to the consumption of many battles, Yao Tianhuo's face was a little pale. He shouted coldly and the terrifying power of the flames on the 5-round fire formation on his body quickly condensed. He hit the beast in front of him directly. Luo Fenshin, die to me. Chapter 192. The end of the tomb. Roar. The water chestnut giant demon tiger beast roared. Purple energy condensed on the water chestnut above its head and it also shot a purple light wave towards it. Bang, boom. The clear and loud sound sounded like deafening. In the smoke of the explosion, the figures of the water chestnut giant demon tiger beast and Yao Tianhuo rushed out and the two met again. Vulcan arm. Yao Tianhuo's arm using magical flame stripes directly punched the head of the water chestnut giant demon tiger beast. The attack of the water chestnut giant demon tiger beast was interrupted and the entire tiger body flew out and smashed into the wall. But this kind of trauma is completely harmless to the water chestnut giant demon tiger beast. It has no pain and no fatigue. As long as its formation center is not destroyed, it is absolutely impossible to kill it. The roar sounded again and the terrifying energy blew away the surrounding wall stones and turned them into powder. A huge flame-colored shadow appeared from its huge tiger body. The net second, it transformed into a human form like a transformer. A huge blade made of condensed flames appeared in its hand and an unparalleled energy impact burst out under the blessing of terrifying power. Damn it, can this thing be like this? Yao Tianhuo exclaimed with his eyes widened. Even he, a well-informed old guy, has never seen such a scene. Unless it is a transformed warcraft, the huge guy in front of you is not a real warcraft at all, let alone a transformed one. The scene in front of him really subverted its cognition and outlook. The humanoid form of the water chestnut giant demon tiger beast raised the giant flaming blade in his hand and slashed directly towards the Yao Tianhuo. The power of the giant blade turns into blade energy and cuts in the air. Wherever it passes, the air evaporates and the space vibrates. Yao Tianhuo's E-pression changed. In vain he stepped out with a lightning flash and quickly evaded. However, the opponent has too many giant blades and Yao Tianhuo's understanding of the lightning flash step is not yet very advanced. The body stayed in mid-air and there were several giant blades attacking him right in front of him. A terrifying force blocked the surrounding escape space. Not good. Yao Tianhuo's pupils shrank and he felt the life-threatening aura from the energy of these giant blades. Extreme body strengthening technique come out. Then he shouted loudly and a holy light appeared and enveloped his whole body. The net second, boom. All the energy of the giant blade hit him mercilessly. A perfect hit. This terrifying collective attack the few people before would have been completely destroyed on the spot. But unfortunately the situation has changed now. Yao Tianhuo has practiced the Wuji body training technique. A dull sound of pain came from Yao Tianhuo's snoring and roaring, and then the figure flew out from the fog of the explosion and his feet slid to the ground forming a long twisted trace. Since it's okay. Seeing this scene in front of him, the eyes of the water chestnut giant demon tiger shrank and it was obvious that its E-pression had changed. Although it could not speak due to some reasons, it could be read from its heart what it meant at the moment. At this moment Yao Tianhuo, who came out of the explosion, coughed a few times and a stream of fire breath came out of his mouth. He wiped his face and said, "Thankfully, fortunately I have practiced this body training technique, otherwise I would really have had a drink here today. But it won't work if if it goes on like this. I've exhausted a lot of my fighting energy. Let's take a pill first to calm down the shock. Yao Tianhuo muttered, took out a bottle of pill from Naja and threw it into his mouth. Where is the one you agreed on? Yao Tianhuo, you mind me, I can eat as many as I like. In this case, the water chestnut giant demon tiger beast jumped up, raised the giant blade in his hand and once again condensed the red flame energy, and countless energy around him quickly gathered towards the tip of his giant blade. The speed was very fast and the energy gathered to a peak in the net second. The energy rioted and an extremely dazzling flame light instantly lit up the cave. The fiery wind formed small circles around the humanoid shadow of the water chestnut giant demon tiger beast. It is a shadow. The net moment accompanied by the true form of the water chestnut giant demon tiger beast. It rushed towards Yao Tianhuo in a flash. Because the light of the flame was extremely dazzling, it enveloped the secret room again. Although it only lasted for a few seconds, Yao Tianhuo had already seen it rushing towards him when he reacted. Li Huo defense. Yao Tianhuo's prescience changed drastically and he quickly formed a seal and a flame compass came out in front of him to block him. Boom, boom. There was a loud noise and two streams of flame energy impacted in all directions. Facing such a powerful force, Yao Tianhuo actually had some strength. While gritting my teeth, the small phantoms surrounding the water chestnut giant demon tiger beast in front of him quickly merged into its giant blade, just like the scene of thousands of swords uniting into one, which was very spectacular. The power gathered again and the power of the giant blade was once again pushed to its peak in an instant. Click, bang. The net second Yao Tianhuo's Luo defense was shattered. The impact spread again and the surrounding secret room directly became a sea of fire. Oops. Yao Tianhuo's pupils narrowed, showing fear. The giant blade of the water chestnut giant demon tiger beast was half an arm's length in front of him and the speed was too fast. In addition, Yao Tianhuo's willingness to smash the defense caused the body to briefly lose balance and unable to control it freely, and there was no time to use it. Lightning steps to avoid. At this moment of despair, a familiar yet inapplicable flash of lightning appeared in front of him and then a familiar tall strong bald figure formed. Gang leader. Yao Tianhuo blurted out overjoyed. The appearance of Long Fei was also accompanied by the appearance of an extremely terrifying force. He raised his hand and squeezed it hard and his whole hand turned into a blue dragon. The power was instantly amplified several times. Bang! The humanoid giant blade of the water chestnut giant demon tiger beast also directly hit Long Fei's right hand. The appearance of Long Fei also brought him surprise and shock. Who is this person who can actually break in from another place? The power of Long Fei's dragon hand was extremely overbearing and it directly pinched its giant blade into crack that continued to spread upward. The net second the entire giant blade was crushed to pieces with a bang. Wah! As soon as this scene appeared, the water chestnut giant demon tiger beast, which was originally unable to speak, spat out these two words in shock and did not know why. Long Fei's dragon hand flew directly towards him and a blue light flashed past. In an instant the humanoid shadow of the water chestnut giant demon tiger beast was crushed into pieces. Bang! Click! Long Fei's hand directly penetrated its chest, shattering its core formation. He took out his hand and opened his hand to see the familiar flame crystal. Bang! As the formation was shattered and the flame crystal was pulled out, the water chestnut giant demon tiger instantly disintegrated into fragmented skeletons scattered on the ground. Long Fei played with the flame crystal in his hand, staring at the sky fire with his mouth open and dumbfounded, and said leisurely, "Thankfully you are still the 7-star Dozun of the Qinglong gang. It takes so long to deal with a small tiger," and was almost beaten to death. Chapter 193. I don't know this so-called ant. As soon as Long Fei's word came out, Yao Tianhuo was stunned when he heard them, and then his old face turned red with embarrassment. Sanzan said, "Gang leader, I have no choice. I won, but I didn't expect that this tiger actually had this method of transforming into a human form, and its power increased dramatically when it transformed into a human form." Long Fei was speechless, waved his hand and said, Okay, you don't need to explain." Yao Tianhuo quickly changed the topic, pointed at the red crystal thing in Long Fei's hand and asked curiously and doubtfully, "Gang leader, what is that thing in your hand? Did you take it out of that tiger's body?" Long Fei explained, "This thing is called flame crystal. It is the main energy-driven substance in these things, but it contains huge flame energy which is very suitable for us to use for cultivation. As far as I know, there are many light cards here. There are guardians like this in those light cards. They will have these flame crystals on them. Let's speed up and get as many as we can before this tomb collapses." Long Fei turned around and looked at Yao Tianhuo. "So that's it, I understand. So what do you mean, gang leader? You can clear the level on your side?" Yao Tianhuo suddenly realized, but right here there was a rumbling sound and the two of them looked over and saw that the tomb was collapsing. "Come on, the time is wrong. I'll talk to you in detail on the way." Long Fei flashed in front front of Yao Tianhuo and pressed his shoulders. It turned into a bolt of thunder and lightning and the two of them disappeared from the place. On the way Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo explained what he knew. Yao Tianhuo suddenly took a breath of cold air and said in shock, "It's so huge here, and it's not just an ancient ruin, it's just a person's graveyard. It's actually a peak half-saint figure. The Mofeng saint, how so? An unfamiliar name. Strong is strong, but fortunately it's just a trace of a residual soul. It's nothing to me." Long Fei grinned. He raised his hand and shook it gently. He had just absorbed the remnant soul of the Mofeng sage, and his cultivation level had also been upgraded from a 5-star dozun to a Si-star dozun. Although it had only increased by 1 star, it was still pretty good. You must know that it is very difficult to upgrade the original world to this level every time. The gang leader is truly a god. Yao Tianhuo sighed unconsciously, saying that he could not compare to Long Fei at all. In front of Long Fei he felt that the 7-star dozun was just a 7-star tease. Long Fei was very fast, carrying Yao Tianhuo the teaser through the obstacles all the way as fast as the wind, and his methods were violent and bloody. Moreover, the collapse of the tomb could not keep up with Long Fei's slaughter speed, which was very terrifying. Along the way Yao Tianhuo was really dumbfounded. The strength of those defenders was equivalent to the Si-star dozun and the 7-star peak dozun, but they were killed by Long Fei's punch. It's really terrible. His whole body was trembling. If he were to become an enemy of Long Fei, he would definitely die miserably. But fortunately his smart decision made him know that Qinglong Gang Long Fei was personal horror. I am also very fortunate to be able to join the friendly family of the Qinglong Gang. Soon after Long Fei slaughtered them one by one, he got all the flame crystals in the entire tomb. There are 50 pieces in total. Unexpectedly there are so many. According to the terrifying energy in this flame crystal, 50 may be enough for him and Yao Tianhuo to reach the realm of 9-star peak dozun or even semi-saint. The 9-star peak dozun in front is very likely, but the half-saint in the back is very difficult. Comparing the two, there is a huge qualitative change. And now the depth of the original world will only become more difficult. Everything depends on luck. Help, help. Just when Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo were about to leave this ghost place, an extremely weak cry for help rang out. Yao Tianhuo and Long Fei turned around and looked at the intersection wall in front of them. Zhang Tianese was sitting there, slumped, his eyes expressionless. Yao Tianhuo was surprised, but Long Fei was extremely calm. He had observed this person many times along the way but ignored him. It is considered lucky to be alive till now. Gang leader, how come you didn't meet 2 other people besides him along the way? Yao Tianhuo was stunned and recalled something. Long Fei shook his head. I scanned this tomb before and the 2 people have disappeared, but if they died I should be able to see their bodies, but I didn't find anything about them. It's like it evaporated out of thin air. Yao Tianhuo was shocked and asked suspiciously, is there such a thing? Could it be that these 2 people gathered together before and found a secret passage to escape and escape first? Long Fei was silent for a second and said, it's not impossible. We'll know if we get out alive or not, but I don't think it possible to get out due to the layout inside the tomb. Yao Tianhuo frowned. In that case, what does the gang leader think? Long Fei looked at Yao Tianhuo and smiled softly. Didn't you also guess the second possibility? Yao Tianhuo was stunned and nodded. The corpse was swallowed by the guardian. Looking at the dying Zhang Tianese in front of him, he asked the gang leader, do you want to save him? Long Fei raised his eyebrows, pursed his lips and smiled deeply. Save him? We killed 4 Duzongs in his family. He wanted to kill us, but he didn't take action due to the difference in strength. He wanted to come in and take advantage of the murderous opportunity in the tomb. He looked for an opportunity to take our lives, but unfortunately everything didn't go as he wished. In Long Fei's eyes he had already seen through Zhang Tianese's little thoughts, but he just didn't oppose them. The gang leader reminded me. Yao Tianhuo looked at Long Fei and said with a smile, in that case. Long Fei smiled and nodded. That's it. Although Zhang Tianese was dying, he could clearly hear the conversation between Long Fei and Long Fei. Moreover, it was so quiet here that not even the deaf could hear it. He was completely frightened and desperate. He didn't expect that all his previous plans would have been seen through in the eyes of others. He smiled bitterly. It was all his imagination and being smart. He lost and was defeated. The Zhang family. I'm sorry. I can't go back. Zhang Tianese murmured sadly with a deep self-mockery on his face. He already knew that his life would not be escaped today, and he would definitely it will be planed here. At this moment the figure of Yao Tianhuo appeared in front of him. A terrifying flame flashed in his hand. He looked at Zhang Tianese and said lightly, head of the Zhang family, since you are like this I will give you one as a gift. Haha, come on, Zhang Tianese said with all his strength before closing his eyes and completely accepting his fate. Yao Tianhuo raised his hand and shook it in the air, and a terrifying force directly shattered Zhang Tianese's neck and heart. Zhang Tianese thought of death, then it was burned into nothingness by an extremely hot and terrifying flame. Okay, let's go. Long Fei flashed over and took Yao Tianhuo to tear open the void tunnel and leave the tomb. The trip to the tomb ends here. As the two people left, the entire tomb collapsed completely and the ancient bronze door outside also fell down. However, it was not broken but it remained intact. This ancient bronze door is nothing special. Chapter 194. The mystery of the person behind it. What's going on? Why did the ancient ruins collapse? No. City Lord. Master. When the other people outside the ancient ruins saw the sudden scene before their eyes, they suddenly became panicked and shouted. Many people quickly arrived in front of the ancient ruins, but the door collapsed and the half-epo's secret room also collapsed. Everyone searched quickly and soon found a body that had been pierced by thousands of arrows and died among the stone. Whose corpse is this? Someone said, because the body was so bloody that it was impossible to tell which of the SI was inside. But at this moment someone rushed out of the crowd. The three Dozong's hands and whole bodies were trembling and they knelt in front of the corpse, causing the surrounding Dozong to be horrified. Are you from Taman? A Dozong in Tian City asked. Yes, these three Dozongs kneeling down and trembling are Taman's people. Although this corpse already looked like this, the three people as Taman can definitely feel the familiar aura of Tai from this person, even if it has already. His appearance cannot be clearly seen, but the fragments of clothing remaining on his body can be seen. Master. The sect master. How could he be our sect master? Ah, how can we give an explanation to Taman? The three of them shouted in pain. The only half-step Dozun strongman in Taman has fallen. It seems that Taman will decline. Everyone in the crowd had this realization. However, although Taman, the leader of the sect Tai, has fallen, there are still many Dozong and powerful Duhuangs in the sect, and people with ulterior motives among the crowd do not dare to attack Taman directly. At this moment a spatial crack was torn open in the sky in front of everyone. A ray of light appeared and purple thunder appeared in a flash. Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo stood across the sky full of vigor. It's the two of them, everyone exclaimed and immediately saw hope. If these two people can come out, there should be no problem with their city master and family master. But at this moment Zhang Shishi looked not so good. Even a strong man like Tai had fallen into the ancient ruin. Their family head had the same half-step Dozun cultivation level, so would it be possible? He went to hunt Guyan before, but for some reason Guyan seemed to disappear out of thin air without any news or trace, so he had no choice but to come back because only Zhang Tianese was the most important. But now his heart is hanging. The ancient ruins collapsed and no one knew what happened inside, so the only ones who knew what happened inside were the two people above. Everyone looked at each other and had this idea. The NET moment, everyone including Taman and the three people rose into the sky to confront Long Fei. There are 10 people in total. Your Excellencies, I wonder what happened inside. How is our city Lord Yuan Tianan doing? A representative from Tian City flew to the front of the crowd from among the 10 people and asked politely. Yes, and our Lord Kui Chen. And what's going on with the head of our Zhang family? The Zhang family. Everyone was looking forward to Long Fei's answer. Long Fei looked at everyone and looked at each other with Yao Tianhuo and said through a message, it seems that those two people really didn't come out. If nothing else happened, the bodies would have been swallowed by the defenders. The two nodded. Then looking at everyone, Long Fei said lightly, the compel ity and danger inside are much greater than what you imagine. When we entered, we were scattered by an extremely terrifying storm. As for what happened to them after that, we don't know. Unknown. After hearing this, everyone felt that it was reasonable, but soon someone started questioning him. They were all scattered, so why did you come out together? And why did the ancient ruins collapse? Yes, if that's the case, wouldn't our Lord be trapped in it forever? In a chain reaction, voices of questioning also rang out. Long Fei said impatiently, if I say I don't know, I just don't know. He turned to Yao Tianhuo and said, let's go. But the 10 people in front all looked fierce. Long Fei grinned and sneered, what? Do you want to fight? Yao Tianhuo Fei took a step forward. A wisp of terrifying flames appeared in his hand and he mocked disdainfully, children, you must think clearly. We two are fighting masters. If you think there is a chance of winning, please take action soon. I might as well give it to you. Taste the smell of being roasted into charcoal. This is strength. One Dozong facing 10 Dozong is like an elephant meeting ants, and a large number of them will be killed by just stepping on them. A terrifying Dozun pressure also rose up on Yao Tianhuo. At this point, the 10 people who were arrogant at first suddenly showed signs of fear and got cold feet. Go back. At the same time, the 10 people also released their most powerful Dozong power without any reservation. A representative of Tian City gritted his teeth and shouted, so what? There are 10 of us here and there are 4 of the 9-star peak Dozong alone. The remaining 8-star and 7-star Dozong are at home, and the 10 of us will work together. Even if you two are Dozun, you may not be able to defeat us. As he shouted, the other 9 people suddenly became energetic as if they had been beaten to death. That's right, the 10 of us are worth several star Dozun. There's no need to be afraid of you. Don't think that you can scare us by setting fire to it. It's just that we don't want to do this. We are not scared. If you don't have a better attitude today and explain some of the things inside, you will never leave here. Everyone's morale increased greatly and they pointed at Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo and roared he 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 he. Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo suddenly laughed. In front of them, the behavior of these people is what is called seeking death. Originally there was no intention to kill these people, but now that these people insist on seeking death, we cannot blame them for being ruthless. A bunch of dogs are barking, it's so noisy. Yao Tianhuo dug in more, his eyes flashed with a cold and murderous light. A terrifying murderous aura spread into the sky. Yao Tianhuo's whole temperament changed instantly and a cold voice sounded, since you are seeking death, then I will kill all of you. Feeling the aura and terrifying aura emanating from Yao Tianhuo, the prescience of the 10 people changed drastically. In an instant they realized the huge gap between Duzong and Duzun. Although there is only one word difference between Zong and Zun, their strength is vastly different. At this moment these arrogant people realized it. They couldn't help but swallowed their saliva. In the blink of an eye, Yao Tianhuo condensed countless flame blades and rushed towards the 10 people like lightning. Phew. In such an instant Yao Tianhuo's figure disappeared from in front of everyone, and when it reappeared it was behind everyone, and at the same time obvious cracks appeared on the bodies of 10 people. The net moment blood spurted out, but no one felt any pain, nothing at all, because it's too fast. It's really too fast. Human neurons are not responsive enough to convey pain messages to the brain, but the net moment everyone's prescience changed drastically. They were in great pain, they looked frightened and they started screaming in pain. Chapter 195 Yan Clan. In the sky blood spattered, 10 bodies were chopped alive and screams of panic and fear spread thousands of meters away in the sky. Bang bang bang. Immediately afterwards the sounds of explosions were heard one after another. Dozens of people behind Yao Tianhuo were swept by flames, plotted and burned into nothingness. Throughout the whole process he didn't look back, because perts do not need to see the results of dead end. A few seconds after the explosion the sky became completely quiet, making people feel extremely comfortable at this moment. Then Yao Tianhuo turned around, looked at Long Fei with a smile on his face and said, how are you, gang leader? Are you satisfied with this feast? Long Fei nodded and said calmly, there are no fancy moves, I'm quite satisfied. Hey, where are we going? Net? Yao Tianhuo asked. Since the opportunity here has been taken, there is no need to commemorate it. Long Fei looked around and said, the person behind the rumors about the secret has not shown up yet. Do you think there is something fishy? According to the development of the plot, the person behind it will definitely appear at this time. Yao Tianhuo raised his eyebrows and guessed, could it be that the person sent was Duzong, who was among the crowd just now and was easily solved by me together? After hearing this, Long Fei raised his forehead slightly, held his right hand with his left hand and rubbed his chin with his right hand, guessing what Yao Tianhuo was saying at this moment. It can't really be like this, right? Isn't that too weak? No, there must be something fishy. I always feel like something is wrong, but I can't put my finger on it. Long Fei waved his hand and didn't bother to pay attention. That's all, our matter has been dealt with. Who is the person behind it has nothing to do with us. If he comes we will be destroyed together. If he doesn't come, forget it. Net? We will directly warn Zhongzhou. These troublesome things are really not suitable for him to do. However, he showed a hint of a meaningful smile. Okay leader, let's go. Soon the two of them flew quickly towards Zhongzhou. Suddenly their figures turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared into the sky in front of them. At the same time, in a very hidden cave within a towering peak of the Tianyi mountain range, there are 3 figures in this place. 1 man and 2 women. The man is in front and the 2 women are standing behind him, one on the left and one on the right. The 3 of them were all wearing strange red clothes with orderly dark red stripes engraved on the cloth. These stripes have a thick flame which is looming, emitting the power of fire. The man's dark red long flowing hair is similar to that of the 2 women behind him. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. Both of them respect the man in front of them. The man looked into the distance with heavy brows and opened his mouth to sigh. I finally left. I didn't expect these 2 guys to east in this remote place separated from Zhongzhou and Wanzhou. This time the plan has failed. The woman on the right stepped forward and said, the 2 of them must have gotten a great opportunity from the tomb. We don't have the strength to get it at the moment, but we can ask people from the family to take action. The woman on the left nodded in agreement. People entered, 1 died, 2 came out, and I think the other 4 are in danger. If the young master really wants to get what's inside, we can only ask members of the family to take action. The man nodded. That's all we can do now. If I had known I would have brought a half-saint out, but now I really let the 2 of them run away. Then it flew up and the 2 women also flew up. The 3 of them are all Duzong level instances, but just when the 3 of them were about to leave this place, an accident happened. The surrounding space is blocked. When the 3 of them discovered this, their prescience changed greatly. Shocked, no, this is a space blockade and at least a high-level Dozun conceal it so firmly? They found us. The man's expression changed drastically as he recalled Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo. Haha, you are not stupid. At this moment a crack appeared in the void behind the three people, and then a somewhat familiar childish voice rang out. Then two very familiar people flew out from the cracks in the void. At this moment the expressions of the three of them completely changed and their pupils shrank. It's really you. How did you find us? The two people who appeared in front were Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo. The three people looked shocked and extremely confused. Long Fei, looking at the three of them, he saw through all their cultivation. The man in front is the Samsung Duzong. The two women on the left and right are from the 7-star Duzong. Looking at the uniform costumes of the three of them and the conversation just now, these three people must be members of a large family in Zhongzhou. However, Long Fei's expression was not very moved. He just wanted to know who the person behind the rumors was. Just when he was about to leave, Long Fei discovered the existence of the three of them, but instead of catching them directly, he made a few noises to scare them to death. Yao Tianhuo laughed wildly in his childish voice. Isn't it a surprise? Isn't it a surprise? Ha ha ha, you three little Duzong kids, I didn't expect that you are the ones behind this plan. But no matter how awesome you are, you can't escape the eyes of our gang leader. Our gang leader is still awesome, Yao Tianhuo said without forgetting to brag about Long Fei's prowess. The three of them looked very embarrassed, and at the same time the Dozong level Do-Chi energy running in their bodies was ready to fight. Although the two people in front were both Dozun, but with some secrets and techniques in their clan, they might not be able to break through this space lock and escape. But you will definitely pay a heavy price when the time comes. After thinking for a while, the man's body relaxed. He took a deep breath and the fighting energy in his body slowly decreased. Seeing this scene, the two women beside them were stunned for a while, but they soon understood what the young master meant, because the three of them were not enough to watch in front of the two fighting masters. If there was a fight, the three of them would still die. Everything must take the safety of the young master's life as the highest criterion, and the other party seems to have no hostility or murderous intention. The corner of Yao Tianhuo's lips curled up and he said, "Oh, you understand that you are no match now. Yes, at least you have self-knowledge. You are not like those fools over there who really think that 10 people can reach heaven together." Yes, the three of them also recalled the ending of those 10 people, and it was even more impossible for them to resist. At least they would not easily start a war. We know the difference between Duzong and Duzunbe, so naturally we won't be like those idiots. The man smiled bitterly and then asked, "I wonder what happened to the two venerables? If you really just came to see the three people behind us, you have seen it now. Can you let us go?" Ha! Yao Tianhuo laughed out loud but was stopped by Long Fei's words and he shut his mouth obediently. Long Fei said calmly, "Which family are you from? If I tell you, I'm afraid I'll scare you to death." A woman said, "Haha, okay, I'll see how you scare us to death." Long Fei laughed. "Shut up." The man frowned and glanced at the woman who had just spoken without permission. The woman was startled and quickly lowered her head. "You dare not look at the current situation and dare to say this. The space here is blocked. The other party killed us and destroyed our bodies. Even the family members can't find the murderer." Chapter 196. Incompetent despair. The man cupped his hands towards Long Fei and the two of them and said, "Two venerables, my subordinates were so secretive just now. I hope the two venerables can forgive me. There is no other way. I have to lower my head when I am under the eaves. Now I can only endure it and contact the family members to solve the problem after I get out." Long Fei snorted and said calmly, "It's just a little girl. If I were really unhappy, she would be dead now." When the woman heard the three terms little girl, she immediately felt bad. She almost started to riot and went to fight Long Fei, but she was quickly restrained by the woman net to her and warned in a low voice, "Stop causing trouble." The woman relaxed, but she still looked unhappy. The members of their big and dignified family had never seen any big storms, yet they had to swallow their anger and put down their posture for a Dozun. In their families there are many Dozun half-saints and Do-saint. Long Fei's eyes focused on the man again and he spoke again, "You haven't answered my question yet." The man took a deep breath and said, "We are from the Yan clan." "The Flame clan?" Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo looked at each other and narrowed their eyes. Yao Tianhuo was a little surprised and said, "Isn't it the Yan clan among the 8 ancient clans?" Seeing the two people with such expressions, the man and the two women raised their foreheads with an air of pride. "Yes, it is the Yan clan, one of the 8 ancient clans." The man nodded. "Haha, I didn't expect that you people from the Yan tribe would also use this method." Long Fei smiled deeply, but he didn't mean to be afraid at all. "Young man, if you think you can scare me by taking out a Flame clan, then you are too naive. Now this space has been completely blocked by him. As long as he kills and swallows 3 people, even the people of the Yan tribe will not be able to find out. Even if he discovered it by accident, he was already a fighting saint at that time and he would just smile and say nothing to the Yan clan. Can't pose a threat to him at all. Then what's your status in the Yan Yan clan. Long Fei's voice was very calm. After all, this made the man stunned for a moment, but he quickly realized that since these two people knew about the existence of the Yan clan, they naturally understood how powerful the Yan clan was. There were only 3 possibilities for being able to remain calm now. 1. Forcibly calm down. 2. The power behind it is not weaker than that of the Yan clan. 3. One's own strength reaches the sky. Thinking about this, it is very common for men to put the third one. It can be ruled out because a Dozun is nothing among the Yan clan. This person must know. Then there are only the first 2 possibilities, but men are more inclined to the first possibility. Forced composure. I am one of the direct grandsons of the Yan clan Yan Hung. The 2 beside me are my followers Yan K and Yan K. The man said. Long Fei thought that this boy might have a high status in the Yan clan, but he didn't expect that he was actually one of his direct grandchildren. Whether it was true or not, this Yan Hung's status in the Yan clan must be high. Hey, you are still the legitimate son. Yes, you have a very good status. Long Fei curled up the corner of his mouth and nodded meaningfully. Can the 2 venerables let us go now? Of course we are willing to show enough sincerity. After all, you 2 don't want to be the enemy of our Yan clan and be hunted by the Yan clan, right? Yan Hung, having said this, his Zion had recovered a lot at this moment, and he no longer had the fear he had before. Instead, he held his head high and looked like a master. Long Fei snorted, raised his forehead slightly and said with a playful smile, enough sincerity? Then I want the broken jade of the Tuaji ancient emperor from your clan. Can you give it to me? What? Tuaji ancient emperor broken jade? Yan Hung, the 3 of them, and Yao Tianhuo suddenly narrowed their eyes, and all of them were shocked. Yan Hung took a deep breath. His face suddenly turned cold and he said, Sir, it is very dangerous for you to do this. Don't blame us for not reminding you. Although you are Dozun, you are no more than a Dozun among the Yan clan. So how dare you take the idea of Toyu ancient emperor Suiyo? Although he knew that the consequences of saying this would be serious, now that he had said these words, he was naturally ready to fight. Oh, not willing? Then change the condition. Long Fei was not surprised that Yan Hung and others would react like this. Yan Hung and others did not rela because of this. Yan Hung took a deep breath and warned, what conditions? I hope your venerable master can think about it and don't be too delusional. Offending the Yan clan is a very unwise choice. To be honest, I don't like your attitude very much. It's just because you have a family behind you. Long Fei pursed his lip and thought to himself, are you going to be destroyed by the Soul clan in the later stages? This guy is so arrogant. The second option is, I want your entire Yan clan. Long Fei said. His Zion suddenly changed and he attacked Yan Hung directly. Fight. The Zions of the 3 people suddenly changed dramatically. Their pupils shrank and they showed panic, and Yan Hung let out a loud shout. Immediately the 3 people who had been prepared directly displayed their strongest fighting skills. Their whole bodies were enveloped in terrifying flames, and red energy quickly condensed in front of their forehead. Then the word flame appeared, the pattern of the Flame clan. As soon as the mark of the Flame clan came out, the power in everyone suddenly plotted again, directly dispersing Long Fei's move. A spear of flame appeared in Yan Hung's hand and a sword of flame appeared in the hands of the 2 women. At this moment the 3 of them are like messengers of the sacred flame coming down to earth. Their flame power is infinite. Moreover, the cultivation of the 3 people has also been improved. Yan Hung's cultivation level was upgraded from the 3-star Duzong to the 5-star Duzong. The cultivation levels of Yan K and Yan K were upgraded from the 7-star Dosek to the 9-star Dosek. This state consumes a lot of fighting spirit energy very quickly, so the 3 of them must fight quickly. It is undoubtedly wishful thinking to defeat the 2 Dozun. The 3 of them now focus on breaking the space lock. They want to escape. If you want to send a message, the Yan clan will call for reinforcement. Haha, the gang leader will deal with these 3 disobedient babies for you. Yao Tianhuo laughed and his body was also enveloped in flames and he became a flame man. Flame versus flame is very fair. However, the Zions of Yan Hung and the others were extremely solemn. I'll hold them back as long as I can. You 2 use all your strength to break the space lock and run away immediately. Yan Hung used the sound transmission technique on Yank and the 2. The 2 of them were suddenly stunned and quickly responded and retorted, no sir, you can't die. Otherwise we can't plane it. Yan Hung was a little dissatisfied with the 2 women's rebuttal, but he did not blame him. After all, they were worried about him, and then replied, as a direct descendant of the Yan clan, I naturally have the life-saving means left by my grandfather. If you stay here you will become a drag. I'll find a way to leave when the time comes. Well sir, be careful. Yan K and the 2 nodded. Then the 3 of them took action together. Yao, you don't need to take action this time. I'll meet the 3 of them for a while. Long Fei grinned. There are many things he likes to do, most among which educating these people who rely on the family for a living is his favorite. One of Love. Chapter 197. Zhongzhou Continent, Fangtian City. After Long Fei finished speaking, the figure figure sprang out directly from behind Yao Tianhuo. Yao Tianhuo was stunned and realized that he had no chance to develop, so he obediently retreated behind him. Yao Tianhuo Chen said with eyes wide open, "You guys are really unlucky. The gang leader is much more ruthless than me. Yan Heng and the other three don't care about that many people. No matter who they are Dozun and are a big danger to them." Three terrifying attacks blasted directly towards Long Fei. At this moment the two Yanks used their fighting skills to make a temporary turn and struck the sky barrier with all their strength. Yan Heng on the other hand rushed towards Long Fei together with the three attack. Long Fei persisted in his opponent's behavior and looked calm and unworried as if he was completely confident and would not think that these two people could break through him space seal. And Yao Tianhuo was also indifferent, looking at this scene calmly. Boom, bang, three forms of flame dragon, fire land, summer, fire dragon. Yan Heng knew the disparity in strength, and when he saw the three attacks swamping Long Fei, he instantly activated one of his special skills, the powerful flame spear fighting skill again. As Yan Heng roared loudly, the special effects of three dragon transforming flame fighting skills were fully unleashed. Ho 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 ho! Soaring into the sky, it was deafening. The flame dragon is dancing, the dragon is roaring in the sky. Roar! Another fierce dragon roar sounded from within the explosion ahead. At the same time, in the explosion smoke, a green light bloomed, breaking through the attack dust, and Long Fei's figure emerged from it unscathed and with a calm presence. A green dragon flew out in front of him. The dragon roar just now came from here. Boom! A pair of dragons, one red and one green, collided. Long Fei's dragon doesn't have so many bells and whistles, it's just a simple green dragon. And Yan Heng's flame dragon is full of special effects and is a standard equipment for rich people. Long Fei raised his hand and moved forward again. "You are the first one who dares to play with dragons in front of me in all these years, but it definitely not the last one." The dragon roar sounded again. The impact force spreads during the collision, extremely terrifying. Yan Heng, who felt the extremely strong pressure from Qinglong, was also worried about himself. The net moment Qinglong directly broke through his three. Yanlong moved and penetrated them, rushing towards him. Yan Heng's presence suddenly changed. Boom! At the same time, the two Yanks above kept hitting the barrier, but the barrier was not broken. Not even the most basic small cracks appeared, not even the slightest vibration. The two of them were shocked and helpless. This barrier made them feel what it means to be helpless under power. The two of them were confused about what to do. Faced with the attack that instantly broke through his three Yanlong moves, Yan Heng did not dare to be careless. Looking at this plain green dragon in front of him, he felt the extremely terrifying breaking pressure. Damn it, is this the difference in realm? Even his powerful attack can be broken instantly. Cold sweat broke out on Yan Heng's forehead, and he quickly used his skills to display his fighting skills again. This time there was no attack, but the fighting spirit energy turned into a protective shield for defense. With the hand seal, he quickly flew up and tried to use the pole to widen the distance between him and Qinglong. After completing the hand seal, a huge flame-colored barrier immediately appeared in front of him. Roar! The voice of the blue dragon sounded again. Bang! The net moment Qinglong and Yan Heng's protective barriers suddenly collided with each other, making a harsh and violent collision sound. Boom boom! The impact of Qinglong was too strong, and Yan Heng gritted his teeth with little difficulty and kept accumulating strength to keep the protective barrier going. "Sir!" Yang shouted angrily, and the two gave up attacking the space lock barrier. They picked up their sword and turned around to assassinate Qinglong. The two of them worked together to quickly release all the power of the 9-star Duzong. If he were one step later, Yan Heng would be in trouble. Bang bang! Two long swords hit Qinglong at the same time. Suddenly Qinglong roared angrily and sent the three of them flying away with a huge swing of its tail. None of the three of them had time to react to the ineffective surge in power of the blue dragon. The net moment the green dragon penetrated directly through the bodies of the three of them and plotted in an instant. There was a loud rumble and an extremely terrifying explosion. "No!" Yan Heng roared and stood up, his face extremely angry and desperate. The three of them were completely submerged by the explosion. When they appeared again, the three of them were already lying on the ground. One of Yank died completely lifeless, while Yank was seriously injured and harmed his true nature. He vomited blood, his dantian was broken, and he became a complete cripple, and his body was disabled. "Young master, I'm sorry. Kair is incompetent. See you in the net life." Yang's little mouth moved and an extremely sad and weak voice came from her mouth. As soon as the word fell, she was completely aspirated. "Flame bird, flame K." "No!" Yan Heng shouted angrily and sadly with tears falling down his face. He looked at Long Fei, and Long Fei with an extremely ruthless look. Even though his mouth was bleeding, he felt the pain inside and outside his body. A ruthless look flashed across his face. Without the sense of reason he had before, he roared gloomily, "No matter who you are, even if I die today, the Yan clan will not let you go. If I don't die today, I will definitely tear you apart one day. Qian, the knife will kill you. It will make you unable to survive. Good, very good, your courage is commendable, so today I will let you taste this taste first. Long Fei laughed and looked at Yan Heng with great arrogance. Then he ducked and appeared directly in front of Yan Heng. Before Yan Heng could react, Long Fei pinched his arm and jerked it. There was a click and blood spattered. When the arm flew out, it was burned into nothingness by a burst of flame. Yan Heng's pupils were wide open and covered with bloodshot eyes. The veins on his forehead and face were exposed and red with pain. The net moment he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Long Fei ignored Yan Heng's screams and continued to attack. Please let me go. After several screams, Yan Heng was tortured to the point where he had no strength to scream and his throat became completely hoarse. He lay on the ground looking indescribable and extremely tragic. He really felt worse than death. Tisk tisk. The Yao Tianhuo in the sky could not help but close its eyes when seeing this scene. Their gang leader is so cruel, I'm so scared. Long Fei looked at Yan Heng, who was now in a state of disgrace, and said indifferently, "It finally quiet. I don't know where you got the courage to say those words to me. You don't have the strength to say such arrogant words while venting the incompetence and anger in your heart, also enjoying the brutal destruction. You devil!" Yan Heng's lips ed. His voice was extremely small, his face was in pain, his eyes were swept by extremely terrifying fear and despair, and his whole body was trembling. "Remember it for me. I don't know what method you used to survive my attack just now, but I don't care about these useless things. The way you are now is the price of arrogance. Originally I planned to teach you a lesson. You left, but now that you insist on seeking death, I will personally send you down to accompany those two women," Long Fei said in a cold voice, and a ball of terrifying flame came out from his hand. "Haha, quickly kill me." Now Yan Heng longs for death. He doesn't want to be in so much pain. What he had just used was the last and strongest life-saving means left to him by his elders, but it was no longer available, which meant that he was dead. Chapter 198. The new copy is here. Long Fei threw the terrifying flame in his hand directly onto Yan Heng, and with a sound of burning, Yan Heng was completely burned into nothingness in the net moment. Came 2 more corpses. After everything was dealt with neatly, Long Fei took Yan Heng's naja and forcibly broke the barrier in the naja. After entering, he searched for item. There is a token here, and this token represents Yan Heng's status in the Yan clan. There are also secret books of sizes, Eli IRS weapons, some treasures and other things. Long Fei put them all away. Yes, the Qinglong gang has a few more advanced technique and secret. Long Fei nodded happily. As for the remaining 2 rings, he also looked at them and found that they were almost the same, so he put them away. After killing people and collecting the spoils, it's just different. This time we can really go to Zhongzhou. Yao Tianhuo came to Long Fei's side and said yes. Long Fei nodded. Yao Tianhuo continued, the Death Flame clan of the 3 of them will definitely know about it, so we have to be more careful. The corners of Long Fei's mouth curled up and he said, as soon as you come, let's make peace with it. This time he didn't need to use the secret concealment technique because this place was not a place he cared about. Even if the people of the Yan tribe found out that Yan Heng and the other 3 died here, it would have nothing to do with them if they destroyed the place. So after finishing speaking, Long Fei directly contacted the space seal. The 2 of them turned into a bolt of lightning and escaped into the void. At the same time, within the Yan realm of the Yan clan in Zhongzhou, in a flame-colored room, a long-bearded man who was practicing suddenly opened his eyes. There was panic and confusion in his eyes. Just now his heart seemed to have disconnected something, and there was a very uncomfortable feeling in his whole person, a good and very uneasy feeling. Click. At this moment a voice came from within his naja. The man was startled and quickly took it out from the ring. It is a broken red jade tablet. This jade tablet is as big as the center of a palm. The luster of the flame and life that originally east on the jade tablet also sadly disappeared. Hunger. The man's pupils narrowed and his presence suddenly changed dramatically. No, how could it be? How could hunger fall? Who did it? The man was furious, and the terrifying fighting spirit energy in his body instantly lost control and burst out violently. With a loud bang, the entire room was destroyed in the sea of fire, transformed by the terrifying fighting spirit energy. A ferocious aura like a ferocious beast came out of the man. At the same moment, a terrifying holy power burst out in fright. He is Yan Heng's father and one of the fighting saints of the Yan clan. 1-star Do Sheng Yan Zhen Meng. My Hunger, why are you dead? No matter who is the person who killed you, my father will definitely find him. Extract his menstruation and peel off his skin. Cut him into pieces with 1,000 cut. Extract your soul and make a puppet. Let him not be able to survive or die. When the dark and angry sound of Yan Zhenmeng sounded, 4 figures appeared in the sky in front of them. They were all frightened by the feudal riot here and came to find out what was going on. They were all warriors at the fighting saint level with extremely powerful hearing and discernment abilities, and they clearly heard Yan Zhenmeng's angry words just now. They all came to Yan Zhenmeng with shock and anger. One of the women came directly to Yan Yan Zhenmang and ask, brother, what happened? Hunger is dead? The four of them looked at the broken jade tablet in Yan Zhenmang's hand. Yan Zhenmang looked at the four people in front of him, restrained his anger and said in a deep voice, stop talking, I will leave the clan now to find the murderer. Hunger was killed by a bitch, but fortunately the jade monument locked him in the end. If you pursue the energy of death you will definitely know the place of death. The four of them are all direct descendants of the Yan clan, and they are also Yan Hung's sisters-in-law, uncles and uncles. 5. The relationship between people is very good. No, Hunger died so suddenly. As an uncle I naturally have to go with you to find the murderer. Stop talking, the 5 of us will go together this time. It is too easy for 5 warriors at the fighting saint level to find a murderer. Once I find it I will torture it with the most cruel method. One of them took a deep breath. Anger emerged on his face and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. They are very angry, but now it is a fact that Yan Hung is dead and people cannot be resurrected after death. Even if you die you have to see the body. My sister-in-law said coldly and angrily. My sister-in-law loves Yan Hung very much. Now that Yan Hung is dead she will use all means to find the murderer. Remember, women's methods are more terrifying and vicious than men. But what they didn't know was that after passing through Long Fei's hands, let alone a corpse, even if it was nothing at all, they were destined to be disappointed this time. Why don't you tell the clan leader and father about this matter? Yan Hung's uncle Yan Tian said with a deep eye. Yan Zhenmang took a deep breath and shook his head. No, it's up to us to solve this matter. We will tell them after we find the murderer. I'm afraid that if they get angry the entire Yan clan may be affected. It's okay, their tempers are much worse than ours. If they really get to that point it will take the strength of many people to stop them. At least putting the murderer in front of them can vent their anger. Let's go. Yan Zhenmang didn't want to wait any longer. After instructing the servants on what to do, the 5 people tore open the rift in space and left the Yan clan. At the same moment Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo were extremely close to the land of Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou is the real big stage. In the afternoon we finally arrived in Zhongzhou successfully. Although it is the junction between the two states, it is tens of thousands of hectares away from the real mainland of Zhongzhou. There is no way that the Douqi continent is very big, and this is still the original world, which will only make it even more abnormal. Finally arrived at Zhongzhou continent, Long Fei and the two stopped in the sky, took a deep breath and shouted, I haven't been back to this place for many years. This smell is so familiar. Yao Tianhuo's eyes were filled with many old memories. Now this moment is being sketched out one after another. The two of them rushed into the Zhongzhou continent and flew towards the north. Soon they came to a place. After inquiring, Long Fei and the two learned that this place was a vast city in Zhongzhou. This city was at least as big as half of the Jiaji Empire, and there was a sect in it. 2 sects and 3 families have powerful forces. This city is called Fangtian City. Fangtiancheng is also a well-known force in Zhongzhou continent. Among the SI factions of 1, 2 and 3 families there are dozens of Dozun, but only the former sect has an 8-star peak Dozun, and this 8-star peak Dozun is the sect. The sect leader is also the modern city lord of Fangtian City. It can be said that the entire Fangtian City belongs to this sect, and this sect has the final say. After all, this is a continental world where strength is truly respected. Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo have just arrived. Even Yao Tianhuo, a veteran player, has never been to this place before. This is the first time to come here. There are many reasons. Although Fangtiancheng is considered very strong, it is still relatively weak in the entire Zhongzhou continent. It can only be a low-level instance, not even a middle-level one. But if it were placed outside Zhongzhou it would be an absolute top super giant. Chapter 199 Fangtian Auction House. This sect is the Qi-Iao sect. The Qi-Iao sect is the top sect giant in Fangtian City, and the entire Fangtian City respects it, but not everyone works together. After all, when people are in trouble, the essence of this world is profit. When interests are a community, there is unity. When interests are no longer a community, everything will emerge. This is often the most real and essential. After inquiring, it was found that besides the Qi-Iao sect, the other 2 sects were the Qingye sect and the Jinyang sect. There are 5-star Dozun Eperts in charge of these 2 sects. The 3 major families are the Mercury clan, the Mao clan and the Rong clan. These 3 families also have 4-star peak Dozun strongmen sitting in charge, and based on their strength they are almost the same as the 2 families, but compared to the 8-star peak Dozun of the Scarlet Sky sect they are all minor players. Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo came along a road and came to a very down-to-earth inn. It smells good. Are you hungry? Long Fei looked at the inn in front of him and looked back at Yao Tianhuo. Yao Tianhuo said, we are all Dozun level instances and we can fully use the Douqi energy to fill our stomach. He saw something wrong with the way Long Fei looked at him and immediately closed his mouth. Long Fei said, no, you are hungry. Yao Tianhuo sweated and nodded. Yes, gang leader, we are all hungry. Good guy, no matter what he is wrong and must cooperate. cooperate because the person who wants to eat is not him but Long Fei himself. Well, you're just hungry. Even if you become a Dozun, you still have a mortal body, not an immortal body. You still need to eat. Long Fei nodded. Now he was happy. After finishing speaking, just walked in. There weren't many people inside, maybe because this inn is relatively ordinary, or maybe because those who wanted to eat hadn't had enough food yet. You two are objective, are you just two? The front desk manager greeted me with a smile. He was determining the number of people. Easy to make adjustment. Yao Tianhuo's eyes moved lightly and he held back the shopkeeper and said indifferently, yes, it's just 2 people. Why can't 2 people come in to eat? Or are we still not welcome? As soon as the shopkeeper heard Yao Tianhuo's words, he looked the red-haired kid up and down. As a shopkeeper who runs an inn, he has a lot of experience in seeing and hearing about the world. He could see a different aura from the red-haired kid in front of him. It is absolutely impossible for a real child to have such a breath. This aura is that of old age. The only possibility is that the old monster rejuvenate. There are only 2 possibilities for this old monster to rejuvenate. 1, seizing someone else's body. 2, there is a secret method over there. No matter which one, it is not available to ordinary people. The identities of these 2 people are extraordinary. This is what the shopkeeper estimated after taking a look at Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo. After being stunned for a moment, the shopkeeper looked like he was flattered and said quickly, oh, what is this young master saying? It's too late for me to be happy that you have come to my shop. How could I not welcome you too? So the question is to confirm the number of people so that you can arrange the position. There are just 2 of us, there won't be a 3rd person, Long Fei said calmly. Yao Tianhuo pursed his lips and did not speak again. After hearing this, the shopkeeper hurriedly turned around and said, if you two, the seats over there are very good, please help me. Can't we go up to the 2nd floor? We prefer to see the scenery. Long Fei raised his forehead slightly and looked at the stairs in front of him. The shopkeeper nodded. Of course, you can sit wherever you like. Long Fei nodded and then walked towards the 2nd floor. There is no way, but the inn only has 2 floors. Yao Tianhuo quickly kept up with Long Fei's pace. When we came to the 2nd floor, there was no one here, it was empty. Yao Tianhuo complained, we are all in the same city, so how come this store is so poor that there is not even a single customer? Long Fei, aren't we human? Yao Tian, fire. Let go. The environment is pretty good. Long Fei came to a place by the window and sat down. At this time, the shopkeeper quickly came to Long Fei with the menu and handed it to Long Fei. I'm new here, I have a little money and I want to hear the story of this city. Long Fei took it and looked at it, then gave a large bag of gold coins to the shopkeeper and said while looking at the menu in his hand. The shopkeeper secretly thought that this was indeed the case. These 2 people were not from this city. After taking the money bag, he smiled and told Long Fei and others some stories about the city. As someone who has been there, he naturally understands what Long Fei wants to hear and what he wants to say. So the net story told by the shopkeeper appeared, so much so that the information above was obtained here. After finishing the last talk, Long Fei ordered 100 skewers of barbecued meats and the restaurant's specialty dishes. Naturally, the food and wine should not be left behind. It's a rare leisure time. If you don't have a cigarette, you'll be sorry for yourself. Long Fei took out 2 cigars from the ring and gave one to Yao Tianhuo. He smoked one by himself. Ordinary days, ordinary life. As time went by, people began to come in inside the inn. The people who came in were not low level, they were all people in the Do Huang and Do Zong realms. They are all people of the world. This store is not as ordinary as it seems on the surface. Have you heard? There is a terrifying ice and snow dragon sleeping in the cold valley outside Fanfiction city. This ice and snow dragon is said to have the strength equivalent to the 9-star peak human Dozun. It is very terrifying, and if you wake up, Fanfiction city is the closest to Hanju Valley. Do you know what this means? So Fanfiction city is likely to become the place where this ice and snow dragon invade. The ice sky snow dragon is ferocious in nature and extremely violent. Although it has the strength of the 9-star peak human Dozun as a powerful monster, it will definitely be more terrifying than the 9-star peak Dozun when it comes to fighting. I guess if this thing really gets violent and its strength is close to that of a half-step fighting saint, it will be difficult for Fanfiction city to calm down, even if it is practiced by many strong men from 1 sect, 2 sect and 3 families in Fanfiction city. So the peace of Fanfiction depends on the awakening time of the ice and snow dragon in Hanju Valley. Not bad, but the people from these big forces must have gotten the news, and the ice and snow dragon is still in a sleeping state and is definitely not that powerful. This is an extremely rare opportunity. It is very likely that they will join forces at this time. To join forces first, take this ice and snow dragon. The ice sky snow dragon is full of treasures, and there are many incredible treasures deep in the Hanju Valley where it is located. While Long Fei was eating delicious skewers, he and Yao Tianhuo listened to the comments of passers-by in the inn. It was very lively, as if it was a secret, and it seemed uncomfortable not to tell it. Suddenly Suddenly everyone here joined in the discussion. The topics were almost all focused on Bingtian Snow Dragon and people from 2 sects and 3 families. Listening to their words, Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo suddenly became interested and listened carefully. Sure enough, in the world the ones who know the most about things are these humble passers-by. It looks like it's a new dungeon mission. Long Fei said, play dungeons, farm monsters, pick up treasures and upgrade. It's all the same old routine. As a time traveler, how could he not know this? Chapter 200. The fight started. Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo listened to these people's words. They were secretly thinking about some things in their heart. After finishing the meal, a piece of news came out in Fangtian City. The Chiao sect announced that it will hold a sect martial arts competition in 3 days. The people selected in this competition will become the new bloodline of the Scarlet Sky sect. The stipulated contestants are people from the younger generation. The age must not be higher than 30 years old. The lowest level must reach the 1-star Duwang level. As soon as this news came out, the prestige and status of Chiao sect in Fangtian City quickly spread throughout the city and everyone knew about it. At the same moment, in a small forest outside Fangtian City, a young man who was cultivating heard this news and his whole body suddenly became excited. This news came too suddenly. The Scarlet Sky sect will compete in martial arts in 3 days and the chosen one can join the Scarlet Sky sect. The young man was eager, clenching his fists tightly. Her eyes were hot but there was a hint of coldness in her eyes. Meiji, just wait for me. You have robbed me of the opportunity that belongs to me. It has been 3 years. When I come back this time I will definitely let you know that even if a genius has lost, an important opportunity will rise. His tone was full of hatred. Recalling the scene 3 years ago, he was a member of the Mao family, one of the 3 major families in Fangtian City, and a collateral disciple. His name was Mao Yan. He and Mao Ji were good friends and brothers 3 years ago, but he chose to betray him for that opportunity at the trial site of the Spear family. Later, due to various conspiracies set up by the Spear girl, he was deprived of his cultivation by the Spear family, became a waste and was expelled from the Spear family. But God will not destroy him. After the disaster there will be great luck. After being expelled from the Mao family, what can a cripple with a ruined cultivation do? Frustrated, he fell directly off the cliff. But what surprised him was that he did not die. Instead, he got the inheritance of the supreme semi-saint strongman as a blessing in disguise. Using the secret technique and medicinal materials left by the semi-saint strongman after 7 or 49 extremely painful days of smelting, he finally got rid of the waste. The missing Do Chi veins were repaired and they were even stronger than before. Now he possesses the inheritance of a powerful semi-saint, possesses powerful martial arts and fighting skills and other secret technique. It only took him 3 years to cultivate from the first level of fighting spirit back to the 8-star fighting spirit realm, and now he has to far beyond the 8-star Do Ling. His cultivation has now reached the 3-star Do King. This only took 3 years. Fangtian City Spear Clan, I the Spear Flame King, have returned, and in 3 days I will definitely crush many talented people with my strongest appearance. I can't do anything to you now, Spear Clan, but it won't be long before I will make the entire Spear Clan kneel down to me. Apologize, but you will die in 3 days. As Spear Yan said, an extremely cold and murderous light flashed in his eyes and there was also a flash of scarlet blood. It's time to go back to Fangtian City, Spear Yan said, directly turning his fighting energy into wings, but his wings were bright red, full of ferocious atmosphere. It is the violence of revenge. He rose into the sky and flew directly toward Fangtian City quickly. The NET morning, there was an auction held at Fangtian Auction House in Fangtian City. This auction was huge. With the help of various resources, its propaganda intensity is extremely huge and it does not fall into the publicity of the Scarlet Sky Sex trial competition. The time is afternoon. The afternoon arrived quickly. Fangtian Auction House was crowded with people. This place is super big and super luxurious. As expected of a rich person, it's just different. There are 2 ways to enter Fangtian Auction House. The first is to hold an invitation letter from Fangtian Auction House. The second option is to spend 1 million gold coins to purchase admission ticket. The second kind of 1 million is not a big sum of money for people in Zhongzhou. They can get it casually. Those with a little bit of influence will disdain this money even more, and it is even more impossible for the SI factions in Fangtian City, namely 1 sect, 2 sects and 3 families, to spend their own money to enter because they will receive the invitation letter from Fangtian Auction House immediately. Among the crowds of people, everyone wanted to enter Fangtian Auction House to participate in the auction because there must be a big treasure here. I am relying on so many people. It seems that we are still late. Who do these people belong to? Yao Tianhuo's helpless voice sounded from 100 meters away from Fangtian Auction House. His eyes looked at the people beside him. Long Fei. Long Fei had a cigar in his mouth. The head of the cigar was still emitting white smoke and he wore very visible black sunglasses in front of his eyes. All that's missing is a cloak. Long Fei looked indifferent and said in a calm tone, there are quite a lot of people, but it doesn't mean anything. Most of these people are Do Emperor and Do Zone. Even if there are Do Zun, they are low level 1. There is no such thing as Do Zone. Any threat, I can kill a whole group of them with one hand. As soon as these words came out, it really confirmed the truth that under powerful forces the lives of ants are worthless. Yao Tianhuo looked at the people below and suddenly showed a trace of pity. Damn it, whoever you meet is not good. You have to meet us, a gang leader who doesn't play by the rules. Let go. Long Fei raised his hand and put it on Yao Tianhuo's shoulder, and then the two of them turned into a bolt of thunder and rushed downward quickly. Down in the middle of the crowd, a bolt of lightning surged out with a terrifying aura. Wherever the lightning passed, the terrifying power directly knocked these passers-by away, so that suddenly there were loud screams one after another. Wherever the lightning passed, these people had no ability to resist at all because it came too suddenly and the power was too strong. They were not the fighting kings, fighting emperors, fighting sects, or even low-level and mid-level fighting masters like them can resist hard. The appearance of this scene instantly aroused the anger and hostility of everyone around him. As soon as the situation outside appeared, it was discovered by the staff of Fangtian auction house. If such a big thing hadn't been discovered yet, it would be really rubbish. What's going on? Come over and have a look. If anyone dares to cause trouble, shoot him to death. Inside Fangtian auction house, a tall woman wearing a veil and a beautiful pink robe looked coldly at the man following her. Open your mouth and give the order. Yes, if you dare to cause trouble within the confines of Fangtian auction house, you will slap our Fangtian auction house in the face. You don't have to say anything, I will kill him. After saying that, the man's face was cold and stern and he walked inside. The center of the crowd walked out and a strong murderous cold light appeared on his body. Seeing this person coming out, everyone retreated. This person is very strong, at least stronger than the people here. Soon lightning, the culprit of this chaos, stopped in front of the man, transformed into two human natures. What? Since you are a human being, still a child? Seeing Long Fei and the others, the people around him were shocked and dumbfounded. However, at this moment the man Jin Kun looked at the two people in front of him and his face suddenly showed a solemn look. This aura is so powerful. When did such a person appear in Fangtian city? Behind the woman also frowned and a cold and horrified voice sounded from under the veil.